Characters from the Histories and Memoirs of the 17th Century, with an essay on the character and historical notes, by David Nichol Smith, Oxford, 1918. Essay on the character I. The beginnings 2. The literary models 3. Clarendon 4. Other character writers. Characters 1. James I. By Arthur Wilson 2. By Sir Anthony Weldon 3. The Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, 1st Duke. By Clarendon 4. Sir Thomas Coventry. By Clarendon 5. Sir Richard Weston. By Clarendon 6. The Earl of Arundel, Thomas Howard, 14th Earl. By Clarendon 7. The Earl of Pembroke, William Herbert, 3rd Earl. By Clarendon 8. Sir Francis Bacon. By Ben Jonson 9. By Arthur Wilson 10. By Thomas Fuller 11. By William Raleigh 12. Ben Jonson. By Clarendon 13. By James Howell 14. Henry Hastings. By Shaftesbury 15. Charles I. By Clarendon 16. By Sir Philip Warwick 17. The Earl of Strafford, Thomas Wentworth, 1st Earl. By Clarendon 18. The Earl of Strafford, Thomas Wentworth, 1st Earl. By Sir Philip Warwick 19. The Earl of Northampton, Spencer Compton, 2nd Earl. By Clarendon 20. The Earl of Carnarvon, Robert Dormer, 1st Earl. By Clarendon 21. Lord Falkland, Lucius Carey, 2nd Viscount. By Clarendon 22. Lord Falkland, Lucius Carey, 2nd Viscount. By Clarendon 23. Sidney Godolphin. By Clarendon 24. William Laud. By Clarendon 25. By Thomas Fuller 26. By Sir Philip Warwick 27. William Juxon. By Sir Philip Warwick 28. The Marquis of Hertford, William Seymour, 1st Marquis. By Clarendon 29. The Marquis of Newcastle, William Cavendish, 1st Marquis and Duke. By Clarendon 30. The Lord Digby, George Digby, 2nd Earl of Bristol. By Clarendon 31. The Lord Capel, Arthur Capel, 1st Baron. By Clarendon 32. Royalist Generals Patrick Ruthven, Earl of Brentford, Prince Rupert, George Lord Goring, Henry Wilmot, Earl of Rochester. By Clarendon 33. John Hampden. By Clarendon 34. John Pym. By Clarendon 35. Oliver Cromwell. By Clarendon 36. Oliver Cromwell. By Clarendon 37. By Sir Philip Warwick 38. By John Maidstone 39. By Richard Baxter 40. Sir Thomas Fairfax. By Richard Baxter 41. Sir Henry Vane the Younger. By Clarendon 42. By Clarendon 43. Colonel John Hutchinson. By Lucy Hutchinson 44. The Earl of Essex, Robert Devereux, 3rd Earl. By Clarendon 45. The Earl of Salisbury, William Cecil, 2nd Earl. By Clarendon 46. The Earl of Warwick, Robert Rich, 2nd Earl. By Clarendon 47. The Earl of Manchester, Edward Montague, 2nd Earl. By Clarendon 48. The Lord Say, William Fiennes, 1st Viscount Say and Seal. By Clarendon 49. John Selden. By Clarendon 50. John O. By Clarendon 51. John Hales. By Clarendon 52. William Chillingworth. By Clarendon 53. Edmund Waller. By Clarendon 54. Thomas Hobbes. By Clarendon 55. Notes by John Aubrey 56. Thomas Fuller. Anonymous 57. John Milton. Notes by John Aubrey 58. Note by Edward Phillips 59. Notes by Jonathan Richardson 60. Abraham Cowley. By himself 61. By Thomas Spratt 62. Charles II. By Halifax 63. Charles II. By Burnet 64. Charles II. By Burnet 65. The Earl of Clarendon, Edward Hyde, 1st Earl, by Burnet 66. The Earl of Lauderdale, John Maitland, 2nd Earl, created Duke 1672. By Clarendon. 67. The Earl of Lauderdale, John Maitland, 2nd Earl, created Duke 1672. By Burnet. 68. The Earl of Shaftesbury, Anthony Ashley Cooper, 1st Earl. By Burnet. 69. The Earl of Shaftesbury, Anthony Ashley Cooper, 1st Earl. By Dryden. 70. The Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, 2nd Duke. By Burnet. 71. The Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, 2nd Duke. By Dryden. 72. The Marquis of Halifax, George Savile, 1st Marquis. By Burnet. 73. Sir Edmund Saunders. By Roger North. 74. Two groups of divines: 1. Benjamin Whichcott, Ralph Cudworth, John Wilkins, Henry Moore, John Worthington. 2. John Tillotson, Edward Stillingfleet, Simon Patrick, William Lloyd, Thomas Tennyson. By Burnet. 75. James II. By Burnet. 76. James II. By Burnet. The character. The 17th century is rich in short studies or characters of its great men. Its rulers and statesmen, its soldiers and politicians, its lawyers and divines, all who played a prominent part in the public life, have with few notable exceptions been described for us by their contemporaries. There are earlier characters in English literature, but as a definite and established form of literary composition the character dates from the 17th century. Even Sir Robert Naunton's Fragmenta Regalia, or Observations on the late Queen Elizabeth, Her Times and Favorites, a series of studies of the great men of Elizabeth's court, and the first book of its kind, is an old man's recollection of his early life, and belongs to the Stuart period in everything but its theme. Nor at any later period is there the same wealth of material for such a collection as is given in this volume. The 18th century devoted itself rather to biography. When the facts of a man's life, his works, and his opinions claimed detailed treatment, the fashion of the short character had passed. Yet the 17th century did not know its richness. None of its best characters were then printed. The writers themselves could not have suspected how many others were similarly engaged, so far were they from belonging to a school. The characters in Clarendon's History of the Rebellion were too intimate and searching to be published at once, and they remained in manuscript till about 30 years after his death. In the interval Burnet was drawing the characters in his history of his own time. He, like Clarendon, was not aware of being indebted to any English model. Throughout the period which they cover there are the characters by Fuller, Sir Philip Warwick, Baxter, Halifax, Shaftesbury, and many others, the Latin characters by Milton, and the verse characters by Dryden. There is no sign that any of these writers copied another or tried to emulate him. Together, but with no sense of their community, they made the 17th century the great age of the character in England. The beginnings. The art of literary portraiture in the 17th century developed with the effort to improve the writing of history. Its first, and at all times its chief purpose in England was to show to later ages what kind of men had directed the affairs and shaped the fortunes of the nation. In France it was to be practiced as a mere pastime. To sketch well-known figures in society, or to sketch oneself, was for some years the fashionable occupation of the salons. In England the character never wholly lost the qualities of its origin. It might be used on occasion as a record of affection, or as a weapon of political satire, but our chief character writers are our historians. At the beginning of the 17th century England was recognized to be deficient in historical writings. Poetry looked back to Chaucer as its father, was proud of its long tradition, and had proved its right to sing the glories of Elizabeth's reign. The drama, in the full vigor of its youth, challenged comparison with the drama of Greece and Rome. Prose was conscious of its power in exposition and controversy. But in every review of our literature's great achievement and greater promise there was one cause of serious misgivings. England could not yet rank with other countries in its histories. Many large volumes had been printed, some of them containing matter that is invaluable to the modern student, but there was no single work that was thought to be worthy of England's greatness. The prevailing type was still the chronicle. Even Camden, the glory and light of the kingdom, as Ben Jonson called him, was an antiquary, a collector, and an annalist. History had yet to be practiced as one of the great literary arts. Bacon pointed out the unworthiness and deficiencies of English history in his advancement of learning. 1. Some few very worthy, but the greater part beneath mediocrity was his verdict on modern histories in general. He was not the first to express these views. Sir Henry Savile had been more emphatic in his dedication to Queen Elizabeth of his collection of early chronicles, Rerum Anglicarum Scriptores Postbedam, published in 1596. 2. And after Bacon, somewhere about 1618, these views were again expressed by Edmund Bolton in his Hypercritica, or a rule of judgment for writing or reading our histories. 3. The vast vulgar tomes, he said, procured for the most part by the husbandry of printers, and not by appointment of the prince or authority of the commonweal, in their tumultuary and centonical writings do seem to resemble some huge disproportionable temple, whose architect was not his art's master. He repeated what he calls the common wish that the majesty of handling our history might once equal the majesty of the argument. England had had all other honors, but only wanted a history. But the most valuable statement on the conditions of English history at this time and the obstacles that hindered its progress was made by Sir John Hayward at the beginning of his Lives of the Three Normans, Kings of England, published in 1613. Leaving aside the methods of the chroniclers, he had taken the classical historians as his model in his first part of the life and reign of King Henry II. The interest of this work to the modern reader lies in its structure, its attempt at artistic unity, its recognition that English history must be written on a different plan, rather than in its historical matter. But it was no sooner published than Hayward was committed to the Tower because the account of the deposition of Richard II was held to be treasonable, the offence being aggravated by the dedication, in perfectly innocent terms, to the Earl of Essex. His work was thus checked till he met with encouragement from Henry, Prince of Wales, a patron of literature, of whom, though a mere youth, such men as Johnson, Chapman, and Raleigh spoke with an enthusiasm that cannot be mistaken for flattery. Prince Henry saw the need of a worthy history of England. He therefore sent for Hayward to discuss the reasons with him. Prince Henry sent for me a few minutes before his death, and at my second coming to his presence, among some other speeches, he complained much of our histories of England, and that the English nation, which is inferior to none in honorable actions, should be surpassed by all, in lowing the memory of them to posterity. I answered, that I conceived these causes hereof: 1. That men of sufficiency were otherwise employed, either in public affairs, or in wrestling with the world, for maintenance or increase of their private estates. Another is, for that men might safely write of others in manner of a tale, but in manner of a history, safely they could not, because, albeit they should write of men long since dead, and whose posterity is clean worn out, yet some aliu, finding themselves foule in those vices, which they see observed, reproud, condemned in others, their guiltiness mocketh them apt to conceive, that whatsoever the words are, the finger pointeth only at them. The last is, for that the argument of our English history hath been so foiled heretofore by some unworthy writers, that men of quality may esteem themselves discredited by dealing in it. Then he questioned, whether I had wrote any part of our English history, other than that which had been published, which at that time he had in his hands. I answered, that I had wrote of certain of our English kings, by way of a brief description of their lives, but for history, I did principally bend, and bind myself to the times wherein I should live, in which my own observations might somewhat direct me, but as well in the one as in the other I had at that time perfected nothing. The result of the interview was that Hayward proceeded to perfect somewhat of both sorts. The brief description of the lives of the three Norman kings was in due course ordered to be published, and would have been dedicated to its real patron but for his untimely death. In dedicating it instead to Prince Charles, Hayward fortunately took the opportunity to relate his conversation with Prince Henry. How far he carried the other work is not certain. It survives in the fragment called The Beginning of the Reign of Queen Elizabeth, IV, published after his death with the life and reign of King Edward VI. He might have brought it down to the reign of James. Had he been at liberty to follow his own wishes, he would have been the first Englishman to write a history of his own time. But when an author incurred imprisonment for writing about the deposition of a sovereign, and when modern applications were read into accounts of what had happened long ago, the complexity of his own time was a dangerous if not a forbidden subject. There is a passage to the same effect in the preface to the History of the World by Sir Walter Raleigh, who, unlike Hayward, willingly chose to be silent on what he knew best. I know that it will be said by many that I might have been more pleasing to the reader if I had written the story of mine own times, having been permitted to draw water as near the wellhead as another. To this I answer that whosoever in writing a modern history shall follow truth too near the heels, it may happily strike out his teeth. There is no mistress or guide that hath led her followers and servants into greater miseries. It is enough for me, being in that state I am, to write of the eldest times, wherein also why may it not be said that in speaking of the past, I point at the present, and tax the vices of those that are yet living, and their persons that are long since dead, and have it laid to my charge? But this I cannot help, though innocent. He wrote of remote ages, and contributed nothing to historical knowledge. But he enriched English literature with a just history, as distinct from annals and chronicles. 5. I am not altogether ignorant, he said, in the laws of history, and of the kins. When we read his lives and commendations of the great men of antiquity as he pictured them, we cannot but regret that the same talents, the same overmastering interest in the eternal human problems, had not been employed in depicting men whom he had actually known. The other Elizabethan work that ranks with Raleigh's in its conception of the historian's office and in its literary excellence deals with another country. It is the History of the Turks by Richard Knowles. The character was definitely introduced into English literature when the historians took as their subjects contemporary or recent events at home, and abandoning the methods of the chronicle, fashioned their work on classical models. Its introduction had been further prepared to some extent by the growing interest in lives, which, unlike chronicles that recorded events, recognized the part played by men in the control of events. In his advancement of learning, Bacon regretted that Englishmen gave so little thought to describing the deeds and characters of their great countrymen. I do find strange, he said, that these times have so little esteemed the virtues of the times, as that the writing of lives should be no more frequent. He and Hayward both wrote lives with the consciousness that their methods were new in English, though largely borrowed from the classics. 6. Hayward tried to produce a picture of the period he dealt with, and his means for procuring harmoniousness of design was to center attention on the person of the sovereign. It is a conception of history not as a register of facts but as a representation of the national drama. His Henry IV gives the impression, especially by its speeches, that he looked upon history as resolving itself ultimately into a study of men, and it thus explains how he wished to be free to describe the times wherein he lived. He is on the whole earlier than Bacon, who wrote his history of the reign of King Henry VII late in life, during the leisure that was forced on him by his removal from all public offices. Written to display the controlling policy in days that were rough, and full of mutations, and rare accidents, it is a study of the statecraft and character of a king who had few personal gifts and small capacity for a brilliant part, yet won by his ready wisdom the best of all praises that what he minded he compassed. How he compassed it is what interested Bacon. I have not flattered him, he says, but took him to the life as well as I could, sitting so far off, and having no better light. Would that Bacon had felt at liberty to choose those who sat near at hand. Who better than the writer of the essays could have painted a series of miniatures of the courts of Elizabeth and James? When at last the political upheaval of this century compelled men to leave, whether in histories, or memoirs, or biographies, a record of what they had themselves experienced, the character attained to its full importance and excellence. That posterity may not be deceived by the prosperous wickedness of these times, into an opinion, that less than a general combination and universal apostasy in the whole nation from their religion and allegiance could in so short a time have produced such a total and prodigious alteration and confusion over the whole kingdom. And so the memory of those few who out of duty and conscience have opposed and resisted that torrent which hath overwhelmed them, may loose the recompense due to their virtue, and having undergone the injuries and reproaches of this, may not find a vindication in a better age. In these words Clarendon began his history of the rebellion. But he could not vindicate the memory of his political friends without describing the men who had overcome them. The history of these confused and difficult years would not be properly understood if the characters of all the chief actors in the tragic drama were not known. For to Clarendon history was the record of the struggle of personalities. When we are in the midst of a crisis, or view it from too near a distance, it is natural for us to think of it as a fight between the opposing leaders, and the historians of their own time are always liable to attribute to the personal force of a statesman what is due to general causes of which he is only the instrument. Of these general causes Clarendon took little account. Motives which influenced masses of men, it has been said, escape his appreciation, and the history of the rebellion is accordingly an account of the Puritan Revolution which is unintelligible because the part played by Puritanism is misunderstood or omitted altogether. 7. But the history of the rebellion is a Stuart portrait gallery, and the greatest portrait gallery in the English language. Footnote 1, Book 2, edition Aldous Wright, pages 92-5. Footnote 2, Histori nostri particulum quidem non male, sed catotum corpus ea fide, ec dignitate scriptus complexus sit, quam suscepti operis magnitudo postularet, hactinus plain neminem extatis constat. Nostri ex vis plebis historici, dum me statum tanti operis ornere studurint, putadissimis ineptius contaminarint. Ida factum est nescio qua huius insuli info elicitit, uti mires tue, serenissima regina, viri maximi, cum magnam huius orbis nostri partem imperio complexi, omnes sui temporis regis rerum gestarum gloria facil superunt, magnorum ingeniorum quasi lumen destituti, iis indignoti, and deletescent. Footnote 3, Critical Essays of the 17th Century, edition Spingarn, Volume 1, pages 82-115. Footnote 4, see also Camden Society Publications, No. 7, 1840. Footnote 5, Roger Ascham in his Schoolmaster divides history into diaria, annals, commentaries, and iustum historiam. Footnote 6, Bacon told Queen Elizabeth that there was no treason in Hayward's Henry IV, but very much felony, because Hayward had stolen many of his sentences and conceits out of Cornelius Tacitus, Apothegms, 58. Hayward and Bacon had a precursor in the author of the History of King Richard III, generally attributed to Sir Thomas More, and printed in the collection of his works published in 1557. It was known to the chroniclers, but it did not affect the writing of history. Nor did George Cavendish's Life and Death of Thomas Wolsey, which they likewise used for its facts. Footnote 7, C.H. Firth, Burnet as a historian, in Clark and Foxcroft's Life of Gilbert Burnet, 1907, pages 44, XLV. 2. The literary models. The authentic models for historical composition were in Greek and Latin. Much as our literature in the 16th and 17th centuries owed to the classics, the debt was nowhere more obvious, and more fully acknowledged, than in our histories. The number of translations is in itself remarkable. Many of them, and notably the greatest of all, North's Plutarch, belong to the early part of Elizabeth's reign, but they became more frequent at the very time when the inferiority of our native works was engaging attention. 1. By the middle of the 17th century the great classical historians could all be read in English. It was not through translation, however, that their influence was chiefly exercised. The classical historians who were best known were Thucydides, Polybius, and Plutarch among the Greeks, and Sallust, Livy, Tacitus, and Suetonius among the Latins, and the former group were not so well known as the latter. It was recognized that in Thucydides, to use Hobbes's words, the faculty of writing history is at the highest. 2. But Thucydides was a difficult author, and neither he nor Polybius exerted the same direct influence as the Latin historians who had imitated them, or learned from them. Most of what can be traced ultimately to the Greeks came to England in the 17th century through Latin channels. Every educated man had been trained in Latin, and was as familiar with it for literary purposes as with his native tongue. Further, the main types of history, the history of a long period of years, the history of recent events, and the biographical history, were all so admirably represented in Latin that it was not necessary to go to Greek for a model. In one respect Latin could claim preeminence. It might possess no single passage greater than the character study of Pericles or of the Athenians by Thucydides, but it developed the character study into a recognized and clearly defined element in historical narrative. Livy provided a pattern of narrative on a grand scale. For exquisite eloquence he was held not to have his equal. 3. But of all the Latin historians, Tacitus had the greatest influence. There is no learning so proper for the direction of the life of man as history. There is no history so well worth the reading as Tacitus. He hath written the most matter with best conceit in fewest words of any historiographer ancient or modern. 4. This had been said at the beginning of the first English translation of Tacitus, and it was the view generally held when he came to be better known. He appealed to Englishmen of the 17th century like no other historian. They felt the human interest of a narrative based on what the writer had experienced for himself, and they found that its political wisdom could be applied, or even applied itself spontaneously, to their own circumstances. They were widely read in the classics. They knew how Plutarch depicted character in his lives, and Cicero in his speeches. They knew all the Latin historians. But when they wrote their own characters, their chief master was Tacitus. Continental historians provided the incentive of rivalry. They too were the pupils of the ancients, and taught nothing that might not be learned equally well or better from their masters, but they invited the question why England should be behind Italy, France, or the Low Countries in worthy records of its achievements. In their own century, Thuanus, Davila, Bentivoglio, Strada, and Grotius set the standard for modern historical composition. Jacques Auguste Thou, or Thuanus, wrote in Latin a history of his own time in 138 books. He intended to complete it in 143 books with the assassination of Henri IV in 1610, but his labors were interrupted by his death in 1617. The collected edition of his monumental work was issued in 1620 under the title Iacobi Augusti Thuani Historiarum Suae Temporis ab anno 1543 usque ad annum 1607 Librix Viae. Enrico Caterino de Villa dealt with the affairs of France from Francis II to Henri IV in his Historia del Guerre Civile di Francia, published in 1630. Cardinal Guido Bentivoglio described the troubles in the Low Countries in his Della Guerra di Fiandra, published from 1632 to 1639. Fabianus Strata wrote on the same subject in Latin. The first part of his De Bella Belgico, which was meant to cover the period from 1555 to 1590 but was not completed, appeared in 1632, and the second in 1647. Hugo Grotius, the great Dutch scholar, had long been engaged on his Annals et Historiae de Rebus Belgicis when he died in 1640. It was brought out by his sons in 1657, and contained 5 books of annals from 1566 to 1588, and 18 books of histories to 1609. These 5 historians were well known in England, and were studied for their method as well as their matter. Burnet took Thuanus as his model. I have made him, he says, my pattern in writing. 5. The others are discussed by Clarendon in a long passage of his essay on an active and on a contemplative life. 6. He there develops the view, not without reference to his own history, that there was never yet a good history written but by men conversant in business, and of the best and most liberal education, and he illustrates it by comparing the histories of his 4 contemporaries. 2 of these are by so much preferable before the other 2, that the first may worthily stand by the sides of the best of the ancients, whilst both the others must be placed under them, and a man, without knowing more of them, may by reading their books find the difference between their extractions, their educations, their conversations, and their judgment. The first 2 are Henry de Villa and Cardinal Bentivoglio, both Italians of illustrious birth. They often set forth and describe the same actions with very pleasant and delightful variety, and commonly the greatest persons they have occasion to mention were very well known to them both, which makes their characters always very lively. Both their histories are excellent, and will instruct the ablest and wisest men how to write, and terrify them from writing. The other 2 were Hugo Grotius and Fabianus Strata, who both wrote in Latin upon the same argument, and of the same time, of the wars of Flanders, and of the Low Countries. He proceeds to show that Grotius, with all his learning and abilities, and with all his careful revisions, had not been able to give his narrative enough life and spirit. It was deficient in a lively representation of persons and actions, which makes the reader present at all they say or do. The whole passage, which is too long to be quoted in full, is not more valuable as a criticism than as an indication of his own aims, and of his equipment to realize them. Some years earlier, when he was still thinking with much agony about the method he was to employ in his own history, he had cited the methods of Davila, who, he added, I think hath written as ours should be written. 7. One of Clarendon's tests of a good history, it will be noted, is the lively representation of persons. The better writers are distinguished by making their characters always very lively. In his own hands and in Burnet's, the character assumes even greater importance than the continental historians had given it. At every opportunity Clarendon leaves off his narrative of events to describe the actors in the great drama, and Burnet introduces his main subject with what is in effect an account of his dramatis personae. They excel in the range and variety of their characters. But they had studied the continental historians, and the encouragement of example must not be forgotten. The debt to French literature can easily be overstated. No French influence is discoverable in the origin and rise of the English character, nor in its form or manner, but its later development may have been hastened by French example, especially during the third quarter of the 17th century. France was the home of the memoir, the personal record in which the individual portrays himself as the center of his world, and describes events and persons in the light of his own experience. It was established as a characteristic form of French literature in the 16th century, and it reached its full vigor and variety in the century of Sully, Rohan, Richelieu, Tallemant de Roux, Bassompierre, Madame de Motteville, Mlie de Montpensier, La Rochefoucauld, Villers, Cardinal de Retz, Bussy-Rabutin, to name but a few. This was the age of the memoir, always interesting, often admirably written, and, as might be expected, sometimes exhibiting the art of portraiture at perfection. The English memoir is comparatively late. The word, in the sense of a narrative of personal recollections, was borrowed at the Restoration. The thing itself, under other names, is older. It is a branch of history that flourishes in stirring and difficult times when men believe themselves to have special information about hidden forces that directed the main current of events, and we date it in this country from the period of the Civil Wars. It is significant that when Shaftesbury in his old age composed his short and fragmentary autobiography he began by saying, I in this follow the French fashion, and write my own memoirs. Even Swift, when publishing Temple's memoirs, said that 'tis to the French, if I mistake not, we chiefly owe that manner of writing, and Sir William Temple is not only the first, but I think the only Englishman, at least of any consequence, who ever attempted it. Few English memoirs were then in print, whereas French memoirs were to be numbered by dozens. But the French fashion is not to be regarded as an importation into English literature, supplying what had hitherto been lacking. At most it stimulated what already existed. The memoir was not the only setting for French portraits at this time. There were the French romances, and notably the Artemine ou Le Grand Cyrus and the Clélie of Madeleine de Scudéry. The full significance of the Grand Cyrus has been recovered for modern readers by Victor Cousin, with great skill and charm, in his Société Française au XVIIIe siècle, where he has shown it to be, properly speaking, a history in portraits. The characters were drawn from familiar figures in French society. Ainsi s'explique, says Cousin, l'immense succès du Cyrus dans le temps où il paraît. C'était une galerie de portraits vrais et frappants, mais un peu embellis, au tout ce qu'il y avait de plus illustre en tout genre, princes, courtesans, militaires, beaux esprits, et surtout jolies femmes, allant se chercher et se reconnaissant avec un plaisir inexprimable. 9. It was easy to attack these romances. Boileau made fun of them because the classical names borne by the characters were so absurdly at variance with the matter of the stories. 10. But instead of giving, as he said, a French air and spirit to Greece and Rome, Madeleine de Scudéry only gave Greek and Roman names to France as she knew it. The names were a transparent disguise that was not meant to conceal the picture of fashionable society. The next stage was the portrait by itself, without any setting. At the height of the popularity of the romances, Mlie de Montpensier hit upon a new kind of entertainment for the talented circle of which she was the brilliant center. It was nothing more nor less than a paper game. They drew each other, or persons whom they knew, or themselves, and under their real names. And they played the game so well that what was written for amusement was worth printing. Divers Portraits, in Primes and LNEMDC Licks was the simple title of the first collection, which was intended only for the contributors. 11. When it reached its final form in 1663, it contained over 150 portraits, and was offered to the public as La Galerie de Peintures, au recueil de portraits et éloges en vers et en prose, contenant les portraits du roi, de la reine, de princes, princesses, duchesses, marquises, comtesses, et autres seigneurs et dames les plus illustres de France. La plupart composés par eux-mêmes. 12. The introductory defense of the portraits cites Suetonius and Plutarch, and Horace and Montaigne, but also states frankly the true original of the new fashion. Il faut avouer que nous sommes très redevables aux Cyrus et à la clé que nous en ont fourni les modèles. About the same time Antoine Baudot, Sieur de Saumaise, brought out his Grand Dictionnaire de Précieuses. 13. In which there are many portraits in the accepted manner. The portrait was more than a fashion at this time in France. It was the rage. It therefore invited the satirists. Molière has a passing jest at them in his Précieuses Ridicules wink with a frown. 14. Charles Sorel published his description de l'Isle de la Portraiture et de la Ville de Portraits, and Boileau wrote his Heroes de Roman. The effects of all this in England are certainly not obvious. It is quite a tenable view that the English characters would have been no less numerous, nor in any way different in quality, had every Englishman been ignorant of French. But the memoirs and romances were well known, and it was after 1660 that the art of the character attained its fullest excellence. The literary career of Clarendon poses the question in a simple form. Most of his characters, and the best as a whole, were written at Montpellier towards the close of his life. Did he find in French literature an incentive to indulge and perfect his natural bent? Yet there can be no conclusive answer to those who find a sufficient explanation in the leisure of these unhappy years, and in the solace that comes to chiefs out of war and statesmen out of place in ruminating on their experiences and impressions. Something may have been learned also from the other kind of character that is found at its best in modern literature in the 17th century, the character derived from Theophrastus, and depicting not the individual but the type. In France, the one kind led on to the other. The romances of Scudery prepared the way for the characters aux les moeurs de ce siècle of La Bruyère. When the fashionable portrait of particular persons fell out of favor, there arose in its place the description of dispositions and temperaments, and in the hands of La Bruyère the manners of the century were the habits and varieties of human nature. In England the two kinds existed side by side. They correspond to the two methods of the drama. Begin with the individual, but draw him in such a way that we recognize in him our own or others' qualities. Or begin with the qualities shared by classes of people, embody these in a person who stands for the greatest common measure of the class, and finally, and only then, let him take on his distinctive traits. These are methods which are not confined to the drama, and at all stages of our literature have lived in helpful rivalry. Long before France had her La Bruyère, England had her Hall, Overbury, and Earl. 15. The Theophrastan character was at its best in this country at the beginning of the 17th century when the historical character was still in its early stages, and it was declining when the historical character had attained its full excellence. They cannot always be clearly distinguished, and they are sometimes purposely blended, as in Butler's character of a Duke of Bucks, where the satire on a man of pronounced individuality is heightened by describing his eccentricities as if they belonged to a recognized class. The great lesson that the Theophrastan type of character could teach was the value of balance and unity. A haphazard statement of features and habits and peculiarities might suffice for a sketch, but perspective and harmony were necessary to a finished portrait. It taught that the surest method in depicting character was first to conceive the character as a whole, and then to introduce detail incidentally and in proper subordination. But the same lesson could have been learned elsewhere. It might have been learned from the English drama. Footnote 1. North's Plutarch went into 5 editions between 1579 and 1631. Thucydides was translated by Hobbes in 1629, and Polybius by Edward Grimeston in 1633. Xenophon's Anabasis was translated by John Bingham in 1623, and the Cyropedia by Philemon Holland in 1632. Arthur Golding's version of Caesar's Gallic War was several times reprinted between 1565 and 1609. Philemon Holland, the translator general of the age, as Fuller called him, brought out his Livy in 1600, and his Suetonius in 1606. Sallust was translated by Thomas Heywood in 1608, and by William Cross in 1629. Velius Paterculus was rendered English by Sir Robert Le Giarwyas in 1632, and by 1640 there had been 6 editions of Sir Henry Saville's Histories and Agricola of Tacitus, first published in 1591, and 5 editions of Richard Greenway's Annals in Germany, first published in 1598. C. H. R. Palmer's English editions and translations of Greek and Latin classics printed before 1641, Bibliographical Society, 1911. Footnote 2. Thucydides, in whom, I believe with many others, the faculty of writing history is at the highest. Thucydides, 1629, to the readers. Footnote 3. Philemon Holland's Livy, 1600, dedication to Elizabeth. Footnote 4. Sir Henry Saville's Tacitus, 1591, A.B. to the reader. Footnote 5. Supplement to Burnet's History, edition H. C. Foxcroft, page 451. Footnote 6. In Reflections upon Several Christian Duties, Divine and Moral, by way of essays, printed in a collection of several tracts of Edward Earl of Clarendon, 1727, pages 80-1. Footnote 7. Letter to the Earl of Bristol, February 1, 1646, State Papers, Volume 2, page 334. De Villa was very well known in England, better, it would appear, than the other 3, and was credited with being more than a mere literary model. Clarendon says that from his account of the civil wars of France no question our gamesters learned much of their play. Sir Philip Warwick, after remarking that Hampden was well read in history, tells us that the first time he ever saw De Villa's book it was lent to him under the title of Mr. Hampden's Vade Mecum, Memoirs, 1701, page 240. A translation was published by the authority of the Parliament in 1647-8. Translations of Strata, Bentivoglio, and Grotius followed in 1650, 1654, and 1665. Only parts of Thuanus were translated. The size of his history was against a complete version. Footnote 8. See the Memoirs of Montluc, Brantome, La Nuit, and c. The 52 volumes in Petitot's incomplete series entitled Collection de Mémoires relatifs à l'histoire de France jusqu'au commencement du XVIIe siècle show at a glance the remarkable richness of French literature in the memoir at an early date. Footnote 9. La Société Française au XVIIe siècle, 1858, Volume 1, page 7. The key drawn up in 1657 is printed as an appendix. Footnote 10. Art Poétique 3. 115-18. Footnote 11. Cousin, Madame de Sable, 1854, pages 42-8. Footnote 12. Edited by Edouard de Barthélemy in 1860 under the title La Galerie de Portraits de Mademoiselle de Montpensier. Footnote 13. Edited by C. H. Livet, 1856, Bibliothèque Elzevirienne. 2 volumes. Footnote 14. SCX. Where Madeleine says Je vous avoue que je suis furieusement pour les portraits, je n'y vois rien de si galant que cela, and Mascaro replies, Les portraits sont difficiles, et demandent un esprit profond, vous en verrez de ma manière que n'y vous déplairent pas. Footnote 15. Joseph Hall's Characters of Virtues and Vices appeared in 1608. Overbury's Characters 1614-22. Forel. See pages 168-70. 3. Clarendon. Clarendon's History of the Rebellion and Civil Wars in England is made up of 2 works composed with different purposes and at a distance of 20 years. The first, which may be called the Manuscript History, belongs to 1646-8. The second, the Manuscript Life, to 1668-70. They were combined to form the history as we now read it in 1671, when new sections were added to give continuity and to complete the narrative. On Clarendon's death in 1674, the manuscripts passed to his 2 sons, Henry Hyde, 2nd Earl of Clarendon, and Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, and under the supervision of the latter a transcript of the history was made for the printers. The work was published at Oxford in 3 handsome folio volumes in 1702, 1703, and 1704, and became the property of the university. The portions of the manuscript life which Clarendon had not incorporated in the history as being too personal were published by the university in 1759, under the title The Life of Edward Earl of Clarendon, and were likewise printed from a transcript. 1. The original manuscripts, now also in the possession of the university of which Clarendon's family were such generous benefactors, enable us to fix the dates of composition. We know whether a part belongs originally to the manuscript history or the manuscript life, or whether it was pieced in later. More than this, Clarendon every now and again inserts the month and the day on which he began or ended a section. We can thus trace the stages by which his great work was built up, and learn how his art developed. We can also judge how closely the printed texts represent what Clarendon had written. The old controversy on the authenticity of the first edition has long been settled. 2. The original editors did their work faithfully according to the editorial standards of their day, and they were well within the latitude allowed them by the terms of Clarendon's instructions when they occasionally omitted a passage, or when they exercised their somewhat prim and cautious taste in altering and polishing phrases that Clarendon had dashed down as quickly as his pen could move. 3. Later editors have restored the omitted passages and scrupulously reproduced Clarendon's own words. But no edition has yet reproduced his spelling. In the characters printed in this volume the attempt is made, for the first time it is believed, to represent the original manuscripts accurately to the letter. 4. On the defeat of the last Royalist army in Cornwall in February 1646 it was necessary to provide for the safety of Prince Charles, and Clarendon, in these days Sir Edward Hyde, accompanied him when on the night of March 2 he set sail for Scilly. They arrived in Scilly on March 4, and there they remained till April 16, when the danger of capture by the parliamentary fleet compelled them to make good their escape to Jersey. It is a remarkable testimony to the vigor of Clarendon's mind that even in the midst of this crisis he should have been able to begin his history. He began it in Scilly on March 18, 1646. The date is at the head of his manuscript, and once he was settled in Jersey he immediately resumed it. But in writing his history he did not, in these days, think of himself only as an historian. He was a trusted adviser of the defeated party, and he planned his faithful narrative of what he knew so well not solely to vindicate the character and conduct of the king, but also with the immediate purpose of showing how the disasters had been brought out, and by implication, how further disaster might be avoided. The proof of this is to be found not in the history itself, where he seems to have his eye only on posterity and a better age, but in his correspondence. In a letter written to Sir Edward Nicholas, the King's secretary, on November 15, 1646, Clarendon spoke of his history at some length. As soon as I found myself alone, I thought the best way to provide myself for new business against the time I should be called to it, for, Mr. Secretary, you and I must once again to business, was to look over the faults of the old, and so I resolved, which you know I threatened you with long ago, to write the history of these evil times, and of this most lovely rebellion. Well, without any other help than a few diurnals I have wrote of longer paper than this, and in the same fine small hand, above 60 sheets of paper. I write with all fidelity and freedom of all I know, of persons and things, and the oversights and omissions on both sides, in order to what they desired, so that you will believe it will make mad work among friends and foes if it were published. But out of it enough may be chosen to make a perfect story, and the original kept for their perusal, who may be the wiser for knowing the most secret truths. And you know it will be an easier matter to blot out 2 sheets, than to write half in one. If I live to finish it, as on my conscience I shall, for I write apace, I intend to seal it up, and have it always with me. If I die, I appoint it to be delivered to you, to whose care, with a couple of good fellows more, I shall leave it, that either of you dying, you may so preserve it, that in due time somewhat by your care may be published, and the original be delivered to the king, who will not find himself flattered in it, nor irreverently handled though, the truth will better suit a dead than a living man. 3 hours a day I assign to this writing task, the rest to other study and books, so I doubt not after 7 years' time in this retirement, you will find me a pretty fellow. 5. From this, as from other passages in his letters, Clarendon's first intentions are clear. The history was to be a repository of authentic information on this most lovely rebellion, constructed with the specifically didactic purpose of showing the king and his advisers what lessons were to be learned from their errors. They would be the wiser for knowing the most secret truths. At first he looked on his work as containing the materials of a perfect story, but as he proceeded his ambitions grew. He had begun to introduce characters, and when in the spring of 1647 he was about to write his first character of Lord Falkland, he had come to the view that the preservation of the fame and merit of persons, and deriving the same to posterity, is no less the business of history than the truth of things. 6. He gave much thought to the character of Falkland, whom the next age shall be taught, he was determined to value more than the present did. 7. Concurrently with the introduction of characters, he paid more attention to the literary, as distinct from the didactic, merits of his work. We find him comparing himself with other historians, and considering what Livy and Tacitus would have done in like circumstances. By the spring of 1648, he had brought down his narrative to the opening of the campaign of 1644. Earlier in the year he had been commanded by the king to be ready to rejoin Prince Charles, and shortly afterwards he received definite instructions from the Queen to attend on her and the Prince at Paris. He left Jersey in June, and with his re-entry into active politics his history was abruptly ended. The 7 years of retirement which he had anticipated were cut down by the outbreak of the Second Civil War to 2, and within a year the king for whose benefit he had begun this history was led to the scaffold. Not for 20 years was Clarendon again to have the leisure to be an historian. When in 1668 he once more took up his pen, it was not a continuation of the first work, but an entirely new work that came in steady flow from the abundance of his knowledge. Clarendon returned to England as Lord Chancellor in 1660, and for 7 years enjoyed the power which he had earned by ceaseless devotion to his 2 royal masters. The ill success of the war with the Dutch, jealousy of his place and influence, the spiteful opposition of the king's chief mistress, and the king's own resentment at an attitude that showed too little deference, and imprudently suggested the old relations of tutor and pupil, all combined to bring about his fall. He fled from England on November 30, 1667, and was never to set foot in England again. Broken in health and spirit, he sought in vain for many months a resting place in France, and not till July 1668 did he find a new home at Montpellier. Here his health improved, and here he remained till June 1671. These were busy years of writing, and by far the greater portion of his published work, if his letters and state papers be excluded, belongs to this time. First of all he answered the charge of high treason brought against him by the House of Commons in a discourse, by way of vindication of myself, begun on July 24, 1668. He wrote most of his reflections upon several Christian duties, divine and moral, a collection of 25 essays, some of considerable length, on subjects largely suggested by his own circumstances. And he completed between December 1668 and February 1671 his contemplations and reflections upon the Psalms of David, an elaborate exposition extending to well over 400 folio pages of print, which he had begun at Jersey in 1647. But his great work at this time was his Life, begun on July 23, 1668, and brought down to 1660 by August 1, 1670. It is by far the most elaborate autobiography that had yet been attempted in English. The manuscript consists of over 600 pages, and each page contains on an average about 1,000 words. He wrote with perfect freedom, for this work, unlike the earlier history, was not intended for the eyes of the king, and the didactic days were over. He wrote too with remarkable ease. The very appearance of the manuscript, where page follows page with hardly an erasure, and the fine hand becomes finer and finer, conveys even a sense of relief and pleasure. His pen seems to move of itself and the long and elaborate sentences to evolve of their own free will. The story of his life became a loose framework into which he could fit all that he wished to tell of his own times, and the more he told, his vindication would be the more complete. Even unawares, he admitted, many things are inserted not so immediately applicable to his own person, which possibly may hereafter, in some other method, be communicated to the world. 8. He welcomed the opportunity to tell all that he knew. There was no reason for reticence. He wrote of men as of things frankly as he knew them. More than a history of the rebellion, his life is also a picture of the society in which he had moved. It is the work which contains most of his characters. 9. His early history had been left behind in England on his sudden flight. For about 4 years he was debarred from all intercourse with his family, but in 1671 the royal displeasure so far relaxed that his second son, Lawrence, was granted a pass to visit him, and he brought the manuscript that had been left untouched for 20 years. They met in June at Moulins, which was to be Clarendon's home till April 1674. Once the old and the new work were both in his hands, he cast his great history of the rebellion in its final form, and thus finished the work which his heart was most set upon. In June 1672 he turned to the continuation of his life, which deals with his chancellorship and his fall, and was not intended ever for a public view, or for more than the information of his children. As its conclusion shows, it was his last work to be completed, but while engaged on it he found time to write much else, including his reply to Hobbes's Leviathan. In all this retirement, he could well say, in a passage which reads like his obituary, he was very seldom vacant, and then only when he was under some sharp visitation of the gout, from reading excellent books, or writing some animadversions and exercitations of his own, as appears by the papers and notes which he left. The activity of these years of banishment is remarkable in a man who had turned 60 and had passed through about 30 years of continuous storm. His intellectual vitality was unimpaired. The old English jollity that Evelyn had remarked in him in happier if more difficult days had gone, but the even temper from which it had sprung still remained. He was at his best as a writer then. Writing was never an effort to him, but in his exile it was an exercise and recreation. He could have said with Dryden that what judgment I had increases rather than diminishes, and thoughts, such as they are, come crowding in so fast upon me, that my only difficulty is to choose or to reject. He was still in hopes that he would be allowed to return to England, to die in his own country, and among his children. 7 years, he said, was a time prescribed and limited by God himself for the expiration of some of his greatest judgments. 10. In the 7th year of his banishment he left Moulins for Rouen, so as to be nearer home. His hopes were vain. He died at Rouen on December 9, 1674. 11. His body was brought to England for burial in Westminster. Clarendon had been interested in the study of character all his life. His earliest work was the difference and disparity between the estates and conditions of George Duke of Buckingham and Robert Earl of Essex. Sir Henry Wotton had written observations on these statesmen by way of parallel, and Clarendon pointed out as a sequel wherein they differed. It is a somewhat labored composition in comparison with his later work, a young man's careful essay that lacks the confidence that comes with experience, but it shows at an early stage the talents which knowledge and practice were to develop into mastery. The school in which he learned most was the circle of his friends. Few men can have owed more to their friends than he did, or have been more generous in acknowledging the debt. He tells us he was often heard to say that next the immediate blessing and providence of God Almighty, which had preserved him throughout the whole course of his life, less strict than it ought to have been, from many dangers and disadvantages, in which many other young men were lost, he owed all the little he knew, and the little good that was in him, to the friendships and conversation he had still been used to. Of the most excellent men in their several kinds that lived in that age, by whose learning, and information, and instruction, he formed his studies, and mended his understanding, and by whose gentleness and sweetness of behavior, and justice, and virtue, and example, he formed his manners, subdued that pride and suppressed that heat and passion he was naturally inclined to be transported with. He used often to say, he continues, that he never was so proud, or thought himself so good a man, as when he was the worst man in the company. He cultivated his friendships, it is true, with an eye to his advancement, but it is equally true that he had a nature which invited friendships. He enjoyed to the full the pleasure of living and seeing others live, and a great part of his pleasure consisted in observing how men differed in their habits and foibles. He tells how Ben Jonson did not understand why young Mr. Hyde should neglect the delights of his company at the call of business, how Selden, with all his stupendous learning, was never more studious of anything than his ease, how Earl gave a wrong impression by the negligence of his dress and mien, whereas no man was more wary and cultivated in his behavior and discourse. How Chillingworth argued for the pleasure of arguing and thereby irritated his friends and at last grew confident of nothing. How Hales, great in scholarship but diminutive in stature, liked to be by himself but had a very open and pleasant conversation in congenial company. How Waller nursed his reputation for ready wit by seeming to speak on the sudden what he had thoroughly considered. In all his accounts of the friends of his youth Clarendon is in the background, but we picture him moving among them at ease, conscious of his inferiority in learning and brilliance and the gentler virtues, yet trusting to his own judgment, and convinced that every man worth knowing has a pronounced individuality. In these happy and irresponsible days, when he numbered poets among his friends, he himself wrote poetry. Little of it is preserved. He contributed introductory verses to Davenant's Albovine, and composed verses on the death of Donne. His poetry was well enough known for Dryden to allude to it during his Lord Chancellorship, in the address presented to him at the height of his power in 1662. The Muses, who your early courtship boasts, though now your flames are with their beauty lost, yet watch their time, that if you have forgot they were your mistresses, the world may not. But first the law claimed him, and then politics, and then came the Civil War. As Privy Councillor and Chancellor of the Exchequer he was in the thick of the conflict. The men whom he had now to study were men of affairs. He had the clear and unimpassioned vision which often goes with a warm temperament, and could scrutinize his friends without endangering his affection for them. However deeply his feelings might be engaged, he had taken a pleasure in trying to see them exactly as they were. When he came to judge his political enemies he continued the same attitude of detachment, and studiously cultivated it. I am careful, he said in a private letter, 12, to do justice to every man who hath fallen in the quarrel, on which side soever. I know myself, he said in the History, 13, to be very free from any of those passions which naturally transport men with prejudice towards the persons whom they are obliged to mention, and whose actions they are at liberty to censure. It was beyond human nature for a man who had lived through what he did to be completely unprejudiced. He did not always scrupulously weigh what he knew would be to the discredit of the parliamentary leaders, nor did he ignore mere royalist rumor, as in the character of Pym. But his characters of them are often more favorable than might have been expected. He may show his personal dislike, or even his sense of their crime, but behind this he permits us to see the qualities which contributed to their success. There can be no reasonable objection to his characters of Hampden and Cromwell. Political partisans find them disappointing, and they are certainly not the final verdict. The worst that can be said of them is that they are drawn from a wrong point of view, but from that point of view their honesty is unquestionable. He does not distinguish men by their party. The folly of his own side is exhibited as relentlessly as the knavery of his opponents. Of no one did he write a more unfavorable character than the Earl of Arundel. He explains the failure of Laud, and he does not conceal the weakness of Charles. There is a broad distinction between his earlier and later characters. While he was still in the midst of the conflict, and hoped to influence it by stating what he knew, he depicted the individual in relation to events. When the conflict was over and he was at leisure to draw on his recollections, he made the individual to a greater degree the representative of the type. But the distinction is not clearly marked, and Clarendon may not have suspected it. His habitual detachment was assisted by his exile. The displeasure of his ungrateful master, from whom he had never been separated during 17 difficult years, had proved the vanity of the little things of life. He looked at men from a distance that obscures what is insignificant, and shows only the essential. All his characters are clearly defined. We never confound them. We never have any doubt of how he understood them. He sees men as a whole before he begins to describe them, and then his only difficulty, as his manuscripts show, is to make his pen move fast enough. He does not build up his characters. He does not, as many others do, start with the external features in the hope of arriving at the central facts. He starts from the center and works outwards. This is the reason of the convincingness of his characters, their dramatic truth. The dramatic sense in him is stronger than the pictorial. He troubles little about personal appearance, or any of the traits which would enable us to visualize his men. We understand them rather than see them. Hampden, he tells us, was of a most civil and affable deportment, and had a flowing courtesy to all men, a rare temper and modesty. It is Sir Philip Warwick who speaks of the scurf commonly on his face. 14. He says that the younger Vane had an unusual aspect, and leaves us wondering what was unusual. His Falkland is an exception, but he adopted a different scale when describing his greatest friend and only hero. Each of his 2 accounts of Falkland is in fact a brief biography rather than a character. The earliest of them, written shortly after Falkland's death, he once thought of making into a volume by itself. In his characters proper he confines himself more strictly than any other writer to matters of character. They are characters rather than portraits. But portraiture was one of his passions, though he left its practice to the painters. He adorned his houses with the likenesses of his friends. It was fitting that our greatest character writers should have formed one of the great collections of pictures of wits, poets, philosophers, famous and learned Englishmen. 15. To describe them on paper, and to contrive that they should look down on him from his walls, were different ways of indulging the same keen and tireless interest in the life amid which he moved. Footnote 1. For a detailed examination of the composition and value of Clarendon's history, see the 3 articles by Professor C. H. Firth in the English Historical Review for 1904. No student of Clarendon can ever afford to neglect them. Footnote 2. See number 33, Introductory Note. Footnote 3. See number 6, Introductory Note, and number 36, page 142. 17 to 22 note. Footnote 4. Contractions have been expanded. The punctuation of the original is slight, and it has been found desirable occasionally to insert commas, where 17th century printers would have inserted them, but the run of the sentences has not been disturbed. In modernized versions, Clarendon's long sentences are sometimes needlessly subdivided. Footnote 5. State Papers, 1773, Volume 2, pages 288 to 9. Footnote 6. Letter of March 16, 1647, infra page 275. Footnote 7. Letter of January 8, 1647, T.H. Lister, Life of Clarendon, 1837, Volume 3, page 43. Footnote 8. Edition 1857, Part 1, Section 85, omitted in the edition of 1759. Footnote 9. Of the 37 characters by Clarendon in this volume, 27 are from the manuscript Life. Footnote 10. State Papers, 1786, Volume 3, Sup. p. XLV. Footnote 11. Clarendon's lifetime coincided almost exactly with Milton's. He was 2 months younger than Milton, and died 1 month later. Footnote 12. December 14, 1647, infra page 275. Footnote 13. Book 9, Adonit. Edition McRae, Volume 4, page 3. Footnote 14, see note, page 129, LL 22 FF. Footnote 15, Evelyn's Diary, December 20, 1668. See the account of the Clarendon Gallery in Lady Teresa Lewis's Lives of the Friends of Clarendon, 1852, Volume 1, pages 15 *FF, and Volume 3, pages 241 FF. 4. Other character writers. When Clarendon's history was at last made public, no part of it was more frequently discussed, or more highly praised, than its characters. So just, said Evelyn, and tempered without the least ingredient of passion or tincture of revenge, yet with such natural and lively touches as show his lordship well knew not only the persons outsides, but their very interiors. 1. About the same time, and probably as a consequence of the publication of Clarendon's work, Bishop Burnet proceeded to put into its final form the history on which he had been engaged since 1683. He gave special attention to his characters, some of which he entirely rewrote. They at once invited comparison with Clarendon's, and first impressions, then as now, were not in their favor. His characters are miserably wrought, said Swift. 2. Burnet was in close touch with the political movements of his time. For above 30 years, he wrote, I have lived in such intimacy with all who have had the chief conduct of affairs, and have been so much trusted, and on so many important occasions employed by them, that I have been able to penetrate far into the true secrets of counsels and designs. 3. He had a retentive memory, and a full share of worldly wisdom. But he was not an artist like Clarendon. His style has none of the sustained dignity, the leisurely evolution, which in Clarendon is so strangely at variance with the speed of composition. All is stated, nothing suggested. There is a succession of short sentences, each perfectly clear in itself, often unlinked to what precedes or follows, and always without any of the finer shades of meaning. It is rough work, and on the face of it hasty, and so it would have remained, no matter how often it had been revised. Again, Burnet does not always have perfect control of the impression he wishes to convey. It is as if he did not have the whole character in his mind before he began to write, but collected his thoughts from the stores of his memory in the process of composition. We are often uncertain how to understand a character before we have read it all. In some cases he seems to be content to present us with the material from which, once we have pieced it together ourselves, we can form our own judgment. But what he tells us has been vividly felt by him, and is vividly presented. The great merit of his characters lies in their realism. Of the Earl of Lauderdale he says that he made a very ill appearance. He was very big, his hair red, hanging oddly about him. His tongue was too big for his mouth, which made him bedo all that he talked to. There is no hint of this in Clarendon's character of Lauderdale, nor could Clarendon have spoken with the same directness. Burnet has no circumlocutions, just as in private life he was not known to indulge in them. When he reports what was said in conversation he gives the very words. Lauderdale was a man, as the Duke of Buckingham called him to me, of a blundering understanding. Halifax hoped that God would not lay it to his charge if he could not digest iron, as an ostrich did, nor take into his belief things that must burst him. It is the directness and actuality of such things as these, and above all his habit of describing men in relation to himself, that make his best characters so vivid. Burnet is seldom in the background. He allows us to suspect that it is not the man himself whom he presents to us but the man as he knew him, though he would not have admitted the distinction. He could not imitate the detachment of Clarendon, who is always deliberately impersonal, and writes as if he were pronouncing the impartial judgment of history from which there can be no appeal. Burnet views his men from a much nearer distance. His perspective may sometimes be at fault, but he gets the detail. With all his shrewd observation, it must be admitted that his range of comprehension was limited. There were no types of character too subtle for Clarendon to understand. There were some which eluded Burnet's grasp. He is at his best in describing such a man as Lauderdale, where the roughness of the style is in perfect keeping with the subject. His character of Shaftesbury, whom he says he knew for many years in a very particular manner, is a valuable study and a remarkable companion piece to Dryden's Achitophel. But he did not understand Halifax. The surface levity misled him. He tells us unsuspectingly as much about himself as about Halifax. He tells us that the trimmer could never be quite serious in the good bishop's company. We learn more about Halifax from his own elaborate study of Charles II. It is a prolonged analysis by a man of clear vision, and perfect balance of judgment, and no prepossessions, who was, moreover, master of the easy pellucid style that tends to maxim and epigram. A more impartial and convincing estimate of any king need never be expected. In method and purpose, it stands by itself. It is indeed not so much a character in the accepted sense of the word as a scientific investigation of a personality. Others try to make us see and understand their men. Halifax anatomizes. Yet he occasionally permits us to discover his own feelings. Nothing disappointed him more in the merry monarch than the company he kept, and his comprehensive taste in wit. Of all men that ever liked those who had wit, he could the best endure those who had none. There is more here than is on the surface. We see at once Charles, and his court, and Halifax himself. As a class, the statesmen and politicians more than hold their own with the other character writers of the 17th century. Shaftesbury's picture of Henry Hastings, a country gentleman of the old school, who carried well into the Stuart period the habits and life of Tudor times, shows a side of his varied accomplishments which has not won the general recognition that it deserves. It is a sketch exactly in the style of the 18th century essayists. It makes us regret that the fragmentary autobiography in which it is found did not come down to a time when it could have included sketches of his famous contemporaries. The literary skill of his grandson, the author of the Characteristics, was evidently inherited. Sir Philip Warwick has the misfortune to be overshadowed by Clarendon. As secretary to Charles I in the year before his execution, and as a minor government official under Charles II, he was well acquainted with men and affairs. Burnet describes him as an honest but a weak man, and adds that though he pretended to wit and politics, he was not cut out for that, and least of all for writing of history. He could at least write characters. They do not bear the impress of a strong personality, but they have the fair-mindedness and the calm outlook that spring from a gentle and unassertive nature. His Cromwell and his Laud are alike greatly to his credit, and the private view that he gives us of Charles has unmistakable value. His memoirs remained in manuscript till 1701, the year before the publication of Clarendon's History. It was the first book to appear with notable characters of the men of the Civil Wars and the Protectorate. The Histories and Memoirs of the 17th century contain by far the greatest number of its characters, but they are to be found also in scattered lives, and in the collections of material that mark the rise of modern English biography. There are disappointingly few by Fuller. In his Worthies of England he is mainly concerned with the facts of a man's life, and though, in his own word, he fleshes the bare skeleton of time, place, and person with pleasant passages, and interlaces many delightful stories by way of illustrations, and everywhere holds us by the quaint turns of his fertile fancy, yet the scheme of the book did not involve the depicting of character. Nor did it allow him to deal with many contemporaries whom he had known. In the present volume it has therefore been found best to represent him by the studies of Bacon and Laud in his church history. Bacon he must have described largely from hearsay, but what he says of Laud is an admirable specimen of his manner, and leaves us wishing that he had devoted himself in larger measure to the worthies of his own time. There are no characters in Aubrey's brief lives, which are only a series of rough jottings by a prince of gossips, who collected what he could and put it all on paper tumultuarily. But the extracts from what he says of Hobbes and Milton may be considered as notes for a character, details that awaited a greater artist than Aubrey was to work them into a picture, and if Hobbes and Milton are to be given a place, as somehow or other they must be, in a collection of the kind that this volume offers, there is no option but to be content with such notes, for there is no set character of either of them. The value of the facts which Aubrey has preserved is shown by the use made of them by all subsequent biographers, and notably by Anthony A. Wood, whose Athene Oxonienses is our first great biographical dictionary. Lives of English men of letters begin in the 17th century, and from Raleigh's Life of Bacon, Sprat's Life of Cowley, and the anonymous Life of Fuller it is possible to extract passages which are in effect characters. But Walton's Lives, the best of all 17th century lives, refuse to yield any section, for each of them is all of a piece. They are from beginning to end continuous character studies, revealing qualities of head and heart in their affectionate record of fact and circumstance. There is therefore nothing in this volume from his Life of Donne, or his Life of Herbert. As a rule, the characters that can be extracted from lives are much inferior to the clearly defined characters that are inserted in histories. The focus is not the same. When an author, after dealing with a man's career, sums up his mental and moral qualities in a section by itself, he does not trust to it alone to convey the total impression. He is too liable also to panegyric, like Raleigh, who could see no fault in his master Bacon, or Sprat, who, in Johnson's words, produced a funeral oration on Cowley. There are no characters of scholars or poets so good as Clarendon's Hales, or Earle, or Chillingworth, or Waller, and for this reason, that Clarendon envisages them, not as scholars or poets but as men, and gains a definite and complete effect within small compass. Roger North made his life of his brother Lord Keeper Guilford an account of the bench and bar under Charles II and James II. Of its many sketches of lawyers whom he or his brother had known, none is so perfect in every way as the character of Chief Justice Saunders, a remarkable man in real life who still lives in North's pages with all his eccentricities. North writes at length about his brother, yet nowhere do we see and understand him so clearly as we see and understand Saunders. The truth is that a life and a character have different objects and methods and do not readily combine. It is only a small admixture of biography that a character will endure. And with the steady development of biography the character declined. A character must be short, and it must be entire, the complete expression of a clear judgment. The perfect model is provided by Clarendon. He has more than formal excellence. Motives, said Johnson, are generally unknown. We cannot trust to the characters we find in history, unless when they are drawn by those who knew the persons, as those, for instance, by Sallust and by Lord Clarendon. 4. Footnote 1. Letter to Pepys, January 20, 1703. Pepys's Diary, edition Braybrook, 1825, Volume 2, page 290. Footnote 2. Short remarks on Bishop Burnet's history, Adonit. Footnote 3. History Preface. Footnote 4. Boswell, 1769, edition G. B. Hill, Volume 2, page 79. Sooner or later everyone who deals with the history or literature of the 17th century has to own his obligations to Professor C.H. Firth. My debt is not confined to his writings, references to which will be found continually in the notes. At every stage of the preparation of this volume I have had the advantage of his most generous interest. And with his name it is a pleasure to associate in one compendious acknowledgment the names of Dr. Henry Bradley and Mr. Percy Simpson. Oxford, September 16, 1918. D.N.S. 1. James I. James VI of Scotland 1567. James I 1603. Born 1566. Died 1625. By Arthur Wilson. He was born a king, and from that height, the less fitted to look into inferior things, yet few escaped his knowledge, being, as it were, a magazine to retain them. His stature was of the middle size, rather tall than low, well set and somewhat plump, of a ruddy complexion, his hair of a light brown, in his full perfection, had at last a tincture of white. If he had any predominant humor to balance his choler, it was sanguine, which made his mirth witty. His beard was scattering on the chin, and very thin, and though his clothes were seldom fashioned to the vulgar garb, yet in the whole man he was not uncomely. He was a king in understanding, and was content to have his subjects ignorant in many things, as in curing the king's evil, which he knew a device, to aggrandize the virtue of kings, when miracles were in fashion, but he let the world believe it, though he smiled at it, in his own reason, finding the strength of the imagination a more powerful agent in the cure than the plaisters his chirurgeons prescribed for the sore. It was a hard question, whether his wisdom and knowledge exceeded his choler and fear. Certainly the last couple drew him with most violence, because they were not acquisititious, but natural. If he had not had that allay, his high Turing, and mastering reason, had been of a rare and sublime excellency. But these earthy dregs kept it down, making his passions extend him as far as profanous, that I may not say blasphemy, and policy superintendent of all his actions, which will not last long, like the violence of that humor, for it often makes those that know well to do ill, and not be able to prevent it. He had pure notions in conception, but could bring few of them into action, though they tended to his own preservation, for this was one of his apothegms, which he made no timely use of. Let that prince, that would beware of conspiracies, be rather jealous of such, whom his extraordinary favors have advanced, than of those whom his displeasure hath discontented. These want means to execute their pleasures, but they have means at pleasure to execute their desires. Ambition to rule is more vehement than malice to revenge. Though the last part of this aphorism he was thought to practice too soon, where there was no cause for prevention, and neglect too late, when time was full ripe to produce the effect. Some paralleled him to Tiberius for dissimulation, Yet peace was maintained by him as in the time of Augustus, and peace begot plenty, and plenty begot ease and wantonness, and ease and wantonness begot poetry, and poetry swelled to that bulk in his time, that it begot strange monstrous satires, against the king's own person, that haunted both court and country, which expressed would be too bitter to leave a sweet perfume behind him. And though bitter ingredients are good to embalm and preserve dead bodies, yet these were such as might endanger to kill a living name, if malice be not brought in with an antidote. And the tongues of those times, more fluent than my pen, made every little miscarriage, being not able to discover their true operations, like small seeds hid in earthy darkness, grow up, and spread into such exuberant branches, that evil report did often pitch upon them. So dangerous it is for princes, by a remiss comportment, to give growth to the least error, for it often proves as fruitful as malice can make it. 2. By Sir Anthony Weldon. This king's character is much easier to take than his picture, for he could never be brought to sit for the taking of that, which is the reason of so few good pieces of him, but his character was obvious to every eye. He was of a middle stature, more corpulent through his clothes than in his body, yet fat enough, his clothes ever being made large and easy, the doublets quilted for stiletto-proof, his breeches in great plights and full stuffed. He was naturally of a timorous disposition, which was the reason of his quilted doublets, his eyes large, ever rolling after any stranger came in his presence, insomuch as many for shame have left the room, as being out of countenance. His beard was very thin, his tongue too large for his mouth, which ever made him speak full in the mouth, and made him drink very uncomely, as if eating his drink, which came out into the cup of each side of his mouth. His skin was as soft as taffeta sarcenet, which felt so, because he never washed his hands, only rubbed his fingers ends slightly with the wet end of a napkin. His legs were very weak, having had, as was thought, some foul play in his youth, or rather before he was born, that he was not able to stand. At 7 years of age, that weakness made him ever leaning on other men's shoulders. His walk was ever circular. He was very temperate in his exercises, and in his diet, and not intemperate in his drinking. However, in his old age, and Buckingham's jovial suppers, when he had any turn to do with him, made him sometimes overtaken, which he would the very next day remember, and repent with tears. It is true, he drank very often, which was rather out of a custom than any delight, and his drinks were of that kind for strength, as Frontignac, Canary, high country wine, tent wine, and Scottish ale, that had he not had a very strong brain, might have daily been overtaken, although he seldom drank at any one time above 4 spoonfuls, many times not above 1 or 2. He was very constant in all things, his favourites excepted, in which he loved change, yet never cast down any he once raised from the height of greatness, though from their wonted nearness and privacy, unless by their own default, by opposing his change, as in Somerset's case. Yet had he not been in that foul poisoning Bucines, and so cast down himself, I do verily believe not him either, for all his other favourites he left great in honour, great in fortune, and did much love Montgomery, and trusted him more at the very last Gaspy, than at the first minute of his favoriteship, in his diet, apparel, and journeys. He was very constant, in his apparel so constant, as by his good will he would never change his clothes until worn out to very rags, his fashion never, insomuch as one bringing to him a hat of a Spanish block, he cast it from him, swearing he either loved them nor their fashions. Another time, bringing him roses on his shoes, he asked if they would make him a rough-footed dove. 1 yard of 6-penny ribband served that turn. His diet and journeys were so constant, that the best observing courtier of our time was wont to say, where he asleep 7 years, and then awakened, he would tell where the king every day had been, and every dish he had had at his table. He was not very uxorious, though he had a very brave queen that never crossed his designs, nor intermeddled with state affairs, but ever complied with him, even against the nature of any, but of a mild spirit, in the change of favourites winky face, for he was ever best, when furthest from the queen, and that was thought to be the first grounds of his often removes, which afterwards proved habitual. He was unfortunate in the marriage of his daughter, and so was all Christendom besides. But sure the daughter was more unfortunate in a father than he in a daughter. He naturally loved not the sight of a soldier, nor of any valiant man, and it was an observation that Sir Robert Mansell was the only valiant man he ever loved, and him he loved so entirely, that for all Buckingham's greatness with the king, and his hatred of Sir Robert Mansell, yet could not that alienate the king's affections from him, insomuch as when by the instigation of Coddington, then ambassador in Spain, by Buckingham's procurement, the Spanish ambassador came with a great complaint against Sir Robert Mansell, then at Argiers, to suppress the pirates, that he did support them, having never a friend there, though many, that durst speak in his defence. The king himself defended him in these words: My lord ambassador, I cannot believe this. For I made choice myself of him, out of these reasons. I know him to be valiant, honest, and nobly descended as most in my kingdom, and will never believe a man thus qualified will do so base an act. He naturally loved honest men, that were not overactive, yet never loved any man heartily until he had bound him unto him by giving him some sweet, which he thought bound the other's love to him again. But that argued a poor disposition in him, to believe that anything but a noble mind, seasoned with virtue, could make any firme love or union, for mercenary mindies are carried away with a greater prize, but noble mindies alienated with nothing but public disgraces. He was very witty, and had as many ready witty jests as any man living, at which he would not smile himself, but deliver them in a grave and serious manner. He was very liberal, of what he had not in his own gripe, and would rather part with 100 Lee he never had in his keeping, than 1 shillings piece within his own custody. He spent much, and had much use of his subjects' purses, which bred some clashings with them in Parliament, yet would always come off, and end with a sweet and plausible close. And truly his bounty was not discommendable, for his raising favourites was the worst, rewarding old servants, and relieving his native countrymen, was infinitely more to be commended in him than condemned. His sending ambassadors were no less chargeable than dishonourable and unprofitable to him and his whole kingdom, for he was ever abused in all negotiations, yet he had rather spend 100,000 Lee on embassies, to keep or procure peace with dishonour, than 10,000 Lee on an army that would have forced peace with honour. He loved good laws, and had many made in his time, and in his last Parliament, for the good of his subjects, and suppressing promoters, and progging fellows, gave way to that nullum tempus, and to be confined to 60 years, which was more beneficial to the subjects in respect of their quiets, than all the parliaments had given him during his whole reign. By his frequenting sermons he appeared religious, yet his Tuesday sermons, if you will believe his own countrymen, that lived in those times when they were erected, and well understood the cause of erecting them, were dedicated for a strange piece of devotion. He would make a great deal too bold with God in his passion, both in cursing and swearing, and one strain higher verging on blasphemy, but would in his better temper say, he hoped God would not impute them as sins, and lay them to his charge, seeing they proceeded from passion. He had need of great assurance, rather than hopes, that would make daily so bold with God. He was so crafty and cunning in petty things, as the circumventing any great man, the change of a favourite, and insomuch as a very wise man was wont to say, he believed him the wisest fool in Christendom, meaning him wise in small things, but a fool in weighty affairs. He ever desired to prefer mean men in great places, that when he turned them out again, they should have no friend to bandy with them, and besides they were so hated by being raised from a mean estate, to overtop all men, that every one held it a pretty recreation to have them often turned out. There were living in this king's time, at one instant, 2 treasurers, 3 secretaries, 2 lord keepers, 2 admirals, 3 lord chief justices, yet but 1 in play. Therefore this king had a pretty faculty in putting out and in. By this you may perceive in what his wisdom consisted, but in great and weighty affairs even at his wit's end. He had a trick to cozen himself with bargains underhand, by taking 1,000 Lee or 10,000 Lee as a bribe, when his council was treating with his customers to raise them to so much more yearly. This went into his privy purse, wherein he thought he had overreached the lords, but cozened himself, but would as easily break the bargain upon the next offer, saying, he was mistaken and deceived, and therefore no reason he should keep the bargain. This was often the case with the farmers of the customs. He was infinitely inclined to peace, but more out of fear than conscience. And this was the greatest blemish this king had through all his reign, otherwise might have been ranked with the very best of our kings, yet sometimes would he shew pretty flashes of valor which might easily be discerned to be forced, not natural, and being forced, could have wished, rather, it would have recoiled back into himself, then carried to that king it had concerned, lest he might have been put to the trial, to maintain his seeming valor. In a word, he was, take him altogether and not in pieces, such a king. I wish this kingdom have never any worse, on the condition, not any better, for he lived in peace, died in peace, and left all his kingdoms in a peaceable condition, with his own motto. Vidi Pacifici. 3. The Duke of Buckingham. George Villiers, created Viscount Villiers 1616, Earl of Buckingham 1617, Marquis 1618, and Duke 1623. Born 1592. Assassinated 1628. By Clarendon. The Duke was indeed a very extraordinary person, and never any man in any age, nor I believe in any country or nation, rose in so short a time to so much greatness of honor, fame, and fortune upon no other advantage or recommendation than of the beauty and gracefulness and becomingness of his person, and I have not the least purpose of undervail, Inga his good parties and qualities, of which there will be occasion shortly to give some testimony, when I say that his first introduction into favor was purely from the handsomeness of his person. He was the younger son of Sir George Villiers of Brooksby in the county of Leicester, a family of an ancient extraction, even from the time of the Conquest, and transported then with the Conqueror out of Normandy, where the family has still remained and still continues with Leicester, after Sir George's first marriage, in which he had 2 or 3 sons and some daughters, who shared an ample inheritance from him, by a second marriage with a young lady of the family of the Beaumonts. He had this gentleman, and 2 other sons, and a daughter, who all came afterwards to be raised to great titles and dignities. George, the eldest son of this Viscount Bed, was after the death of his father, by the singular affection and care of his mother, who enjoyed a good jointure in the account of that age, well brought up, and for the improvement of his education, and giving an ornament to his hopeful person, he was by her sent into France, where he spent 2 or 3 years in attaining the language, and in learning the exercises of riding and dancing, in the last of which he excelled most men, and returned into England by the time he was 21 years old. King James reigned at that time, and though he was a prince of more learning and knowledge than any other of that age, and really delighted more in books, and in the conversation of learned men, yet of all wise men living, he was the most delighted and taken with handsome persons, and with fine clothes. He began to be weary of his favourite the Earl of Somerset, who was the only favourite who kept that post so long without any public reproach from the people, and by the instigation and wickedness of his wife, he became at least privy to a horrible murder, that exposed him to the utmost severity of the law, the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury, upon which both he and his wife were condemned to die, after a trial by the peers, and many persons of quality were executed for the same. Whilst this was in agitation, and before the utmost discovery was made, Mr. Villiers appeared in court, and drew the king's eyes upon him. There were enough in the court enough angry and incensed against Somerset for being what themselves desired to be, and especially for being a Scotchman, and ascending it in so short a time from being a page, to the height he was then at, to contribute all they could, to promote the one, that they might throw out the other, which being easily brought to pass by the proceeding of the law upon his crime aforesaid, the other found very little difficulty in rendering himself gracious to the king, whose nature and disposition was very flowing in affection towards persons so adorned, insomuch that in few days after his first appearance in court he was made cupbearer to the king, by which he was naturally to be much in his presence, and so admitted to that conversation and discourse, with which that prince always abounded at his meals. And his inclination to his new cupbearer disposed him to administer frequent occasions of discoursing of the court of France, and the transactions there, with which he had been so lately acquainted, that he could pertinently enlarge upon that subject, to the king's great delight, and to the reconcilings the esteem and value of all the standers by likewise to him, which was a thing the king was well pleased with. He acted very few weeks upon this stage, when he mounted higher, and being knighted, without any other qualification he was at the same time made gentleman of the bedchamber, and knight of the order of the Garter, and in a short time, very short for such a prodigious ascent, he was made a baron, a viscount, an earl, a marquis, and became L.D. High Admiral of England, L.D. Warden of the Cinque Ports, Master of the Horse, and entirely disposed of all the graces of the king, in conferring all the honours and all the offices of the three kingdoms without a rival, in dispensing whereof he was guided more by the rules of appetite than of judgment, and so exalted almost all of his own numerous family and dependents, who had no other virtue or merit than their alliance to him, which equally offended the ancient nobility and the people of all conditions, who saw the flores of the crown every day fading and withered, whilst the demesnes and revenue thereof was sacrificed to the enriching of private family, how well soever originally extracted, not heard of before ever to the nation, and the expenses of the court so vast, unlimited by the old good rules of economy, that they had a sad prospect of that poverty and necessity, which afterwards befell the crown, almost to the ruin of it. Many were of opinion that King James before his death grew weary of his favourite, and that if he had lived, he would have deprived him at least of his large and unlimited power, and this imagination prevailed with some men, as the L.D. Keeper Lincoln, the Earl of Middlesex, L.D. High Treasurer of England, and other gentlemen of name, though not in so high stations, that they had the courage to withdraw from their absolute dependence upon the Duke, and to make some other essays which proved to the ruin of every one of them, there appearing in no marks or evidence, that the king did really lessen his affection to him, to the hour of his death. On the contrary, as he created him Duke of Buckingham, in his absence, whilst he was with the prince in Spain, so after his return, he executed the same authority in conferring all favours and graces, and revenging himself upon those who had manifested any unkindness towards him. And yet notwithstanding all this, if that king's nature had equally disposed him to pull down, as to build and erect, and if his courage and severity in punishing and reforming had been as great as his generosity and inclination was to oblige, it is not to be doubted, but that he would have withdrawn his affection from the Duke entirely before his death, which those persons who were admitted to any privacy with him, and were not in the confidence of the other, for before those he knew well how to dissemble, had reason enough to expect. This great man was a person of a noble nature and generous disposition, and of such other endowments, as made him very capable of being a great favourite to a great king. He understood the arts and artifices of a court, and all the learning that is professed there, exactly well, by lunch practice in business, under a master that discoursed excellently, and surely knew all things wonderfully, and took much delight in indoctrinating his young unexperienced favourite, who he knew would be always looked upon as the workmanship of his own hands. He had obtained a quick conception and apprehension of business, and had the habit of speaking very gracefully and pertinently. He was of a most flowing courtesy and affability to all men who made any address to him, and so desirous to oblige them, that he did not enough consider the value of the obligation, or the merit of the person he chose to oblige, from which much of his misfortune resulted. He was of a courage not to be daunted, which was manifested in all his actions, and his contests with particular persons of the greatest reputation, and especially in his whole demeanour at the Isle of Rhys, both at the landing and upon the retriet, in both which no man was more fearless, or more ready to expose himself to the brightest dangers. His kindness and affection to his friends was so vehement, that it was so many marriages, for better and worse, and so many leagues offensive and defensive, as if he thought himself obliged to love all his friends, and to make war upon all they were angry with, let the cause be what it would. And it cannot be denied that he was an enemy in the same excess, and prosecuted those he looked upon as his enemies, with the utmost rigour and animosity, and was not easily induced to a reconciliation. And yet there were some examples of his receding in that particular, and in highest passion he was so far from stooping to any dissimulation, whereby his displeasure might be concealed and covered, till he had attained his revenge, the low method of courts, that he never endeavored to do any man in ill office, before he first told him what he was to expect from him, and reproached him with the injuries he had done, with so much generosity, that the person found it in his power to receive farther satisfaction in the way he would choose for himself. His single misfortune was, which indeed was productive of many greater, that he never made a noble and a worthy friendship with a man so near his equal, that he would frankly advise him, for his honor and true interest, against the current, or rather the torrent of his impetuous passions, which was partly the vice of the time, when the court was not replenished with great choice of excellent men, and partly the vice of the persons, who were most worthy to be applied to, and looked upon his youth, and his obscurity, as obligations upon him, to gain the friendships by extraordinary application. Then his ascent was so quick, that it seemed rather a flight than a growth, and he was such a darling of fortune that he was at the top, before he was seen at the bottom, for the gradation of his titles was the effect, not cause of his first promotion, and as if he had been born a favorite. He was supreme the first month he came to court, and it was want of confidence, not of credit, that he had not all at first, which he obtained afterwards, never meeting with the least obstruction, from his set in jout, till he was as great as he could be, so that he wanted dependents, before he thought he could want coadjutors. Nor was he very fortunate in the election of those dependents, very few of his servants having been ever qualified enough to assist or advise him, and were intent only upon growing rich under him, not upon the master's growing good as well as great, insomuch as he was throughout his fortune a much wiser man than any servant or friend he had. Let the fault or misfortune be what and whence it will, it may very reasonably be believed that if he had been blessed with one faithful friend, who had been qualified with wisdom and integrity, that great person would have committed as few faults, and done as transcendent worthy actions, as any man who shined in such a sphere in that age, in Europe, for he was of an excellent nature, and of a capacity very capable of advice and counsel. He was in his nature just and candid, liberal, generous, and bountiful, nor was it ever known that the temptation of money swayed him to do an unjust or unkind thing, and though he left a very great inheritance to his heirs, considering the vast fortune he inherited by his wife, the sole daughter and heir of Francis Earl of Rutland, he owed no part of it to his own industry or solicitation, but to the impatient humor of two kings his masters, who would make his fortune equal to his titles, and the one above other men, as the other was, and he considered it no otherwise than as theirs, and left it at his death engaged for the crown, almost to the value of it, as is touched upon before. If he had an immoderate ambition, with which he was charged, and is a weed, if it be a weed, apt to grow in the best soil, it does not appear that it was in his nature, or that he brought it with him to the court, but rather found it there, and was a garment necessary for that heir, nor was it more in his power to be without promotion, and titles, and wealth, than for a healthy man to sit in the sun, in the brightest dog days, and remain without any warmth. He needed no ambition who was so seated in the hearts of two such masters. 4. Sir Thomas Coventry, Solicitor General 1617, Attorney General 1621, Lord Keeper 1625, created Baron Coventry 1628, born 1578, died 1640, by Clarendon. Sir Thomas Coventry was then LD Keeper of the Great Seal of England, and newly made a baron. He was a son of the Robe, his father having been a judge in the Court of the Common Pleas, who took great care to breed his son, though his firstborn, in the study of the common law, by which himself had been promoted to that degree, and in which, in the society of the Inner Temple, his son made a notable progress by an early eminence in practice and learning, insomuch as he was Recorder of London, Solicitor General, and King's Attorney before he was 40 years of age, a rare ascent, all which offices he discharged, with great abilities, and singular reputation of integrity. In the first year after the death of King James, he was advanced to be Keeper of the Great Scale of England, the natural advancement from the office of Attorney General, upon the removal of the Bishop of Lincoln, who, though a man of great wit and good scholastic learning, was generally thought so very unequal to the place that his remove was the only recompense and satisfaction that could be made for his promotion, and yet it was enough known that the disgrace proceeded only from the priv. displeasure of the Duke of Buckingham. 1. The Ld. Coventry enjoyed this place with a universal reputation, and sure justice was never better administered, for the space of about 16 years, even to his death, some months before he was 60 years of age, which was another important circumstance of his felicity, that great office being so slippery, that no man had died in it before, for near the space of 40 years, nor had his successors for some time after him much better fortune, and he himself had use of all his strength and skill, as he was an excellent wrestler, to preserve himself from falling in 2 shocks, the one given him by the Earl of Portland, Ld. High Treasurer of England, the other by the Marquis of Hambleton, who had the greatest power over the affections of the king, of any man of that time. He was a man of wonderful gravity and wisdom, and understood not only the whole science and mystery of the law, at least equally with any man who had ever sate in that place, but had a clear conception of the whole policy of the government both of church and state, which by the unskilfulness of some well-meaning men, just led each the other to much. He knew the temper, and disposition and genius of the kingdom most exactly, saw the spirits grow every day more sturdy, and inquisitive, and impatient, and therefore naturally abhorred all innovations, which he foresaw would produce ruinous effects, yet many who stood at a distance thought that he was not active and stout enough in the opposing those innovations, for though by his place he presided in all public councils, and was most sharp-sighted in the consequence of things, yet he was seldom known to speak in matters of state, which he well knew were for the most part concluded, before they were brought to that public agitation, never in foreign affairs, which the vigor of his judgment could well comprehend, nor indeed freely in anything, but what immediately and plainly concerned the justice of the kingdom, and in that as much as he could, he procured references to the judges. Though in his nature he had not only a firm gravity, but a severity, and even some morosity, which his children and domestics had evidence enough of, yet, too, it was so happily tempered that his courtesy and affability towards all men was so transcended, so much without affectation, that it marvelously reconciled him to all men of all degrees, and he was looked upon as an excellent courtier, without receding from the native simplicity of his own manner. He had in the plain way of speaking and delivery, without much ornament of elocution, a strange power of making himself believed the only justifiable design of eloquence, so that though he used very frankly to deny, and would never suffer any man to depart from him, with an opinion that he was inclined to gratify when in truth he was not, holding that dissimulation to be the worst of lying, yet the manner of it was so gentle and obliging, and his condescension such, to inform the persons who he could not satisfy, that few departed from him with ill will and ill wishes. But then this happy temper, and these good faculties, rather preserved him from having many enemies, and supplied him with some well-wishers, than furnished him with any fast and unshaken friends, who are always procured in courts by more ardor, and more vehement professions and applications, than he would suffer himself to be entangled with, so that he was a man rather exceedingly liked than passionately loved, insomuch that it never appeared that he had any one friend in the court, of quality enough to prevent or divert any disadvantage he might be exposed to, and therefore it is no wonder, nor to be imputed to him, that he retired within himself as much as he could, and stood upon his defense, without making desperate sallies against growing mischiefs, which he knew well he had no power to hinder, and which might probably begin in his own ruin. To conclude, his security consisted very much in the little credit he had with the king, and he died in a season most opportune, and in which a wise man would have prayed to have finished his course, and which in truth crowned his other sign all prosperity in this world. Footnote 1 Buckingham, M.S. Footnote 2 But M.S. 5. Sir Richard Weston, Chancellor of the Exchequer 1621. Lord Treasurer 1628, Baron Weston 1628, and Earl of Portland 1633. Born 1577. Died 1635. By Clarendon. Sir Richard Weston had been advanced to the White Staff, to the office of Ld. High Treasurer of England, some months before the death of the Duke of Buckingham, and had in that short time so much disobliged him, at least disappointed his expectation, that many who were privy to the Duke's most secret purposes, did believe that if he had outlived that voyage, in which he was engaged, he would have removed him, and made another treasurer, and it is very true that great office had been very slippery, and not fast to those who had trusted themselves in it, insomuch as there were at that time 5 noble persons alive, who had all succeeded on another immediately in that unsteady charge, without any other person intervening, the Earl of Suffolk, the Ld. Viscount Mandeville, afterwards Earl of Manchester, the Earl of Middlesex, and the Earl of Marlborough, who was removed under pretence of his age and disability for the work, which had been a better reason against his promotion, so few years before, that his infirmities were very little increased, to make room for the present officer, who, though advanced by the Duke, may properly be said to be established by his death. He was a gentleman of a very good and ancient extraction, by father and mother. His education had been very good, amongst books and men. After some years' study of the law in the Middle Temple, and at an age fit to make observations and reflections out of which that which is commonly called experience is constituted, he travelled into foreign parties, and was acquainted in foreign parties wink with the frown one. He betook himself to the court, and lived there some years at that distance, and with that awe, as, too, was agreeable to the modesty of that age, when men were seen some time before they were known, and well known before they were preferred, or durst pretend to be preferred. He spent the best part of his fortune, a fair that he inherited from his father, in his attendance at court, and involved his friends in securities with him, who were willing to run his hopeful fortune, before he received the least fruit from it. But the countenance of great men, and those in authority, the most natural, and most certain stayers to ascend by. He was then sent ambassador to the Archdukes Alberte and Isabella into Flanders, and to the Diet in Germany, to trade about the restitution of the Palatinate, in which negotiation he behaved himself with great prudence, and with the concurrent testimony of a wise man, from all those with whom he treated, princes and ambassadors, and upon his return was made a privy councillor, and chancellor of the Exchequer, in the place of the Ld. Brooke, who was either persuaded, or put out of the place, which being an office of honour and trust, is likewise an excellent stage for men of parts to tread, and expose themselves upon, and where they have occasion of all natures to lay out and spread all their faculties and qualifications most for their advantage. He behaved himself very well in this function, and appeared equal to it, and carried himself so luckily in Parliament, that he did his master much service, and preserved himself in the good opinion and acceptation of the House, which is a blessing not indulged to many by those high powers. He did swim in those troubled and boisterous waters, in which the Duke of Buckingham rode as admiral, with a good grace, when very many who were about him were drowned or forced on shore, with shrewd hurts and bruises, which shewed he knew well how and when to use his limbs and strength to the best advantage, sometimes only to avoid sinking, and sometimes to advance and get ground, and by this dexterity he kept his credit with those who could do him good, and lost it not with others, who desired the destruction of those upon whom he most depended. He was made Ld. Treasurer in the manner, and at the time mentioned before, upon the removal of the Earl of Marlborough, and few months before the death of the Duke. The former circumstance, which is often attended by compassion towards the degraded, and prejudice toward the promoted, brought him no disadvantage, for besides the delight that season had in changes, there was little reverence towards the person removed, and the extreme, visible poverty of the Exchequer sheltered that province from the envy it had frequently created, and opened a door for much applause to be the portion of a wise and provident minister. For the other of the Duke's death, though some who knew the Duke's passions and prejudice, which often produced rather sudden indisposition than obstinate resolution, believed he would have been shortly cashiered, as so many had lately been, and so that the death of his founder was a greater confirmation of him in the office than the delivery of the white staff had been. Many other wise men, who knew the treasurer's talent in removing prejudice and reconciling himself to wavering and doubtful affections, believed that the loss of the Duke was very unseasonable, and that the awe or apprehension of his power and displeasure was a very necessary allay for the impetuosity of the new officer's nature, which needed some restraint and check for some time to his immoderate pretences and appetite of power. He did indeed appear on the sudden wonderfully elated, and so far threw off his old affectation to please some very much, and to displease none, in which art he had excelled, that in few months after the Duke's death, he found himself to succeed him in the public displeasure, and in the malice of his enemies, without succeeding to him in his credit at court, or in the affection of any considerable dependence, and yet, though he was not superior to all other men, in the affection, or rather resignation of the king, so that he might dispense favors and disfavors according to his own election, he had a full share in his master's esteem, who looked upon him as a wise and able servant, and worthy of the trust he reposed in him, and received no other advice in the large business of his revenue, nor was any man so much his superior, as to be able to lessen him in the king's affection, by his power. So that he was in a post in which he might have found much ease and delight, if he could have contained himself within the verge of his own province, which was large enough, and of such an extent, that he might at the same time have drawn a great dependence upon him of very considerable men, and appeared a very useful and profitable minister to the king, whose revenue had been very loosely managed during the late years, and might by industry and order have been easily improved. And no man better understood what method was necessary towards that good husbandry than he. But I know not by what frowardness in his stars, he took more pains in examining and inquiring into other men's offices, than in the discharge of his own, and not so much joy in what he had, as trouble and agony for what he had not. The truth is, he had so vehement a desire to be the sole favorite, that he had no relish of the power he had, and in that contention he had many rivals, who had credit enough to do him ill offices, though not enough to satisfy their own ambition, the king himself being resolved to hold the reins in his own hands, and to put no further trust in others than was necessary for the capacity they served in. Which resolution in his majesty was no sooner believed, and the treasurer's precedence taken notice, 3, than he found the number of his enemies exceedingly increased, and others to be less eager in the pursuit of his friendship, and every day discovered some infirmities in him, which being before known to few, and not taken notice, 3, did now expose him both to public reproach, and to private animosities, and even his vices admitted those contradictions in them, that he could hardly enjoy the pleasant fruit of any of them. That which first exposed him to the public jealousy, which is always attended with public reproach, was the concurrent suspicion of his religion. His wife and all his daughters were declared of the Roman religion, and though himself and his sons sometimes went to church, he was never thought to have zeal for it, and his domestique conversation and dependents, with whom only he used entire freedom, were all known Catholics, and were believed to be agents for the rest, and yet with all this disadvantage to himself, he never had reputation and credit with that party, who were the only people of the kingdom who did not believe him to be of the profession, for the penal laws, those only excepted, which were sanguinary, and even those sometimes let loose, were never more rigidly executed, nor had the crown ever so great a revenue from them, as in his time, nor did they ever pay so dear for the favors and indulgencies of his office towards them. No man had greater ambition to make his family great, or stronger designs to leave a great fortune to it, yet his expenses were so prodigiously great, especially in his house, that all the ways he used for supply, which were all that occurred, could not serve his turn, insomuch that he contracted so great debts, the anxiety whereof he pretended broke his mind, and restrained that intentness and industry which was necessary for the due execution of his office, that the king was pleased twice to pay his debts, at least towards it, to disburse £40,000 in ready money out of his exchequer. Besides, his majesty gave him a whole forest, Shute Forest in Hampshire, and much other land belonging to the crown, which was the more taken notice of, and murmured against, because being the chief minister of the revenue, he was particularly obliged as much as in him lay to prevent, and even oppose such disinheritance, and because under that obligation he had avowedly and sorely crossed the pretenses of other men, and restrained the king's bounty from being exercised almost to any, and he had that advantage, if he had made the right use of it, that his credit was ample enough, seconded by the king's own experience, and observation, and inclination, to retrench very much of the late unlimited expenses, and especially those of bounties, which from the death of the Duke ran in narrow channels, which never so much overflowed as towards himself, who stopped the current to other men. He was of an imperious nature, and not hinge wary and disobliging in provoking other men, and had too much courage in offending and incensing them. But after having offended and incensed them, he was of so unhappy a feminine temper that he was always in a terrible fright and apprehension of them. He had not that application, and submission and reverence for the Queen as might have been expected from his wisdom and breeding, and often crossed her pretenses and desires, with more rudeness than was natural to him. Yet he was impertinently solicitous to know what Her Majesty said of him in private, and what resentments she had towards him, and when by some confidence, who had their ends upon him from those offices, he was informed of some bitter expressions fallen from Her Majesty, he was so exceedingly afflicted and tormented with the sense of it, that sometimes by passionate complaints and representations to the king, sometimes by more dutiful addresses and expostulations with the Queen in bewailing his misfortunes, he frequently exposed himself, and left his condition worse than it was before. And the éclaircissement commonly ended in the discovery of the persons from whom he had received his most secret intelligence. He quickly lost the character of a bold, stout, and magnanimous man, which he had been long reputed to be, in worse times, and in his most prosperous season, fell under the reproach of being a man of big looks, and of a mean and abject spirit. To conclude, all the honors the king conferred upon him, as he made him a baron, then an earl, and knight of the Garter, and above this, gave a young, beautiful lady, nearly allied to him and to the crown of Scotland, in marriage to his eldest son, could not make him think himself great enough, nor could all the king's bounties nor his own large accessions raise a fortune to his heir. But after 6 or 8 years spent in outward opulency, and inward murmur and trouble, that it was no greater, after vast sums of money and great wealth gotten and rather consumed than enjoyed, without any sense or delight in so great prosperity, with the agony that it was no greater, he died unlamented by any, bitterly mentioned by most, who never pretended to love him, and severely censured and complained of, by those who expected most from him, and deserved best of him, and left a numerous family, which was in a short time worn out, and yet outlived the fortune he left behind him. Footnote 1. In the MS. The words he travelled into foreign parts occur after Middle Temple, as well as after constituted. The whole sentence is faulty. After this is inserted in the edition of 1702 before he betook. Footnote 2, as inserted in late hand in MS, in place of n. Footnote 3, off added in later hand in MS. Notice of LL2, 6, edition 1704. 6. The Earl of Arundel. Thomas Howard, 14th Earl of Arundel. Born 1586. Died 1646. By Clarendon. The Earl of Arundel was the next to the officers of state, who in his own right and quality, preceded the rest of the council. He was a man supercilious and proud, who lived always within himself, and to himself, conversing little with any, who were in common conversation, so that he seemed to live as it were in another nation, his house being a place, to which all men resorted, who resorted to no other place, strangers, or such who affected to look like strangers, and dressed themselves accordingly. He resorted sometimes to the court, because there only was a greater man than himself, and went thither the seldomer, because there was a greater man than himself. He lived toward all favorites and great officers without any kind of condescension, and rather suffered himself to be ill-treated by their power and authority, for he was always in disgrace, and once or twice prisoner in the Tower, than to descend in making any application to them, and upon these occasions, he spent a great interval of his time in several journeys into foreign parties, and with his wife and family had lived some years in Italy, the humour and manners of which nation he seemed most to like and approve, and affected to imitate. He had a good fortune by descent, and a much greater from his wife, who was the sole daughter upon the matter, for neither of the two sisters left any issue of the great house of Shrewsbury, but his expenses were without any measure, and always exceeded very much his revenue. He was willing to be thought a scholar, and to understand the most mysterious parties of antiquity, because he made a wonderful and costly purchase of excellent statues whilst he was in Italy and in Rome, some whereof he could never obtain permission to remove from Rome, though he had paid for them, and had a rare collection of the most curious metals, whereas in truth he was only able to buy them. Never to understand iam, and as to all parties of learning he was almost illiterate, and thought no other part of history considerable, but what related to his own family, in which no doubt there had been some very memorable persons. It cannot be denied that he had in his person, in his aspect and countenance, the appearance of a great man, which he preserved in his gait and motion. He wore and affected a habit very different from that of the time, such as men had only beheld in the pictures of the most considerable men, all which drew the eyes of most and the reverence of many towards him, as the image and representative of the primitive nobility, and native gravity of the nobles, when they had been most venerable. But this was only his outside, his nature and true humour being so much disposed to levity, and vulgar delights, which indeed were very despicable and childish. He was never suspected to love anybody, nor to have the least propensity to justice, charity, or compassion, so that, though he got all he could, and by all the ways he could, and spent much more than he got or had, he was never known to give any thinge. Nor in all his employments, for he had employments of great profit as well as honour, being sent ambassador extraordinary into Germany, for the treaty of that general peace, for which he had great appointments, and in which he did not hinge of the least importance, and which is more wonderful, he was afterwards made general of the army raised for Scotland, and received full pay as such, and in his own office of Earl Marshal. More money was drawn from the people by his authority and pretence of jurisdiction than had ever been extorted by all the officers precedent. Yet I say, in all his offices and employments, never man used, or employed by him, ever got any fortune under him, nor did ever any man acknowledge any obligation to him. He was rather thought to be without religion, than to incline to this or that party of any. He would have been a proper instrument for any tyranny, if he could have a man tyrant enough to have been advised by him, and had no other affection for the nation or the kingdom, than as he had a great share in it, in which like the great Leviathan he might sport himself, from which he withdrew himself, as soon as he discerned the repose thereof was like to be disturbed, and died in Italy, under the same doubtful character of religion, in which he lived. 7. The Earl of Pembroke. William Herbert, 3rd Earl of Pembroke. Born 1580. Died 1630. By Clarendon. William Earl of Pembroke was next, a man of another mould and makinga, and of another fame and reputation with all men, being the most universally loved and esteemed, of any man of that age, and having a great office in the court, made the court itself better esteemed and more reverenced in the country, and as he had a great number of friends of the best men, so no man had ever wickedness to avow himself to be his enemy. He was a man very well bred, and of excellent parties, and a graceful speaker upon any subject, having a good proportion of learning, and a ready wit to apply it, and enlarge upon it, of a pleasant and facetious humour and a disposition affable, generous, and magnificent. He was master of a great fortune from his ancestors, and had a great addition by his wife, another daughter and heir of the Earl of Shrewsbury, which he enjoyed during his life. She outliving him, but all served not his expense, which was only limited by his great mint, and occasions to use it nobly. He lived many years about the court, before in it, and never by it, being rather regarded and esteemed by King James than loved and favoured, and after the foul fall of the Earl of Somerset, he was made L.D. Chamberlain of the King's house more for the court's sake than his own, and the court appeared with the more lustre, because he had the government of that province. As he spent and lived upon his own fortune, so he stood upon his own feet, without any other support than of his proper virtue and merit, and lived towards the favorites with that decency, as would not suffer them to censure or reproach his master's judgment and election, but as with men of his own rank. He was exceedingly beloved in the court, because he never desired to get that for himself, which others labored for, but was still ready to promote the praises of worthy men, and he was equally celebrated in the country, for having received no obligations from the court, which might corrupt or sway his affections and judgment, so that all who were displeased and unsatisfied in the court or with the court were always inclined to put themselves under his banner, if he would have admitted them, and yet he did not so reject them, as to make them choose another shelter, but so far to depend on him, that he could restrain them from breaking out beyond private resentments and murmurs. He was a great lover of his country, and of the religion and justice which he believed could only support it, and his friendships were only with men of those principles, and as his conversation was most with men of the most pregnant parts and understanding, so towards any who needed support or encouragement, though unknown, if fairly recommended to him, he was very liberal, and sure never man was planted in a court that was fitter for that soil, or brought better qualities with him to purify that air. Yet his memory must not be so flattered that his virtues and good inclinations may be believed without some allay of vice, and without being clouded with great infirmities, which he had in too exorbitant a proportion. He indulged to himself the pleasures of all kinds, almost in all excesses, whether out of his natural constitution, or for want of his domestique content and delight, in which he was most unhappy. For he paid much too dear for his wife's fortune, by tacking her person into the bargain. He was immoderately given up to women, but therein he likewise retained such a power and jurisdiction over his very appetite, that he was not so much transported with beauty and outward allurements, as with those advantages of the mind, as manifested an extraordinary wit, and spirit, and knowledge, and administered great pleasure in the conversation. To these he sacrificed himself, his precious time, and much of his fortune, and some who were nearest his trust and friendship were not without apprehension that his natural vivacity and vigor of mind began to lessen and decline by those excessive indulgences. About the time of the death of King James, or presently after, he was made Ld. Steward of His Majesty's house, that the staff of Chamberlain might be put into the hands of his brother, the Earl of Montgomery, upon a new contract of friendship with the Duke of Buckingham, after whose death he had likewise such offices of his, as he most affected, of honor and command, none of profit, which he cared not for. And within 2 years after he died himself, of an apoplexy, after a full and cheerful supper. Footnote 1. The words to women occur twice in the MS. Before whether out and after given up. 8. Sir Francis Bacon. Lord Keeper 1617. Lord Chancellor 1618. Baron Verulam 1618, and Viscount St. Albans 1621. Born 1561. Died 1626. By Ben Jonson. Side note: Dominus Verulaminis. 1. Though he be excellent, and the chief, is not to be imitated alone. For never no imitator ever grew up to his author. Likeness is always on this side truth, yet there happened, in my time, one noble speaker, who was full of gravity in his speaking. His language, where he could spare, or pass by a jest, was nobly censorious. No man ever spake more neatly, more pressly, more weightily, or suffered less emptiness, less idleness, in what he uttered. No member of his speech, but consisted of the own graces. His hearers could not cough, or look aside from him, without loss. He commanded where he spoke, and had his judges angry, and pleased at his devotion. No man had their affections more in his power. The fear of every man that heard him was, lest he should make an end. 9. By Arthur Wilson. Not long after comes the great Lord Chancellor Bacon to a censure, for the most simple and ridiculous follies that ever entreed into the heart of a wise man. He was the true emblem of humane frailty, being more than a man in some things, and less than a woman in others. His crime was bribery, and extortion, which the king hinted at in his speech, when he facetiously said he thought the lords had bribed the prince to speak well of them, and these he had often condemned others for as a judge, which now he comes to suffer for as a delinquent, and they were proved and aggravated against him with so many circumstances, that they fell very fully on him, both in relation to his reception of them, and his expending of them, for that which he raked in and screwed. For one way, he scattered and threw abroad another, for his servants, being young, prodigal and expensive youths, which he kept about him, his treasure was their common store, which they took without stint, having free access to his most retired privacies, and his indulgence to them, and familiarity with them, opened a gap to infamous reports, which left an unsavory tincture on him, for where such leeches are, there must be putrid blood to fill their craving appetites. His gettings were like a prince, with a strong hand, his expenses like a prodigal, with a weak head, and 'tis a wonder a man of his noble and gallant parts, that could fly so high above reason, should fall so far below it, unless that spirit that acted the first were too proud to stoop to see the deformities of the last. And as he affected his men, so his wife affected hers. Seldom doth the husband deviate one way, but the wife goeth another. These things came into the public mouth, and the genius of the times, where malice is not co-rival, is the great dictator of all actions, for innocency itself is a crime, when calumny sets her mark upon it. How prudent therefore ought men to be, that not so much as their garments be defiled with the sour breath of the times. This poor gentleman, mounted above pity, fell down below it. His tongue, that was the glory of his time for eloquence, that tuned so many sweet harangues, was like a forsaken harp, hung upon the willows, whilst the waters of affliction overflowed the banks. And now his high-flying orations are humbled to supplications. He was of a middling stature, his countenance had indented with age before he was old, his presence grave and comely, of a high-flying and lively wit, striving in some things to be rather admired than understood, yet so quick and easy where he would express himself, and his memory so strong and active, that he appeared the master of a large and plenteous storehouse of knowledge, being, as it were, nature's midwife, stripping her callow brood, and clothing them in new attire. His wit was quick to the last, for Gondomar meeting him the Lent before his censure, and hearing of his miscarriages, thought to pay him with his Spanish sarcasms and scoffs, saying, "My lord, I wish you a good Easter," and you, my lord, replied the Chancellor, a good Passover, for he could neither close with his English buffoonery, nor his Spanish treaty, which Gondomar knew, though he was so wise as publicly to oppose either. In fine, he was a fit jewel to have beautified and adorned a flourishing kingdom, if his flaws had not disgraced the luster that should have set him off. 10. By Thomas Fuller. Sidenote: an essay at his character. None can character him to the life, save himself. He was in parts more than a man, who in any liberal profession might be whatsoever he would himself. A great honor of antient authors, yet a great deviser and practicer of new ways in learning. Privy Councillor, as to King James, so to nature itself, diving into many of her abstruse mysteries. New conclusions he would dig out with mattocks of gold and silver, not caring what his experience cost him, expending on the trials of nature all and more than he got by the trials at the bar, posterity being the better for his, though he the worse for his own, dear experiments. He and his servants had all in common, the men never wanting what their master had, and thus what came flowing in unto him was sent flying away from him, who in giving of rewards knew no bounds, but the bottom of his own purse. Wherefore when King James heard that he had given £10 to an underkeeper, by whom he had sent him a buck, the king said merrily, "I and he shall both die beggars," which was condemnable prodigality in a subject. He lived many years after, and in his books will ever survive, in the reading whereof, modest men commend him, in what they do, condemn themselves, in what they do not understand, as believing the fault in their own eyes, and not in the object. 11. By William Raleigh. He was no plodder upon books, though he read much, and that, with great judgment, and rejection of impertinences, incident to many authors, for he would ever interlace a moderate relaxation of his mind with his studies, as walking, or taking the air abroad in his coach, or some other befitting recreation, and yet he would lose no time, inasmuch as upon his first and immediate return he would fall to reading again, and so suffer no moment of time to slip from him, without some present improvement. His meals were refections of the air, as well as of the stomach, like the Nox Atticae, or Convivia Deipnosophistarum, wherein a man might be refreshed, in his mind and understanding, no less than in his body. And I have known some, of no mean parts, that have professed to make use of their notebooks, when they have risen from his table. In which conversations, and otherwise, he was no dashing man, as some men are, but ever a countenancer and fosterer of another man's parts. Neither was he one that would appropriate the speech, wholly to himself, or delight to outvie others, but leave a liberty to the co-assessors to take their turns, to wherein he would draw a man on, and allure him to speak upon such a subject, as wherein he was peculiarly skilful, and would delight to speak. And for himself, he condemned no man's observations, but would light his torch at every man's candle. His opinions and assertions were, for the most part, binding, and not contradicted by any, rather like oracles than discourses, which may be imputed either to the well-weighing of his sentence by the scholars of truth and reason, or else to the reverence and estimation wherein he was commonly had, that no man would contest with him. So that there was no argumentation, or pro and con, as they term it, at his table, or if there chanced to be any, it was carried with much submission and moderation. I have often observed, and so have other men, of great account, that if he had occasion to repeat another man's words after him, he had in use and faculty to dress them in better vestments and apparel than they had before, so that the author should find his own speech much amended, and yet the substance of it still retained, as if it had been natural to him to use good forms, as Ovid spake of his faculty of versifying. Et quod tentibam scribere, versus erat. When his office called him, as he was of the king's council learned, to charge any offenders either in criminals or capitals, he was never of an insulting or domineering nature over them, but always tender-hearted, and carrying himself decently towards the parties, though it was his duty to charge them home, but yet, as one that looked upon the example with the eye of severity, but upon the person with the eye of pity and compassion. And in civil business, as he was counsellor of the state, he had the best way of advising, not engaging his master in any precipitate or grievous courses, but in moderate and fair proceedings, the king, whom he served, giving him this testimony, that he ever dealt, in business, suavibus modis, which was the way that was most according to his own heart. Neither was he, in his time, less gracious with the subject than with his sovereign. He was ever acceptable to the House of Commons, when he was a member thereof. Being the king's attorney, and chosen to a place in Parliament, he was allowed, and dispensed with, to sit in the House, which was not permitted to other attorneys. And as he was a good servant to his master, being never, in 19 years' service, as himself averred, rebuked by the king for anything relating to his majesty, so he was a good master to his servants, and rewarded their long attendance with good places freely when they fell into his power, which was the cause that so many young gentlemen of blood and quality sought to list themselves in his retina. And if he were abused by any of them in their places, it was only the error of the goodness of his nature, but the badges of their indiscretions and intemperances. 12. Ben Jonson. Born 1573, died 1637. By Clarendon. Ben Jonson's name can never be forgotten, having by his very good learning and the severity of his nature and manners very much reformed the stage and indeed the English poetry itself. His natural advantages were judgment to order and govern fancy, rather than excess of fancy, his productions being slow and upon deliberation, yet then abounding with great wit and fancy, and will live accordingly. And surely as he did exceedingly exalt the English language, and eloquence, propriety, and masculine expressions, so he was the best judge of, and fittest to prescribe rules to poetry and poets, of any man who had lived with or before him, or since, if M.R. Cowley had not made a flight beyond all men, with that modesty yet to own much of his to the example and learning of Ben Jonson. His conversation was very good and with the men of most note, and he had for many years an extraordinary kindness for M.R. Hyde, till he found he betook himself to business, which he believed ought never to be preferred before his company. He lived to be very old, and till the palsy made a deep impression upon his body and his mind. 13. By James Howell. To Sir Tho. Hawke. Knight. Sir, I was invited yesternight to a solemn supper by B.I. where you were deeply remembered. There was good company, excellent cheer, choice wines, and jovial welcome. One thing intervened which almost spoiled the relish of the rest, that B. began to engross all the discourse, to vapor extremely of himself, and by vilifying others to magnify his own news. T.C.A. buzzed me in the ear. That though Ben had barreled up a great deal of knowledge, yet it seems he had not read the Ethiques, which among other precepts of morality forbids self-commendation, declaring it to be an ill-favored solecism in good manners. It made me think upon the lady, not very young, who having a good while given her guests neat entertainment, a capon being brought upon the table, instead of a spoon she took a mouthful of claret and spouted it into the poop of the hollow bird. Such an accident happened in this entertainment, you know. Proprio laus sordet in or, be a man's breath never so sweet, yet it makes one's praises stink, if he makes his own mouth the conduit pipe of it. But for my part one am content to dispense with this Roman infirmity of B. Now that time hath snowed upon his pericranium. You know Ovid and your Horace were subject to this humor, the first bursting out into Tamque, opus exegi quod nec Iovis ira, nec ignis, and c. The other into exegi monumenta mer perennius, and c. As also Cicero, while he forked himself into this hexameter, O fortunatam natum me consul Romam. There is another reason that excuseth B, which is, that if one be allowed to love the natural issue of his body, why not that of the brain, which is of a spiritual and more noble extraction? I preserve your manuscripts safe for you till your return to London. What news the times afford this bearer will impart unto you. So I am, Sir, your very humble and most faithful servitor, J. H. Westman. April 5, 1636. 14. Henry Hastings. Born 1551. Died 1650. By Shaftesbury. Mr. Hastings, by his quality, being the son, brother, and uncle to the Earls of Huntingdon, and his way of living, had the first place amongst us. He was peradventure an original in our age, or rather the copy of our nobility in ancient days in hunting and not warlike times. He was low, very strong and very active, of a reddish flaxen hair, his clothes always green cloth, and never all worth when new £5. His house was perfectly of the old fashion, in the midst of a large park well stocked with deer, and near the house rabbits to serve his kitchen, many fish ponds, and great store of wood and timber, a bowling green in it, long but narrow, full of high ridges, it being never leveled since it was ploughed. They used round sand bowls, and it had a banqueting house like a stand, a large one built in a tree. He kept all manner of sport hounds that ran buck, fox, hare, otter, and badger, and hawks long and short-winged. He had all sorts of nets for fishing. He had a walk in the New Forest and the Manor of Christ Church. This last supplied him with red deer, sea and river fish, and indeed all his neighbors' grounds and royalties were free to him, who bestowed all his time in such sports. But what he borrowed to caress his neighbors' wives and daughters, there being not a woman in all his walks of the degree of a yeoman's wife or under, and under the age of 40. But it was extremely her fault if he were not intimately acquainted with her. This made him very popular, always speaking kindly to the husband, brother, or father, who was to boot very welcome to his house whenever he came. There he found beef pudding and small beer in great plenty, a house not so neatly kept as to shame him or his dirty shoes, the great hall strewed with marrow bones, full of hawks' perches, hounds, spaniels, and terriers, the upper sides of the hall hung with the fox skins of this and the last year's skinning, here and there a polecat intermixed, guns and keepers and huntsmen's poles in abundance. The parlor was a large long room, as properly furnished, On a great hearth paved with brick lay some terriers and the choicest hounds and spaniels. Seldom but two of the great chairs had litters of young cats in them, which were not to be disturbed, he having always 3 or 4 attending him at dinner, and a little white round stick of 14 inches long lying by his trencher, that he might defend such meat as he had no mind to part with to them. The windows, which were very large, served for places to lay his arrows, crossbows, stone bows, and other such like accoutrements. The corners of the room full of the best chose hunting and hawking poles, an oyster table at the lower end, which was of constant use twice a day all the year round, for he never failed to eat oysters before dinner and supper through all seasons. The neighboring town of Poole supplied him with them. The upper part of this room had 2 small tables and a desk, on the one side of which was a church Bible, on the other the Book of Martyrs. On the tables were hawks' hoods, bells, and such like, 2 or 3 old green hats with their crowns thrust in so as to hold 10 or a dozen eggs, which were of a pheasant kind of poultry he took much care of and fed himself. Tables, dice, cards, and boxes were not wanting. In the whole of the desk were store of tobacco pipes that had been used. On one side of this end of the room was the door of a closet, wherein stood the strong beer and the wine, which never came thence but in single glasses, that being the rule of the house exactly observed, for he never exceeded in drink, or permitted it. On the other side was a door into an old chapel not used for devotion. The pulpit, as the safest place, was never wanting of a cold chine of beef, pasty of venison, gammon of bacon, or great apple pie, with thick crust extremely baked. His table cost him not much, though it was very good to eat at, his sports supplying all but beef and mutton, except Friday, when he had the best sea fish as well as other fish he could get, and was the day that his neighbors of best quality most visited him. He never wanted a London pudding, and always sung it in with my part lies therein a. He drank a glass of wine or 2 at meals, very often syrup of gillyflower in his sack, and had always a tun glass without feet stood by him holding a pint of small beer, which he often stirred with a great sprig of rosemary. He was well-natured, but soon angry, calling his servants bastard and cuckoldy knaves, in one of which he often spoke truth to his own knowledge, and sometimes in both, though of the same man. He lived to 100, never lost his eyesight, but always writ and read without spectacles, and got to horse without help. Until past 80 he rode to the death of a stag as well as any. 15. Charles I. Born 1600. Succeeded James I 1625. Beheaded 1649. By Clarendon. The several unheard of insolencies which this excellent prince was forced to submit to, at the other times he was brought before that odious judicatory, his majestic behavior under so much insolence, and resolute insisting upon his own dignity, and defending it by manifest authorities in the law, as well as by the clearest deductions from reason. The pronouncing that horrible sentence upon the most innocent person in the world, the execution of that sentence by the most execrable murder that ever was committed, since that of our blessed Saviour, and the circumstances thereof, the application and interposition that was used by some noble persons to prevent that woeful murder, and the hypocrisy with which that interposition was diluted, the saint-like behavior of that blessed martyr, and his Christian courage and patience at his death, are all particulars so well known, and have been so much enlarged upon in treatises peculiarly applied to that purpose, that the farther mentioning it in this place would but afflict and grieve the reader, and make the relation itself odious, and therefore no more shall be said here of that lamentable tragedy, so much to the dishonor of the nation, and the religion professed by it. But it will not be unnecessary to add the shrewd character of his person, that posterity may know the inestimable loss which the nation then underwent in being deprived of a prince whose example would have had a greater influence upon the manners and piety of the nation than the most strict laws can have. To speak first of his private qualifications as a man, before the mention of his princely and royal virtues, he was, if ever any, the most worthy of the title of an honest man, so great a lover of justice, that no temptation could dispose him to a wrongful action, except it were so disguised to him that he believed it to be just. He had a tenderness and compassion of nature, which restrained him from ever doing a hard-hearted thing, and therefore he was so apt to grant pardon to malefactors, that his judges represented to him the damage and insecurity to the public that flowed from such his indulgence, and then he restrained himself from pardoning either murders or highway robberies, and quickly discerned the fruits of his severity, by a wonderful reformation of those enormities. He was very punctual and regular in his devotions, so that he was never known to enter upon his recreations or sports, though never so early in the morning, before he had been at public prayers, so that on hunting days, his chaplains were bound to a very early attendance, and he was likewise very strict in observing the hours of his private cabinet devotions, and was so severe an exactor of gravity and reverence in all mention of religion, that he could never endure any light or profane word in religion, with what sharpness of wit soever it was covered, and though he was well pleased and delighted with reading of verses made upon any occasion, no man durst bring before him any thing that was profane or unclean. That kind of wit had never any countenance then. He was so great an example of conjugal affection, that they who did not imitate him in that particular, did not brag of the liberty, and he did not only permit but direct his bishops to prosecute those scandalous vices, in the ecclesiastical courts, against persons of eminence, and near relation to his service. His kingly virtues had some mixture and allay that hindered them from shining in full lustre, and from producing those fruits they should have been attended with. He was not in his nature bountiful, though he gave very much, which appeared more after the Duke of Buckingham's death, after which those showers fell very rarely, and he paused to lunge in giving, which made those to whom he gave less sensible of the benefit. He kept state to the full, which made his court very orderly. No man presuming to be seen in a place where he had no pretence to be. He saw and observed men lunge, before he received any about his person, and did not love strangers, nor very confident men. He was a patient hearer of causes, which he frequently accustomed himself to, at the council board, and judged very well, and was dexterous in the mediate inch part, so that he often put an end to causes by persuasion, which the stubbornness of men's humors made dilatory in courts of justice. He was very fearless in his person, but not enterprising, and had an excellent understanding, but was not confident enough of it, which made him oftentimes change his own opinion for a worse, and follow the advice of a man that did not judge so well as himself, and this made him more irresolute than the conjuncture of his affairs would admit. If he had been of a rougher and more imperious nature, he would have found more respect in duty, and his not applying some severe cures to approaching evils proceeded from the lenity of his nature and the tenderness of his conscience, which in all cases of blood made him choose the softer way, and not hearken to severe counsels how reasonably soever urged. This only restrained him from pursuing his advantage in the first Scots expedition, when, humanly speaking, he might have reduced that nation to the most slavish obedience that could have been wished, but no man can say he had then many who advised him to it, but the contrary, by a wonderful indisposition all his counsel had to fight Inga, or any other fatigue. He was always an immoderate lover of the Scottish nation, having not only been born there, but educated by that people and besieged by them always, having a few English about him till he was kinge, and the major number of his servants being still of those who he thought could never fail him, and then no man had such an ascendant over him, by the lowest and humblest insinuations, as Duke Hambleton had. As he excelled in all other virtues, so in temperance he was so strict that he abhorred all debauchery to that degree, that at a great festival solemnity where he once was, when very many of the nobility of the English and Scots were entertained, he was, told by one who withdrew from thence, what vast draughts of wine they drank, and that there was one earl who had drank most of the rest down, and was not himself moved or altered. The king said that he deserved to be hanged, and that earl coming shortly into the room where his majesty was, in some gaiety to shew how unhurt he was from that battle, the king sent one to bid him withdraw from his majesty's presence, nor did he in some days after appear before the king. There were so many miraculous circumstances contributed to his ruin, that men might well think that heaven and earth conspired it, and that the stars designed it, though he was from the first declension of his power, so much betrayed by his own servants, that there were very few who remained faithful to him, yet that treachery proceeded not from any treasonable purpose to do him any harm. but from particular and personal animosities against other men, and afterwards the terror all men were under of the Parliament, and the guilt they were conscious of themselves, made them watch all opportunities to make themselves gracious to those who could do them good, and so they became spies upon the master, and from one piece of knavery, were hardened and confirmed to undertake another, till at last they had no hope of preservation but by the destruction of their master. And after all this, when a man might reasonably believe that less than a universal defection of 3 nations could not have reduced a great king to so ugly a fate, it is most certain that in that very hour when he was thus wickedly murdered in the sight of the sun, he had as great a share in the hearts and affections of his subjects in general, was as much beloved, esteemed and longed for by the people in general of the 3 nations, as any of his predecessors had ever been. To conclude, he was the worthiest gentleman, the best master, the best friend, the best husband, the best father, and the best Christian that the age in which he lived had produced, and if he was not the best king, if he was without some parts and qualities which have made some kings great and happy, no other prince was ever unhappy, who was possessed of half his virtues and endowments, and so much without any kind of vice. Footnote 1. He was altered to being in edition 1792. 16. By Sir Philip Warwick. He was a person, though born sickly, yet who came through temperance and exercise, to have as firm and strong a body, as most persons I ever knew, and throughout all the fatigues of the war, or during his imprisonment, never sick. His appetite was to plain meats, and though he took a good quantity thereof, yet it was suitable to an easy digestion. He seldom eat of above 3 dishes at most, nor drank above thrice, a glass of small beer, another of claret wine, and the last of water. He eats suppers as well as dinners heartily, but betwixt meals, he never meddled with anything. Fruit he would eat plentifully, and with this regularity, he moved as steadily as a star follows its course. His deportment was very majestic, for he would not let fall his dignity, no not to the greatest foreigners, that came to visit him and his court, for though he was far from pride, yet he was careful of majesty, and would be approached with respect and reverence. His conversation was free, and the subject matter of it, on his own side of the court, was most commonly rational, or if facetious, not light. With any artist or good mechanic, traveller, or scholar he would discourse freely, and as he was commonly improved by them, so he often gave light to them in their own art or knowledge. For there were few gentlemen in the world that knew more of useful or necessary learning than this prince did, and yet his proportion of books was but small, having, like Francis I of France, learnt more by the ear than by study. His way of arguing was very civil and patient, for he seldom contradicted another by his authority, but by his reason, nor did he by any petulant dislike quash another's arguments, and he offered his exception by this civil introduction: by your favour, sir, I think otherwise on this or that ground, yet he would discountenance any bold or forward address unto him. And in suits or discourse of business he would give way to none abruptly to enter into them, but looked that the greatest persons should in affairs of this nature address to him by his proper ministers, or by some solemn desire of speaking to him in their own persons. His exercises were manly, for he rid the great horse very well, and on the little saddle he was not only adroit, but a laborious hunter or fieldman, and they were wont to say of him, that he failed not to do any of his exercises artificially, but not very gracefully, like some well-proportioned faces, which yet want a pleasant air of countenance. He had a great plains in his own nature, and yet he was thought even by his friends to love too much a versatile man, but his experience had thoroughly weaned him from this at last. He kept up the dignity of his court, limiting persons to places suitable to their qualities, unless he particularly called for them. Besides the women, who attended on his beloved queen and consort, he scarce admitted any great officer to have his wife in the family. Sir Henry Vane was the first that I knew in that kind, who, having a good diet as comptroller of the household, and a tenuity of fortune, was winked at, so as the court was filled, not crammed. His exercises of religion were most exemplary, for every morning early, and evening not very late, singly and alone, in his own bedchamber or closet he spent some time in private meditation, for he durst reflect and be alone, and through the whole week, Even when he went a-hunting, he never failed, before he sat down to dinner, to have part of the liturgy read unto him and his menial servants. Came he never so hungry, or so late in, and on Sundays and Tuesdays he came, commonly at the beginning of service, to the chapel, well attended by his court lords, and chief attendants, and most usually waited on by many of the nobility in town, who found those observances acceptably entertained by him. His greatest enemies can deny none of this, and a man of this moderation of mind could have no hungry appetite to prey upon his subjects, though he had a greatness of mind not to live precariously by them. But when he fell into the sharpness of his afflictions, than which few men underwent sharper, I dare say, I know it, I am sure conscientiously I say it, though God dealt with him, as he did with St. Paul, not remove the thorn, yet he made his grace sufficient to take away the pungency of it, for he made as sanctified an use of his afflictions, as most men ever did. No gentleman in his 3 nations, though there were many more learned, for I have supposed him but competently learned, though eminently rational, better understood the foundations of his own church, and the grounds of the Reformation, than he did, which made the Pope's nuncio to the Queen, Signor Con, to say, both of him and Archbishop Laud, when the king had forced the archbishop to admit a visit from, and a conference with the nuncio, that when he came first to court, he hoped to have made great impressions there, but after he had conferred with prince and prelate, who never denied him anything frowardly or ignorantly, but admitted all, which primitive and uncorrupted Rome for the first 500 years had exercised, he declared he found that they resolved to deal with his master, the Pope, as wrestlers do with one another, take him up to fling him down. And therefore, though I cannot say, I know, that he wrote his icon Bassi-like, or image, which goes under his own name, yet I can say, I have heard him, even unto my unworthy self, say many of those things it contains, and I have been assured by Mr. Levitt, one of the pages of his bedchamber, and who was with him through all his imprisonments, that he hath not only seen the manuscript of that book among his Majesty's papers at the Isle of Wight, but read many of the chapters himself, and Mr. Herbert, who by the appointment of Parliament attended him, says he saw the manuscript in the King's hand, as he believed, but it was in a running character, and not that which the King usually wrote. And whoever reads his private and cursory letters, which he wrote unto the Queen, and to some great men, especially in his Scotch affairs, set down by Mr. Burnet, when he stood single, as he did through all his imprisonments, the gravity and significancy of that style may assure a misbeliever that he had head and hand enough to express the ejaculations of a good, pious, and afflicted heart, and Solomon says, that affliction gives understanding, or elevates thoughts, and we cannot wonder that so royal a heart, sensible of such afflictions, should make such a description of them, as he hath done in that book. And though he was of as slow a pen as of speech, yet both were very significant, and he had that modest esteem of his own parts, that he would usually say, he would willingly make his own dispatches, but that he found it better to be a cobbler than a shoemaker. I have been in company with very learned men, when I have brought them their own papers back from him, with his alterations, who ever contest his amendments to have been very material. And I once by his commandment brought him a paper of my own to read, to see whether it was suitable unto his directions, and he disallowed it slightingly. I desired him, I might call Dr. Sanderson to aid me, and that the doctor might understand his own meaning from himself, and with his Majesty's leave, I brought him, whilst he was walking, and taking the air, whereupon we two went back, but pleased him as little when we returned it, for smilingly he said, a man might have as good were out of a chandler's shop, but afterwards he set it down with his own pen very plainly, and suitable unto his own intentions. The thing was of that nature, being too great an owning of the Scots, when Duke Hamilton was in the heart of England so meanly defeated, and like the crafty fox lay out of countenance in the hands of his enemies, that it chilled the doctor's ink, and when the matter came to be communicated, those honorable persons, that then attended him, prevailed on him to decline the whole. And I remember, when his displeasure was a little off, telling him how severely he had dealt in his charactering the best pen in England, Dr. Sanderson's. He told me he had had 2 secretaries, one a dull man in comparison of the other, and yet the first best pleased him, for, said he, my Lord Carleton ever brought me my own sense in my own words. But my Lord Falkland most commonly brought me my instructions in so fine a dress, that I did not always own them. Which put me in mind to tell him a story of my Lord Burleigh and his son Cecil, for Burleigh being at council, and Lord Treasurer, reading an order penned by a new clerk of the council, who was a wit and scholar, he flung it downward to the lower end of the table to his son, the secretary, saying, Mr. Secretary, you bring in clerks of the council, who will corrupt the gravity and dignity of the style of the board. To which the secretary replied, I pray, my lord, pardon this, for this gentleman is not warm in his place, and hath had so little to do, that he is wanton with his pen, but I will put so much business upon him, that he shall be willing to observe your lordship's directions. These are so little stories, that it may be justly thought, I am either vain, or at leisure to set them down, but I derive my authority from an author the world hath ever reverenced, viz., Plutarch, who writing the lives of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, runs into the actions, flowing from their particular natures, and into their private conversation, saying, these smaller things would discover the men, whilst their great actions only discover the power of their states. One or two things more than I may warrantably observe. First, as an evidence of his natural probity, whenever any young nobleman or gentleman of quality, who was going to travel, came to kiss his hand, he cheerfully would give them some good counsel, leading to moral virtue, especially to good conversation, telling them that if he heard they kept good company abroad, he should reasonably expect they would return qualified to serve him and their country well at home, and he was very careful to keep the youth in his times uncorrupted. This I find in the Memoirs upon James Duke Hamilton, was his advice unto that noble and loyal Lord William, afterwards Duke Hamilton, who so well served his son, and never perfidiously disserved him, when in arms against him. Secondly, his forementioned intercepted letters to the Queen at Naseby had this passage in them, where mentioning religion, he said, this is the only thing, wherein we two differ, which even unto a miscreant Jew would have been proof enough of this king's sincerity in his religion, and had it not been providence or inadvertence, surely those, who had in this kind defamed him, would never themselves have published in print this passage, which thus justified him. This may be truly said, that he valued the reformation of his own church, before any in the world, and was as sensible and as knowing of, and severe against, the deviations of Rome from the primitive church, as any gentleman in Christendom, and beyond those errors, no way quarrelsome towards it, for he was willing to give it its due, that it might be brought to be willing to accept, at least to grant, such an union in the church, as might have brought a free and friendly communion between dissenters, without the one's top all quitting his errors, or the others being necessitated to partake therein, and I truly believe this was the utmost both of his and his archbishop's inclinations. And if I may not yet both these martyrs' confessions on the scaffold, God avert the prophecy of the last, Venient Romani, surely may convince the world, that they both died true assertors of the Reformation. And the great and learned light of this last age, Grotius, soon discerned this inclination in him, for in his dedication of his immortal and scarce ever to be paralleled book, De Jure Belli and Paces, he recommends it to Louis XIII, King of France, as the most royal and Christian design imaginable for his majestic to become a means to make an union amongst Christians in profession of religion, and therein he tells him how well knowing and well disposed the King of England was thereunto. In a word, had he had as daring and active a courage to obviate danger, as he had as steady and undaunted in all hazardous rencounters, or had his active courage equalled his passive, the rebellious and tumultuous humor of those who were disloyal to him, probably had been quashed in their first rise, for throughout the English story it may be observed that the soldier-like spirit in the prince hath been ever much more fortunate and esteemed than the pious, a prince's awful reputation being of much more defence to him than his regal, nay legal, edicts. 17. The Earl of Strafford. Thomas Wentworth, knighted 1611, 2nd Baronet 1614, created Viscount Wentworth 1628, Earl of Strafford 1640. Born 1593. Beheaded 1641. By Clarendon. All things being thus transacted, to conclude the fate of this Greek person, he was on the 12th day of May brought from the Tower of London, where he had been a price owner near 6 months, to the scaffold on Tower Hill, where with a composed, undaunted courage he told the people he was come thither to satisfy them with his heed, but that he much feared the reformation which was begun in blood would not prove so fortunate to the kingdom as they expected, and he wished. And after great expressions of his devotion to the Church of England, and the Protestant religion established by law and professed in that church, of his loyalty to the king, and affection to the peace and welfare of the kingdom, with marvellous tranquillity of mind, he delivered his head to the block, where it was severed from his body at a blow. Many of the standers-by, who had not been over charitable to him in his life, being much affected with the courage and Christianity of his death. Thus fell the greatest subject in power, and little inferior to any in fortune, that was at that time in either of the 3 kingdoms, who could well remember the time when he led those people, who then pursued him to his grave. He was a man of great parties and extraordinary endowments of nature, not unadorned with some addition of arte and learning, though that again was more improved and illustrated by the other, for he had a readiness of conception, and sharpness of expression, which made his learning a thought more than in truth it was. His first inclinations and addresses to the court were only to establish his greatness in the country, where he apprehended some acts of power from the one L. de Saville, who had been his rival always there, and of late had strengthened himself by being made a privy councillor, an officer at court. But his first attempts were so prosperous that he contented not himself with being secure from his power in the country, but rested not till he had bereaved him of all power and place in court, and so sent him down a most abject disconsolate old man to his country, where he was to have the superintendency over him too, by getting himself at that time made L.D. President of the North. These successes, applied to a nature too elate and arrogant of itself, and a quicker progress into the greatest employments and trust, made him more transported with disdain of other men, and more contemned the forms of business, than happily he would have been if he had met with some interruptions in the beginning, and had passed in a more leisurely gradation to the office of a statesman. He was no doubt of great observation, and a piercing judgment both into things and persons, but his too good skill in persons made him judge the worse of things, for it was his misfortune to be of a time wherein very few wise men were equally employed with him, and scarce any, but the L.D. Coventry, whose trust was more confined, whose faculties and abilities were equal to his, so that upon the matter he wholly relied upon himself, and discerning many defects in most men, he too much neglected what they said or did. Of all his passions his pride was most predominant, which a moderate exercise of ill fortune might have corrected and reformed, and which was by the hand of heaven strangely punished, by bringing to his destruction upon him, by 2 things, that he most despised, the people, and Sr. Harry Vane. In a word, the epitaph which Plutarch records, that Sylla wrote for himself, may not be unfitly applied to him. That no man did ever passe him, either in doing good to his friends, or in doing mischief to his enemies, for his acts of both kins were most exemplar and notorious. Footnote 1. Old inserted in another hand before LD. 18. By Sir Philip Warwick. The Lord Viscount Wentworth, Lord President of the North, whom the Lord Treasurer Portland had brought into His Majesty's affairs, from his ability and activity had wrought himself much into His Majesty's confidence, and about the year 1632 was appointed by the King to be Lord Deputy of Ireland, where the state of affairs was in no very good posture, the revenue of the crown not defraying the standing army there, nor the ordinary expenses, and the deportment of the Romanists being there also very insolent, and the Scots plantations in the northern parts of that realm looking upon themselves, as if they had been a distinct body. So as here was subject matter enough for this great man to work on, and considering his hardines, it may well be supposed that the difficulties of his employment, being means to shew his abilities, were grateful to him, for he was every way qualified for business, his natural faculties being very strong and pregnant, his understanding, aided by a good fancy, made him quick in discerning the nature of any business, and through a cold brain he became deliberate, and of a sound judgment. His memory was great, and he made it greater by confiding in it. His elocution was very fluent, and it was a great part of his talent readily to reply, or freely to harangue upon any subject. And all this was lodged in a sour and haughty temper, so as it may probably be believed, he expected to have more observance paid to him than he was willing to pay to others, though they were of his own quality, and then he was not like to conciliate the goodwill of men of the lesser station. His acquired parts, both in university and inns of court learning, as likewise his foreign travels, made him an eminent man, before he was a conspicuous, so as when he came to shew himself first in public affairs, which was in the House of Commons, he was soon a bellwether in that flock. As he had these parts, he knew how to set a price on them, if not overvalue them, and he too soon discovered a roughness in his nature, which a man no more obliged by him than I was, would have called an injustice, though many of his confidants, who were my good friends, when I like a little worm, being trod on, would turn and laugh, and under that disguise say as piquant words, as my little wit would help me with, were wont to swear to me, that he endeavored to be just to all, but was resolved to be gracious to none, but to those, whom he thought inwardly affected him, which never bowed me, till his broken fortune, and as I thought, very unjustifiable prosecution, made me one of the 56, who gave a negative to that fatal bill, which cut the thread of his life. He gave an early specimen of the roughness of his nature, when in the eager pursuit of the House of Commons after the Duke of Buckingham, he advised or gave a counsel against another, which was afterwards taken up and pursued against himself. Thus pressing upon another man's case, he awakened his own fate. For when that House was in consultation, how to frame the particular charge against that great Duke, he advised to make a general one, and to accuse him of treason, and to let him afterwards get off, as he could, which befell himself at last. I believe he should make no irrational conjecture, who determined, that his very eminent parts to support a crown, and his very rugged nature to contest disloyalty, or withstand change of government, made his enemies implacable to him. It was a great infirmity in him, that he seemed to overlook so many, as he did, since everywhere, much more in court, the numerous or lesser sort of attendants can obstruct, create jealousies, spread ill reports, and do harm, for as 'tis impossible, that any power or deportment should satisfy all persons, so there a little friend lines and opens of carriage begets hope, and lessens envy. In his person he was of a tall stature, but stooped much in the neck. His countenance was cloudy, whilst he moved, or sat thinking, but when he spake, either seriously or facetiously, he had a light psalm and a very pleasant air, and indeed whatever he then did, he performed very gracefully. The greatness of the envy that attended him made many in their prognostics to bode him an ill end, and there went current a story of the dream of his father, who being both by his wife, nigh his friends, and physicians, thought to be at the point of his death, fell suddenly into so profound a sleep, and lay quietly so long, that his wife, uncertain of his condition, drew nigh his bed to observe whether she could hear him breath. And gently touching him, he awaked with great disturbance, and told her the reason was, she had interrupted him in a dream, which most passionately he desired to have known the end of. For, said he, I dreamed one appeared to me, assuring me that I should have a son, for till then he had none, who should be a very great and eminent man. But, and in this instant thou didst awake me, whereby I am bereaved of the knowledge of the further fortune of the child. This I heard, when this lord was but in the ascent of his greatness, and long before his fall, and afterwards conferring with some of his nighest relations, I found the tradition was not disowned. Sure I am, that his station was like those turfs of earth or sea banks, which by the storms swept away, left all the inland to be drowned by popular tumult. 19. The Earl of Northampton. Spencer Compton, 2nd Earl of Northampton. Born 1601. Fell at Hopton Heath 1643. By Clarendon. In this fight, which was sharp and showroot, there were killed and taken price owners of the Parliament party above 200. And more than that number wounded, for the horse charging Jamunged their foot, more were hurt than killed. 8 pieces of the cannon and most of their ammunition was likewise taken. Of the Earl's party were slain but 25. Whereof there were 2 captains, some inferior officers, and the rest common men, but there were as many hurt, and those of the chief officers. They who had all the ensigns of victory, but the general, thought themselves undone, whilst the other side who had escaped in the night and made a hard shift to carry his dead body with them, hardly believed they were losers. Et velu quali belladum sort fuisit componit cum class virum. The truth is, a greater victory had been an unequal recompense for a less loss. He was a person of great courage, honor, and fidelity, and not well known till his eveninga, hadinga in the ease, and plenty, and luxury of that too happy time indulged to himself with that license, which was then thought necessary to great fortunes, but from the beginning of these distractions, as if he had been awakened out of a lethargy, he never proceeded with a lukewarm temper. Before the standard was set up, he appeared in Warwickshire against the Ld. Brooke, and as much upon his own reputation as the justice of the cause, which was not so well then understood, discountenanced, and drove him out of that county, afterwards took the ordnance from Banbury Castle, and brought them to the Kinge. As soon as an army was to be raised, he levied with the first upon his own charge a troop of horse and a regiment of foot. And not like other men, who warily distributed their family to both sides, one son to serve the Kinge, whilst the father, or another son engaged as far for the Parliament, entirely dedicated all his children to the quarrel, having a far sons officers under him, whereof 3 charged that day in the fielda, and from the time he submitted himself to the profession of a soldier, no man more punctual upon command, no man more diligent and vigilant in duty. All distresses he bore like a common man, and all wants and hardnesses as if he had never known plenty, or ease, most prodigal of his person to Dongor, and would often say, that if he outlived these wars, he was certain never to have so noble a death, so that it is not to be wound-red, if upon such a stroke, the body that felt it, thought it had lost more than a limb. 20. The Earl of Carnarvon. Robert Dormer, created Earl of Carnarvon 1628. Born 1610. Fell at Newbury 1643. By Clarendon. This day fell the Earl of Carnarvon, who after he had charged and roted a body of the enemy's horse, coming to Carelsley back by some of the scattered troopers, was by one of them who knew him run through the body with a sword, of which he died within an hour. He was a person with whose great parties and virtue the world was not enough acquainted. Before the war, though his education was adorned by travel, and an exact observation of the manners of more nations than our common travellers used to visit, for he had after the view of Spain, France, and most parties of Italy, spent some time in Turkey and those eastern countries, he seemed to be wholly delighted with those looser exercises of pleasure, huntinga, hawkinga, and the like, in which the nobility of that time too much delighted to excel. After the troubles began, having the command of the 1st or 2nd regiment of horse that was raised for the king's service, he wholly gave himself up to the office and duty of a soldier, no man more diligently obeyinga, or more dexterously commanding, for he was not only of a very keen courage in the exposinga his person, but an excellent discerner and pursuer of advantage upon his enemy, and had a mind and understanding of very present in the article of Dongor, which is a rare benefit in that profession. Those infirmities and that license which he had formerly indulged to himself, he put off with severity, when others thought them excusable under the notion of a soldier. He was a great lover of justice, and practiced it then most deliberately, when he had power to do wrong, and so strict in the observation of his word and promise, as a commander, that he could not be persuaded to stay in the West, when he found it not in his power to perform the agreement he had made with Dorchester and Weymouth. If he had lived, he would have proved a great ornament to that profession, and an excellent soldier, and by his death the Kinge found a sensible weakness in his army. 21. Lord Falkland. Lucius Gary, 2nd Viscount Falkland 1633. Born 1610. Fell at Newbury 1643. By Clarendon. But I must here take leave a little longer to discontinue this narration, and if the celebratinge the memory of eminent and extraordinary persons, and transmittinge the great virtues for the imitation of posterity, be one of the principal endies and duties of history, it will not be thought impertinent in this place to remember a loss, which no time will suffer to be forgotten, and no success or good fortune could repair. In this unhappy battle was slain the L.D. Viscount Falkland, a person of such prodigious parties of learning and knowledge, of that inimitable sweetness and delight in conversation, of so flowing and obliging humanity and goodness to mankind, and of that primitive simplicity and integrity of life, that if there were no other brandy upon this odious and accursed civil war than that single loss, it must be most infamous and execrable to all posterity. Turp mori posti, solo non posse dolor. Before this Parliament his condition of life was so happy that it was hardly capable of improvement. Before he came to 20 years of age, he was master of a noble fortune, which descended to him by the gift of a grandfather, without passing through his father or mother, who were then both alive, and not well enough contented to find themselves passed by in the descent. His education for some years had been in Ireland, where his father was Lord Deputy, so that when he returned into England, to the possession of his fortune, he was unentangled with any acquaintance or friends, which usually grow up by the custom of conversation, and therefore was to make a pure election of his company, which he chose by other rules than were prescribed to the young nobility of that time, and it cannot be denied, though he admitted some few to his friendship for the agreeableness of their natures, and their undoubted affection to him, that his familiarity and friendship for the most part was with men of the most eminent and sublime parties, and of untouched reputations in point of integrity, and such men had a title to his bosom. He was a great cherisher of wit, and fancy, and good parties in any man, and if he found them clouded with poverty or want, a most liberal and bountiful patron towards them, even above his fortune, of which in those administrations he was such a dispenser, as if he had been trusted with it to such uses, and if there had been the least of vice in his expense, he might have been thought too prodigal. He was constant and pertinacious in whatsoever he resolved to do, and not to be wearied by any pains that were necessary to that end, and therefore having once resolved not to see London, which he loved above all places, till he had perfectly learned the Greek tongue, he went to his own house in the country, and pursued it with that indefatigable industry, that it will not be believed, in how short a time he was master of it, and accurately read all the Greek historians. In this time, his house being within 10 miles of Oxford, he contracted familiarity and friendship with the most polite and accurate men of that university, who found such an immenseness of wit, and such a solidity of judgment in him, so infinite a fancy bound in by a most logical ratiocination, such a vast knowledge, that he was not ignorant in any thing, yet such an excessive humility, as if he had known not hinge, that they frequently resorted and dwelt with him, as in a college, situate in a purer air, so that his house was a university bound in a lesser volume, whither they came not so much for repose, as study, and to examine and refine those grosser propositions, which laziness and consent made current in vulgar conversation. Many attempts were made upon him, by the instigation of his mother, who was a lady of another persuasion in religion, and of a most masculine understanding, allayed with the passion and infirmities of her own sex, to pervert him in his piety to the Church of England, and to reconcile him to that of Rome, which they prosecuted with the more confidence, because he declined no opportunity or occasion of conference with those of that religion, whether priests or laicks, having diligently studied the controversies, and exactly read all or the choicest of the Greek and Latine fathers, and having a memory so stupendous, that he remembered on all occasions whatsoever he read, and he was so great an enemy to that passion and uncharitableness which he saw produced by difference of opinion in matters of religion, that in all those disputations with priests and others of the Roman Church, he affected to manifest all possible civility to their persons, and estimation of their parties, which made them retain still some hope of his reduction, even when they had given over offering a farther reasons to him to that purpose. But this charity towards them was much lessened, and any correspondence with them quite declined, when by sinister arts they had corrupted his 2 younger brothers, being both children, and stolen them from his house, and transported them beyond seas, and perverted his sisters. Upon which occasion he writ 2 large discourses against the principal positions of that religion, with that sharpness of style, and full weight of reason, that the Church is deprived of great jewels, in the concealment of them, and that they are not published to the world. He was superior to all those passions and affections which attend vulgar minds, and was guilty of no other ambition than of knowledge, and to be reputed a lover of all good men, and that made him too much a contemner of those arts which must be indulged to in the transaction of humane affairs. In the last Shorud Parliament he was a burgess in the House of Commons, and from the debates which were then managed with all imaginable gravity and sobriety, he contracted such a reverence to parliaments that he thought it really impossible that they could ever produce mischief or inconvenience to the kingdom, or that the kingdom could be tolerably happy in the intermission of them, and from the unhappy and unseasonable dissolution of that convention, he harbored it may be some jealousy and prejudice of the court, towards which he was not before immoderately inclined, his father having wasted a full fortune there, in those offices and employments, by which other men used to obtain a greater. He was chosen again this Parliament to serve in the same place, and in the beginning of it, declared himself very sharply and severely against those exorbitances which had been most grievous to the state, for he was so rigid an observer of established laws and rules, that he could not endure the least breach or deviation from them, and thought no mischief so intolerable as the presumption of ministers of state to break positive rules for reason of state, or judges to transgress known laws, upon the title of conveniency or necessity, which made him so severe against the Earl of Strafford and the Earl de Finch, contrary to his natural gentleness and temper, insomuch as they who did not know his composition to be as free from revenge as it was from pride, thought that the sharpness to the former might proceed from the memory of some unkindnesses, not without a mixture of injustice from him towards his father, but without doubt he was free from those temptations, and was only misled by the authority of those who he believed understood the laws perfectly, of which himself was utterly ignorant. And if the assumption, which was scarce controverted, had been a true, that an endeavor to overthrow the fundamental laws of the kingdom had been treason, a strict understanding might make reasonable conclusions to satisfy his own judgment from the exorbitant parties of the several charges. The great opinion he had of the uprightness and integrity of those persons who appeared most active, especially of Mr. Hampden, kept him longer from suspecting any design against the peace of the kingdom, and though he differed commonly from them in conclusions, he believed lunge their purposes were honest, when he grew better informed what was law, and discerned a desire to control that law, by a vote of one, or both houses. No man more opposed those attempts, and gave the adverse party more trouble, by reason and argumentation, insomuch as he was by degrees looked upon as an advocate for the court, to which he contributed so little, that he declined those addresses, and even those invitations, which he was obliged almost by civility to entertain, and he was so jealous of the least imagination that he should incline to preferment, that he affected even a morosity to the court, and to the courtiers, and left not hinge undone which might prevent and divert the king's or queen's favour towards him, but the deserving it, for when the king sent for him once or twice, to speak with him, and to give him thanks for his excellent comportment in those councils, which his majesty graciously termed doing him service, his answers were more negligent and less satisfactory than might be expected, as if he cared only that his actions should be just, not that they should be acceptable, and that his majesty should think that they proceeded only from the impulsion of conscience, without any sympathy in his affections, which from a stoical and sullen nature might not have been misinterpreted, yet from a person of so perfect a habit of generous and obsequious compliance with all good men, might very well have been interpreted by the king as more than an ordinary averseness to his service, so that he took more pains, and more forced his nature to actions unagreeable and unpleasant to it, that he might not be thought to incline to the court than any man hath done to procure an office there. And if any thing but not doing his duty could have kept him from receiving a testimony of the king's grace and trust at that time, he had not been called to his council, not that he was in truth averse to the court, or from receiving public employment, for he had a great devotion to the king's person, and had before used some small endeavor to be recommended to him for a foreign negotiation, and had once a desire to be sent ambassador into France. But he abhorred an imagination or doubt should sink into the thoughts of any man, that in the discharge of his trust and duty in Parliament he had any bias to the court, or that the king himself should apprehend that he looked for a reward for being honest. For this reason, when he heard it first whispered that the king had a purpose to make him a counsellor, for which in the beginning there was no other ground, but because he was known sufficient, haud semper erat fama, aliquando edi allegit, he resolved to decline it, and at last suffered himself only to be overruled by the advice and persuasions of his friends to submit to it. Afterwards, when he found that the king intended to make him his Secretary of State, he was positive to refuse it, declaring to his friends that he was most unfit for it, and that he must either do that which would be great disquiet to his own nature, or leave that undone which was most necessary to be done by one that was honored with that place, for that the most just and honest men did every day that which he could not give himself leave to do. And indeed he was so exact and strict an observer of justice and truth at Amusum, that he believed those necessary condescensions and applications to the weakness of other men, and those arts and insinuations which are necessary for discoveries and prevention of ill, would be in him a declension from the rule which he acknowledged fit and absolutely necessary to be practiced in those employments, and was so precise in the practique principles he prescribed to himself, to all others he was as indulgent, as if he had lived in Republica Platonis non in feis Romuli. 2 reasons prevailed with him to receive the seals, and but for those he had resolutely avoided them. The first, the consideration that it might bring some blemish upon the king's affairs, and that men would have believed that he had refused so great an honor and trust, because he must have been with it obliged to do somewhat else, not justifiable, and this he made matter of conscience, since he knew the king made choice of him before other men, especially because he thought him more honest than other men. The other was, lest he might be thought to avoid it, out of fear to do an ungracious thing to the House of Commons, who were sorely troubled at the displacing Sr. Harry Vane, whom they looked upon as removed for having done them those offices they stood in need of, and the disdain of so popular an encumbrance wrought upon him next to the other, for as he had a full appetite of fame by just and generous actions, so he had an equal contempt of it by any servile expedients, and he so much the more consented to and approved the justice upon Sr. Vane, in his own private judgment, by how much he surpassed most men in the religious observation of a trust, the violation whereof he would not admit of any excuse for. For these reasons he submitted to the king's command, and became his secretary, with as humble and devout an acknowledgment of the greatness of the obligation as could be expressed, and as true a sense of it in his hearut. Yet 2 things he could never bring himself to whilst he continued in that office, that was to his death, for which he was contented to be reproached, as for omissions in a most necessary part of his place. The one employing of spies, or giving any countenance or entertainment to them. I do not mean such emissaries as with Donga will venture to view the enemy's camp, and bring intelligence of the number or quartrange, or such generals as such an observation can comprehend, but those who by communication of guilt, or dissimulation of manners, win themselves into such trust and secrets, as Inab led them to make discoveries for the benefit of the state. The other, the liberty of opening letters, upon a suspicion that they might contain matter of dangerous consequence. For the first, he would say, such instruments must be void of all ingenuity and common honesty, before they could be of use, and afterwards they could never be fit to be credited, and that no single preservation could be worth so general a wound and corruption of humane society, as the cherishing of such persons would carry with it. The last he thought such a violation of the law of nature, that no qualification by office could justify a single person in the trespasse, and though he was convinced by the necessity and iniquity of the time, that those advantages of information were not to be declined, and were necessarily to be practiced, he found means to shift it from himself, when he confessed he needed excuse and pardon for the omission, so unwilling he was to resign any thing in his nature to an obligation in his office. In all other particulars, he filled his place plentifully, being sufficiently versed in languages to understand any that is used in business, and to make himself again understood, to speak of his integrity, and his high disdain of any bait that might seem to look towards corruption, in tanto vero, injuria virtutum furit. Some sharp expressions he used against the Archbishop of Canterbury, and his concurrence in the first bill to take away the votes of bishops in the House of Peers, gave occasion to some to believe, and opportunity to others to conclude and publish that he was no friend to the Church, and the established government of it, and troubled his very friends much, who were more confident of the contrary than prepared to answer the allegations. The truth is, he had unhappily contracted some prejudice to the Archbishop, and had Inga only known him enough to observe his passion, when it may be multiplicity of business or other indisposition had possessed him, did wish him less entangled and engaged in the business of the court or state, though, I speak it knowingly, he had a singular estimation and reverence of his great learning and confessed integrity, and really thought his let inch himself to those expressions which implied a disesteem of him, or at least an acknowledgment of his infirmities, would enable him to shelter him from part of the storm he saw raised for his destruction, which he abominated with his soul. The giving his consent to the first bill for the displacing the bishops did proceed from two grounds: the first, his not understanding of the original of the right and suffrage there; the other, an opinion that the combination against the whole government of the Church by bishops was so violent and furious, that a less composition than the dispensing with their intermeddling in secular affairs would not preserve the order. And he was persuaded to this, by the profession of many persons of honor, who declared they did desire the one, and would then not praise of the other, which in that particular misled many men. But when his observation and experience made him discern more of their intentions than he before suspected, with great frankness he opposed the Seacount bill that was preferred for that purpose, and had without scruple the order itself in perfect reverence, and thought too great encouragement could not possibly be given to learning, nor too great rewards to learn men, and was never in the least degree swayed or moved by the objections which were made against that government, holding them most ridiculous, or affected to the other which those men fancied to themselves. He had a courage of the most clear and keen temper, and so far from fear that he was not without appetite of donger, and therefore upon any occasion of action he always engaged his person in those troops which he thought by the forwardness of the commanders to be most like to be farthest engaged, and in all such encounters he had about him a strange cheerfulness and companionableness, without at all affecting the execution that was then principally to be attended, in which he took no delight, but took pains to prevent it, where it was not by resistance necessary, insomuch that at Edgehill, when the enemy was routed, he was like to have incurred great peril by interposing to save those who had thrown away their arms, and against him it may be others were more fierce for the having thrown them away, insomuch as a man might think he came into the field only out of curiosity to see the face of Donger, and charity to prevent the shedding of blood, yet in his natural inclination he acknowledged he was addicted to the profession of a soldier, and shortly after he came to his fortune, and before he came to age, he went into the Low Countries with the resolution of procuring command, and to give himself up to it, from which he was converted by the complete inactivity of that summer, and so he returned into England, and shortly after entreed upon that vehement course of study we mentioned before, till the first alarm from the north, and then again he made ready for the field, and though he received some repulse in the command of a troop of horse, of which he had a promise, he went a volunteer with the Earl of Essex. From the entrance into this unnatural war, his natural cheerfulness and vivacity grew clouded, and a kind of sadness and dejection of spirit stole upon him, which he had never been used to, yet being one of those who believed that one battle would end all differences, and that there would be so great a victory on one side, that the other would be compelled to submit to any conditions from the victor, which supposition and conclusion generally swink into the minds of most men, prevented the looking after many advantages which might then have been laid hold of. He resisted those indispositions, et in luctabellum inter remedia erat, but after the king's return from Brainford, and the furious resolution of the two houses not to admit any treaty for peace, those indispositions which had before touched him grew into a perfect habit of uncheerfulness. And he who had been so exactly unreserved and affable to all men, that his face and countenance was always present and vacant to his company, and held any cloudiness, and less pleasantness of the visage, a kind of rudeness or incivility, became on a sudden less communicable, and thence very sad, pale, and exceedingly affected with the spleen. In his clothes and habit, which he had intended before always with more neatness, and industry, and expense, than is usual to so great a mind, he was not now only incurious, but too negligent, and in his reception of suitors and the necessary or casual addresses to his place so quick, and sharp, and severe, that the wanted not some men, who were strangers to his nature and disposition, who believed him proud and imperious, from which no mortal man was ever more free. The truth is, as he was of a most incomparable gentleness, application, and even a demesness and submission to good, and worthy, and entire men, so he was naturally, which could not but be more evident in his place which objected him to another conversation, and intermixture than his own election had done, adversus males and jucundus, and was so ill a dissembler of his dislike, and disinclination to ill men, that it was not possible for such not to discern it, though as once in the House of Commons such a declared acceptation of the good service an eminent member had done to them, and as they said, to the whole kingdom, that it was moved, he being present, that the Speaker might in the name of the whole House give him thanks, and then that every member might as a testimony of his particular acknowledgment stir or move his hat towards him, the which, though not ordered, when very many did, the LD of Falkland, who believed the service itself not to be of that moment, and that an honourable and generous person could not have stooped to it, for any recompense, instead of moving his hat, stretched both his arms out, and clasped his hands together upon the crown of his hat, and held it close down to his head, that all men might see how odious that flattery was to him, and the very approbation of the person, though at that time most popular. When there was any overture or hope of peace, he would be more erect, and vigorous, and exceedingly solicitous to praise any thing which he thought might promote it, and sitting amongst his friends often after a deep silence, and frequent sighs, would with a shrill and sad accent ingeminate the word, peace, peace, and would passionately profess that the very agony of the war, and the view of the calamities and desolation the kingdom did and must endure, took his sleep from him, and would shortly break his heart. This made some think, or pretend to think, that he was so much enamored on peace, that he would have been glad the king should have bought it at any price, which was a most unreasonable calumny, as if a man, that was himself the most punctual and precise, in every circumstance that might reflect upon conscience or honour, could have wished the king to have committed a trespass against ether. And yet this senseless scandal made some impression upon him, or at least he used it for an excuse of the daringness of his spirit, for at the leaguer before Gloucester, when his friends passionately reprehended him for exposing his person, unnecessarily to danger, as he delighted to visit the trenches, and nearest approaches, and to discover what the enemy did, as being so much beside the duty of his place, that it might be understood against it, he would say merrily, that his office could not take away the privileges of his age, and that a secretary in war might be present at the greatest secret of danger, but withal alleged seriously that it concerned him to be more active in enterprises of hazard than other men, that all might see that his impatiency for peace proceeded not from pusillanimity, or fear to adventure his own person. In the morning before the battle, as always upon action, he was very cheerful, and put himself into the first rank of the LD Byron's regiment, who was then advancing upon the enemy, who had lined the hedges on both sides with musketeers, from whence he was shot with a musket on the lower part of the belly, and in the instant falling from his horse, his body was not found till the next morning, till when there was some hope he might have been a prize owner, though his nearest friends, who knew his temper, received small comforte from that imagination. Thus fell that incomparable young man, in the 34th year of his age, having so much dispatched the business of life, that the oldest rarely attained to that immense knowledge, and the youngest enter not into the world with more innocence, and whosoever leads such a life, need not care upon how short warning it be taken from him. 22. By Clarendon. With Sir Lucius Carey he had a most entire friendship without reserve from his age of 20 years to the hour of his death, near 20 years after, upon which there will be occasion to enlarge, when we come to speak of that time, and often before, and therefore we shall say no more of him in this place than to shew his condition and qualifications, which were the first ingredients into that friendship, which was afterwards cultivated and improved by a constant conversation and familiarity, and by many accidents which contributed thereunto. He had the advantage of a noble extraction, and of being born his father's eldest son, when there was a greater fortune in prospect to be inherited, besides what he might reasonably expect by his mother than came afterwards to his possession. His education was equal to his birth, at least in the care, if not in the climate, for his father being deputy of Ireland, before he was of age fit to be sent abroad. His breeding was in the court, and in the University of Dublin, but under the care, vigilance, and direction of such governors and tutors, that he learned all those exercises and languages better than most men do in more celebrated places, insomuch as when he came into England, which was when he was about the age of 18 years, he was not only master of the Latin tongue, and had read all the poets and other of the best authors with notable judgment for that age, but he understood, and spake, and writ French, as if he had spent many years in France. He had another advantage, which was a great ornament to the rest, that was a good a plentiful estate, of which he had the early possession. His mother was the sole daughter and heir of the Ld. Chief Baron Tanfield, who having given a fair portion with his daughter in marriage, had kept himself free to dispose of his land and his other estate, in such manner as he should think fit. And he settled it in such manner upon his grandson Sir Lucius Carey, without taking a notice of his father or mother, that upon his grandmother's death, which fell out about the time that he was 19 years of age, all the land with his very good houses, very well furnished, worth above 2,000 L per annum, in a most pleasant country, and the two most pleasant places in that country, with a very plentiful personal estate, fell into his hands and possession, and to his entire disposal. With these advantages, he had one great disadvantage, which in the first entrance into the world is attended with too much prejudice, in his person and presence, which was in no degree attractive, or promising. His stature was low and smaller than most men's, his motion not graceful, and his aspect so far from inviting, that it had somewhat in it of simplicity, and his voice the worst of the three, and so untuned, that instead of reconciling, it offended the ear, that nobody would have expected music from that tongue, and sure no man was less beholden to nature for its recommendation into the world. But then no man sooner or more disappointed this general and customary prejudice. That little person in small stature was quickly found to contain a great heroot, a courage so keen, and a nature so fearless, that no composition of the strongest limbs and most harmonious and proportioned presence and strength ever more disposed any man to the greatest enterprise. It being his greatest weakness to be too solicitous for such adventures, and that untuned tongue and voice easily discovered itself to be supplied and governed by a mind and understanding so excellent, that the wit and weight of all he said carried another kind of lustre and admiration in it, and even another kind of acceptation from the persons present, than any ornament of delivery could reasonably promise itself, or is usually attended with. And his disposition and nature was so gentle and obliging, so much delighted in courtesy, kindness, and generosity, that all mankind could not but admire and love him. In a short time after he had possession of the estate his grandfather had left him, and before he was of age, he committed a fault against his father, in marrying a young lady whom he passionately loved, without any considerable portion, which exceedingly offended him, and disappointed all his reasonable hopes and expectation of redeeming and repairing his own broken fortune and desperate hopes in court, by some advantageous marriage of his son, about which he had then some probable treaty. Sir Lucius Carey was very conscious to himself of his offence and transgression, and the consequence of it, which though he could not repent, having married a lady of a most extraordinary wit and judgment, and of the most signal virtue and exemplary life, that the age produced, and who brought him many hopeful children, in which he took great delight. Yet he confessed it with the most sincere and dutiful applications to his father for his pardon that could be made. And in order to the prejudice he had brought upon his fortune by bringing a no portion to him, he offered to repair it by resigning his whole estate to his disposal, and to rely wholly upon his kindness for his own maintenance and support, and to that purpose he had caused conveyances to be drawn by counsel, which he brought ready engrossed to his father, and was willing to seal and execute them, that they might be valid. But his father's passion and indignation so far transported him, though he was a gentleman of excellent parts, that he refused any reconciliation and rejected all the offers which were made of the estate, so that his son remained still in the possession of his estate against his will, of which he found great reason afterwards to rejoice. But he was for the present so much afflicted with his father's displeasure, that he transported himself and his wife into Olan, resolving to buy some military command, and to spend the remainder of his life in that profession. But being disappointed in the treaty he expected, and finding no opportunity to accommodate himself with such a command, he returned again into England, resolving to retire to a country life, and to his books, that since he was not like to improve himself in arms, he might advance in letters. In this resolution he was so severe, as he was always naturally very intent upon what he was inclined to, that he declared he would not see London in many years, which was the place he loved of all the world, and that in his studies he would first apply himself to the Greek, and pursue it without intermission, till he should attain to the full understanding of that tongue, and it is hardly to be credited what industry he used, and what success attended that industry, for though his father's death, by an unhappy accident, made his repair to London absolutely necessary, in fewer years than he had proposed for his absence, yet he had first made himself master of the Greek tongue. In the Latine he was very well versed before, and had read not only all the Greek historians, but Homer likewise and such of the poets, as were worthy to be perused, though his father's death brought no other convenience to him but a title to redeem an estate, mortgaged for as much as it was worth, and for which he was compelled to sell a finer seat of his own. Yet it imposed a burthen upon him of the title of a viscount, and an increase of expense, in which he was not in his nature to provident or restrained, having naturally such a generosity and bounty in him, that he seemed to have his estate in trust, for all worthy persons who stood in want of supplies and encouragement, as Ben Jonson and many others of that time, whose fortunes required, and whose spirits made them superior to ordinary obligations, which yet they were contented to receive from him, because his bounties were so generously distributed, and so much without vanity and ostentation, that except from those few persons from whom he sometimes received the characters of fit objects for his benefits, or whom he entrusted for the more secret deriving to them, he did all he could that the persons themselves who received them should not know from what fountain they flowed, and when that could not be concealed, he sustained any acknowledgment from the persons obliged, with so much trouble and bashfulness, that they might well perceive that he was even ashamed of the little he had given, and to receive so large a recompense for it. As soon as he had finished all those transactions, which the death of his father had made necessary to be done, he retired again to his country life, and to his severe course of study, which was very delightful to him, as soon as he was engaged in it. But he was wont to say, that he never found reluctancy in any thing he resolved to do, but in his quitting London, and departing from the conversation of those he enjoyed there, which was in some degree preserved and continued by frequent letters, and often visits, which were made by his friends from thence, whilst he continued wedded to the country, and which were so grateful to him, that during the stay with him, he looked upon no book, except the very conversation made an appeal to some book, and truly his whole conversation was one continued convivium philosophicum or convivium theologicum, enlivened and refreshed with all the facetiousness of wit, and good humor, and pleasantness of discourse, which made the gravity of the argument itself, whatever it was, very delectable. His house where he usually resided, or Burford in Oxfordshire, being within 10 or 12 miles of the university, looked like the university itself, by the company that was always found there. There were Dr. Sheldon, Dr. Morley, Dr. Hammond, Dr. Earls, M.R. Chillingworth, and indeed all men of eminent parties and faculties in Oxford, besides those who resorted thither from London, who all found the lodgings there as ready as in the colleges, nor did the L.D. of the house know of the comminga or goinge, nor who were in his house, till he came to dinner or supper, where all still met. Otherwise there was no troublesome ceremony or constraint to forbid men to come to the house, or to make them weary of staying thither, so that many came thither to study in a better air, finding all the books they could desire in his library, and all the persons together, whose company they could wish, and not find in any other society. Here Amar Chillingworth wrote and formed and modelled his excellent book against the learned Jesuit, Amar not, after frequent debates, upon the most important particulars, in many of which he suffered himself to be overruled by the judgment of his friends, though in others he still adhered to his own fancy, which was sceptical enough even in the highest points. In this happy and delightful conversation and restraint he remained in the country many years, and until he had made so prodigious a progress in learning that there were very few classic authors in the Greek or Latine tongue that he had not read with great exactness. He had read all the Greek and Latine fathers, all the most allowed and authentic ecclesiastical writers, and all the councils, with wonderful care and observation, for in religion he thought to care full and to curious an inquirer could not be made, amongst those whose purity was not questioned, and whose authority was constantly and confidently urged by men who were furthest from being Javonminde amongst themselves, and for the mutual support of their several opinions, in which they most contradicted each other, and in all those controversies he had so dispassionate a consideration, such a candour in his nature, and so profound a charity in his conscience, that in those points in which he was in his own judgment most clear, he never thought the worse, or in any degree declined the familiarity of those who were of another mind, which without question is an excellent temper for the propagation and advancement of Christianity. With these great advantages of industry, he had a memory retentive of all that he had ever read, and an understanding and judgment to apply it, seasonably and appositely, with the most dexterity and address, and the least pedantry and affectation that ever man who knew so much was possessed with, of what quality soever. It is not a trivial evidence of his learning, his wit, and his candour that may be found in that discourse of his, against the infallibility of the Church of Rome, published since his death, and from a copy under his own hand, though not prepared and digested by him for the presa, and to which he would have given some castigations. But all his parts, abilities, and faculties by arte and industry were not to be veiled or mentioned in comparison of his most accomplished mind and manners. His gentleness and affability was so transcendent and obliging that it drew reverence and some kind of compliance from the roughest and most unpolished and stub-born constitutions, and made them of another temper in debate in his presence than they were in other places. He was in his nature so sere a lover of justice, and so precise a lover of truth, that he was superior to all possible temptations for the violation of ether, indeed so rigid an exactor of perfection in all those things which seemed but to border upon ether of them, and by the common practice of men, were not thought to border upon ether, that many who knew him very well, and loved and admired his virtue, as all who did know him must love and admire it, did believe that he was of a temper and composition fitter to live in Republica Platonis than in Feast Romuli. But this rigidness was only exercised towards himself. Towards his friends' infirmities no man was more indulgent. In his conversation, which was the most cheerful and pleasant that can be imagined, though he was young, for all I have yet spoken of him, doth not exceed his age of 25 or 26 years. What progress he made afterwards will be mentioned in its proper season in this discourse, and of great gaiety in his humor. With a flowing delightfulness of language, he had so chaste a tongue and air, that there was never known a profane and loose word to fall from him, nor in truth in his company, the integrity and cleanliness of the wit of that time, not exercising itself in that license, before persons for whom they had any esteem. Footnote 1 as MS. 23. Sidney Godolphin. Born 1610. Fell at Chagford 1643. By Clarendon. Sidney Godolphin was a younger brother of Godolphin, but by the provision left by his father, and by the death of a younger brother, liberally supplied for a very good education, and for a cheerful subsistence in any course of life he proposed to himself. There was never so great a mind and spirit contained in so little room, so large an understanding and so unrestrained a fancy in so very small a body. So that the L.D. Falkland used to say merrily, that he thought it was a great ingredient into his friendship for M.R. Godolphin, that he was pleased to be found in his company, where he was the proper man, and it may be the very remarkableness of his little person made the sharpness of his wit and the composed quickness of his judgment and understanding the more notable. 1. He had spent some years in France and the Low Countries, and accompanied the Earl of Leicester in his ambassage into Denmark, before he resolved to be quiet and attend some promotion. In the court, where his excellent disposition and manners, and extraordinary qualifications, made him very acceptable, though everybody loved his company very well, yet he loved very much to be alone, being in his constitution inclined somewhat to melancholique, and to retirement amongst his books, and was so far from being active, that he was contented to be reproached by his friends with laziness, and was of so nice and tender a composition, that a little rain or wind would disorder him, and divert him from any short journey he had most willingly proposed to himself, insomuch as when he rid abroad with those in whose company he most delighted, if the wind chanced to be in his face, he would, after a little pleasant murmuring, suddenly turn his horse, and go home. Yet the Civil War no sooner began, the first approaches towards which he discovered as soon as any man, by the proceedings in Parliament, where he was a member, and opposed with great indignation. Then he put himself into the first troops which were raised in the West for the King, and bore the uneasiness and fatigue of winter marches, with an exemplar courage and alacrity, until by to brave a pursuit of the enemy, into an obscure village in Devonshire, he was shot with a musket, with which, without saying any word more, "Oh God, I am hurt," he fell dead from his horse, to the excessive grief of his friends, who were all that knew him, and the irreparable damage of the public. Footnote 1. Notorious and struck out in MS. Before notable. 24. William Laud, born 1573. President of St. John's College, Oxford 1611. Bishop of St. David's 1621. Of Bath and Wells 1626, and of London 1628. Chancellor of the University of Oxford 1629. Archbishop of Canterbury 1633. Beheaded 1645. By Clarendon. It was within 1 week after the King's return from Scotland that Abbot died at his house at Lambeth, and the King took very little time to consider who should be his successor. But the very next time the Bishop of London, who was longer upon his way home than the King had been, came to him, His Majesty entertained him very cheerfully, with this compilation: "My eldest Grace of Canterbury, you are very welcome," and gave order the same day for the dispatch of all the necessary forms for the translation, so that within a month, or thereabouts, after the death of the other Archbishop, he was completely invested in that high dignity, and settled in his place at Lambeth. This great prelate had been before in great favour with the Duke of Buckingham, whose great confidant he was, and by him recommended to the King, as fittest to be trusted in the conferring all ecclesiastical preferments. When he was but Bishop of St. David's, or newly preferred to Bath and Wells, and from that time he entirely governed that province without a rival, so that his promotion to Canterbury was long foreseen and expected, nor was it attended with any increase of envy or dislike. He was a man of great parts and very exemplar virtues, allayed and discredited by some unpopular, natural infirmities, the greatest of which was, besides a hasty sharp way of expressing himself, that he believed innocence of heart and integrity of manners was a guard strong enough to secure any man, in his voyage through this world, in what company soever he travelled, and through what ways soever he was to pass, and sure never any man was better supplied with that provision. He was born of honest parents, who were well able to provide for his education in the schools of learning, from whence they sent him to St. John's College in Oxford, the worst endowed at that time of any in that famous university. From a scholar he became a fellow, and then the president of that college, after he had received all the graces and degrees, the proctorship and the doctorship, could be obtained there. He was always maligned and persecuted by those who were of the Calvinian faction, which was then very powerful, and who, according to the useful maxim and practice, call every man they do not love Papist, and under this senseless appellation they created him many troubles and vexations, and so far suppressed him, that though he was the king's chaplain, and taken notice of for an excellent preacher, and a scholar of the most sublime parts, he had not any preferment to invite him to leave his poor college, which only gave him bread, till the vigour of his age was past, and when he was promoted by King James, it was but to a poor bishopric in Wales, which was not so good a support for a bishop as his college was for a private scholar, though a doctor. Parliaments in that time were frequent, and grew very busy, and the party under which he had suffered a continual persecution appeared very powerful and full of design, and they who had the courage to oppose them began to be taken notice of with approbation and countenance, and under this style he came to be first cherished by the Duke of Buckingham. After he had made some experiments of the temper and spirit of the other people, not hinged to his satisfaction, from this time he prospered at the rate of his own wishes, and being transplanted out of his cold barren diocese of St. David's into a warmer climate, he was left, as was said before, by that omnipotent favourite, in that great trust with the king, who was sufficiently indisposed towards the persons or the principles of M. R. Calvin's disciples. When he came into great authority, it may be he retained too keen a memory of those who had so unjustly and uncharitably persecuted him before, and I doubt was so far transported with the same passions he had reason to complain of in his adversaries, that, as they accused him of popery, because he had some doctrinal opinions, which they liked not, though they were not allied to popery, so he entertained too much prejudice to some persons, as if they were enemies to the discipline of the Church, because they concurred with Calvin in some doctrinal points, when they abhorred his discipline, and reverenced the government of the Church, and prayed for the peace of it, with as much zeal and fervency as any in the kingdom, as they made manifest in the lives, and in the sufferings with it and for it. He had, from his first entrance into the world without any disguise or dissimulation, declared his own opinion of that classes of men, and as soon as it was in his power, he did all he could to hinder the growth and increase of that faction, and to restrain those who were inclined to it, from doing the mischief they desired to do. But his power at court could not enough qualify him to go through with that difficult reformation, whilst he had a superior in the Church, who having the reins in his hand, could slacken them according to his own humour and indiscretion, and was thought to be the more remiss to irritate his choleric disposition. But when he had now the primacy in his own hand, the king being inspired with the same zeal, he thought he should be to blame, and have much to answer, if he did not make haste to apply remedies to those diseases which he saw would grow apace. The Archbishop had all his life eminently opposed Calvin's doctrine in those controversies, before the name of Arminius was taken notice of or his opinions heard of, and upon for want of another name they had called him a papist, which nobody believed him to be, and he had more manifested the contrary in his disputations and writings than most men had done. And it may be the other found the more severe and rigorous usage from him, for the propagating that calumny against him. He was a man of great courage and resolution, and being most assured within himself that he proposed no end in all his actions or designs than what was pious and just, as sure no man had ever adhered more entire to the king, the Church, or his country, he never studied the best ways to those ends. He thought it may be that any arte or industry that way would discredit, at least make the integrity of the end suspected. Let the cause be what it will, he did court persons to little, nor cared to make his designs and purposes appear as candid as they were, by showing them in any other dress than their own natural beauty and roughness, and did not consider enough what men said, or were like to say of him. If the faults and vices were fit to be looked into and discovered, let the persons be who they would that were guilty of them, they were sure to find no connivance of favour from him. He intended the discipline of the Church should be felt, as well as spoken of, and that it should be applied to the greatest and most splendid transgressors, as well as to the punishment of smaller offences, and meaner offenders, and upon called for, or cherished the discovery of those who were not careful to cover their own iniquities, thinking they were above the reach of other men's, or the power, or will to chastise. Persons of honour and great quality, of the court, and of the country, were every day cited into the High Commission Court, upon the fame of their incontinence, or other scandal in their lives, and were prosecuted to the shame and punishment, and as the shame which they called an insolent triumph upon their degree and quality, and leveling them with the common people, was never forgotten, but watched for revenge, so the fines imposed were the more questioned and repined against, because they were assigned to the rebuildinga and repairing St. Paul's Church, and thought the four to be the more severely imposed, and the less compassionately reduced and excused, which likewise made the jurisdiction and rigor of the Star Chamber more felt and murmured against, which sharpened many men's humors against the bishops, before they had any ill intention toward the Church. Footnote 1. Unpopular substituted for ungracious in MS. 25. By Thomas Fuller. Side note. Over-severe in his censures. Amongst his humane frailties, choler and passion most discovered itself. In the Star Chamber, where if the crime not extraordinary it was fine enough for one to be sued in so chargeable a court, he was observed always to concur with the severest side, and to infuse more vinegar than oil into all his censures, and also was much blamed for his severity to his predecessor easing him against his will, and before his time, of his jurisdiction. Side note. Over-meddling in state matters. But he is most accused for over-meddling in state matters, more than was fitting, say many, than needful, say most, for one of his profession. But he never more overshot himself, than when he did impose the Scotch liturgy, and was, Greek, a lotrio archipes, kopos, over a free and foreign church and nation. At home, many grumbled at him for oft making the shallowest pretence of the crown deep enough, by his powerful digging therein, to drown the undoubted right of any private patron to a church living. But courtiers most complained that he persecuted them, not in their proper places, but what in an ordinary way he should have taken from the hands of inferior officers, that he with a long and strong arm reached to himself over all their heads. Yet others plead for him, that he abridged their bribes not fees, and it vexed them that he struck their fingers with the dead palsy, so that they could not, as formerly, have a feeling for church preferments. Side note. An enemy to gallantry in clergymen's clothes. He was very plain in apparel, and sharply checked such clergymen whom he saw go in rich or gaudy clothes, commonly calling them of the church triumphant. Thus, as Cardinal Wolsey is reported the first prelate, who made silks and satins fashionable amongst clergymen, so this archbishop first retrenched the usual wearing thereof. Once at a visitation in Essex, one in orders, of good estate and extraction, appeared before him very gallant in habit, whom Dr. Laud, then Bishop of London, publicly reproved, shewing to him the plainness of his own apparel. "My lord," said the minister, "you have better clothes at home and I have worse," whereat the bishop rested very well contented. Side note. No whit addicted to covetousness. Covetousness he perfectly hated, being a single man and having no project to raise a name or family, he was the better enabled for public performances, having both a price in his hand, and in heart also to dispose thereof for the general good. St. John's in Oxford, wherein he was bred, was so beautified, enlarged, and enriched by him, that strangers at the first sight knew it not, yea, it scarce knoweth itself, so altered to the better from its former condition. Insomuch that almost it deserveth the name of Canterbury College, as well as that which Simon Islip founded, and since hath lost its name, united to Christ Church. More buildings he intended, had not the stroke of one axe hindered the working of many hammers, chiefly on churches, whereof the following passage may not impertinently be inserted. Side note. The grand causer of the repairing of churches. It happened that a visitation was kept at St. Peter's in Cornhill, for the clergy of London. The preacher discoursing of the painfulness of the ministerial function, proved it from the Greek deduction of Greek, diakonos, or deacon, so called from Greek, konis, dust, because he must labor in arena and pulvera, work in the dust, do hard service in hot weather. Sermon ended, Bishop Laud proceeded to his charge to the clergy, and observing the church ill repaired without, and slovenly kept within, "I am sorry," said he, "to meet here with so true an etymology of diaconus, for here is both dust and dirt too, for a deacon, or priest either, to work in. Yea, it is dust of the worst kind, caused from the minds of this ancient house of God, so that it pitieth his 1. servants to see her in the dust." Hence he took occasion to press the repairing of that, and other decayed places of divine worship, so that from this day we may date the general mending, beautifying and adorning of all English churches, some to decency, some to magnificence, and some, if all complaints were true, to superstition. Side-note, principally of S. Paul's. But the church of S. Paul's, the only cathedral in Christendom dedicated to that apostle, was the masterpiece of his performances. We know what, too, one satirically said of him, that he plucked down Puritans and property to build up Paul's and prerogative. But let impartial judges behold how he left, and remember how he found that ruinous fabric, and they must conclude that, though intending more, he effected much in that great design. He communicated his project to some private persons, of taking down the great tower in the middle, to the spurs, and rebuild it in the same fashion, but some yards higher, as before. He meant to hang as great and tunable a ring of bells as any in the world, whose sound advantage with their height and vicinity of the Thames must needs be loud and melodious. But now he is turned to his dust, and all his thoughts have perished, yet that church, formerly approached with due reverence, is now entreated with just fear of falling on those under it, and is so far from having its old decays repaired, that it is daily decayed in its new reparations. He was low of stature, little in bulk, cheerful in countenance, wherein gravity and quickness were well compounded, of a sharp and piercing eye, clear judgment, and abating the influence of age, fear may memory. He wore his hair very close, and though in the beginning of his greatness many measured the length of men's strictness by the shortness of their hair, yet some will say, that since out of antipathy to conform to his example, his opposites have therein indulged more liberty to themselves. And thus we take our leave of him. Footnote 1 Sol. 102, 14. Footnote 2, Lord F. 26. By Sir Philip Warwick. Archbishop Laud was a man of an upright heart and a pious soul, but of too warm blood and too positive a nature towards asserting what he believed a truth, to be a good courtier, and his education fitted him as little for it, as his nature, which having been most in the university, and among books and scholars, were oft canvassing affairs that are agitated in that province, and prevailing in it, rather gave him wrong than right measures of a court. He was generally acknowledged a good scholar, and truly versed in ecclesiastical learning. He was a zealot in his heart both against popery and presbytery, but a great assertor of church authority, instituted by Christ and his apostles, and as primitively practiced, which notwithstanding, he really and freely acknowledged subject unto the secular authority. And therefore he carefully endeavored to preserve the jurisdiction, which the Church anciently exercised, before the secular authority owned her, at least so much thereof, as the law of this our realm had applied to our circumstances, which our common lawyers daily struck at, and through prohibitions and other appeals every day lessened, and this bred an unkindness to him in many of the long robe. However, some of them were very careful of the ecclesiastical jurisdiction. He was a man of great modesty in his own person and habit, and of regularity and devotion in his family, and as he was very kind to his clergy, so he was very careful to make them modest in their attire, and very diligent in their studies, in faithfully dispensing God's word, reverently reading the prayers, and administering the sacraments, and in preserving their churches in clean lines and with plain and fitting ornament, that so void of superstition, God's house in this age, where every man bettered his own, might not lie alone neglected, and accordingly he set upon that great work of St. Paul's Church, which his diligence perfected in a great measure, and his master's piety made magnificent that most noble structure by a portico, but not long after the carved work thereof was broken down with axes and hammers, and the whole sacred edifice made not only a den of thieves, but a stable of unclean beasts. As I can testify, having once gone into it purposely to observe, from which contamination Providence some few years since cleansed it by fire. He prevented likewise a very private and clandestine design of introducing nonconformists into too many churches, for that society of men, that they might have teachers to please their itching ears, had a design to buy in all the lame appropriations, which the parish churches in Henry VIII's time were robbed of, and lodging the advowsons and presentations in their own feffies, to have introduced men who would have introduced doctrines suitable to their dependences, which the court already felt too much the smart of, by being forced to admit the presentations of the lay patrons, who too often disposed their benefices to men, rather suitable to their own opinions, than the articles and canons of the Church. All this bred him more and more envy. But if it had pleased God to have given him an uninterrupted course, and if few of his successors had walked in his steps, we might, without any tendency to popery, or danger of superstition, have served God reverently and uniformly, and according unto primitive practice and purity, and not have been, as we are now, like a shivered glass, scarce ever to be made whole again. Thus, finding Providence had led him into authority, he very really and strongly opposed both popery and presbytery. He was sensible how the first by additions had perverted the purity of religion, and turned it into a policy. But resolving not to contest Rome's truths, though he spared not her errors, both papist and presbyter, with all their late party, were well contented that it might be believed he was popishly affected. And being conscious likewise how presbytery or the Calvinistical Reformation, which many here, and more in Scotland, affected by substraction and novel interpretation, had forsaken the good old ways of the primitive Church, and was become dangerous to monarchy, he set himself against this, as well as that, but both their weights crushed him. As this good archbishop I write of had these great eminences, so he may be acknowledged to have failed in those prudences, which belong unto a great minister of state, who like a wise physician is to consider times and seasons, as well as persons and diseases, and to regard those complications, which usually are mixed in ill habits of body, and to use more alterative than purgative physic. For popular bents and inclinations are cured more by a steady than precipitate hand or counsel, multitudes being to be drawn over from their errors, rather by ways they discern not, than by those, which they are likely to contest, whilst upon single persons and great men courses of violence and authority may be exercised. But ministers of state unwillingly run this course, because they would have the honor of perfecting the work they effect in their own time, and the multitude of this good man's business, and the promptness of his nature, made those ceremonies, which are necessary by great persons to be paid unto men in his station, to be unwelcome unto him, and so he discharged himself of them, and thereby disobliged those persons, who thought their quality, though not their business, required a patient and respectful entertainment. This I reflect upon, because I heard from a good hand, that the Marquis of Argyle making him an insidious visit, and he, knowing he neither loved him nor the Church, entertaining him not with that frankness he should have done, but plainly telling him, he was at that time a little busy about the king's affairs, this great lord took it so much in indignation, and esteemed it such a lordly prelacy, that he declaimed against it, and became, if possible, more enemy both to him and the Church than he was before. The rectitude of his nature therefore made him not a fit instrument to struggle with the obliquity of those times, and he had this infirmity likewise, that he believed those forward instruments, which he employed, followed the zeal of their own natures, when they did but observe that of his, for as soon as difficulty or danger appeared, his petty instruments shrunk to nothing, and shewed, from whom they borrowed their heat. He weighed not well his master's condition, for he saw him circled in by too many powerful Scots, who misaffected the Church, and had joined with them too many English counsellors and courtiers, who were of the same leaven. If he had perceived an universal concurrence in his own clergy, who were esteemed canonical men, his attempts might have seemed more probable than otherwise it could, but for him to think by a purgative physic to evacuate all those cold slimy humours, which thus overflowed the body, was ill-judged, for the good affections of the prince, backed only by a naked or paper authority, sooner begets contumacy than compliance in disaffected subjects. And this shall suffice to be said of that well-intentioned, but not truly considerative, great man, unless we add this single thing further, that he who looks upon him through those canons, which in synod passed in his time, will find him a true assertor of religion, royalty, and property, and that his grand design was no other than that of our first Reformation, which was, that our Church might stand upon such a foot of primitive and ecclesiastic authority, as suited with God's word, and the best interpreters of it, sound reason and primitive practice. And until this nation is blessed with such a spirit, it will lie in that darkness and confusion the sects at this time have flung it into. 27. William Juxon. Born 1582. President of St. John's College, Oxford, 1621. Bishop of London 1633–49. Lord Treasurer 1635–41. Archbishop of Canterbury 1660. Died 1663. By Sir Philip Warwick. Having thus described one great churchman, we may the more fitly make mention of another, because they were so intimate and bosom friends, and because this first is supposed to have introduced the last into that eminent employment of Lord Treasurer. Had nature mingled their tempers, and allayed the one by the prudence and foresight of the other, or inspirited the other by the zeal and activity of his friend, nature had framed a better pace than usually she doth, when she is most exact in her work about mankind, sincerity and integrity being eminent in them both. This reverend prelate, Dr. Juxon, then Bishop of London, was of a meek spirit, and of a solid and steady judgment, and having addicted his first studies to the civil law, from which he took his title of doctor, though he afterwards took on him the ministry, this fitted him the more for secular and state affairs. His temper and prudence wrought so upon all men, that though he had the two most invidious characters both in the ecclesiastical and civil state, one of a bishop, the other of a Lord Treasurer, yet neither drew envy on him, though the humor of the times tended to brand all great men in employment. About the year 1634 the Lord Portland died, and the Treasury was put into commission, by which means the true state thereof became distinctly to be known, and in the year 1635, this good and judicious man had the white staff put into his hand, and though he found the revenue low and much anticipated, yet withal meeting with times peaceable and regular, and his master inclined to be frugal, he held up the dignity and honor of his Majesty's household, and the splendor of the court, and all public expenses, and justice in all contracts, so as there were as few dissatisfactions in his time, as perchance in any, and yet he cleared off the anticipations on the revenue, and set his master beforehand. The choice of this good man shewed how remote it was from this king's intentions, to be either tyrannical or arbitrary, for so well he demeaned himself through his whole 7 years' employment, that neither as bishop or treasurer came there any one accusation against him in that last Parliament 1640, whose ears were opened, nay itching after such complaints. Nay, even after the king's being driven from London, he remained at his house, belonging to his bishopric, in Fulham, and sometimes was visited by some of the grandees, and found respect from all, and yet walked steadily in his old paths, and he retained so much of his master's favor, that when the king was admitted to any treaty with the two houses' commissioners, he always commanded his attendance on him, for he ever valued his advice. I remember that the king, being busy in dispatching some letters with his own pen, commanded me to wait on the bishop, and to bring him back his opinion in a certain affair. I humbly prayed his majesty that I might rather bring him with me, lest I should not express his majesty's sense fully, nor bring back his so significantly, as he meant it, and because there might be need for him further to explain himself, and lest he should not speak freely to me, to which the king replied, Go. As I bid you, if he will speak freely to anybody, he will speak freely to you. This, the king said, I will say of him, I never got his opinion freely in my life, but when I had it, I was ever the better for it. This character of so judicious a prince I could not omit, because it carried in it the reason of that confidence that called him to be his Majesty's confessor before his death, and to be his attendant on the scaffold at his death. So as all persons concurring thus about this good prelate, we may modestly say, he was an eminent man. 28. The Marquis of Hertford. William Seymour, 2nd Earl of Hertford 1621, created Marquis of Hertford 1641, and Duke of Somerset 1660. Born 1588. Died 1660. By Clarendon. The Marquis of Hertford was a man of great honor, great interest in fortune and estate, and of a universal esteem over the kingdom, and though he had received many and continued disobligations from the court, from the time of this king's commingat to the crown as well as during the reign of King James, in both which seasons more than ordinary care had been taken to discountenance and lessen his interest, yet he had carried himself with notable steadiness from the beginning of the Parliament in the support and defence of the king's power and dignity, notwithstanding all his allies, and those with whom he had the greatest familiarity and friendship were of the opposite party, and never concurred with them against the Earl of Strafford, whom he was known not to love, nor in any other extravagancy, and then he was not to be shaken in his affection to the government of the Church, though it was enough known that he was in no degree biased by any great inclination to the person of any churchman, and with all this, that party carried themselves towards him with profound respect, not presuming to venture their own credit in endeavoring to lessen his. It is very true, in many respects he wanted those qualities, which might have been a wish to be in a person to be trusted in the education of a great and a hopeful prince, and in the forming his mind and manners in so tender an age. He was of an age not fit for much activity and fatigue, and loved and was even wedded so much to his ease, that he loved his book above all exercises, and had even contracted such a laziness of mind, that he had no delight in an open and liberal conversation, and cared not to discourse and argue in those points which he understood very well, only for the trouble of contending and could never impose upon himself the pain that was necessary to be undergone in such a perpetual attendance. But then those lesser duties might be otherwise provided for, and he could well support the dignity of a governor, and exact that diligence from others, which he could not exercise himself, and his honor was so unblemished, that none durst murmur against the designation, and therefore his Majesty thought him very worthy of the high trust, against which there was no other exception, but that he was not ambitious of it, nor in truth willing it to receive and undergo the charge, so contrary to his natural constitution, but in his pure zeal and affection for the crown, and the conscience that in this conjuncture his submission might add v.ance the king's service, and that the refusing it might prove disadvantageous to his Majesty, he very cheerfully undertook the province, to the general satisfaction and public joy of the whole kingdom, and to the no little honor and credit of the court. That so important and beloved a person would attack himself to it, under such a relation, when so many who had scarce ever eaten any bread, but the kings, detached themselves from the dependents, that they might without him, and against him, preserve and improve those fortunes which they had procured and gotten under him, and by his bounty. 29. The Marquis of Newcastle. William Cavendish, created Viscount Mansfield 1620, Earl of Newcastle 1628, Marquis 1643, and Duke 1665. Born 1592. Died 1676. By Clarendon. All that can be said for the Marquis is, that he was so utterly tired with a condition and employment so contrary to his humor, nature, and education, that he did not at all consider the means, or the way that would let him out of it, and free him forever from having more to do with it. And it was a greater wonder, that he sustained the vexation and fatigue of it so long, than that he broke from it with so little circumspection. He was a very fine gentleman, active, and full of courage, and most accomplished in those qualities of horsemanship, dancing, and fencing, which accompany a good breeding, in which his delight was. Besides that he was amorous in poetry and music, to which he indulged the greatest part of his time, and nothing could have tempted him out of those paths of pleasure, which he enjoyed in a full and ample fortune, but honor and ambition to serve the king when he saw him in distress, and abandoned by most of those who were in the highest degree obliged to him, and by him. He loved monarchy, as it was the foundation and support of his own greatness, and the Church, as it was well constituted for the splendor and security of the crown, and religion, as it cherished and maintained that order and obedience that was necessary to both, without any other passion for the particular opinions which were grown up in it, and distinguished it into parties. Then, as he detested whatsoever was like to disturb the public peace, he had a particular reverence for the person of the king, and the more extraordinary devotion for that of the prince, as he had had the honor to be trusted with his education as his governor, for which office, as he excelled in some, so he wanted other qualifications. Though he had retired from his great trust, and from the court, to decline the insupportable envy which the powerful faction had contracted against him, yet the king was no sooner necessitated to possess himself of some place of strength, and to raise some force for his defense, but the Earl of Newcastle, he was made Marquis afterwards, obeyed his first call, and with great expedition and dexterity, seized upon that town. When till then there was not one port town in England that avowed their obedience to the king, and he then presently raised such regiments of horse and foot as were necessary for the present state of affairs, all which was done purely by his own interest, and the concurrence of his numerous allies in those northern parts, who with all alacrity obeyed his commands, without any charge to the king, which he was not able to supply. And after the battle of Edge Hill, when the rebels grew so strong in Yorkshire, by the influence their garrison of Hull had upon both the east and west riding there, that it behoved the king presently to make a general, who might unite all those northern counties in his service, he could not choose any man so fit for it as the Earl of Newcastle, who was not only possessed of a present force, and of that important town, but had a greater reputation and interest in Yorkshire itself, than at that present any other man had, the Earl of Cumberland being at that time, though of entire affection to the king, much decayed in the vigor of his body, and his mind, and unfit for that activity which the season required. And it cannot be denied that the Earl of Newcastle, by his quick march with his troops, as soon as he had received his commission to be general, and in the depth of winter, redeemed or rescued the city of York from the rebels, when they looked upon it as their own, and had it even within their grasp, and as soon as he was master of it, he raised men apace, and drew an army together, with which he fought many battles, in which he had always, this last only excepted, success and victory. He liked the pomp and absolute authority of a general well, and preserved the dignity of it to the full, and for the discharge of the outward state, and circumstances of it, in acts of courtesy, affability, bounty, and generosity, he abounded, which in the infancy of a war became him, and made him, for some time, very acceptable to men of all conditions. But the substantial part, and fatigue of a general, he did not in any degree understand, being utterly unacquainted with war, nor could submit to, but referred all matters of that nature to the discretion of his Lieutenant General King, who, no doubt, was an officer of great experience and ability, yet being a Scotchman was, in that conjuncture, upon more disadvantage than he would have been, if the general himself had been more intent upon his command. In all actions of the field he was still present, and never absent in any battle, in all which he gave instances of an invincible courage and fearlessness in danger, in which the exposing himself notoriously did sometimes change the fortune of the day, when his troops begun to give ground. Such articles of action were no sooner over, than he retired to his delightful company, music, or his softer pleasures, to all which he was so indulgent, and to his ease, that he would not be interrupted upon what occasion soever, insomuch as he sometimes denied admission to the chiefest officers of the army, even to General King himself, for 2 days together, from whence many inconveniencies fell out. 30. The Lord Digby. George Digby, 2nd Earl of Bristol 1653. Born 1612. Died 1677. By Clarendon. By what hath been essayed before, it appears that the L.D. Digby was much trusted by the Kinge, and he was of great familiarity and friendship with the other 3, at least with 2 of them, for he was not a man of that exactness, as to be in the entire confidence of the L.D. Falkland, who looked upon his infirmities with more severity than the other 2 did, and he lived with more frankness towards those 2 than he did towards the other, yet between them 2 there was a free conversation, and kindness to each other. He was a man of very extraordinary parts, by nature and arte, and had surely as good and excellent an education as any man of that age in any country, a graceful and beautiful person, of great eloquence and becomingness in his discourse, save that sometimes he seemed a little affected, and of so universal a knowledge, that he never wanted subject for a discourse. He was equal to a very good part in the greatest affair, but the unfittest man alive to conduct it, having an ambition and vanity superior to all his other parts, and a confidence peculiar to himself, which sometimes intoxicated, and transported, and exposed him. He had from his youth, by the disobligations his family had undergone from the Duke of Buckingham and the great men who succeeded him, and some sharp reprehension himself had met with, which obliged him to a country life, contracted a prejudice and ill will to the court, and so had in the beginning of the Parliament engaged himself with that party which discovered most aversion from it, with a passion and animosity equal to their own, and therefore very acceptable to them. But when he was weary of their violent counsels, and withdrew himself from them, with some circumstances which enough provoked them, and made a reconciliation and mutual confidence in each other for the future manifestly impossible, he made private and secret offers of his service to the king, to whom in so general a defection of his servants it could not but be very agreeable. And so his Majesty being satisfied both in the discoveries he made of what had passed, and in his professions for the future, removed him from the House of Commons, where he had rendered himself marvellously ungracious, and called him by writ to the House of Peers, where he did visibly advance the king's service, and quickly rendered himself grateful to all those who had not thought too well of him before, when he deserved less, and men were not only pleased with the assistance he gave upon all debates, by his judgment and vivacity, but looked upon him as one who could derive the king's pleasure to them, and make a lively representation of the good demeanour to the king, which he was very luxuriant in promising to do, and officious enough in doing as much as was just. He had been a instrumental in promoting the 3 persons above mentioned to the king's favour, and had himself in truth so great an esteem of them, that he did very frequently upon conference together depart from his own inclinations and opinions, and concurred in theirs. And very few men of so great parts are upon all occasions more counselable than he. So that he would seldom be in danger of running into great errors, if he would communicate and expose all his own thoughts and inclinations to such a disquisition, nor is he uninclinable in his nature to such an entire communication in all things which he conceives to be difficult. But his fatal infirmity is, that he too often thinks difficult things very easy, and doth not consider possible consequences, when the proposition administers somewhat that is delightful to his fancy. And by pursuing whereof he imagines he shall reap some glory to himself, of which he is immoderately ambitious, so that if the consultation be upon any action to be done, no man more implicitly enters into that debate, or more cheerfully resigns his own conceptions to a joint determination, but when it is once affirmatively resolved, besides that he may possibly reserve some impertinent circumstance as he thinks, the imparting whereof would change the nature of the thing, if his fancy suggests to him any particular which himself might perform in that action, upon the imagination that every body would approve it if it were proposed to them, he chooses rather to do it, than to communicate, that he may have some signal part to himself in the transaction, in which no other person can claim a share, and by this unhappy temper, he did often involve himself in very unprosperous attempts. The king himself was the unfittest person alive to be served by such a counsellor, being too easily inclined to sudden enterprises, and as easily amazed when they were entreated upon, and from this unhappy composition in the one and the other, a very unhappy counsel was entreated upon, and resolution taken, without the least communication with either of the 3, which had been so lately admitted to an entire trust. 31. The Lord Capel. Arthur Capel, created Baron Capel 1641. Born 1610. Beheaded 1649. By Clarendon. He was a man, in whom the malice of his enemies could discover very few faults, and whom his friends could not wish better accomplished, whom Cromwell's own character well described, and who indeed could never have been contented to have lived under that government, whose memory all men loved and reverenced, though few followed his example. He had always lived in a state of great plenty and general estimation, having a very noble fortune of his own by descent, and a fair addition to it, by his marriage with an excellent wife, a lady of a very worthy extraction, of great virtue and beauty, by whom he had a numerous issue of both sexes, in which he took great joy and comfort, so that no man was more happy in all his domestic affairs, and so much the more happy, in that he thought himself most blessed in them, and yet the king's honour was no sooner violated and his just power invaded, than he threw all those blessings behind him, and having no other obligations to the crown than those which his own honour and conscience suggested to him, he frankly engaged his person and his fortune from the beginning of the troubles, as many others did, in all actions and enterprises of the greatest hazard and danger, and continued to the end. without ever making a one false step, as few others did, though he had once, by the iniquity of a faction that then prevailed, an indignity put upon him, that might have excused him, for some remission of his former warmth, but it made no other impression upon him, than to be quiet and contented whilst they would let him alone, and with the same cheerfulness to obey the first summons, when he was called out, which was quickly after. In a word, he was a man that whoever shall after him deserve best in that nation, shall never think himself undervailed, when he shall hear that his courage, virtue, and fidelity is laid in the balance with, and compared to that of the Lord Capel. 32. Royalist Generals. Patrick Ruthven, Earl of Brentford, 1573 to 1651. Prince Rupert, 1619 to 82. George Lord Goring, 1608 to 57. Henry Wilmot, Earl of Rochester, 1612 to 58. By Clarendon. The army was less united than ever. The old general was set aside and Prince Rupert put into the command, which was no popular change, for the other was known to be an officer of great experience, and had committed no oversights in his conduct, was willing to hear every thing debated, and always concurred with the most reasonable opinion, and though he was not of many words, and was not quick in hearing yet upon any action, he was sprightly and commanded well. The prince was rough and passionate and loved not debate, liked what was proposed, as he liked the persons who proposed it, and was so great an enemy to Digby and Culpeper, who were only present in debates of the war with the officers, that he crossed all they proposed. The truth is, all the army had been disposed from the first raising it, to a neglect and contempt of the council, and the king himself had not been solicitous enough to preserve the respect due to it, in which he lost of his own dignity. Gorringe, who was now general of the horse, was no more gracious to Prince Rupert than Wilmot had been, and had all the others' faults, and wanted his regularity and preserving his respects with the officers. Wilmot loved debauchery, but shut it out from his business, and never neglected that, and rarely miscarried in it. Gorringe had much a better understanding and a sharper wit, except in the very exercise of debauchery, and then the other was inspired, a much keener courage, and presentness of mind and donger. Wilmot discerned it farther off, and because he could not behave himself so well in it, commonly prevented or warily declined it, and never drank when he was within distance of an enemy. Gorringe was not able to resist the temptation when he was in the middle of them, nor would decline it to obtain a victory, and in one of those fits had suffered the horse to escape out of Cornwall. And the most signal misfortunes of his life in war had arise from that uncontrollable license. Neither of them veiled the promises, professions, or friendships, according to any rules of honor or integrity, but Wilmot violated them the less willingly, and never but for some great benefit or convenience to himself. Gorringe without scruple out of humor or for wit's sake, and loved no man so well, but that he would cozen him, and then expose him to public mirth. For having been cozened, and for he had always fewer friends than the other, but more company, for no man had a wit that pleased the company better. The ambitions of both were unlimited, and so equally incapable of being contented, and both unrestrained by any respect to good nature or justice from pursuing the satisfaction thereof. Yet Wilmot had more scruples from religion to startle him, and would not have attained his end by any gross or foul act of wickedness. Gorringe could have passed through those pleasantly, and would without hesitation have broken any trust, or done any act of treachery, to have satisfied an ordinary passion or appetite, and in truth wanted nothing but industry, for he had wit, and courage and understanding, and ambition uncontrolled by any fear of God or man, to have been as eminent and successful in the highest attempt in wickedness of any man in the age he lived in, or before, and of all his qualifications. Dissimulation was his masterpiece, in which he so much excelled, that men were not ordinarily ashamed or out of countenance with being deceived but twice by him. 33. John Hampden. Born 1594. Mortally wounded at Chalgrove Field 1643. By Clarendon. Many men observed, as upon all turns of great affairs, as this was, such observations are frequently made, that the field in which the late skirmish was, and upon which Mr. Hampden received his death's wound, Chalgrove Fielda, was the same place in which he had first executed the ordinance of the militia, and engaged that county, in which his reputation was very great, in this rebellion. And it was confessed by the price owners that were taken that day, and acknowledged by all, that upon the alarum that morninge, after the quarters were beaten up, he was exceedingly solicitous to draw forces together to pursue the enemy, and being himself a colonel of foot put himself amongst those horse as a volunteer who were first ready, and that when the prince made a stand, all the officers were of opinion to stay till the body came up, and he alone, being second to none but the general himself in the observance and application of all men, persuaded and prevailed with them to advance. So violently did his fate carry him to pay the mulct in the place where he had committed the transgression, about a year before. He was a gentleman of a good family in Buckinghamshire, and born to a fair fortune, and of a most civil and affable deportment. In his entrance into the world, he indulged to himself all the license in sports and exercises, and company, which was used by men of the most jolly conversation. Afterwards he retired to a more reserved and melancholic society, yet preserving his own natural cheerfulness and vivacity, and above all a flowing courtesy to all men. Though they who conversed nearly with him found him growing into a dislike of the ecclesiastical government of the church, yet most believed it rather a dislike of some churchmen, and of some introducements of those which he apprehended might disquiet the public peace. He was rather of reputation in his own country, than of public discourse or fame in the kingdom, before the business of shipmoney. But then he grew the argument of all tongues, every man inquiring who and what he was, that durst at his own charge support the liberty and property of the kingdom, and rescue his country from being made a prey to the court. His carriage throughout that agitation was with that rare temper and modesty, that they who watched him narrowly to find some advantage against his person to make him less resolute in his cause, were compelled to give him a just testimony, and the judgment that was given against him infinitely more advanced him than the service for which it was given. When this Parliament began, being returned knight of the shire for the county where he lived, the eyes of all men were fixed on him as their patri pater, and the pilot that must steer the vessel through the tempests and rocks which threatened it, and I am persuaded his power and interest at that time was greater, to do good or hurt, than any man's in the kingdom, or than any man of his rank hath had in any time. For his reputation of honesty was universal, and his affections seemed so publicly guided, that no corrupt or private ends could bias them. He was of that rare affability and temper in debate, and of that seeming humility and submission of judgment, as if he brought no opinions with him, but a desire of information and instruction, yet he had so subtle a way of interrogating, and under the notion of doubts, insinuating his objections, that he left his opinions with those, from whom he pretended to learn and receive them, and even with them, who were able to preserve themselves from his infusions, and discern those opinions to be fixed in him, with which they could not comply. He always left the character of an ingenious and conscientious person. He was indeed a very wise man, and of great parties, and possessed with the most absolute spirit of popularity, that is, the most absolute faculties to govern the people, of any man I ever knew. For the first year of the Parliament he seemed rather to moderate and soften the violent and distempered humours, than to inflame them, but wise and dispassionate men plainly discerned that moderation proceeded from prudence, and observation that the season was not ripe, rather than that he approved of the moderation, and that he begat many opinions and motions the education whereof he committed to other men, so far disguising his own designs that he seemed seldom to wish more than was concluded, and in many gross conclusions which would hereafter contribute to designs not yet set on foot, when he found them sufficiently backed by majority of voices, he would withdraw himself before the question, that he might see me not to consent to so much visible unreasonableness, which produced as great a doubt in some, as it did approbation in others of his integrity. What combination soever had been originally with the Scots for the invasion of England, and what farther was entered into afterwards, in favour of them, and to advance any alteration in Parliament, no man doubles was at least with the privity of this gent, L. Iman. After he was amongst those members accused by the King of high treason, he was much altered, his nature and carriage seeming a much fiercer than it did before. And without question, when he first drew his sword, he threw away the scabbard, for he passionately opposed the overture made by the king for a treaty from Nottingham, and as eminently any expedients that might have produced an accommodation in this that was at Oxford, and was principally relied on to prevent any infusions which might be made into the Earl of Essex towards peace, or to render them ineffectual if they were made, and was indeed much more relied on by that party than the general himself. In the first entrance into the troubles he undertook the command of a regiment of foot, and performed the duty of a colonel on all occasions most punctually. He was very temperate in diet, and a supreme governor over all his passions and affections, and had thoroughly a great power over other men's. He was of an industry and vigilance not to be tired out, or wearied by the most laborious, and of parties not to be imposed upon by the most subtle or sharp, and of a personal courage equal to his best parties, so that he was an enemy not to be wished wherever he might have been made a friend, and as much to be apprehended where he was so, as any man could deserve to be, and therefore his death was no less congratulated on the one party than it was condoled on the other. In a word, what was said of Cinna might well be applied to him: erat illi concilium ad facinus aptum, concilio autem nec lingua nec manus dierat. He had a heed to contrive, and a tongue to persuade, and a hand to execute any mischief. His death therefore seemed to be a great deliverance to the nation. 34. John Pym. Born 1584. Died 1643. By Clarendon. About this time the councils at Westminster lost a principal supporter, by the death of John Pym, who died with great torment and agony, of a disease unusual, and therefore the more spoken of, morbus pediculosus, which rendered him an object very loathsome to those who had been most delighted with him. No man had more to answer for the miseries of the kingdom, or had his hand or he deeper in the contrivance, and yet I believe they grew much higher even in his life than he designed. He was a man of a private quality and condition of life, his education in the office of the Exchequer, where he had been a clerk, and his parties rather acquired by industry than supplied by nature, or adorned by arte. He had been well known in former parliaments, and was one of those few who had sate in many, the long intermission of parliaments having worn out most of those who had been acquainted with the rules and orders observed in those conventions, and this gave him some reputation and reverence amongst those who were but now introduced. He had been most taken notice of, for being concerned and passionate in the jealousies of religion, and much troubled with the countenance which had been given to those opinions which had been imputed to Arminius, and this gave him great authority and interest with those who were not pleased with the government of the Church, or the growing power of the clergy, yet himself industriously took care to be believed, and he professed to be very entire to the doctrine and discipline of the Church of England. In the Showroot Parliament before this, he spake much, and appeared to be the most leading a man, for besides the exact knowledge of the forms and orders of that council, which few men had, he had a very comely and grave way of expressing himself, with great volubility of words, natural and proper, and understood the temper and affections of the kingdom as well as any man, and had observed the errors and mistakes in government, and knew well how to make them appear greater than they were. After the unhappy dissolution of that Parliament he continued for the most part about London, in conversation in great repute amongst those lords, who were most strangers, and believed most averse from the court, in whom he improved all imaginable jealousies and discontents towards the state, and as soon as this Parliament was resolved to be summoned, he was as diligent to procure such persons to be elected, as he knew to be most inclined to the way he meant to take. At the first opening of this Parliament he appeared passionate, and prepared against the Earl of Strafford, and though in private designing he was much governed by M.R. Hampden and M.R.S. John, yet he seemed to all men to have the greatest influence upon the House of Commons of any man, and in truth I think he was at that time and for some months after the most popular man, and the most able to do hurt that hath lived in any time. Upon the first design of softening and obliging the powerful persons in both houses, when it was resolved to make the Earl of Bedford Lord High Treasurer of England, the King likewise intended to make M.R. Pym Chancellor of the Exchequer, for which he received His Majesty's promise, and made a return of a suitable profession of his service and devotion, and thereupon, the other being no secret, somewhat declined from that sharpness in the house, which was more popular than any man's person, and made some overtures to provide for the glory and splendor of the crown, in which he had so ill success, that his interest and reputation there visibly abated, and he found that he was much better able to do hurt than good, which wrought very much upon him, to melancholic, and complaint of the violence and discomposure of the people's affections and inclinations, in the end. Whether upon the death of the Earl of Bedford he despaired of that preferment, or whether he was guilty of any thing, which upon his conversation into the court he thought might be discovered to his damage, or for pure want of courage, he suffered himself to be carried by those who would not follow him, and so continued in the heat of those who made the most desperate propositions. In the prosecution of the Earl of Strafford, his carriage and language was such, that expressed much personal animosity, and he was accused of having practiced some arts in it, not worthy a good man, as an Irishman of very mean and low condition afterwards acknowledged. That being brought to him as an evidence of one part of the charge against the Lord Lieutenant in a particular of which a person of so vile quality would not be reasonably thought a competent informer, Amar Pym gave him money to buy him a satin suit and cloak, in which equipage he appeared at the trial, and gave his evidence, which if true, may make many other things which were confidently reported afterwards of him, to be believed, as, that he received a great sum of money from the French ambassador, to hinder the transportation of those regiments of Ireland into Flanders, upon the disbanding of that army there, which had been prepared by the Earl of Strafford for the business of Scotland, in which if His Majesty's directions and commands had not been diverted and contradicted by the Houses, many do believe the rebellion in Ireland had not happened. Certain it is, that his power of doing shrewd turns was extraordinary, and no less in doing good offices for particular persons, and that he did preserve many from censure, who were under the severe displeasure of the Houses, and looked upon as eminent delinquents, and the quality of many of them made it believed that he had sold that protection for valuable consideration. From the time of his being accused of high treason by the King, with the Lord Kimbolton and the other members, he never entertained thoughts of moderation, but always opposed all overtures of peace and accommodation. And when the Earl of Essex was disposed the last summer by those lords to an inclination towards a treaty as is before remembered, Amar Pym's power and dexterity wholly changed him, and wrought him to that temper which he afterwards swerved not from. He was wonderfully solicitous for the Scots coming in to their assistance, though his indisposition of body was so great, that it might well have made another impression upon his men. During his sickness he was a very sad spectacle, but none being admitted to him, who had not concurred with him, it is not known what his last thoughts and considerations were. He died towards the end of December, before the Scots entreed, and was buried with wonderful pomp and magnificence in that place where the bones of our English kings and princes are committed to the rest. 35. Oliver Cromwell. Born 1599. Lord Protector 1653. Died 1658. By Clarendon. Cromwell, though the greatest dissembler living, always made his hypocrisy of singular use and benefit to him, and never did anything, how ungracious or imprudent soever it seemed to be, but what was necessary to the design, even his roughness and unpolishedness which in the beginning of the Parliament he affected, contrary to the smoothness and complacency which his cousin and bosom friend M.R. Hampden practiced towards all men, was necessary, and his first public declaration in the beginning of the war, to his troop when it was first mustered, that he would not deceive or cozen them by the perplexed and involved expressions in his commission to fight for King and Parliament, and therefore told them that if the King chanced to be in the body of the enemy that he was to charge, he would as soon discharge his pistol upon him, as at any other private person, and if the conscience would not permit them to do the like, he advised them not to list themselves in his troop or under his command, which was generally looked upon as imprudent and malicious, and might by the professions the Parliament then made, have proved dangerous to him, yet served his turn, and severed and united all the furious and incensed men against the government, whether ecclesiastical or civil, to look upon him as a man for their turn, and upon whom they might depend. as one who would go through his work that he undertook, and his strict and unsociable humor in not keeping a company with the other officers of the army in the jollities and excesses, to which most of the superior officers under the Earl of Essex were inclined, and by which he often made himself ridiculous or contemptible, drew all those of the like sour or reserved natures to his society and conversation, and gave him opportunity to form either understandings, inclinations, and resolutions to his own model. And by this he grew to have a wonderful interest in the common soldiers, out of which, as his authority increased, he made all his officers well instructed how to live in the same manner with their soldiers, that they might be able to apply them to their own purposes. Whilst he looked upon the Presbyterian humor as the best incentive to rebellion, no man more a Presbyterian, he soon got all psalms with them to their tunes, and lived the longest sermons as much as they. But when he discovered that they would prescribe some limits and bounds to their rebellion, that it was not well breathed, and would expire as soon as some few particulars were granted to them in religion which he cared not for, and then that the government must run still in the same channel, it concerned him to make it believed that the state had been a more delinquent than the church, and that the people suffered more by the civil than by the ecclesiastical power, and therefore that the change of one would give them little ease, if there were not as great an alteration in the other, and if the whole government in both were not reformed and altered. Which though it made him generally odious and irreconciled many of his old friends to him, yet it made those who remained more cordial and fear-made to him, and he could better compute his own strength, and upon whom he might depend. And this discovery made him contrive the model, which was the most unpopular act, and disobliged all those who first contrived the rebellion, and who were the very soul of it. And yet if he had not brought that to passe and chonged a general, who though not very sharp-sighted would never be governed, nor applied to any thing he did not like, for another who had no eyes, and so would be willing to be led, all his designs must have come to no hinge, and he remained a private colonel of horse, not considerable enough to be in any figure upon an advantageous composition. 36. By Clarendon. He was one of those men, quos vituperer any inimici cadem passant, nisi ut simul laudent, for he could never have done half that mischief, without great parties of courage and industry and judgment, and he must have had a wonderful understanding in the natures and humours of men, and as great a dexterity in the applying of them, who from a private and obscure birth, though of a good family, without interest of estate, alliance or friendships, could raise himself to such a height, and compound and knead such opposite and contradictory tempers, humour and interests, into a consistence, that contributed to his designs and to their own destruction, whilst himself grew insensibly powerful enough to cut off those by whom he had climbed, in the instant that they projected to demolish their own building. What Velleius Paterculus said of Cinna may very justly be said of him: awesum eum quae nemo auderet bonus, perficis quae a nullo nisi fortissimo perfici passant. Without doubt, no man with more wickedness ever attempted any thing, or brought to passe what he desired more wickedly, more in the face and contempt of religion and moral honesty, yet wickedness as great as his could never have accomplished those trophies without the assistance of a great spirit, an admirable circumspection and sagacity, and a most magnanimous resolution. When he appeared first in the Parliament he seemed to have a person in no degree gracious, no ornament of discourse, none of those talents which used to reconcile the affections of the standers by. Yet as he grew into place and authority, his parties seemed to be renewed, as if he had concealed faculties till he had occasion to use them, and when he was to act the part of a great man, he did it without any indecency through the want of custom. He was not a man of blood, and totally declined Machiavel's method, which prescribes upon any alteration of a government, as a thing absolutely necessary, to cut off all the heeds of those and extirpate their families, who are friends to the old, and it was confidently reported that in the council of officers it was more than once proposed that there might be a general massacre of all the royal party, as the only expedient to secure the government, but Cromwell would never consent to it. It may be out of too much contempt of his enemies, in a word, as he had all the wickednesses against which damnation is denounced and for which hell fire is prepared, so he had some virtues, which have caused the memory of some men in all ages to be celebrated, and he will be looked upon by posterity as a brave, bad man. 37. By Sir Philip Warwick. I have no mind to give an ill character of Cromwell, for in his conversation towards me he was ever friendly, though at the latter end of the day, finding me ever incorrigible, and having some inducements to suspect me a tamperer, he was sufficiently rigid. The first time that ever I took notice of him was in the very beginning of the Parliament held in November 1640, when I vainly thought myself a courtly young gentleman, for we courtiers valued ourselves much upon our good clothes. I came one morning into the house well clad, and perceived a gentleman speaking, whom I knew not, very ordinarily apparelled, for it was a plain cloth suit, which seemed to have been made by an ill country tailor. His linen was plain, and not very clean, and I remember a speck or two of blood upon his little band, which was not much larger than his collar. His hat was without a hatband, his stature was of a good size, his sword stuck close to his side, his countenance swollen and reddish, his voice sharp and untuneable, and his eloquence full of fervor, for the subject matter would not bear much of reason, it being in behalf of a servant of Mr. Pryn's, who had dispersed libels against the Queen for her dancing and such like innocent and courtly sports, and he aggravated the imprisonment of this man by the council table unto that height, that one would have believed the very government itself had been in great danger by it. I sincerely profess it lessened much my reverence unto that great council, for he was very much hearkened unto. And yet I lived to see this very gentleman, whom out of no ill will to him I thus describe, by multiplied good successes, and by real, but usurped, power, having had a better tailor, and more converse among good company, in my own eye, when for 6 weeks together I was a prisoner in his sergeant's hands, and daily waited at Whitehall, a peer of a great and majestic deportment and comely presence. Of him therefore I will say no more, but that verily I believe he was extraordinarily designed for those extraordinary things, which one while most wickedly and fascinorously he acted, and at another as successfully and greatly performed. 38. By John Maidson. His body was well compact and strong, his stature under 6 foot, I believe about 2 inches, his head so shaped, as you might see it a storehouse and shop both of a vast treasury of natural parts. His temper exceeding fiery, as I have known, but the flame of it kept down, for the most part, or soon allayed with those moral endowments he had. He was naturally compassionate towards objects in distress, even to an effeminate measure, though God had made him a heart, wherein was left little room for any fear, but what was due to himself, of which there was a large proportion, yet did he exceed in tenderness towards sufferers. A larger soul, I think, hath seldom dwelt in a house of clay than his was. I do believe, if his story were impartially transmitted, and the unprejudiced world posseous with it, she would add a hymn to her 9 worthies, and make up that number a decemviri. He lived and died in comfortable communion with God, as judicious persons near him observed. He was that Mordecai that sought the welfare of his people, and spake peace to his seed, yet were his temptations such, as it appeared frequently, that he, that hath grace enough for many men, may have too little for himself, the treasure he had being but in an earthen vessel, and that equally defiled with original sin, as any other man's nature is. 39. By Richard Baxter. Never man was highlier extolled, and never man was baselier reported of, and vilified than this man. No mere man was better and worse spoken of than he, according as men's interests led their judgments. The soldiers and sectaries most highly magnified him, till he began to seek the crown and the establishment of his family, and then there were so many that would be half kings themselves, that a king did seem intolerable to them. The Royalists abhorred him as a most perfidious hypocrite, and the Presbyterians thought him little better, in his management of public matters. If after so many others I may speak my opinion of him, I think, that, having been a prodigal in his youth, and afterward changed to a zealous religiousness, he meant honestly in the main, and was pious and conscionable in the main course of his life, till prosperity and success corrupted him, that, at his first entrance into the wars, being but a captain of horse, he had a special care to get religious men into his troop. These men were of greater understanding than common soldiers, and therefore were more apprehensive of the importance and consequence of the war, and making not money, but that which they took for the public felicity, to be their end, they were the more engaged to be valiant. For he that mocketh money his end, doth esteem his life above his pay, and therefore is like enough to save it by flight when danger comes, if possibly he can. But he that mocketh the felicity of church and state his end, esteemeth it above his life, and therefore will the sooner lay down his life for it. And men of parts and understanding know how to manage their business, and know that flying is the surest way to death, and that standing to it is the likeliest way to escape, there being many usually that fall in flight, for one that falls in valiant fight. These things it's probable Cromwell understood, and that none would be such engaged valiant men as the religious. But yet I conjecture that at his first choosing such men into his troop, it was the very esteem and love of religious men that principally moved him, and the avoiding of those disorders, mutinies, plunderings, and grievances of the country, which debased men in armies are commonly guilty of. By this means he indeed sped better than he expected. Aries, Desborough, Barry, Evanson, and the rest of that troop did prove so valiant, that as far as I could learn, they never once ran away before an enemy. Hereupon he got a commission to take some care of the associated counties, where he brought his troop into a double regiment, of 14 full troops, and all these as full of religious men as he could get. These having more than ordinary wit and resolution, had more than ordinary success, first in Lincolnshire, and afterward in the Earl of Manchester's army at York fight. With their successes the hearts both of captain and soldiers secretly rise both in pride and expectation, and the familiarity of many honest erroneous men, Anabaptists, Antinomians, and withal began quickly to corrupt their judgments. Hereupon Cromwell's general religious zeal giveth away to the power of that ambition, which still increaseth as his successes do increase. Both piety and ambition concurred in his countenancing of all that he thought godly of what sex soever. Piety pleadeth for them as godly, and charity as men, and ambition secretly telleth him what use he might make of them. He meaneth well in all this at the beginning, and thinketh he doth all for the safety of the godly, and the public good, but not without an eye to himself. When successes had broken down all considerable opposition, he was then in the face of his strongest temptations, which conquered him when he had conquered others. He thought that he had hitherto done well, both as to the end and means, and God by the wonderful blessing of his providence had owned his endeavors, and it was none but God that had made him great. He thought that if the war was lawful, the victory was lawful. And if it were lawful to fight against the king and conquer him, it was lawful to use him as a conquered enemy, and a foolish thing to trust him when they had so provoked him, whereas indeed the Parliament professed neither to fight against him, nor to conquer him. He thought that the heart of the king was deep, and that he resolved upon revenge, and that if he were king, he would easily at one time or other accomplish it, and that it was a dishonest thing of the Parliament to set men to fight for them against the king, and then to lay their necks upon the block, and be at his mercy, and that if that must be their case, it was better to flatter or please him, than to fight against him. He saw that the Scots and the Presbyterians in the Parliament did by the covenant and the oath of allegiance find themselves bound to the person and family of the king, and that there was no hope of changing their minds in this. Hereupon he joined with that party in the Parliament who were for the cutting off the king, and trusting him no more. And consequently he joined with them in raising the Independents to make a fraction in the Synod at Westminster and in the city, and in strengthening the sectaries in army, city and country, and in rendering the Scots and ministers as odious as he could, to disable them from hindering the change of government. In the doing of all this, which distrust and ambition had persuaded him was well done, he thought it lawful to use his wits, to choose each instrument, and suit each means, unto its end, and accordingly he daily employed himself, and modelled the army, and disbanded all other garrisons and forces and committees, which were like to have hindered his design. And as he went on, though he yet resolved not what form the new Commonwealth should be moulded into, yet he thought it but reasonable that he should be the chief person who had been chief in their deliverance, for the Lord Fairfax he knew had but the name. At last, as he thought it lawful to cut off the king, because he thought he was lawfully conquered, so he thought it lawful to fight against the Scots that would set him up, and to pull down the Presbyterian majority in the Parliament, which would else by restoring him undo all which had cost them so much blood and treasure. And accordingly he conquereth Scotland, and pulleth down the Parliament, being the easilier persuaded that all this was lawful, because he had a secret bias and eye towards his own exaltation, for he and his officers thought that when the king was gone a government there must be, and that no man was so fit for it as he himself, as best deserving it, and as having by his wit and great interest in the army the best sufficiency to manage it. They thought that God had called them by successes to govern and take care of the commonwealth, and of the interest of all his people in the land, and that if they stood by and suffered the Parliament to do that which they thought was dangerous, it would be required at their hands, whom they thought God had made the guardians of the land. Having thus forced his conscience to justify all his cause, the cutting off the king, the setting up himself and his adherents, the pulling down the Parliament and the Scots, he thinks that the end being good and necessary, the necessary means cannot be bad, and accordingly he giveth his interest and cause leave to tell him how far sex shall be tolerated and commended, and how far not, and how far the ministry shall be owned and supported, and how far not, and how far professions, promises, and vows shall be kept, or broken, and therefore the covenant he could not away with, nor the ministers, further than they yielded to his ends, or did not openly resist them. He seemed exceeding open-hearted by a familiar rustic affected carriage, especially to his soldiers in sporting with them, but he thought secrecy a virtue, and dissimulation no vice, and simulation, that is, in plain English a lie, or perfidiousness to be a tolerable fault in a case of necessity, being of the same opinion with the Lord Bacon, who was not so precise as learned, that the best composition and temperature is, to have openness in fame and opinion, secrecy in habit, dissimulation in seasonable use, and a power to feign if there be no remedy. Essay 6. Pag. 31. Therefore he kept fair with all, saving his open or unreconcilable enemies. He carried it with such dissimulation that Anabaptists, Independents, and Antinomians did all think that he was one of them, but he never endeavored to persuade the Presbyterians that he was one of them, but only that he would do them justice, and preserve them, and that he honored their worth and piety, for he knew that they were not so easily deceived. In a word, he did as our prelates have done, begin low and rise higher in his resolutions as his condition rose, and the promises which he made in his lower condition, he used as the interest of his higher following condition did require, and kept up as much honesty and godliness in the main, as his cause and interest would allow. 40. Sir Thomas Fairfax. Born 1612, died 1671. By Richard Baxter. And these things made the new modeling of the army to be resolved on. But all the question was how to effect it, without stirring up the forces against them which they intended to disband, and all this was notably dispatched at once, by one vote, which was called the self-denying vote, viz., that because commands in the army had much pay, and Parliament men should keep to the service of the House, therefore no Parliament men should be members of the army. When this was done, the next question was, who should be Lord General, and what new officers should be put in, or old ones continued. And here the policy of Vane and Cromwell did its best. For general they chose Sir Thomas Fairfax, son of the Lord Ferdinando Fairfax, who had been in the wars beyond sea, and had fought valiantly in Yorkshire for the Parliament, though he was overpowered by the Earl of Newcastle's numbers. This man was chosen because they supposed to find him a man of no quickness of parts, of no elocution, of no suspicious plotting wit, and therefore one that Cromwell could make use of at his pleasure. And he was acceptable to sober men, because he was religious, faithful, valiant, and of a grave, sober, resolved disposition, very fit for execution, and neither too great nor too cunning to be commanded by the Parliament. 41. Sir Henry Vane, the younger. Born 1613. Beheaded 1662. By Clarendon. The other, Sr.H. Vane, was a man of great natural parts, and of very profound dissimulation, of a quick conception, and very ready, sharp, and weighty expression. He had an unusual aspect, which though it might naturally proceed both from his father and mother, neither of which were beautiful persons, yet made men think there was somewhat in him of extraordinary, and his whole life made good that imagination. Within a very short time after he returned from his studies in Magdalen College in Oxford, where, though he was under the care of a very worthy tutor, he lived not with great exactness, he spent some little time in France, and more in Geneva, and after his return into England contracted a full prejudice and bitterness against the Church, both against the formy of the government and the liturgy, which was generally in great reverence, even with many of those who were not friends to the other. In this giddiness, which then much displeased, or seemed to displease his father, who still appeared highly conformable, and exceedingly sharp against those who were not, he transported himself into New England, a colony within few years before planted by a mixture of all religions, which disposed the professors to dislike the government of the Church, who were qualified by the King's Charter to choose their own government and governors, under the obligation that every man should take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy, which all the first planters did, when they received the charter, before they transported themselves from hence, nor was there in many years after the least scruple amongst them of complying with those obligations, so far men were in the infancy of the schism, from refusing to take lawful oaths. He was no sooner landed there, but his parties made him quickly taken notice of, and very probably his quality, being the eldest son of a privy councillor, might give him some advantage, insomuch that when the next season came for the election of the magistrates, he was chosen the governor, in which place he had so ill fortune. His working and unquiet fancy raising and infusing 1,000 scruples of conscience which they had not brought over with them, nor heard of before, that he, unsatisfied with them, and they with him, he retransported himself into England, having sowed such seed of dissension there, as grew up to prosperously, and miserably divided the poor colony into several factions and divisions and persecutions of each other, which still continued to the great prejudice of that plantation, insomuch as some of them, upon the ground of their first expedition, liberty of conscience, have withdrawn themselves from the jurisdiction, and obtained other charters from the King, by which in other forms of government they have enlarged their plantations within new limits, adjacent to the other. He was no sooner returned into England than he seemed to be much reformed in those extravagancies, and with his father's approbation and direction married a lady of a good family, and by his father's credit with the Earl of Northumberland, who was High Admiral of England, was joined presently and jointly with Sir William Russell in the office of Treasurer of the Navy, a place of great trust and profit, which he equally shared with the other, and seemed a man well satisfied and composed to the government. When his father received the disobligation from the L.D. Strafford by his being created Baron of Raby, the house and land of Vane, and which title he had promised himself, which was unluckily cast upon him, purely out of contempt, they sucked in all the thoughts of revenge imaginable, and from thence he betook himself to the friendship of M.R. Pym and all other discontented or seditious persons, and contributed all that intelligence, which will be hereafter mentioned, as he himself will often be, that designed the ruin of the Earl, and which grafted him in the entire confidence of those who promoted the same, so that not hinge was concealed from him, though it is believed that he communicated his own thoughts to very few. 42. By Clarendon. There hath been a scarce any thing more wonderful throughout the progress of these distractions than that this covenant did with such extraordinary expedition passe the two houses, when all the leading persons in those councils were at the same time known to be as great enemies to presbytery, the establishment whereof was the sole end of this covenant, as they were to the King or the Church, and he who contributed most to it, and who in truth was the principal contriver of it, and the man by whom the committee in Scotland was entirely and stupidly governed, Sir Harry Vane, the younger, was not afterwards known to abhor the covenant and the Presbyterians, more than he was at that very time known to do, and laughed at them then, as much as ever he did afterwards. He, was indeed a man of extraordinary parts, a pleasant wit, a great understanding, which pierced into and discerned the purposes of other men with wonderful sagacity, whilst he had himself vultum clausum, that no man could make a guess of what he intended. He was of a temper not to be moved, and of rare dissimulation. and could comply when it was not seasonable to contradict without losing ground by the condescension, and if he were not superior to M. R. Hamden, he was inferior to no other man in all mysterious artifices. There need no more be said of his ability, than that he was chosen to cozen and deceive a whole nation, which excelled in craft and dissemblage, which he did with notable pregnancy and dexterity, and prevailed with a people, which could not be otherwise prevailed upon, than by advancing the idle presbytery, to sacrifice their peace, their interest, and their fate, to the erecting a power and authority that resolved to persecute presbytery to an extirpation, and very near brought the purpose to pass. Footnote 1. Before he was indeed Clarendon had written Sr. Harry Vane the younger, was on of the commissioners, and the for the other need not be named, since he was all in any business where others were joined with him. He cancelled this on adding the preceding paragraph. 43. Colonel John Hutchinson, Governor of Nottingham. Born 1615. Died 1664. By Lucy Hutchinson, his widow. He was of a middle stature, of a slender and exactly well-proportioned shape in all parts, his complexion fair, his hair of a light brown, very thick set in his youth, softer than the finest silka, curling into loose green rings at the ends, his eyes of a lively grey, well-shaped and full of life and vigour, graced with many becoming motions, his visage thin, his mouth well made, and his lips very ruddy and graceful. Although the nether chap shut over the upper, yet it was in such a manner as was not unbecoming. His teeth were even and white as the purest ivory, his chin was something long, and the mould of his face, his forehead was not very high, his nose was raised and sharp, but withal he had a most amiable countenance, which carried in it something of magnanimity and majesty mixed with sweetness, that at the same time bespoke love and awe in all that saw him. His skin was smooth and white, his legs and feet excellently well made, he was quick in his pace and turns, nimble and active and graceful in all his motions, he was apt for any bodily exercise, and any that he did became him. He could dance admirably well, but neither in youth nor riper years made any practice of it. He had skill in fencing such as became a gentleman, he had a great love of music, and often diverted himself with a viol, on which he played masterly. He had an exact ear and judgment in other music. He shot excellently in bows and guns, and much used them for his exercise. He had great judgment in paintings, graving, sculpture, and all liberal arts, and had many curiosities of value in all kinds. He took great delight in perspective glasses, and for his other rarities was not so much affected with the antiquity as the merit of the work. He took much pleasure in improvement of grounds, in planting groves and walks, and fruit trees, in opening springs and making fish ponds. Of country recreations he loved none but hawking, and in that was very eager and much delighted for the time he used it, but soon left it off. He was wonderful neat, cleanly and gentile in his habit, and had a very good fancy in it, but he left off very early the wearing of anything that was costly, yet in his plainest negligent habit appeared very much a gentleman. He had more address than force of body. Yet the courage of his soul so supplied his members that he never wanted strength when he found occasion to employ it. His conversation was very pleasant, for he was naturally cheerful, had a ready wit and apprehension. He was eager in everything he did, earnest in dispute, but withal very rational, so that he was seldom overcome. Everything that it was necessary for him to do he did with delight, free and unconstrained. He hated ceremonious compliment, but yet had a natural civility and complaisance to all people. He was of a tender constitution, but through the vivacity of his spirit could undergo labors, watchings and journeys, as well as any of stronger compositions. He was rheumatic, and had a long sickness and distemper occasioned thereby 2 or 3 years after the war ended, but else for the latter half of his life was healthy though tender. In his youth and childhood he was sickly, much troubled with weakness and toothaches, but then his spirits carried him through them. He was very patient under sickness or pain or any common accidents, but yet upon occasions, though never without just ones, he would be very angry, and had even in that such a grace as made him to be feared. Yet he was never outrageous in passion. He had a very good faculty in persuading, and would speak very well pertinently and effectually without premeditation upon the greatest occasions that could be offered, for indeed his judgment was so nice, that he could never frame any speech beforehand to please himself. But his invention was so ready and wisdom so habitual in all his speeches, that he never had reason to repent himself of speaking at any time without ranking the words beforehand. He was not talkative yet free of discourse, of a very spare diet, not much given to sleep, an early riser when in health. He never was at any time idle, and hated to see any one else so. In all his natural and ordinary inclinations and composure, there was something extraordinary and tending to virtue, beyond what I can describe, or can be gathered from a bare dead description. There was a life of spirit and power in him that is not to be found in any copy drawn from him. To sum up, therefore, all that can be said of his outward frame and disposition, we must truly conclude that it was a very handsome and well-furnished lodging prepared for the reception of that prince, who in the administration of all excellent virtues reigned there a while, till he was called back to the palace of the universal emperor. 44. The Earl of Essex. Robert Devereux, 3rd Earl of Essex. Born 1591. Died 1646. By Clarendon. The Earl of Essex hath been enough mentioned before. His nature and his understanding have been described, his former disobligations from the court, and then his introduction into it, and afterwards his being displaced from the office he held in it, have been set forth, and there will be occasion hereafter to renew the discourse of him, and therefore it shall suffice in this place to say, that a weak judgment, and a little vanity, and as much of pride, will hurry a man into as unwarrantable and as violent attempts, as the greatest and most unlimited and insatiable ambition will do. He had no ambition of title, or office, or preferment, but only to be kindly looked upon, and kindly spoken to, and quietly to enjoy his own fortune, and without doubt, no man in his nature more abhorred rebellion than he did, nor could he have been led into it by any open or transparent temptation, but by 1,000 disguises and cozinages. His pride supplied his want of ambition, and he was angry to see any other man more respected than himself, because he thought he deserved it more, and did better requite it, for he was in his friendships just and constant, and would not have practiced fully against those he took to be enemies. No man had credit enough with him to corrupt him in point of loyalty to the king, whilst he thought himself wise enough to know what treason was. But the new doctrine and distinction of allegiance, and of the king's power in and out of Parliament, and the new notions of ordinances, were too hard for him and did really intoxicate his understanding, and made him quit his own, to follow theirs, who he thought wished as well, and judged better than himself. His vanity disposed him to be his excellence, and his weakness to believe that he should be the general in the houses, as well as in the field, and be able to govern their councils, and restrain their passions, as well as to fight their battles, and that by this means he should become the preserver and not the destroyer of the king and kingdom. And with this ill-grounded confidence, he launched out into that sea, where he met with not hinge but rocks, and shelves, and from whence he could never discover any safe port to harbour in. 45. The Earl of Salisbury. William Cecil, 2nd Earl of Salisbury. Born 1591. Died 1668. By Clarendon. The Earl of Salisbury had been born and bred in court and had the advantage of a descent from a father and a grandfather, who had been very wise men, and Greek ministers of state in the eyes of Christendom, whose wisdom and virtues died with them, and the children only inherited their titles. He had been admitted of the council to King James, from which time he continued so obsequious to the court, that he never failed in overacting all that he was required to do. No act of power was ever proposed, which he did not advance, and execute his part, with the utmost rigor. No man so great a tyrant in his country, or was less swayed by any motives of justice or honor. He was a man of no words, except in hunting and hawking, in which he only knew how to behave himself. In matters of state and council he always concurred in what was proposed for the king, and cancelled and repaired all those transgressions by concurring in all that was proposed against him as soon as any such propositions were made. Yet when the king went to York, he likewise attended upon his Majesty, and at that distance seemed to have recovered some courage, and concurred in all counsels which were taken to undeceive the people, and to make the proceedings of the Parliament odious to all the world. But on a sudden he caused his horses to attend him out of the town, and having placed fresh arms at a distance, he fled back to London, with the expedition such men use when they are most afraid, and never after denied to do anything that was required of him. And when the war was ended, and Cromwell had put down the House of Peers, he got himself to be chosen a member of the House of Commons, and sate with them as of their own body, and was esteemed accordingly. In a ward he became so despicable to all men, that he will hardly ever enjoy the ease which Seneca bequeathed to him. Hic egregiis majoribus ortus est, qualiscunc est, sub umbra suorum latit. Ut loca sordida repercussus solis illustranter, ida inerts majorum suorum lus resplendient. 46. The Earl of Warwick. Robert Rich, 2nd Earl of Warwick. Born 1587. Died 1658. By Clarendon. The Earl of Warwick was of the King's Council too, but was not wound red at for leaving the king, whom he had never served, nor did he look upon himself as obliged by that honour, which he knew was conferred upon him in the crowd of those, whom his Majesty had no esteem of, or ever purposed to trust, so his business was to join with those, to whom he owed his promotion. He was a man of a pleasant and companionable wit and conversation, of an universal jollity, and such a license in his words and in his actions, that a man of less virtue could not be found out, so that a man might reasonably have believed that a man so qualified would not have been able to have contributed much to the overthrow of a nation and kingdom. But with all these faults, he had great authority and credit with that people who in the beginning of the troubles did all the mischief, and by opening his doors, and making his house the rendezvous of all the silenced ministers, in the time when there was authority to silence them, and spending a good part of his estate, of which he was very prodigal, upon them, and by being present with them at their devotions, and making himself merry with them and at them, which they dispensed with, he became the head of that party, and got the style of a godly man. When the king revoked the Earl of Northumberland's commission of admiral, he presently accepted the office from the Parliament, and never quitted their service. And when Cromwell disbanded that Parliament, he betook himself to the protection of the Protector, married his heir to his daughter, and lived in so entire a confidence and friendship with him, that when he died he had the honour to be exceedingly lamented by him, and left his estate, which before was subject to a vast debt, more improved and repaired than any man who trafficked in that desperate commodity of rebellion. 47. The Earl of Manchester. Edward Montague, created Baron Montague of Kimbolton 1626, 2nd Earl of Manchester 1642. Born 1602. Died 1671. By Clarendon. The Earl of Manchester, of the whole cabal, was in 1,000 respects most unfit for the company he kept. He was of a gentle and a generous nature, civilly bred, had reverence and affection for the person of the king, upon whom he had attended in Spain, loved his country with too unskilful a tenderness, and was of so excellent a temper and disposition, that the barbarous times, and the rough parties he was forced to act in them, did not wipe out or much deface those marks. Insomuch as he was never guilty of any rudeness towards those he was obliged to oppress, but performed always as good offices towards his old friends, and all other persons, as the iniquity of the time, and the nature of the employment he was in, would permit him to do, which kind of humanity could be imputed to very few, and he was at last dismissed, and removed from any trust, for no other reason, but because he was not wicked enough. He married first into the family of the Duke of Buckingham, and by his favour and interest was called to the House of Peers in the life of his father, and made Baron of Kimbolton, though he was commonly treated and known by the name of the L.D. Mandeville, and was as much addicted to the service of the court as he ought to be. But the death of his lady, and the murder of that great favourite, his second marriage with the daughter of the Earl of Warwick, and the very narrow and restrained maintenance which he received from his father, and which would in no degree defray the expenses of the court, forced him too soon to retire to a country life, and totally to abandon both the court and London, whither he came very seldom in many years, and in this retirement, the discountenance which his father underwent at court, the conversation of that family into which he was now married, the bewitching popularity which flowed upon him with a wonderful torrent, with the want of those guards which a good education should have supplied him with, by the clear notion of the foundation of the ecclesiastical as well as the civil government, made a great impression upon his understanding. For his nature was never corrupted but remained still in its integrity, and made him believe that the court was inclined to hurt and even to destroy the country, and from particular instances to make general and dangerous conclusions. They who had been always enemies to the Church, prevailed with him to lessen his reverence for it, and having not been well instructed to defend it, he yielded too easily to those who confidently assaulted it, and thought it had great errors which were necessary to be reformed, and that all means are lawful to compass that which is necessary, whereas the true logic is, that the thing desired is not necessary, if the ways are unlawful which are proposed to bring it to pass. No man was courted with more application by persons of all conditions and qualities, and his person was not less acceptable to those of steady and uncorrupted principles than to those of depraved inclinations, and in the end, even his piety administered some excuse to him, for his father's infirmities and transgressions had so far exposed him to the inquisition of justice, that he found it necessary to procure the assistance and protection of those who were strong enough to violate justice itself, and so he adhered to those who were best able to defend his father's honor, and thirdly to secure his own fortune, and concurred with them in the most violent designs, and gave reputation to them, and the court as unskilfully took an occasion too soon to make him desperate, by accusing him of high treason, when, though he might be guilty enough, he was without doubt in his intentions at least as innocent as any of the leading men, and it is some evidence that God Almighty saw his hero was not so malicious as the rest, that he preserved him to the end of the confusion, when he appeared as glad of the king's restoration, and had heartily wished it long before, and very few who had a hand in the contrivance of the rebellion gave so manifest tokens of repentance as he did, and had for many years undergone the jealousy and hatred of Cromwell, as one who abominated the murder of the king, and all the barbarous proceedings against the life of men in cold blood. The king upon his return received him into grace and favor, which he never forfeited by any undutiful behavior. 48. The Lord Say. William Fiennes, created Viscount Say and Seal 1624. Born 1582. Died 1662. By Clarendon. The last of those councillors, which were made after the faction prevailed in Parliament, who were all made to advance in accommodation, and who adhered to the Parliament, was the Ld. Say, a man who had the deepest hand in the original contrivance of all the calamities which befell that unhappy kingdom, though he had not the least thought of dissolving the monarchy, and less of levelling the ranks and distinctions of men. For no man vailed himself more upon his title, or had more ambition to make it greater, and to raise his fortune, which was but moderate for his title. He was of a proud, morose, and sullen nature, conversed much with books, having been bred a scholar, and though nobly born, a fellow of New College in Oxford, to which he claimed a right by the alliance he pretended to have from William of Wykeham the founder, which he made good by such an unreasonable pedigree through so many hundred years, half the time whereof extinguishes all relation of kinred. However, upon that pretence that college hath been seldom without one of that LDS family, his parts were not quick, but so much above those of his own rank that he had always great credit and authority in Parliament, and the more for taking all opportunities to oppose the court, and had with his milk sucked in an implacable malice against the government of the Church. When the Duke of Buckingham proposed to himself after his return with the Prince from Spain, to make himself popular, by breaking that match, and to be gracious with the Parliament, as for a short time he resolved to embrace the friendship of the Ld. Say, who was as solicitous to climb by that ladder, but the Duke quickly found him of too imperious and pedantical a spirit, and to affect to dangerous mutations, and so cast him off, and from that time he gave over any pursuit in court, and lived narrowly and sordidly in the country, having a conversation with very few, but such who had great malignity against the church and state, and fomented their inclinations and gave them instructions how to behave themselves with caution and to do their business with most security, and was in truth the pilot that steered all those vessels which were freighted with sedition to destroy the government. He found always some way to make professions of duty to the king and made several undertakings to do great services, which he could not, or would not make good, and made haste to possess himself of any preferment he could compass, whilst his friends were content to attend a more proper conjuncture. So he got the mastership of the wards shortly after the beginning of the Parliament, and was as solicitous to be treasurer. After the death of the Earl of Bedford, and if he could have satisfied his rancour in any degree against the Church, he would have been ready to have carried the prerogative as high as ever it was. When he thought there was mischief enough done, he would have stopped the current, and have diverted farther fury. But he then found he had only authority and credit to do hurt, none to heal the wounds he had given, and fell into as much contempt with those whom he had led as he was with those whom he had undone. 49. John Selden. Born 1584. Died 1654. By Clarendon. M.R. Selden was a person whom no character can flatter, or translate in any expressions equal to his merit and virtue. He was of so stupendous learning in all kinds, and in all languages, as may appear in his excellent and transcendent writings, that a man would have thought he had been entirely conversant amongst books, and had never spent an hour but in reading and writing. Yet his humanity, courtesy, and affability was such that he would have been thought to have been bred in the best courts, but that his good nature, charity, and delight in doing good, and in communicating all he knew, exceeded that breeding. His style in all his writings seems harsh and sometimes obscure, which is not wholly to be imputed to the abstruse subjects of which he commonly treated, out of the paths trod by other men, but to a little undervaluing the beauty of a style, and to much propensity to the language of antiquity, but in his conversation the most clear discourser, and had the best faculty in making hard things easy, and presenting them to the understanding of any man that hath been known. M.R. Hyde was wont to say that he vailed himself upon nothing more than upon having had M.R. Selden's acquaintance, from the time he was very young, and held it with great delight, as long as they were suffered to continue together in London, and he was very much troubled always, when he heard him blamed, censured, and reproached, for staying in London, and in the Parliament after they were in rebellion, and in the worst times, which his age obliged him to do, and how wicked soever the actions were which were every day done, he was confident he had not given his consent to them, but would have hindred them if he could, with his own safety, to which he was always enough indulgent. If he had some infirmities with other men, they were weighed down with wonderful and prodigious abilities and excellencies in the other scale. 50. John O. Author of Microcosmography 1628. Bishop of Worcester 1662, and of Salisbury 1663. Born 1601. Died 1665. By Clarendon. Dr. Earls was at that time chaplain in the house to the Earl of Pembroke, L.D. Chamberlain of His Majesty's household, and had a lodging in the court under that relation. He was a person very notable for his elegance in the Greek and Latin tongues, and being fellow of Merton College in Oxford, and having been a proctor of the university, and some very witty and sharp discourses being published in print without his consent, though known to be his, he grew suddenly into a very general esteem with all men, being a man of great piety and devotion, a most eloquent and powerful preacher, and of a conversation so pleasant and delightful, so very innocent, and so very facetious, that no man's company was more desired, and more loved. No man was more negligent in his dress, and habit, and mien, no man more wary and cultivated in his behavior and discourse, insomuch as he had the greater advantage when he was known, by promising so little before he was known. He was an excellent poet both in Latin, Greek, and English, as appears by many pieces yet abroad, though he suppressed many more himself, especially of English, incomparably good, out of an austerity to those sallies of his youth. He was very dear to the L.D. Falkland, with whom he spent as much time as he could make his own, and as that lord would impute the speedy progress he made in the Greek tongue to the information and assistance he had from M.R. Earls, so M.R. Earls would frequently profess that he had got more useful learning by his conversation at the L.D. Falkland's house than he had at Oxford. In the first settling of the prince's family, he was made on of his chaplains, and attended on him when he was forced to leave the kingdom, and therefore we shall often have occasion to mention him hereafter. He was amongst the few excellent men, who never had, nor ever could have an enemy, but such a one who was an enemy to all learning and virtue, and therefore would never make himself known. 51. John Hales. The ever memorable Mr. John Hales, of Eton College. Born 1584. Died 1656. By Clarendon. M.R. John Hales had been a Greek professor in the University of Oxford, and had borne the labor of that excellent edition and impression of S. Chrysostom's works, set out by S.R. Harry Saville, who was then warden of Merton College, when the other was fellow of that house. He was chaplain in the house with S.R. Dudley Carleton, ambassador at The Hague in Olan, at the time when the Synod of Dort was held, and so had liberty to be present at the consultations in that assembly, and hath left the best memorial behind him, of the ignorance and passion and animosity and injustice of that convention, of which he often made very pleasant relations, though at that time it received too much countenance from England. Being a person of the greatest eminency for learning and other abilities, from which he might have promised himself any preferment in the church, he withdrew himself from all pursuits of that kind into a private fellowship in the College of Eton, where his friend S.R. Harry Saville was provost, where he lived amongst his books, and the most separated from the world of any man then living. Though he was not in the least degree inclined to melancholic, but on the contrary of a very open and pleasant conversation, and therefore was very well pleased with the resort of his friends to him, who were such as he had chosen, and in whose company he delighted, and for whose sake he would sometimes, once in a year, resort to London, only to enjoy the cheerful conversation. He would never take any cure of souls, and was so great a contemner of money, that he was wont to say that his fellowship, and the bursar's place, which for the good of the college he held many years, was worth him £50 a year more than he could spend, and yet besides his being very charitable to all poor people, even to liberality, he had made a greater and better collection of books than were to be found in any other private library that I have seen, as he had sure read more, and carried more about him, in his excellent memory, than any man I ever knew, my L.D. Falkland only excepted, who I think sighed him. He had, whether from his natural temper and constitution, or from his long retirement from all crowds, or from his profound judgment and discerning spirit, contracted some opinions, which were not received, nor by him published, except in private discourses, and then rather upon occasion of dispute, than of positive opinion, and he would often say, his opinions he was sure did him no harm. But he was far from being confident, that they might not do others harm, who entertained them, and might entertain other results from them than he did, and therefore he was very reserved in communicating what he thought himself in those points, in which he differed from what was received. Not hinge troubled him more than the brawls which were grown from religion, and he therefore exceedingly detested the tyranny of the Church of Rome, more for the imposing uncharitably upon the consciences of other men, than for their errors in their own opinions, and would often say, that he would renounce the religion of the Church of England tomorrow if it obliged him to believe that any other Christians should be damned, and that no body would conclude another man to be damned, who did not wish him so, no man more strict and severe to himself, to other men so charitable as to their opinions, that he thought that other men were more in fault, for their carriage towards them, than the men themselves were who erred, and he thought that pride and passion more than conscience were the cause of all separation from each other's communion, and he frequently said, that only kept the world from agreeing upon such a liturgy as might bring them into one communion, all doctrinal points upon which men differed in their opinions, being to have no place in any liturgy. Upon an occasion all discourse with a friend of the frequent, and uncharitable reproaches of heretic and schismatic too lightly thrown at each other amongst men who differ in the judgment, he writ a little discourse of schism, contained in less than 2 sheets of paper, which, being transmitted from friend to friend in writing, was at last without any malice brought to the view of the Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Laud, who was a very rigid surveyor of all things which never so little bordered upon schism, and thought the Church could not be too vigilant against, and jealous of such incursions. He sent for M. R. Hales, whom when they had both lived in the University of Oxford he had known well, and told him that he had in truth believed him to be long since dead, and chid him very kindly, for having never come to him, hanga bene of his old acquaintance, then asked him whether he had lately writ a shrewd discourse of schism, and whether he was of that opinion which that discourse implied. He told him that he had, for the satisfaction of a private friend, who was not of his mind, a year or 2 before, writ such a small tracty, without any imagination that it would be communicated, and that he believed it did not contain any thing that was not agreeable to the judgment of the primitive fathers, upon which the Archbishop debated with him upon some expressions of Irenaeus and the most ancient fathers, and concluded with saying that the time was very apt to set new doctrines on foot, of which the wits of the age were too susceptible, and that there could not be too much care taken to preserve the peace and unity of the Church, and from thence asked him of his condition, and whether he wanted anything, and the other answering that he had enough, and wanted nor desired no addition, and so dismissed him with great courtesy, and shortly after sent for him again, when there was a prebendary of Windsor fallen, and told him the king had given him that preferment because it lay so convenient to his fellowship of Eton, which, though indeed the most convenient preferment that could be thought of for him, the Archbishop could not without great difficulty persuade him to accept, and he did accept it rather to please him than himself, because he really believed he had enough before. He was one of the least men in the kingdom, and one of the greatest scholars in Europe. Footnote 1. The greatest part of in place of all in another hand in MS. 52. William Chillingworth. Author of The Religion of Protestants, 1638. Born 1602. Died 1644. By Clarendon. M. R. Chillingworth was of a stature little superior to M. R. Hales, and it was an age in which there were many great and wonderful men of that size, and a man of so great a subtlety of understanding, and so rare a temper in debate, that as it was impossible to provoke him into any passion, so it was very difficult to keep a man's self from being a little discomposed by his sharpness and quickness of argument and instances, in which he had a rare facility, and a great advantage over all the men I ever knew. He had spent all his younger time in disputation, and had arrived to so great a mastery, as he was inferior to no man in those skirmishes, but he had with his notable perfection in this exercise, contracted such an irresolution and habit of doubting, that by degrees he grew confident of not hinge, and a skeptic at least in the greatest mysteries of fate. This made him from first wavering in religion and indulgence to scruples, to reconcile himself to sin and to easily to the Church of Rome, and carrying still his own inquisitiveness about him, without any resignation to their authority, which is the only temper can make that Church sure of its proselytes. Hanga made a journey to Est Omers purely to perfect his conversion by the conversation of those who had the greatest name. He found as little satisfaction there, and returned with as much haste from them, with a belief that an entire exemption from error was neither inherent in, nor necessary to, any church, which occasioned that war which was carried on by the Jesuits with so great asperity and reproaches against him, and in which he defended himself by such an admirable eloquence of language, and the clear and incomparable power of reason, that he not only made them appear unequal adversaries, but carried the war into their own quarters, and made the Pope's infallibility to be as much shaken and declined by their own doctors, and as great an acrimony among St themselves upon that subject, and to be at least as much doubted as in the schools of the Reformed or Protestant, and forced them since to defend and maintain those unhappy controversies in religion, with arms and weapons of another nature than were used or known in the Church of Rome when Bellarmine died, and which probably will in time undermine the very foundation that supports it. Such a levity and propensity to change is commonly attended with great infirmities in, and no less reproach and prejudice to the person, but the sincerity of his hearut was so conspicuous, and without the least temptation of any corrupt end, and the innocence and candor of his nature so evident, and without any perverseness, that all who knew him clearly discerned that all those restless motions and fluctuation proceeded only from the warmth and jealousy of his own thoughts, in a to nice inquisition for truth. Neither the books of the adversary, nor any of the persons, though he was acquainted with the best of both, had ever made great impression upon him. All his doubles grew out of himself, when he assisted his scruples with all the strength of his own reason, and was then too hard for himself. But finding as little quiet and repose in those victories, he quickly recovered by a new appeal to his own judgment, so that he was in truth upon the matter in all his sallies, and retreats his own convert, though he was not so totally divested of all thoughts of this world, but that when he was ready for it he admitted some great and considerable churchmen to be sharers with him in his public conversion. Whilst he was in perplexity, or rather some passionate disinclination to the religion he had been educated in, he had the misfortune to have much acquaintance with one Mr. Lugar, a minister of that church, a man of a competency of learning in those points most contravened with the Romanists, but of no acute parts of wit or judgment, and wrought so far upon him, by weakening and enervating those arguments by which he found he was governed, as he had all the logic and all the rhetoric that was necessary to persuade very powerfully men of the greatest talents, that the poor man, not able to live lunge in doubt, to hastily deserted his own church, and betook himself to the Roman, nor could all the arguments and reasons of Mr. Chillingworth make him pause in the expedition he was using, or reduce him from that church after he had given himself to it, but had always a great animosity against him, for having as he said, unkindly betrayed him, and carried him into another religion, and left him. So unfit are some constitutions to be troubled with doubts, after they are once fixed. He did really believe all war to be unlawful, and did not think that the Parliament, whose proceedings he perfectly abhorred, did in truth intend to involve the nation in a civil war, till after the Battle of Edgehill, and then he thought any expedient or stratagem that was like to put a speedy end to it, to be the most commendable, and so having it to mathematically conceived an engine that should move so lightly as to be a breastwork in all encounters and assaults in the field, he carried it to make the experiment into that part of his Majesty's army, which was only in that winter season in the field, under the command of the Ld. Hopton in Hampshire upon the borders of Sussex, where he was shut up in the castle of Arundel, which was forced after a sharp siege, to yield for want of victual, and poor Mr. Chillingworth with it falling into the rebels' hands, and being most barbarously treated by them, especially by that clergy which followed them, and being broken with sickness contracted by the ill accommodation and want of meat and fire during the siege, which was in a terrible season of frost and snow, he died shortly after in Pryson. He was a man of excellent parts, and of a cheerful disposition, void of all kind of vice, and endued with many notable virtues, of a very public hearut, and an indefatigable desire to do good. His only unhappiness proceeded from his sleeping too little, and thinking too much, which sometimes threw him into violent fevers. 53. Edmund Waller. Born 1606. Died 1687. By Clarendon. Edmund Waller was born to a very fair estate, by the parsimony or frugality of a wise father and mother, and he thought it so commendable an advantage, that he resolved to improve it with his utmost care, upon which in his nature he was too much intent, and in order to that he was so much reserved and retired, that he was scarce ever heard of, till by his address and dexterity he had gotten a very rich wife in the city, against all the recommendation, and countenance, and authority of the court, which was truly engaged on the behalf of Mr. Crofts, and which used to be successful in that age, against any opposition. He had the good fortune to have an alliance and friendship with Dr. Morley, who had assisted and instructed him in the reading of many good books, to which his natural parts and promptitude inclined him, especially the poets, and at the age when other men used to give over writing of verses, for he was near 30 years of age when he first engaged himself in that exercise, at least that he was known to do so. He surprised the town with 2 or 3 pieces of that kind, as if a 10th muse had been a newly born, to cherish drooping poetry. The doctor at that time brought him into that company which was most celebrated for good conversation, where he was received and esteemed with great applause and respect. He was a very pleasant discourser in earnest and in jest, and therefore very grateful to all kind of company, where he was not the less esteemed, for being very rich. He had been even nursed in parliaments, where he sate when he was very young, 1, and so when they were resumed again, after a lunge intermission, 2, he appeared in those assemblies with great advantage, having a graceful way of speaking, and by thinking much upon several arguments, which his temper and complexion that had much of melancholic inclined him to, he seemed often to speak upon the sudden, when the Acacian had only administered the opportunity of saying what he had thoroughly considered, which gave a great lustre to all he said, which yet was rather of delight than weight. There needs no more be said to extol the excellence and power of his wit, and pleasantness of his conversation, than that it was of magnitude enough to cover a world of very great faults, that is so cover them, that they were not taken notice of to his reproach, a narrowness in his nature to the lowest degree, an abjectness and want of courage to support him in any virtuous undertaking, an insinuation and servile flattery to the height the vainest and most imperious nature could be contented with, that it preserved and won his life from those who were most resolved to take it, and in an Acacian in which he ought to have been ambitious to have lost it, and then preserved him again from the reproach and contempt that was due to him for so preserving it, and for vindicating it at such a price, that it had power to reconcile him to those whom he had most offended and provoked, and continued to his age with that rare felicity, that his company was acceptable, where his spirit was odious, and he was at least pitied, where he was most detested. Footnote 1. In his infancy struck out in MS. Before very young. Footnote 2. An interdiction struck out in MS. After intermission. 54. Thomas Hobbes. Born 1588. Died 1679. By Clarendon. On Hobbes's Leviathan. I have proposed to myself to make some animadversions upon such particulars as may in my judgment produce much mischief in the world, in a book of great name, and which is entertained and celebrated, at least enough, in the world, a book which contains in it good learning of all kinds, politely extracted, and very wittily and cunningly digested, in a very commendable method, and in a vigorous and pleasant style, which hath prevailed over too many, to swallow many new tenets as maxims, without chewing, which manner of diet for the indigestion Mr. Hobbes himself doth much dislike. The thorough novelty, to which the present age, if ever any, is too much inclined, of the work receives great credit and authority from the known name of the author, a man of excellent parts, of great wit, some reading, and somewhat more thinking, one who has spent many years in foreign parts and observation, understands the learned as well as modern languages, hath long had the reputation of a great philosopher and mathematician, and in his age hath had conversation with very many worthy and extraordinary men, to which, it may be, if he had been more indulgent in the more vigorous part of his life, it might have had a greater influence upon the temper of his mind, whereas age seldom submits to those questions, inquiries, and contradictions, which the laws and liberty of conversation require, and it hath been always a lamentation amongst Mr. Hobbes his friends, that he spent too much time in thinking, and too little in exercising those thoughts in the company of other men of the same, or of as good faculties, for want whereof his natural constitution, with age, contracted such a morosity, that doubting and contradicting men were never grateful to him. In a word, Mr. Hobbes is one of the most ancient acquaintance I have in the world, and of whom I have always had a great esteem, as a man who besides his eminent parts of learning and knowledge, hath been always looked upon as a man of probity, and a life free from scandal, and it may be there are few men now alive, who have been longer known to him than I have been in a fair and friendly conversation and sociableness. 55. Notes by John Aubrey. I have heard his brother Edm and Mr. Waite his schoolfellow and say that when he was a boy he was playsome enough, but withal he had even then a contemplative melancholiness. He would get him into a corner, and learn his lesson by heart presently. His hair was black, and his schoolfellows, were wont to call him Crow. Footnote 1. His schoolfellows written above the boys. The Lord Chancellor Bacon loved to converse with him. He assisted his Lopi in translating several of his essays into Latin. One I well remember is, that of the grains of cities. The rest I have forgot. His Lopi was a very contemplative person, and was wont to contemplate in his delicious walks at Garambury, and dictate to Mr. Thomas Bushell or some other of his gentlemen, that attended him with ink and paper ready, to set down presently his thoughts. His Lopi would often say that he better liked Mr. Hobbes's taking his notions, too, than any of the other, because he understood what he wrote, which the others not understanding my lord would many times have a hard tasky to make sense of what they writ. Footnote 1 is above was dot. Footnote 2, notions above thoughts dot. It is to be remembered that about these times, Mr. was much addicted to music, and practiced on the bass viol. Leviathan, the manner of writing of which book, he told me, was thus. He walked much and contemplated, and he had in the head of his staff, a pen and inkhorn, carried always a note-book in his pocket, and as soon as the darted, he presently entreated into his book, or otherwise, he might perhaps, have lost it. He had drawn the design of the book into chapters and so he knew whereabout it would come in. Thus that book was made. Footnote 1, staff above cane dot. Footnote 2, though above notion dot. Footnote 3, otherwise above else dot. Footnote 4, might perhaps above should dot. He was marvelous happy and ready in his replies, and replies that without rancor, except provoked. But now I speak of his readiness in replies as to wit and drollery, he would say that he did not care to give, either was he adroit, at a present answer to a serious query, he had as lieve they should have expected an extemporary solution, to an arithmetical problem, for he turned and winded and compounded in philosophy, politics and as if he had been at analytical work. He always avoided as much as he could, to conclude hastily. Footnote 1, adroit above good dot. Footnote 2, extemporary above present, solution in place of answer dot. Footnote 3, analytical above mathematical dot. Side note, his manner, of thinking. He said that he sometimes would set his thoughts upon researching and contemplating, always with this rule, that he very much and deeply considered one thing at a time. As a week, or sometimes a fortnight. Footnote 1, manner above way dot. Footnote 2, rule, observation above proviso dot. Side note, head. In his old age he was very bald, which claimed a veneration, yet within door he used to study, and sit bareheaded, and said he never took cold in his head but that the greatest trouble was to keep off the flies from pitching on the bones. His head was, inches, I have the measure, in compasse, and of a mallet for me, approved by the physiologers. Footnote 1, recalvus above very bald dot. Side note, ei. He had a good ei, and that of a hazel color, which was full of life and spirit, even to his last. When he was earnest in discourse, there shone, as it were, a bright live coal within it. He had two kind of looks. When he laughed, was witty, and in a merry humor, one could scarce see his eyes. By and by when he was serious and earnest, he opened his eyes round, his eyelids. He had middling eyes, not very big, nor very little. Footnote 1, earnest above positive dot. Side note, stature. He was 6 foot high and something better, and went indifferently erect, or, rather considering his great age, very erect. Side note, sight, wit. His sight and wit continued to his last. He had a curious sharp sight, as he had a sharp wit, which was also so sure and steady, and contrary to that men call broadwittedness, that I have heard him oftentimes say, that in multiplying and dividing he never mistook a figure, and so, in other things. He thought much and with excellent method, and steadiness, which made him seldom make a false step. Footnote 1, never, figure above was never out corrected to mistook dot. Side note, reading. He had read much, if one considers his long life, but his contemplation was much more than his reading. He was wont to say that, if he had read as much as other men, he should have known no more than 1 other men. Footnote 1, known, then above continued still as ignorant as. Side note singing. He had always books of prick song lying on his table, e.g. of H. Laws and C. Songs, which at night when he was abed, and the doors made fast, and was sure nobody heard him, he sang aloud, not that he had a very good voice, but to clear his pipes. 1. He did believe it did his lunges good, and could use much to prolong his life. Footnote 1. To clear his pipes above for his health's sake. 56. Thomas Fuller. Born 1608. Died 1661. He was of stature somewhat tall, exceeding the mean, with a proportionable bigness to become it, but no way inclining to corpulency, of an exact straightness of the whole body, and a perfect symmetry in every part thereof. He was of a sanguine constitution, which beautified his face with a pleasant readiness, but of so grave and serious an aspect, that it awed and discountenanced the smiling attracts of that complexion. His head adorned with a comely light-colored hair, which was so, by nature exactly curled, an ornament enough of itself in this age to denominate a handsome person, and wherefore all skill and art is used, but not suffered to overgrow to any length unseeming his modesty and profession. His gait and walking was very upright and graceful, becoming his well shop and bulk, approaching something near to that we term majestical, but that the doctor was so well known to be void of any affectation or pride. Nay, so regardless was he of himself in his garb and raiment, in which no doubt his vanity would have appeared, as well as in his stately pace, that it was with some trouble to himself, to be either neat or decent. It mattered not for the outside, while he thought himself never too curious and nice in the dresses of his mind. Very careless also he was to seeming inurbanity in the modes of courtship and demeanor, deporting himself much according to the old English guise, which for its ease and simplicity suited very well with the doctor, whose time was designed for more elaborate business, and whose motto might have been sincerity. As inobservant he was of persons, unless business with them, or his concerns pointed them out and adverted him. Seeing and discerning were two things. Often in several places hath he met with gentlemen of his nearest and greatest acquaintance, at a full rencounter and stop, whom he hath endeavored to pass by, not knowing, that is to say, not minding of them, till rectified and recalled by their familiar compilations. This will not, it may be presumed, and justly cannot be imputed unto any indisposedness and unaptness of his nature, which was so far from rude and untractable, that it may be confidently averred, he was the most complacent person in the nation, as his converse and writings, with such a freedom of discourse and quick jocundity of style, do sufficiently evince. He was a perfect walking library, and those that would find delight in him must turn him. He was to be diverted from his present purpose with some urgency, and when once unfixed and unbent, his mind freed from the incumbency of his study, no man could be more agreeable to civil and serious mirth, which limits his most heightened fancy never transgressed. He had the happiness of a very honorable, and that very numerous acquaintance, so that he was no way undisciplined in the arts of civility, yet he continued semper idem, which constancy made him always acceptable to them. At his diet he was very sparing and temperate, but yet he allowed himself the repasts and refreshings of 2 meals a day, but no lover of dainties, or the inventions of cookery, solid meats better fitting his strength of constitution, but from drink very much abstemious, which questionless was the cause of that uninterrupted health he enjoyed till this his first and last sickness, of which felicity, as he himself was partly the cause of by his exactness in eating and drinking, so did he the more dread the sudden infliction of any disease, or other violence of nature, fearing this his care might amount to a presumption, in the eyes of the great disposer of all things, and so it pleased God it should happen. But his great abstinence of all was from sleep, and strange it was that one of such a fleshly and sanguine composition could overwatch so many heavy propense inclinations to rest. For this in some sort he was beholden to his care and diet aforesaid, the full vapors of a repletion in the stomach ascending to the brain, causing that usual drowsiness we see in many, but most especially to his continual custom, use, and practice, which had so subdued his nature that it was wholly governed by his active and industrious mind. And yet this is a further wonder: he did scarcely allow himself, from his first degree in the university, any recreation or easy exercise, no, not so much as walking, but very rare and seldom, and that not upon his own choice, but as being compelled by friendly, yet forcible invitations, till such time as the war posted him from place to place. And after that his constant attendance on the presa in the edition of his books, when was a question, which went the fastest, his head or his feet, so that in effect he was a very stranger, if not an enemy to all pleasure. Riding was the most pleasant, because his necessary convenience, the doctor's occasions, especially his last work, requiring travel, to which he had so accustomed himself, so that this diversion, like princes' banquets only to be looked upon by them, not tasted of, was rather made such than enjoyed by him. So that if there were any felicity or delight, which he can be truly said to have had, it was either in his relations or in his works. As to his relations, certainly, no man was more a tender, more indulgent a husband and a father. His conjugal love in both matches being equally blessed with the same issue, kept a constant tenor in both marriages, which he so improved, that the harmony of his affections stilled all discord, and charmed the noise of passion. Towards the education of his children, he was exceeding careful, allowing them anything conducing to that end, beyond the present measure of his estate, which it's well hoped will be returned to the memory of so good a father, in their early imitation of him in all those good qualities and literature, to which they have now such an hereditary claim. As to his books, which we usually call the issue of the brain, he was more than fond, totally abandoning and forsaking all things to follow them. And yet if correction and severity, so this may be allowed the gravity of the subject, be also the signs of love, a stricter and more careful hand was never used. True it is they did not grow up without some hours, like the tares, nor can the most refined pieces of any of his antagonists boast of perfection. He that goes an unknown and beaten track in a dubious way, though he may have good directions, yet if in the journey he chance to stray, cannot well be blamed. They have perchance ploughed with his heifer, and been beholden to those authorities, for their exceptions, which he first gave light to. To his neighbors and friends he behaved himself with that cheerfulness and plainness of affection and respect, as deservedly gained him their highest esteem. From the meanest to the highest he omitted nothing what to him belonged in his station, either in a familiar correspondency, or necessary visits, never suffering entreaties of that which either was his duty, or in his power to perform. The quickness of his apprehension, helped by a good nature, presently suggested unto him, without putting them to the trouble of an innuendo, what their several affairs required, in which he would spare no pains, insomuch that it was a piece of absolute prudence to rely upon his advice and assistance. In a word, to his superiors he was dutifully respectful without ceremony or officiousness; to his equals he was discreetly respectful, without neglect or unsociableness; and to his inferiors, whom indeed he judged Christianly none to be, civilly respectful without pride or disdain. But all these so eminent virtues, and so sublimed in him, were but as foils to those excellent gifts wherewith God had endued his intellectuals. He had a memory of that vast comprehensiveness, that he is deservedly known for the first inventor of that noble art, whereof having left behind him no rules, or directions, save only what fell from him in disc hours, no further account can be given, but a relation of some very rare experiments of it made by him. He undertook once in passing to and fro from Temple Bar to the furthest conduit in Cheapside, at his return again to tell every signa as they stood in order on both sides of the way, repeating them either backward or forward, as they should choose, which he exactly did, not missing or misplacing one, to the admiration of those that heard him. The like also would he do in words of different languages, and of hard and difficult prolation, to any number whatsoever. But that which was most strange, and very rare in him, was his way of writing, which, something like the Chinese's, was from the top of the page to the bottom, the manner thus. He would write near the margin the first words of every line down to the foot of the paper, then would he, beginning at the head again, fill up every one of these lines, which without any interlineations or spaces but with the full and equal length, would so adjust the sense and matter, and so aptly connex and conjoin the ends and beginnings of the said lines, that he could not do it better, as he hath said, if he had writ all out in a continuation. 57. John Milton. Born 1608. Died 1674. Notes by John Aubrey. He was of middle stature. 1. He had light brown. 2. Hair, his complexion exceeding 3. Fair. He was so fair, that they called him the Lady of Christ's College. Oval face. His eye dark grey. He was a spare man. Footnote 1. Aubrey wrote first he was scarce so tall as I am, then added above the last 6 words Q, where, quote, feet I am high, and then above this RESP, of middle stature. Footnote 2. A brown, i.e. auburn, written above brown. Footnote 3. Exceeding above very. He was an early riser, SC, at 4 o'clock Main. After he lost his sight, he had a man read to him. The first thing he read was the Hebrew Bible, and that was at 4 foot H. Main 1/2 foot H, plus. Then he contemplated. At 7 his man came to him again, and then read to him and wrote till dinner. The writing was as much as the reading. His daughter Deborah too, 1, could read to him Latin, Italian, and French, and Greek. Married in Dublin to one Mr. Clark, sells silka and c. 2, very like her father. The other sister is Mary 1, more like her mother. After dinner he used to walk 3 or 4 hours at a time. He always had a garden where he lived, went to bed about 9. Temperate, rarely drank between meals. Extreme pleasant in his conversation, and at dinner, supper and but satirical. He pronounced the letter R very hard. A certain signa of a satirical wit. From Joe. Drayton. Footnote 1, 2 and 1, marking seniority, above the names. Footnote 2, sells silka and c above a mercer. Side note, Littera canina. He had a delicate tunable voice and had good skill. His father instructed him. He had an organ in his house. He played on that most. His exercise was chiefly walking. He was visited much by learned, 1, more than he did desire. Footnote 1, by learned added above the line. He was mightily importuned to go into France and Italy. Foreigners came much to see him, and much admired him, and offered to him great preferments to come over to them, and the only inducement of several foreigners that came over into England was chief lie to C.O. Protector and M.R.J. Milton, and would see the house and chamber where he was born. He was much more admired abroad than at home. His harmonical, an ingenious soul did lodge, 1, in a beautiful and well-proportioned body, in toto nusquam corpore menda fut. Ovid. Footnote 1, did lodge above dwelled. He had a very good memory, but I believe that his excellent method of thinking and disposing did much help his memory. Of a very cheerful humor. He was very healthy, and free from all diseases, seldom took any physique, only sometimes he took manna, 1, and only towards his later end he was visited with the gout. Spring and fall, he would be cheerful even in his gout fits, and sing. Footnote 1, seldom, manna added above the line. He died of the gout struck in the 9th or 10th of November 1674, as appears by his apothecary's book. 58. Note by Edward Phillips. There is another very remarkable passage in the composure of this poem, Paradise Lost, which I have a particular occasion to remember, for whereas I had the perusal of it from the very beginning, for some years as I went from time to visit him, in a parcel of 10, 20, or 30 verses at a time, which being written by whatever hand came next, might possibly want correction as to the orthography and pointing, having as the summer came on, not been shewed any for a considerable while, and desiring the reason thereof, was answered, that his vein never happily flowed, but from the autumnal equinoctial to the vernal, and that whatever he attempted was never to his satisfaction, though he courted his fancy never so much, so that in all the years he was about this poem, he may be said to have spent but half his time therein. 59. Notes by Jonathan Richardson. One that had often seen him, told me he used to come to a house where he lived, and he has also met him in the street, led by Millington, the same who was so famous an auctioneer of books about the time of the Revolution, and since. This man was then a seller of old books in Little Britain, and Milton lodged at his house. This was 3 or 4 years before he died. He then wore no sword that my informer remembers, though probably he did. At least 'twas his custom not long before to wear one with a small silver hilt, and in cold weather a grey camlet coat. I have heard many years since that he used to sit in a grey coarse cloth coat at the door of his house, near Bunhill Fields without Moorgate, in warm sunny weather to enjoy the fresh air, and so, as well as in his room, receive the visits of people of distinguished parts, as well as quality. And very lately I had the good fortune to have another picture of him from an ancient clergyman in Dorsetshire, Dr. Wright. He found him in a small house, he thinks but one room on a floor, in that. Up one pair of stairs, which was hung with a rusty green, he found John Milton, sitting in an elbow chair, black clothes, and neat enough, pale, but not cadaverous, his hands and fingers gouty, and with chalk stones. Among other discourse he expressed himself to this purpose: that was he free from the pain this gave him, his blindness would be tolerable. Besides what affliction he must have from his disappointment on the change of the times, and from his own private losses, and probably cares for subsistence, and for his family, he was in perpetual terror of being assassinated. Though he had escaped the talons of the law, he knew he had made himself enemies in abundance. He was so dejected he would lie awake whole nights. He then kept himself as private as he could. This Dr. Tancred Robinson had from a relation of Milton's, Mr. Walker of the Temple. And this is what is intimated by himself. 7:26. On evil days though fallen and evil tongues, in darkness, and with dangers compassed round, and solitude. Mr. Bendish has heard the widow or daughter or both say it, that soon after the Restoration the king offered to employ this pardoned man as his Latin secretary, the post in which he served Cromwell with so much integrity and ability. That a like offer was made to Thurlow is not disputed as ever I heard. Milton withstood the offer. The wife pressed his compliance. Thou art in the right, says he. You, as other women, would ride in your coach. For me, my aim is to live and die an honest man. Other stories I have heard concerning the posture he was usually in when he dictated, that he sat leaning backward obliquely in an easy chair, with his leg flung over the elbow of it. That he frequently compassed lying in bed in the morning. 'Twas winter sure then, I have been well informed, that when he could not sleep, but lay awake whole nights, he tried, not one verse could he make. At other times flowed easy his unpremeditated verse, with a certain impetus and estro, as himself seemed to believe. Then, at what hour soever, he rung for his daughter to secure what came. I have been also told he would dictate many, perhaps 40 lines as it were in a breath, and then reduce them to half the number. 60. Abraham Cowley, born 1618, died 1667. Of myself. It is a hard and nice subject for a man to write of himself. It grates his own heart to say anything of disparagement, and the reader's ears to hear anything of praise from him. There is no danger from me of offending him in this kind. Either my mind, nor my body, nor my fortune, allow me any materials for that vanity. It is sufficient, for my own contentment, that they have preserved me from being scandalous, or remarkable on the defective side. But besides that, I shall here speak of myself, only in relation to the subject of these precedent discourses, and shall be likelier thereby to fall into the contempt, than rise up to the estimation of most people. As far as my memory can return back into my past life, before I knew, or was capable of guessing what the world, or glories, or business of it were, the natural affections of my soul gave me a secret bent of aversion from them, as some plants are said to turn away from others, by an antipathy imperceptible to themselves, and inscrutable to man's understanding. Even when I was a very young boy at school, instead of running about on holy days and playing with my fellows, I was wont to steal from them, and walk into the fields, either alone with a book, or with some one companion, if I could find any of the same temper. I was then, too, so much an enemy to all constraint, that my masters could never prevail on me, by any persuasions or encouragements, to learn without book the common rules of grammar, in which they dispensed with me alone, because they found I made a shift to do the usual exercise out of my own reading and observation. That I was then of the same mind as I am now, which I confess I wonder at myself, may appear by the latter end of an ode, which I made when I was but 13 years old, and which was then printed with many other verses. The beginning of it is boyish, but of this part which I here set down, if a very little were corrected, I should hardly now be much ashamed. 9. This only grant me, that my means may lie too low for envy, for contempt too high. Some honor I would have not from great deeds, but good alone. The unknown are better than ill-known. Rumor can ope the grave, acquaintance I would have, but when tea depends not on the number, but the choice of friends. 10. Books should, not business, entertain the light, and sleep, as undisturbed as death, the night. My house a cottage, more than palace, and should fitting be for all my use, no luxury. My garden painted hoary with nature's hand, not art's, and pleasures yield, Horace might envy in his Sabine field. 11. Thus would I double my life's fading space, for he that runs it well, twice runs his race. And in this true delight, these unbought sports, this happy state, I would not fear nor wish my fate, but boldly say each night, tomorrow let my sun his beams display, or in clouds hide them, I have lived today. You may see by it, I was even then acquainted with the poets, for the conclusion is taken out of Horace, Winky Face, and perhaps it was the immature and immoderate love of them which stamped first, or rather engraved these characters in me. They were like letters cut into the bark of a young tree, which with the tree still grow proportionably. But how this love came to be produced in me so early is a hard question. I believe I can tell the particular little chance that filled my head first with such chimes of verse, as have never since left ringing there. For I remember when I began to read, and to take some pleasure in it, there was wont to lie in my mother's parlor, I know not by what accident, for she herself never in her life read any book but of devotion. But there was wont to lie Spenser's works, this I happened to fall upon, and was infinitely delighted with the stories of the knights, and giants, and monsters, and brave houses, which I found everywhere there, though my understanding had little to do with all this, and by degrees with the tinkling of the rhyme and dance of the numbers, so that I think I had read him all over before I was 12 years old, and was thus made a poet as immediately, as a child is made an eunuch. With these affections of mind, and my heart wholly set upon letters, I went to the university, but was soon torn from thence by that violent public storm which would suffer nothing to stand where it did, but rooted up every plant, even from the princely cedars to me, the hyssop. Yet I had as good fortune as could have befallen me in such a tempest, for I was cast by it into the family of one of the best persons, and into the court of one of the best princesses of the world. Now though I was here engaged in ways most contrary to the original design of my life, that is, into much company, and no small business, and into a daily sight of greatness, both militant and triumphant, for that was the state then of the English and French courts, yet all this was so far from altering my opinion, that it amply added the confirmation of reason to that which was before but natural inclination. I saw plainly all the paint of that kind of life, the nearer I came to it, and that beauty which I did not fall in love with, when, for aught I knew, it was real, was not like to bewitch, or entice me, when I saw that it was adulterate. I met with several great persons, whom I liked very well, but could not perceive that any part of their greatness was to be liked or desired, no more than I would be glad, or content to be in a storm, though I saw many ships which rid safely and bravely in it. A storm would not agree with my stomach, if it did with my courage. Though I was in a crowd of as good company as could be found anywhere, though I was in business of great and honorable trust, though I eat at the best table, and enjoyed the best conveniences for present subsistence that ought to be desired by a man of my condition in banishment and public distresses, yet I could not abstain from renewing my old schoolboy's wish in a copy of verses to the same effect. Well then, I now do plainly see this bussy world, and I shall any agree, and see. And I never then proposed to myself any other advantage from His Majesty's happy restoration, but the getting into some moderately convenient retreat in the country, which I thought in that case I might easily have compassed, as well as some others, who, too, with no greater probabilities or pretenses, have arrived to extraordinary fortunes, but I had before written a shrewd prophecy against myself. And I think Apollo inspired me in the truth, though not in the elegance of it. Thou either great at court nor in the war, nor at th exchange shalt be, nor at the wrangling bar, content thyself with the small barren praise which neglected verse does raise, and see. However, by the failing of the forces which I had expected, I did not quit the design which I had resolved on. I cast myself into it a corps perdu, without making capitulations, or taking counsel of fortune. But God laughs at a man, who says to his soul, Take thy ease. I met presently not only with many little encumbrances and impediments, but with so much sickness, a new misfortune to me, as would have spoiled the happiness of an emperor as well as mine, yet I do neither repent nor alter my course. Non ego perfidum dixi sacramentum, nothing shall separate me from a mistress, which I have loved so long, and have now at last married, though she neither has brought me a rich portion, nor lived yet so quietly with me as I hoped from her. Nec vas, dulcissima mundi nomina, vas musi, libertas, otia, libri, hortique siluaque, anima remanent relinquam. Nor by me e'er shall you of all names the sweetest, and the best, you muses, books, and liberty and rest, you gardens, fields, and woods forsaken be, as long as life itself forsakes not me. Footnote 1. Irremediably text 1668, immediately errata 1668. Footnote 2. Who omitted 1668, inserted 1669. 61. By Thomas Sprat. I think it fit to direct my speech concerning him, by the same rule by which he was wont to judge of others. In his esteem of other men, he constantly preferred the good temper of their minds, and honesty of their actions, above all the excellencies of their eloquence or knowledge. The same course I will take in his praise, which chiefly ought to be fixed on his life. For that he deserves more applause from the most virtuous men, than for his other abilities he ever obtained from the learned. He had indeed a perfect natural goodness, which neither the uncertainties of his condition, nor the largeness of his wit could pervert. He had a firmness and strength of mind, that was a proof against the art of poetry itself. Nothing vain or fantastical, nothing flattering or insolent appeared in his humor. He had a great integrity, and plainness of manners, which he preserved to the last, though much of his time was spent in a nation, and way of life, that is not very famous for sincerity. But the truth of his heart was above the corruption of ill examples, and therefore the sight of them rather confirmed him in the contrary virtues. There was nothing affected or singular in his habit, or person, or gesture. He understood the forms of good breeding enough to practice them without burdening himself, or others. He never oppressed any man's parts, nor ever put any man out of countenance. He never had any emulation for fame, or contention for profit with any man. When he was in business he suffered others' importunities with much easiness. When he was out of it he was never importunate himself. His modesty and humility were so great, that if he had not had many other equal virtues, they might have been thought dissimulation. His conversation was certainly of the most excellent kind, for it was such as was rather admired by his familiar friends, than by strangers at first sight. He surprised no man at first with any extraordinary appearance. He never thrust himself violently into the good opinion of his company. He was content to be known by leisure and by degrees, and so the esteem that was conceived of him was better grounded and more lasting. In his speech, either the pleasantness excluded gravity, nor was the sobriety of it inconsistent with delight. No man parted willingly from his discourse, for he so ordered it, that every man was satisfied that he had his share. He governed his passions with great moderation. His virtues were never troublesome or uneasy to any. Whatever he disliked in others, he only corrected it, by the silent reproof of a better practice. His wit was so tempered, that no man had ever reason to wish it had been less. He prevented other men's severity upon it by his own. He never willingly recited any of his writings. None but his intimate friends ever discovered he was a great poet, by his discourse. His learning was large and profound, well compassed of all antient and modern knowledge. But it sat exceeding close and handsomely upon him. It was not embossed on his mind, but enameled. He never guided his life by the whispers or opinions of the world. Yet he had a great reverence for a good reputation. He hearkened to fame when it was a just censurer, but not when an extravagant babbler. He was a passionate lover of liberty and freedom from restraint both in actions and words. But what honesty others receive from the direction of laws, he had by native inclination, and he was not beholding to other men's wills, but to his own for his innocence. 62. Charles II. Born 1630. Died 1685. By Halifax. His dissimulation. One great objection made to him was the concealing himself, and disguising his thoughts. In this there ought a latitude to be given. It is a defect not to have it at all, and a fault to have it too much. Human nature will not allow the mean. Like all other things, as soon as ever men get to do them well, they cannot easily hold from doing them too much. 'Tis the case even in the least things, as singing, and see. In France, he was to dissemble injuries and neglects, from one reason. In England, he was to dissemble too, though for other causes. A king upon the throne hath as great temptations, though of another kind, to dissemble, as a king in exile. The King of France might have his times of dissembling as much with him, as he could have to do it with the King of France, so he was in a school. No king can be so little inclined to dissemble, but he must needs learn it from his subjects, who every day give him such lessons of it. Dissimulation is like most other qualities, it hath two sides, it is necessary, and yet it is dangerous too. To have none at all layeth a man open to contempt, to have too much exposeth him to suspicion, which is only the less dishonorable inconvenience. If a man doth not take very great precautions, he is never so much shewed as when he endeavoureth to hide himself. One man cannot take more pains to hide himself than another will do to see into him, especially in the case of kings. It is none of the exalted faculties of the mind, since there are chambermaids will do it better than any prince in Christendom. Men given to dissembling are like rooks at play, they will cheat for shillings, they are so used to it. The vulgar definition of dissembling is downright lying, that kind of it which is less ill-bred cometh pretty near it. Only princes and persons of honor must have gentler words given to their faults, than the nature of them may in themselves deserve. Princes dissemble with too many, not to have it discovered. No wonder then that he carried it so far that it was discovered. Men compared notes, and got evidence, so that those whose morality would give them leave, took it for an excuse for serving him ill. Those who knew his face, fixed their eyes there, and thought it of more importance to see, than to hear what he said. His face was as little a blab as most men's, yet though it could not be called a prattling face, it would sometimes tell tales to a good observer. When he thought fit to be angry, he had a very peevish memory. There was hardly a blot that escaped him. At the same time that this shewed the strength of his dissimulation, it gave warning too. It fitted his present purpose, but it made a discovery that put men more upon their guard against him. Only self-flattery furnisheth perpetual arguments to trust again. The comfortable opinion men have of themselves keepeth up human society, which would be more than half destroyed without it. Of his wit and conversation. His wit consisted chiefly in the quickness of his apprehension. His apprehension made him find faults, and that led him to short sayings upon them, not always equal, but often very good. By his being abroad, he contracted a habit of conversing familiarly, which added to his natural genius, made him very apt to talk, perhaps more than a very nice judgment would approve. He was apter to make broad allusions upon anything that gave the least occasion, than was altogether suitable with the very good breeding he shewed in most other things. The company he kept whilst abroad had so used him to that sort of dialect, that he was so far from thinking it a fault or an indecency, that he made it a matter of raillery upon those who could not prevail upon themselves to join in it. As a man who hath a good stomach loveth generally to talk of meat, so in the vigour of his age he began that style, which, by degrees grew so natural to him, that after he ceased to do it out of pleasure, he continued to do it out of custom. The hypocrisy of the former times inclined men to think they could not shew too great an aversion to it, and that helped to encourage this unbounded liberty of talking, without the restraints of decency which were before observed. In his more familiar conversations with the ladies, even they must be passive, if they would not enter into it. How far sounds as well as objects may have their effects to raise inclination, might be an argument to him to use that style, or whether using liberty at its full stretch was not the general inducement without any particular motives to it. The manner of that time of telling stories had drawn him into it. Being commended at first for the faculty of telling a tale well, he might insensibly be betrayed to exercise it too often. Stories are dangerous in this, that the best expose a man most, by being oftenest repeated. It might pass for an evidence for the moderns against the ancients, that it is now wholly left off by all that have any pretence to be distinguished by their good sense. He had the improvements of wine, and sea, which made him pleasant and easy in company, where he bore his part, and was acceptable even to those who had no other design than to be merry with him. The thing called wit, a prince may taste, but it is dangerous for him to take too much of it. It hath allurements which, by refining his thoughts, take off from their dignity, in applying them less to the governing part. There is a charm in wit, which a prince must resist, and that to him was no easy matter. It was contesting with nature upon terms of disadvantage. His wit was not so ill-natured as to put men out of countenance. In the case of a king especially, it is more allowable to speak sharply of them than to them. His wit was not acquired by reading. That which he had above his original stock by nature was from company, in which he was very capable to observe. He could not so properly be said to have a wit very much raised, as a plain, gaining, well-bred, recommending kind of wit. But of all men that ever liked those who had wit, he could the best endure those who had none. This leaneth more towards a satire than a compliment, in this respect, that he could not only suffer impertinence, but at some times seemed to be pleased with it. He encouraged some to talk a good deal more with him than one would have expected from a man of so good a taste. He should rather have ordered his attorney general to prosecute them for a misdemeanor, in using common sense so scurvily in his presence. However, if this was a fault, it is arrogant for any of his subjects to object to it, since it would look like defying such a piece of indulgence. He must in some degree loosen the strength of his wit, by his condescension to talk with men so very unequal to him. Wit must be used to some equality, which may give it exercise, or else it is apt either to languish, or to grow a little vulgar, by reigning amongst men of a lower size, where there is no awe to keep a man upon his guard. It fell out rather by accident than choice, that his mistresses were such as did not care that wit of the best kind should have the precedence in their apartments. Sharp and strong wit will not always be so held in by good manners, as not to be a little troublesome and irregular. But wherever impertinence hath wit enough left to be thankful for being well used, it will not only be admitted, but kindly received. Such charms every thing hath that setteth us off by comparison. His affability was a part, and perhaps not the least, of his wit. It is a quality that must not always spring from the heart. Men's pride, as well as their weakness, mocketh them ready to be deceived by it. They are more ready to believe it a homage paid to their merit, than a bait thrown out to deceive them. Princes have a particular advantage. There was at first as much of art as nature in his affability, but by habit it became natural. It is an error of the better hand, but the universality taketh away a good deal of the force of it. A man that hath had a kind look seconded with engaging words, whilst he is chewing the pleasure, if another in his sight should be just received as kindly, that equality would presently alter the relish. The pride of mankind will have distinction, till at last it cometh to smile for smile, meaning nothing of either side, without any kind of effect, mere drawing-room compliments. The bow alone would be better without them. He was under some disadvantages of this kind, that grew still in proportion as it came by time to be more known, that there was less signification in those things than at first was thought. The familiarity of his wit must needs have the effect of lessening the distance fit to be kept to him. The freedom used to him whilst abroad was retained by those who used it longer than either they ought to have kept it, or he have suffered it, and others by their example learned to use the same. A king of Spain that will say nothing but tiendro cuidado will, to the generality, preserve more respect. An engine that will speak but sometimes, at the same time that it will draw the raillery of the few who judge well, it will create respect in the ill-judging generality. Formality is sufficiently revenged upon the world for being so unreasonably laughed at. It is destroyed, it is true, but it hath the spiteful satisfaction of seeing everything destroyed with it. His fine gentlemanship did him no good, encouraged in it by being too much applauded. His wit was better suited to his condition before he was restored than afterwards. The wit of a gentleman, and that of a crowned head, ought to be different things. As there is a crown law, there is a crown wit too. To use it with reserve is very good, and very rare. There is a dignity in doing things seldom, even without any other circumstance. Where wit will run continually, the spring is apt to fail, so that it groweth vulgar, and the more it is practiced, the more it is debased. He was so good at finding out other men's weak sides, that it made him less intent to cure his own. That generally happeneth. It may be called a treacherous talent, for it betrayeth a man to forget to judge himself, by being so eager to censure others. This doth so misguide men the first part of their lives, that the habit of it is not easily recovered, when the greater ripeness of their judgment inclineth them to look more into themselves than into other men. Men love to see themselves in the false looking-glass of other men's failings. It mocketh a man think well of himself at the time, and by sending his thoughts abroad to get food for laughing, they are less at leisure to see faults at home. Men choose rather to make the war in another country, than to keep all well at home. His talents, temper, habits, and see. He had a mechanical head, which appeared in his inclination to shipping and fortification, and see. This would make one conclude that his thoughts would naturally have been more fixed to business, if his pleasures had not drawn them away from it. He had a very good memory, though he would not always make equal good use of it. So that if he had accustomed himself to direct his faculties to his business, I see no reason why he might not have been a good deal master of it. His chain of memory was longer than his chain of thought. The first could bear any burden, the other was tired by being carried on too long. It was fit to ride a heat, but it had not wind enough for a long course. A very great memory often forgetteth how much time is lost by repeating things of no use. It was one reason of his talking so much, since a great memory will always have something to say, and will be discharging itself, whether in or out of season, if a good judgment doth not go along with it, to make it stop and turn. One might say of his memory, that it was a but journalier. Sometimes he would make shrewd applications, and see. At others he would bring things out of it, that never deserved to be laid in it. He grew by age into a pretty exact distribution of his hours, both for his business, pleasures, and the exercise for his health, of which he took as much care as could possibly consist with some liberties he was resolved to indulge in himself. He walked by his watch, and when he pulled it out to look upon it, skilful men would make haste with what they had to say to him. He was often retained in his personal against his politic capacity. He would speak upon those occasions most dexterously against himself. Charles Stuart would be bribed against the king, and in the distinction, he leaned more to his natural self than his character would allow. He would not suffer himself to be so much fettered by his character as was convenient. He was still starting out of it. The power of nature was too strong for the dignity of his calling, which generally yielded as often as there was a contest. It was not the best use he made of his backstairs to admit men to bribe him against himself, to procure a defalcation, help a lame accountant to get off, or side with the farmers against the improvement of the revenue. The king was made the instrument to defraud the crown, which is somewhat extraordinary. That which might tempt him to it probably was his finding that those about him so often took money upon those occasions, so that he thought he might do well at least to be a partner. He did not take the money to hoard it. There were those at court who watched those times, as the Spaniards do for the coming in of the plate fleet. The beggars of both sexes helped to empty his cabinet, and to leave room in them for a new lading upon the next occasion. These negotiators played double with him too, when it was for their purpose so to do. He knew it, and went on still. So he gained his present end. At the time, he was less solicitous to inquire into the consequences. He could not properly be said to be either covetous or liberal. His desire to get was not with an intention to be rich, and his spending was rather an easiness in letting money go, than any premeditated thought for the distribution of it. He would do as much to throw off the burden of a present importunity, as he would to relieve a want. When once the aversion to bear uneasiness taketh place in a man's mind, it doth so check all the passions, that they are damped into a kind of indifference. They grow faint and languishing, and come to be subordinate to that fundamental maxim of not purchasing anything at the price of a difficulty. This made that he had as little eagerness to oblige, as he had to hurt men. The motive of his giving bounties was rather to make men less uneasy to him, than more easy to themselves, and yet no ill nature all this while. He would slide from an asking face, and could guess very well. It was throwing a man off from his shoulders, that leaned upon them with his whole weight, so that the party was not glader to receive than he was to give. It was a kind of implied bargain, though men seldom kept it, being so apt to forget the advantage they had received, that they would presume the king would as little remember the good he had done them, so as to make it an argument against their next request. This principle of making the love of ease exercise an entire sovereignty in his thoughts, would have been less censured in a private man than might be in a prince. The consequence of it to the public changeth the nature of that quality, or else a philosopher in his private capacity might say a great deal to justify it. The truth is, a king is to be such a distinct creature from a man, that their thoughts are to be put in quite a differing shape, and it is such a disquieting task to reconcile them, that princes might rather expect to be lamented than to be envied, for being in a station that exposeth them, if they do not do more to answer men's expectations than human nature will allow. That men have the less ease for their loving it so much, is so far from a wonder, that it is a natural consequence, especially in the case of a prince. Ease is seldom got without some pains, but it is yet seldomer kept without them. He thought giving would make men more easy to him, whereas he might have known it would certainly make them more troublesome. When men receive benefits from princes, they attribute less to his generosity than to their own deserts, so that in their own opinion, their merit cannot be bounded. By that mistaken rule, it can as little be satisfied. They would take it for a diminution to have it circumscribed. Merit hath a thirst upon it that can never be quenched by golden showers. It is not only still ready, but greedy to receive more. This King Charles found in as many instances as any prince that ever reigned, because the easiness of access introducing the good success of their first requests, they were the more encouraged to repeat those importunities, which had been more effectually stopped in the beginning by a short and resolute denial. But his nature did not dispose him to that method, it directed him rather to put off the troublesome minute for the time, and that being his inclination, he did not care to struggle with it. I am of an opinion, in which I am every day more confirmed by observation, that gratitude is one of those things that cannot be bought. It must be born with men, or else all the obligations in the world will not create it. An outward shoe may be made to satisfy decency, and to prevent reproach, but a real sense of a kind thing is a gift of nature, and never was, nor can be acquired. The love of ease is an opiate, it is pleasing for the time, quieteth the spirits, but it hath its effects that seldom fail to be most fatal. The immoderate love of ease mocketh a man's mind pay a passive obedience to anything that happeneth, it reduceth the thoughts from having desire to be content. It must be allowed he had a little overbalance on the well-natured side, not vigor enough to be earnest to do a kind thing, much less to do a harsh one. But if a hard thing was done to another man, he did not eat his supper the worse for it. It was rather a deadness than severity of nature, whether it proceeded from a dissipation of spirits, or by the habit of living in which he was engaged. If a king should be born with more tenderness than might suit with his office, he would in time be hardened. The faults of his subjects make severity so necessary, that by the frequent occasions given to use it, it comes to be habitual, and by degrees the resistance that nature made at first groweth fainter, till at last it is in a manner quite extinguished. In short, this prince might more properly be said to have gifts than virtues, as affability, easiness of living, inclinations to give, and to forgive, qualities that flowed from his nature rather than from his virtue. He had not more application to anything than the preservation of his health. It had an entire preference to anything else in his thoughts, and he might be said without aggravation to study that, with as little intermission as any man in the world. He understood it very well, only in this he failed, that he thought it was more reconcilable with his pleasures than it really was. It is natural to have such a mind to reconcile these, that 'tis the easier for any man that goeth about it, to be guilty of that mistake. This made him overdo in point of nourishment, the better to furnish to those entertainments, and then he thought by great exercise to make amends, and to prevent the ill effects of his blood being too much raised. The success he had in this method, whilst he had youth and vigor to support him in it, encouraged him to continue it longer than nature allowed. Age stealeth so insensibly upon us, that we do not think of suiting our way of reasoning to the several stages of life, so insensibly that not being able to pitch upon any precise time, when we cease to be young, we either flatter ourselves that we always continue to be so, or at least forget how much we are mistaken in it. 63. By Burnet. The king was then 30 years of age, and, as might have been supposed, past the levities of youth and the extravagance of pleasure. He had a very good understanding. He knew well the state of affairs both at home and abroad. He had a softness of temper that charmed all who came near him, till they found how little they could depend on good looks, kind words, and fair promises, in which he was liberal to excess, because he intended nothing by them, but to get rid of importunities, and to silence all farther pressing upon him. He seemed to have no sense of religion. Both at prayers and sacrament he, as it were, took care to satisfy people that he was in no sort concerned in that about which he was employed. So that he was very far from being an hypocrite, unless his assisting at those performances was a sort of hypocrisy, as no doubt it was, but he was sure not to increase that by any the least appearance of religion. He said once to myself, he was no atheist, but he could not think God would make a man miserable only for taking a little pleasure out of the way. He disguised his popery to the last. But when he talked freely, he could not help letting himself out against the liberty that under the Reformation all men took of inquiring into matters of religion, for from their inquiring into matters of religion they carried the humor farther, to inquire into matters of state. He said often, he thought government was a much safer and easier thing where the authority was believed infallible, and the faith and submission of the people was implicit, about which I had once much discourse with him. He was affable and easy, and loved to be made so by all about him. The great art of keeping him long was, the being easy, and the making everything easy to him. He had made such observations on the French government, that he thought a king who might be checked, or have his ministers called to an account by a parliament, was but a king in name. He had a great compass of knowledge, though he was never capable of much application or study. He understood the mechanics and physique, and was a good chymist, and much said on several preparations of mercury, chiefly the fixing it. He understood navigation well, but above all he knew the architecture of ships so perfectly, that in that respect he was exact rather more than became a prince. His apprehension was quick, and his memory good. He was an everlasting talker. He told his stories with a good grace, but they came in his way too often. He had a very ill opinion both of men and women, and did not think that there was either sincerity or chastity in the world out of principle, but that some had either the one or the other out of humor or vanity. He thought that no body did serve him out of love, and so he was quits with all the world, and loved others as little as he thought they loved him. He hated business, and could not be easily brought to mind any, but when it was necessary, and he was set to it, he would stay as long as his ministers had work for him. The ruin of his reign, and of all his affairs, was occasioned chiefly by his delivering himself up at his first coming over to a mad range of pleasure. 64. By Burnet. Thus lived and died King Charles II. He was the greatest instance in history of the various revolutions of which any one man seemed capable. He was bred up, the first 12 years of his life, with the splendor that became the heir of so great a crown. After that he passed through 18 years in great inequalities, unhappy in the war, in the loss of his father, and of the crown of England. Scotland did not only receive him, though upon terms hard of digestion, but made an attempt upon England for him, though a feeble one. He lost the Battle of Worcester with too much indifference, and then he shewed more care of his person than became one who had so much at stake. He wandered about England for 10 weeks after that, hiding from place to place. But under all the apprehensions he had then upon him, he shewed a temper so careless, and so much turned to levity, that he was then diverting himself with little household sports, in as unconcerned a manner, as if he had made no loss, and had been in no danger at all. He got at last out of England. But he had been obliged to so many, who had been faithful to him, and careful of him, that he seemed afterwards to resolve to make an equal return to them all, and finding it not easy to reward them all as they deserved, he forgot them all alike. Most princes seem to have this pretty deep in them, and to think that they ought never to remember past services, but that their acceptance of them is a full reward. He, of all in our age, exerted this piece of prerogative in the amplest manner, for he never seemed to charge his memory, or to trouble his thoughts, with the sense of any of the services that had been done him. While he was abroad at Paris, or Brussels, he never seemed to lay anything to heart. He pursued all his diversions and irregular pleasures in a free career, and seemed to be as serene under the loss of a crown as the greatest philosopher could have been. Nor did he willingly hearken to any of those projects, with which he often complained that his chancellor persecuted him. That in which he seemed most concerned was, to find money for supporting his expense. And it was often said that if Cromwell would have compounded the matter, and have given him a good round pension, that he might have been induced to resign his title to him. During his exile he delivered himself so entirely to his pleasures, that he became incapable of application. He spent little of his time in reading or study, and yet less in thinking. And, in the state his affairs were then in, he accustomed himself to say to every person, and upon all occasions, that which he thought would please most, so that words or promises went very easily from him. And he had so ill an opinion of mankind, that he thought the great art of living and governing was, to manage all things and all persons with a depth of craft and dissimulation. And in that few men in the world could put on the appearances of sincerity better than he could, under which so much artifice was usually hid, that in conclusion he could deceive none, for all were become mistrustful of him. He had great vices, but scarce any virtues to correct them. He had in him some vices that were less hurtful, which corrected his more hurtful ones. He was during the active part of life given up to sloth and lewdness to such a degree, that he hated business, and could not bear the engaging in anything that gave him much trouble, or put him under any constraint. And though he desired to become absolute, and to overturn both our religion and our laws, yet he would neither run the risque, nor give himself the trouble, which so great a design required. He had an appearance of gentleness in his outward deportment, but he seemed to have no bowels nor tenderness in his nature, and in the end of his life he became cruel. He was apt to forgive all crimes, even blood itself, yet he never forgave anything that was done against himself, after his first and general act of indemnity, which was to be reckoned as done rather upon maxims of state than inclinations of mercy. He delivered himself up to a most enormous course of vice, without any sort of restraint, even from the consideration of the nearest relations. The most studied extravagancies that way seemed, to the very last, to be much delighted in, and pursued by him. He had the art of making all people grow fond of him at first, by a softness in his whole way of conversation, as he was certainly the best bred man of the age. But when it appeared how little could be built on his promise, they were cured of the fondness that he was apt to raise in them. When he saw young men of quality, who had something more than ordinary in them, he drew them about him, and set himself to corrupt them both in religion and morality, in which he proved so unhappily successful, that he left England much changed at his death from what he had found it at his restoration. He loved to talk over all the stories of his life to every new man that came about him. His stay in Scotland, and the share he had in the War of Paris, in carrying messages from the one side to the other, were his common topics. He went over these in a very graceful manner, but so often, and so copiously, that all those who had been long accustomed to them grew weary of them, and when he entreated on those stories they usually withdrew, so that he often began them in a full audience, and before he had done there were not above 4 or 5 left about him, which drew a severe jest from Wilmot, Earl of Rochester. He said, he wondered to see a man have so good a memory as to repeat the same story without losing the least circumstance, and yet not remember that he had told it to the same persons the very day before. This made him fond of strangers, for they hearkened to all his often repeated stories, and went away as in a rapture at such an uncommon condescension in a king. His person and temper, his vices as well as his fortunes, resemble the character that we have given us of Tiberius so much, that it were easy to draw the parallel between them. Tiberius's banishment, and his coming afterwards to reign, makes the comparison in that respect come pretty near. His hating of business, and his love of pleasures, his raising of favorites, and trusting them entirely, and his pulling them down, and hating them excessively, his art of covering deep designs, particularly of revenge, with an appearance of softness, brings them so near a likeness, that I did not wonder much to observe the resemblance of their face and person. At Rome I saw one of the last statues made for Tiberius, after he had lost his teeth. But bating the alteration which that made, it was so like King Charles, that Prince Borghese, and Signor Dominica to whom it belonged, did agree with me in thinking that it looked like a statue made for him. 65. The Earl of Clarendon. Edward Hyde, knighted 1643, created Baron Hyde 1660, Earl of Clarendon 1661. Lord Chancellor 1658 to 1667. Born 1609. Died 1674. By Burnet. The Earl of Clarendon was bred to the law, and was like to grow eminent in his profession when the wars began. He distinguished himself so in the House of Commons, that he became considerable, and was much trusted all the while the king was at Oxford. He stayed beyond sea following the king's fortune till the Restoration, and was now an absolute favourite, and the chief or the only minister, but with too magisterial a way. He was always pressing the king to mind his affairs, but in vain. He was a good chancellor, only a little too rough, but very impartial in the administration of justice. He never seemed to understand foreign affairs well, and yet he meddled too much in them. He had too much levity in his wit, and did not always observe the decorum of his post. He was high, and was apt to reject those who addressed themselves to him with too much contempt. He had such a regard to the king, that when places were disposed of, even otherwise than as he advised, yet he would justify what the king did, and disparage the pretensions of others, not without much scorn, which created him many enemies. He was indefatigable in business, though the gout did often disable him from waiting on the king, yet during his credit, the king came constantly to him when he was laid up by it. 66. The Earl of Lauderdale. John Maitland, 2nd Earl, created Duke 1672, Secretary of State for Scotland 1660 to 1680. Born 1616. Died 1682. By Clarendon. The Earl of Lauderdale, who had been a very eminent in contrivance and carrying on the king's service, when his majesty was crowned in Scotland, and Thurby had wrought himself into a very particular esteem with the king, had marched with him into England, and behaved himself well at Worcester, where he was taken prisoner, had besides that merit, the suffering and imprisonment from that very time, with some circumstances of extreme rigour, being a man against whom Cromwell had always professed a more than ordinary animosity, and though the scene of his imprisonment had been altered, according to the alterations of the governments which succeeded, yet he never found himself in complete liberty, till the king was proclaimed by the Parliament, and then he thought it not necessary to repair into Scotland for authority or recommendation, but sending his advice thither to his friends, he made haste to transport himself with the Parliament commissioners to the Hague, where he was very well received by the king, and left not hinge undone on his part, that might cultivate these old inclinations, being a man of as much address and insinuation, in which that nation excels, as was then amongst them. He applied himself to those who were most trusted by the king with a marvellous importunity, and especially to the Chancellor, with whom as often as they had ever been together, he had a perpetual war. He now magnified his constancy with low eulogiums as well to his face, as behind his back, remembered many sharp expressions formerly used by the Chancellor which he confessed had then made him mad, though upon recollection afterwards he had found to be very reasonable. He was very polite in all his discourses, called himself and his nation 1,000 traitors and rebels, and in his discourses frequently said, "When I was a traitor, or when I was in rebellion, and seemed not equally delighted with any argument, as when he scornfully spake of the covenant, upon which he brake 100 jests. In sum all his discourses were such, as pleased all the company, who commonly believed all he said, and concurred with him. He renewed his old acquaintance and familiarity with Middleton by all the protestations of friendship, assured him of the unanimous desire of Scotland to be under his command, and declared to the king that he could not send any man into Scotland who would be able to do him so much service in the place of commissioner as Middleton, and that it was in his Majesty's power to unite that whole kingdom to his service as one and all which pleased the king well, so that by the time that the commissioners appeared at London, upon some old promise in Scotland, or new inclination upon his Lund sufferings, which he magnified enough, the king gave him the signet, and declared him to be Secretary of State of that kingdom, and at the same time declared that Middleton should be his commissioner, the Earl of Glengarn his chancellor, the Earl of Rahessa, who was likewise one of the commissioners, and his person very agreeable to the king, president of the council, and conferred all other inferior offices upon men most notable for their affection to the old government of church and state. 67. By Burnet. The Earl of Lauderdale, afterwards made Duke, had been for many years a zealous Covenanter, but in the year 47 he turned to the king's interests, and had continued a prisoner all the while after Worcester fight, where he was taken. He was kept for some years in the Tower of London, in Portland Castle, and in other prisons, till he was set at liberty by those who called home the king. So he went over to Holland. And since he continued so long, and contrary to all men's opinions in so high a degree of favor and confidence, it may be expected that I should be a little copious in setting out his character, for I knew him very particularly. He made a very ill appearance. He was very big, his hair red, hanging oddly about him. His tongue was too big for his mouth, which made him bedo all that he talked to, and his whole manner was rough and boisterous, and very unfit for a court. He was very learned, not only in Latin, in which he was a master, but in Greek and Hebrew. He had read a great deal of divinity, and almost all the historians ancient and modern, so that he had great materials. He had with these an extraordinary memory, and a copious but unpolished expression. He was a man, as the Duke of Buckingham called him to me, of a blundering understanding. He was haughty beyond expression, abject to those he saw he must stoop to, but imperious to all others. He had a violence of passion that carried him often to fits like madness, in which he had no temper. If he took a thing wrong, it was a vain thing to study to convince him. That would rather provoke him to swear. He would never be of another mind. He was to be let alone, and perhaps he would have forgot what he had said, and come about of his own accord. He was the coldest friend and the violentest enemy I ever knew. I felt it too much not to know it. He at first seemed to despise wealth, but he delivered himself up afterwards to luxury and sensuality, and by that means he ran into a vast expense, and stuck at nothing that was necessary to support it. In his long imprisonment he had great impressions of religion on his mind, but he wore these out so entirely that scarce any trace of them was left. His great experience in affairs, his ready compliance with everything that he thought would please the king, and his bold offering at the most desperate councils, gained him such an interest in the king, that no attempt against him nor complaint of him could ever shake it, till a decay of strength and understanding forced him to let go his hold. He was in his principles much against popery and arbitrary government, and yet by a fatal train of passions and interests he made way for the former, and had almost established the latter. And whereas some by a smooth deportment made the first beginnings of tyranny less discernible and unacceptable, he by the fury of his behavior heightened the severity of his ministry, which was liker the cruelty of an inquisition than the legality of justice. With all this he was a Presbyterian, and retained his aversion to King Charles I, and his party to his death. 68. The Earl of Shaftesbury. Anthony Ashley Cooper, created Earl of Shaftesbury 1662. Born 1621. Died 1683. By Burnet. The man that was in the greatest credit with the Earl of Southampton was Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, who had married his niece, and became afterwards so considerable that he was raised to be Earl of Shaftesbury. And since he came to have so great a name, and that I knew him for many years in a very particular manner, I will dwell a little longer on his character, for it was of a very extraordinary composition. He began to make a considerable figure very early. Before he was 20 he came into the House of Commons, and was on the King's side, and undertook to get Wiltshire and Dorsetshire to declare for him, but he was not able to effect it. Yet Prince Maurice, breaking articles to a town, that he had got to receive him, furnished him with an excuse to forsake that side, and to turn to the Parliament. He had a wonderful faculty in speaking to a popular assembly, and could mix both the facetious and the serious way of arguing very agreeably. He had a particular talent to make others trust to his judgment, and depend on it, and he brought over so many to a submission to his opinion, that I never knew any man equal to him in the art of governing parties, and of making himself the head of them. He was as to religion a deist at best. He had the dotage of astrology in him to a high degree. He told me that a Dutch doctor had from the stars foretold him the whole series of his life. But that which was before him, when he told me this, proved false, if he told me true, for he said, he was yet to be a greater man than he had been. He fancied that after death our souls lived in stars. He had a general knowledge of the slighter parts of learning, but understood little to the bottom, so he triumphed in a rambling way of talking, but argued slightly when he was held close to any point. He had a wonderful faculty at opposing, and running things down, but had not the like force in building up. He had such an extravagant vanity in setting himself out, that it was very disagreeable. He pretended that Cromwell offered to make him king. He was indeed of great use to him in withstanding the enthusiasts of that time. He was one of those who pressed him most to accept of the kingship, because, as he said afterwards, he was sure it would ruin him. His strength lay in the knowledge of England, and of all the considerable men in it. He understood well the size of their understandings, and their tempers, and he knew how to apply himself to them so dexterously, that, though by his changing sides so often it was very visible how little he was to be depended on, yet he was to the last much trusted by all the discontented party. He was not ashamed to reckon up the many turns he had made, and he valued himself on the doing it at the properest season, and in the best manner. This he did with so much vanity, and so little discretion, that he lost many by it. And his reputation was at last run so low, that he could not have held much longer, had he not died in good time, either for his family or for his party. The former would have been ruined, if he had not saved it by betraying the latter. 69. By Dryden. Some by their friends, more by themselves thought wise, opposed the power, to which they could not rise. Some had in courts been great, and thrown from thence, like fiends, were hardened in impenitence. Some, by their monarch's fatal mercy grown, from pardoned rebels, kinsmen to the throne, were raised in power and public office high, strong bands, if bands ungrateful men cowed tie. Of these the false Achitophel was first, a name to all succeeding ages cursed. For close designs, and crooked counsels fit, sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit, restless, unfixed in principles and place, in power unpleased, impatient of disgrace. A fiery soul, which working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, and o'er informed the tenement of clay, a daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger, when the waves went high he sought the storms, but for a calm unfit, would steer too nigh the sands, to boast his wit. Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide, else, why should he, with wealth and honor blessed, refuse his age the needful hours of rest? Punish a body which he cowed not please, bankrupt of life, yet prodigal of ease? And all to leave, what with his toil he won, to that unfeathered, two-legged thing, a son, got, while his soul did huddled notions tree, and born a shapeless lump, like anarchy. In friendship false, implacable in hate, resolved to ruin or to rule the state. To compass this, the triple bond he broke, the pillars of the public safety shook, and fitted Israel for a foreign yoke. Then, seized with fear, yet still affecting fame, usurped a patriot's all-atoning name. So easy still it proves in factious times, with public zeal to cancel private crimes. How safe is treason, and how sacred ill, Here none can sin against the people's will, where crowds can wink, and no offense be known, since in another's guilt they find their own. Yet, fame deserved, no enemy can grudge, the statesman we abhor, but praise the judge. In Israel's courts Aniar sat in Abeddin with more discerning eyes, or hands more clean, unbribbed, unsought, the wretched to redress, swift of dispatch, and easy of access. Oh, had he been content to serve the crown, with virtues only proper to the gown, or, had the rankness of the soil been freed from cockle, that oppressed the noble seed, David, for him his tuneful harp had strung, and he then had wanted one immortal song. But wild ambition loves to slide, not stand, and fortune's ice prefers to virtue's land, Achitophel, grown weary to possess a lawful fame, and lazy happiness, disdained the golden fruit to gather free, and lent the crowd his arm to shake the tree. Now, manifest of crimes, contrived long since, he stood at bold defiance with his prince, held up the buckler of the people's cause, against the crown, and skulked behind the laws. The wished occasion of the plot he takes, some circumstances finds, but more he makes. By buzzing emissaries, fills the ears of listening crowds, with jealousies and fears of arbitrary counsels brought to light, and proves the king himself a Jebusite. Weak arguments, which yet he knew full well, were strong with people easy to rebel. For, governed by the moon, the giddy Jews tread the same track when she the prime renews, and once in 20 years, their scribes record, by natural instinct they change their lord. Achitophel still wants a chief, and none was found so fit as warlike Absalom, not that he wished his greatness to create, for politicians neither love nor hate, but for he knew, his title not allowed, would keep him still depending on the crowd, that kingly power, thus ebbing out, might be drawn to the dregs of a democracy. 70. The Duke of Buckingham. George Villiers, 2nd Duke 1628. Born 1628, died 1687. By Burnet. The first of these was a man of noble presence. He had a great liveliness of wit, and a peculiar faculty of turning all things into ridicule with bold figures and natural descriptions. He had no sort of literature, only he was drawn into chemistry, and for some years he thought he was very near the finding the philosopher's stone, which had the effect that attends on all such men as he was, when they are drawn in, to lay out for it. He had no principles of religion, virtue, or friendship. Pleasure, frolic, or extravagant diversion was all that he laid to heart. He was true to nothing, for he was not true to himself. He had no steadiness nor conduct, he could keep no secret, nor execute any design without spoiling it. He could never fix his thoughts, nor govern his estate, though then the greatest in England. He was bred about the king, and for many years he had a great ascendant over him, but he spake of him to all persons with that contempt, that at last he drew a lasting disgrace upon himself. And he at length ruined both body and mind, fortune and reputation equally. The madness of vice appeared in his person in very eminent instances, since at last he became contemptible and poor, sickly, and sunk in his parts, as well as in all other respects, so that his conversation was as much avoided as ever it had been courted. He found the king, when he came from his travels in the year 45, newly come to Paris, sent over by his father when his affairs declined, and finding the king enough inclined to receive ill impressions, he, who was then got into all the impieties and vices of the age, set himself to corrupt the king, in which he was too successful, being seconded in that wicked design by the Lord Percy. And to complete the matter, Hobbes was brought to him, under the pretence of instructing him in mathematics, and he laid before him his schemes, both with relation to religion and politics, which made deep and lasting impressions on the king's mind. So that the main blame of the king's ill principles, and bad morals, was owing to the Duke of Buckingham. 71. By Dryden. Some of their chiefs were princes of the land. In the first rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various, that he seemed to be not one, but all mankind's epitome. Stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts, and nothing long, but in the course of one revolving moon, was chymist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon, then all for women, painting, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that do wide in thinking. Blessed man, who could every hour employ with something new to wish, or to enjoy. Railing and praising were his usual themes, and both, to shew his judgment, in extremes, so over-violent, or over-civil, that every man, with him, was God or devil. In squandering wealth was his peculiar art, nothing went unrewarded, but desert. Beggared by fools, whom still he found too late, he had his jest, and they had his estate. He laughed himself from court, then sought relief by forming parties, but could any be chief, for, spite of him, the weight of business fell on Absalom and wise Achitophel. Thus, wicked but in will, of means bereft, he left not faction, but of that was left. 72. The Marquis of Halifax. George Savile, created Baron Savile and Viscount Halifax 1668, Earl of Halifax 1679, Marquis of Halifax 1682. Born 1633. Died 1695. By Burnet. I named Sir George Savile last, because he deserves a more copious character. He rose afterwards to be Viscount, Earl, and Marquis of Halifax. He was a man of a great and ready wit, full of life, and very pleasant, much turned to satire. He let his wit run much on matters of religion, so that he passed for a bold and determined atheist, though he often protested to me he was not one, and said he believed there was not one in the world. He confessed he could not swallow down everything that divines imposed on the world. He was a Christian in submission. He believed as much as he could, and he hoped that God would not lay it to his charge. If he could not digest iron, as an ostrich did, nor take into his belief things that must burst him, if he had any scruples, they 20 were not sought for, nor cherished by him, for he never read an atheistical book. In a fit of sickness, I knew him very much touched with a sense of religion. I was then often with him. He seemed full of good purposes, but they went off with his sickness. He was always talking of morality and friendship. He was punctual in all payments, and just in all his private dealings. But with relation to the public, he went backwards and forwards, and changed sides so often, that in conclusion no side trusted him. He seemed full of Commonwealth notions, yet he went into the worst part of King Charles's reign. The liveliness of his imagination was always too hard for his judgment. A severe jest was preferred by him to all arguments whatsoever. And he was endless in consultations, for when after much discourse a point was settled, if he could find a new jest, to make even that which was suggested by himself seem ridiculous, he could not hold, but would study to raise the credit of his wit, though it made others call his judgment in question. When he talked to me as a philosopher of his contempt of the world, I asked him what he meant by getting so many new titles, which I called the hanging himself about with bells and tinsel. He had no other excuse for it, but this, that since the world were such fools as to value those matters, a man must be a fool for company. He considered them but as rattles, yet rattles pleased children, so these might be of use to his family. His heart was much set on raising his family. But though he made a vast estate for them, he buried 2 of his sons himself, and almost all his grandchildren. The son that survived was an honest man, but far inferior to him. 73. Sir Edmund Saunders. Lord Chief Justice 1682. Died 1683. By Roger North. The Lord Chief Justice Saunders succeeded in the room of Pemberton. His character, and his beginning, were equally strange. He was at first no better than a poor beggar boy, if not a parish foundling, without known parents, or relations. He had found a way to live by obsequiousness, in Clement's Inn, as I remember, and courting the attorney's clerks for scraps. The extraordinary observance and diligence of the boy made the society willing to do him good. He appeared very ambitious to learn to write, and one of the attorneys got a board knocked up at a window on the top of a staircase, and that was his desk, where he sat and wrote after copies of court and other hands the clerks gave him. He made himself so expert a writer that he took in business, and earned some pence by hackney writing. And thus, by degrees, he pushed his faculties, and fell to forms, and by books that were lent him, became an exquisite entering clerk, and by the same course of improvement of himself, an able counsel, first in special pleading, then, at large. And, after he was called to the bar, had practice, in the King's Bench Court, equal with any there. As to his person, he was very corpulent and beastly, a mere lump of morbid flesh. He used to say, by his trogs, such an humorous way of talking he affected, none could say be wanted issue of his body, for he had 9 in his back. He was a fetid mass, that offended his neighbors at the bar in the sharpest degree. Those, whose ill fortune it was to star near him, were confessors, and, in summer time, almost martyrs. This hateful decay of his carcass came upon him by continual sottishness, for, to say nothing of brandy, he was seldom without a pot of ale at his nose, or near him. That exercise was all he used, the rest of his life was sitting at his desk, or piping at home, and that home was a tailor's house in Butcherow, called his lodging, and a man's wife was his nurse, or worse. But by virtue of his money, of which he made little account, though he got a great deal, he soon became master of the family, and being no chonling, he never removed, but was true to his friends, and they to him, to the last hour of his life. So much for his person and education. As for his parts, none had them more lively than he. Wit and repartee, in an affected rusticity, were natural to him. He was ever ready, and never at a loss, and none came so near as he to be a match for Sergeant Maynard. His great dexterity was in the art of special pleading, and he would lay snares that often caught his superiors who were not aware of his traps. And he was so fond of success for his clients that, rather than fail, he would set the court hard with a trick, for which he met sometimes with a reprimand, which he would wittily ward off, so that no one was much offended with him. But Hales could not bear his irregularity of life, and for that, and suspicion of his tricks, used to bear hard upon him in the court. But no ill usage from the bench was too hard for his hold of business, being such as scarce any could do but himself. With all this, he had a goodness of nature and disposition in so great a degree that he may be deservedly styled a philanthrope. He was a very Silenus to the boys, as, in this place, I may term the students of the law, to make them merry whenever they had a mind to it. He had nothing of rigid or austere in him. If any, near him at the bar, grumbled at his stench, he ever converted the complaint into content, and laughing with the abundance of his wit. As to his ordinary dealing, he was as honest as the driven snow was white, and why not, having no regard for money, or desire to be rich. And for good nature and condescension, there was not his fellow. I have seen him, for hours and half hours together, before the court stand at the bar, with an audience of students over against him, putting of cases, and debating so as suited their capacities, and encouraged their industry. And so in the temple, he seldom moved without a parcel of youths hanging about him, and he merry and jesting with them. It will be readily conceived that this man was never cut out to be a presbyter, or anything that is severe and crabbed. In no time did he lean to faction, but did his business without offense to any. He put off officious talk of government or politics, with jests, and so made his wit a catholicon, or shield, to cover all his weak places and infirmities. When the court fell into a steady course of using the law against all kinds of offenders, this man was taken into the king's business, and had the part of drawing, and perusal of almost all indictments and informations that were then to be prosecuted, with the pleadings thereon if any were special, and he had the settling of the large pleadings in the quo warranto against London. His lordship had no sort of conversation with him, but in the way of business, and at the bar, but once, after he was in the king's business, he dined with his lordship, and no more. And then he shewed another qualification he had acquired, and that was to play jigs upon an harpsichord, having taught himself with the opportunity of an old virginal of his landlady's, but in such a manner, not for defect but figure, as to see him were a jest. The king, observing him to be of a free disposition, loyal, friendly, and without greediness or guile, thought of him to be the Chief Justice of the King's Bench at that nice time. And the ministry could not but approve of it. So great a weight was then at stake, as could not be trusted to men of doubtful principles, or such as anything might tempt to desert them. While he sat in the court of King's Bench, he gave the rule to the general satisfaction of the lawyers. But his course of life was so different from what it had been, his business incessant, and withal crabbed, and his diet and exercise changed, that the constitution of his body, or head rather, could not sustain it, and he fell into an apoplexy and palsy, which numbed his parts, and he never recovered the strength of them. He outlived the judgment on the quo warranto, but was not present otherwise than by sending his opinion, by one of the judges, to be for the king, who, at the pronouncing of the judgment, declared it to the court accordingly, which is frequently done in like cases. 74. Two groups of divines. Benjamin Whichcott or Whichcote, 1609–83, Provost of King's College, Cambridge, 1645. Ralph Cudworth, 1617–88, Master of Clare College, Cambridge, 1645, and Christ's College, 1654. John Wilkins, 1614–72, Warden of Wadham College, Oxford, 1648, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, 1659, Bishop of Chester, 1668. Henry Moore, 1614–87, Fellow of Christ's College, Cambridge, 1639. John Worthington, 1618–71, Master of Jesus College, Cambridge, 1650. John Tillotson, 1630–94, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1691. Edward Stillingfleet, 1635–99, Bishop of Worcester, 1689. Simon Patrick, 1626–1707, Bishop of Chichester, 1689, Ely, 1691. William Lloyd, 1627–1717, Bishop of St. Asaph, 1680, Lichfield, 1692, Worcester, 1700. Thomas Tennyson, 1636–1715, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1694. By Burnet. With this great accession of wealth there broke in upon the Church a great deal of luxury and high living, on the pretence of hospitality, while others made purchases, and left great estates, most of which we have seen melt away. And with this overset of wealth and pomp, that came on men in the decline of their parts and age, they, who were now growing into old age, became lazy and negligent in all the true concerns of the Church. They left preaching and writing to others, while they gave themselves up to ease and sloth. In all which sad representation some few exceptions are to be made, but so few, that, if a new set of men had not appeared of another stamp, the Church had quite lost her esteem over the nation. These were generally of Cambridge, formed under some divines, the chief of whom were Doctors Whichcott, Cudworth, Wilkins, Moore, and Worthington. Whichcott was a man of a rare temper, very mild and obliging. He had great credit with some that had been eminent in the late times, but made all the use he could of it to protect good men of all persuasions. He was much for liberty of conscience, and being disgusted with the dry systematical way of those times, he studied to raise those who conversed with him to a nobler set of thoughts, and to consider religion as a seed of a deiform nature, to use one of his own phrases. In order to this, he set young students much on reading the ancient philosophers, chiefly Plato, Tully, and Plotin, and on considering the Christian religion as a doctrine sent from God, both to elevate and sweeten humane nature, in which he was a great example, as well as a wise and kind instructor. Cudworth carried this on with a great strength of genius, and a vast compass of learning. He was a man of great conduct and prudence, upon which his enemies did very foully accuse him of craft and dissimulation. Wilkins was of Oxford, but removed to Cambridge. His first rise was in the Elector Palatine's family, when he was in England. Afterwards he married Cromwell's sister, but made no other use of that alliance, but to do good offices, and to cover the university from the sourness of Owen and Goodwin. At Cambridge he joined with those who studied to propagate better thoughts, to take men off from being in parties, or from narrow notions, from superstitious conceits, and a fierceness about opinions. He was also a great observer and a promoter of experimental philosophy, which was then a new thing, and much looked after. He was naturally ambitious, but was the wisest clergyman I ever knew. He was a lover of mankind, and had a delight in doing good. Moore was an open-hearted and sincere Christian philosopher, who studied to establish men in the great principles of religion against atheism, that was then beginning to gain ground, chiefly by reason of the hypocrisy of some, and the fantastical conceits of the more sincere enthusiasts. Hobbes, who had long followed the court, and passed there for a mathematical man, though he really knew little that way, being disgusted by the court, came into England in Cromwell's time, and published a very wicked book, with a very strange title, The Leviathan. His main principles were, that all men acted under an absolute necessity, in which he seemed protected by the then received doctrine of absolute decrees. He seemed to think that the universe was God, and that souls were material, thought being only subtle and unperceptible motion. He thought interest and fear were the chief principles of society, and he put all morality in the following that which was our own private will, or advantage. He thought religion had no other foundation than the laws of the land. And he put all the law in the will of the prince, or of the people, for he writ his book at first in favor of absolute monarchy, but turned it afterwards to gratify the Republican party. These were his true principles, though he had disguised them, for deceiving unwary readers. And this set of notions came to spread much. The novelty and boldness of them set many on reading them. The impiety of them was acceptable to men of corrupt minds, which were but too much prepared to receive them by the extravagancies of the late times. So this set of men at Cambridge studied to assert, and examined the principles of religion and morality on clear grounds, and in a philosophical method. In this more led the way to many that came after him. Worthington was a man of eminent piety and great humility, and practiced a most sublime way of self-denial and devotion. All these, and those who were formed under them, studied to examine farther into the nature of things than had been done formerly. They declared against superstition on the one hand, and enthusiasm on the other. They loved the constitution of the Church, and the liturgy, and could well live under them, but they did not think it unlawful to live under another form. They wished that things might have been carried with more moderation. And they continued to keep a good correspondence with those who had differed from them in opinion, and allowed a great freedom both in philosophy and in divinity, from whence they were called men of latitude. And upon this men of narrower thoughts and fiercer tempers fastened upon them the name of latitudinarians. They read Episcopius much, and the making out the reasons of things being a main part of their studies, their enemies called them Socinians. They were all very zealous against popery. And so, they becoming soon very considerable, the papists set themselves against them to decry them as atheists, deists, or at best Socinians. And now that the main principle of religion was struck at by Hobbes and his followers, the papists acted upon this a very strange part. They went in so far even into the argument for atheism, as to publish many books, in which they affirmed that there was no certain proofs of the Christian religion, unless we took it from the authority of the Church as infallible. This was such a delivering up of the cause to them, that it raised in all good men a very high indignation at popery, that party shewing that they chose to make men, who would not turn papists, become atheists, rather than believe Christianity upon any other ground than infallibility. The most eminent of those, who were formed under those great men I have mentioned, were Tillotson, Stillingfleet, and Patrick. The first of these was a man of a clear head, and a sweet temper. He had the brightest thoughts, and the most correct style of all our divines, and was esteemed the best preacher of the age. He was a very prudent man, and had such a management with it, that I never knew any clergyman so universally esteemed and beloved, as he was for above 20 years. He was eminent for his opposition to popery. He was no friend to persecution, and stood up much against atheism. Nor did any man contribute more to bring the city to love our worship than he did. But there was so little superstition, and so much reason and gentleness in his way of explaining things, that malice was long leveled at him, and in conclusion broke out fiercely on him. Stillingfleet was a man of much more learning, but of a more reserved, and a haughtier temper. He in his youth writ an Irenicum for healing our divisions, with so much learning and moderation that it was esteemed a masterpiece. His notion was, that the apostles had settled the church in a constitution of bishops, priests, and deacons, but had made no perpetual law about it, having only taken it in, as they did many other things, from the customs and practice of the synagogue, from which he inferred That certainly the Constitution was lawful since authorized by them, but not necessary, since they had made no settled law about it. This took with many, but was cried out upon by others as an attempt against the Church. Yet the argument was managed with so much learning and skill, that none of either side ever undertook to answer it. After that, he wrote against infidelity, beyond any that had gone before him. And then he engaged to write against popery, which he did with such an exactness and liveliness, that no books of controversy were so much read and valued as his were. He was a great man in many respects. He knew the world well, and was esteemed a very wise man. The writing of his Irenicum was a great snare to him, for, to avoid the imputations which that brought upon him, he not only retracted the book, but he went into the humors of that high sort of people beyond what became him, perhaps beyond his own sense of things. He applied himself much to the study of the law and records, and the original of our Constitution, and was a very extraordinary man. Patrick was a great preacher. He wrote much, and well, and chiefly on the Scriptures. He was a laborious man in his function, of great strictness of life, but a little too severe against those who differed from him. But that was, when he thought their doctrines struck at the fundamentals of religion. He became afterwards more moderate. To these I shall add another divine, who, though of Oxford, yet as he was formed by Bishop Wilkins, so he went into most of their principles, but went far beyond them in learning. Lloyd was a great critic in the Greek and Latin authors, but chiefly in the Scriptures, of the words and phrases of which he carried the most perfect concordance in his memory, and had it the readiest about him, of all men that ever I knew. He was an exact historian, and the most punctual in chronology of all our divines. He had read the most books, and with the best judgment, and had made the most copious abstracts out of them, of any in this age, so that Wilkins used to say, he had the most learning in ready cash of any he ever knew. He was so exact in everything he set about, that he never gave over any part of study, till he had quite mastered it. But when that was done, he went to another subject, and did not lay out his learning with the diligence with which he laid it in. He had many volumes of materials upon all subjects laid together in so distinct a method, that he could with very little labor write on any of them. He had more life in his imagination, and a truer judgment, than may seem consistent with such a laborious course of study. Yet, as much as he was set on learning, he had never neglected his pastoral care. For several years he had the greatest cure in England, St. Martin's, which he took care of with an application and diligence beyond any about him, to whom he was an example, or rather a reproach, so few following his example. He was a holy, humble, and patient man, ever ready to do good when he saw a proper opportunity. Even his love of study did not divert him from that. He did upon his promotion find a very worthy successor in his cure, Tennyson, who carried on and advanced all those good methods that he had begun in the management of that great cure. He endowed schools, set up a public library, and kept many curates to assist him in his indefatigable labors among them. He was a very learned man, and took much pains to state the notions and practices of heathenish idolatry, and so to fasten that charge on the Church of Rome. And Whitehall lying within that parish, he stood as in the front of the Battelle all King James's reign, and maintained, as well as managed, that dangerous post with great courage and much judgment, and was held in very high esteem for his whole deportment, which was ever grave and moderate. These have been the greatest divines we have had these 40 years, and may we ever have a succession of such men to fill the room of those who have already gone off the stage, and of those who, being now very old, cannot hold their posts long. Of these I have writ the more fully, because I knew them well, and have lived long in great friendship with them, but most particularly with Tillotson and Lloyd. And, as I am sensible I owe a great deal of the consideration that has been had for me to my being known to be their friend, so I have really learned the best part of what I know from them. But I owed them much more on the account of those excellent principles and notions, of which they were in a particular manner communicative to me. This set of men contributed more than can be well imagined to reform the way of preaching, which among the divines of England before them was overrun with pedantry, a great mixture of quotations from fathers and ancient writers, a long opening of a text with the concordance of every word in it, and a giving all the different expositions with the grounds of them, and the entreing into some parts of controversy, and all concluding in some, but very short, practical applications, according to the subject or the occasion. This was both long and heavy, when all was piebald, full of many sayings of different languages. The common style of sermons was either very flat and low, or swelled up with rhetoric to a false pitch of a wrong sublime. The king had little or no literature, but true and good sense, and had got a right notion of style, for he was in France at a time when they were much set on reforming their language. It soon appeared that he had a true taste. So this helped to raise the value of these men, when the king approved of the style their discourses generally ran in, which was clear, plain, and short. They gave a short paraphrase of their text, unless where great difficulties required a more copious enlargement, but even then they cut off unnecessary shoes of learning, and applied themselves to the matter, in which they opened the nature and reasons of things so fully, and with that simplicity, that their hearers felt an instruction of another sort than had commonly been observed before. So they became very much followed, and a set of these men brought off the city in a great measure from the prejudices they had formerly to the church. 75. James II. Born 1633. Created Duke of York. Succeeded Charles II 1685. Fled to France 1688. Died 1701. By Burnet. I will digress a little to give an account of the Duke's character, whom I knew for some years so particularly, that I can say much upon my own knowledge. He was very brave in his youth, and so much magnified by Monsieur Turenne, that, till his marriage lessened him, he really clouded the king, and passed for the superior genius. He was naturally candid and sincere, and a firm friend, till affairs and his religion wore out all his first principles and inclinations. He had a great desire to understand affairs, and in order to that he kept a constant journal of all that passed, of which he shewed me a great deal. The Duke of Buckingham gave me once a short but severe character of the two brothers. It was the more severe, because it was true. The king, he said, could see things if he would, and the Duke would see things if he could. He had no true judgment, and was soon determined by those whom he trusted, but he was obstinate against all other advices. He was bred with high notions of the kingly authority, and laid it down for a maxim, that all who opposed the king were rebels in their hearts. He was perpetually in one amour or other, without being very nice in his choice, upon which the king said once, he believed his brother had his mistresses given him by his priests for penance. He gave me this account of his changing his religion, when he escaped out of the hands of the Earl of Northumberland, who had the charge of his education trusted to him by the Parliament, and had used him with great respect. All due care was taken, as soon as he got beyond sea, to form him to a strict adherence to the Church of England. Among other things much was said of the authority of the Church, and of the tradition from the Apostles in support of episcopacy, so that, when he came to observe that there was more reason to submit to the Catholic Church than to one particular church, and that other traditions might be taken on her word, as well as episcopacy was received among us, he thought the step was not great, but that it was very reasonable to go over to the Church of Rome, and Dr. Stewart having taught him to believe a real but unconceivable presence of Christ in the sacrament. He thought this went more than halfway to transubstantiation. He said that a nun's advice to him to pray every day, that, if he was not in the right way, God would set him right, did make a great impression on him. But he never told me when or where he was reconciled. He suffered me to say a great deal to him on all these heads. I shewed the difference between submission and obedience in matters of order and in different things, and an implicit submission from the belief of infallibility. I also shewed him the difference between a speculation of a mode of Christ's presence, when it rested in an opinion, and an adoration founded on it. Though the opinion of such a presence was wrong, there was no great harm in that alone, but the adoration of an undue object was idolatry. He suffered me to talk much and often to him on these heads. But I plainly saw, it made no impression, and all that he seemed to intend by it was, to make use of me as an instrument to soften the aversion that people began to be possessed with to him. He was naturally eager and revengeful, and was against the taking off any that set up in an opposition to the measures of the court, and who by that means grew popular in the House of Commons. He was for rougher methods. He continued for many years dissembling his religion, and seemed zealous for the Church of England, but it was chiefly on design to hinder all propositions that tended to unite us among ourselves. He was a frugal prince, and brought his court into method and magnificence, for he had 100,000 a year allowed him. He was made High Admiral, and he came to understand all the concerns of the sea very particularly. He had a very able secretary about him, Sir William Coventry, a man of great notions and eminent virtues, the best speaker in the House of Commons, and capable of bearing the chief ministry, as it was once thought he was very near it. The Duke found all the great seamen had a deep tincture from their education. They both hated popery, and loved liberty. They were men of severe tempers, and kept good discipline. But in order to the putting the fleet into more confident hands, the Duke began a method of sending pages of honor, and other young persons of quality, to be bred to the sea. And these were put in command, as soon as they were capable of it, if not sooner. This discouraged many of the old seamen, when they saw in what a channel advancement was like to go, who upon that left the service, and went and commanded merchantmen. By this means the virtue and discipline of the navy is much lost. It is true, we have a breed of many gallant men, who do distinguish themselves in action. But it is thought, the nation has suffered much by the vices and disorders of those captains, who have risen by their quality, more than by merit or service. 76. By Burnet. He was a prince that seemed made for greater things than will be found in the course of his life, more particularly of his reign. He was esteemed in the former parts of his life a man of great courage, as he was quite through it a man of great application to business. He had no vivacity of thought, invention, or expression, but he had a good judgment, where his religion or his education gave him not a bias, which it did very often. He was bred with strange notions of the obedience due to princes, and came to take up as strange ones of the submission due to priests. He was naturally a man of truth, fidelity, and justice, but his religion was so infused in him, and he was so managed in it by his priests, that the principles which nature had laid in him had little power over him. When the concerns of his church stood in the way, he was a gentle master, and was very easy to all who came near him. Yet he was not so apt to pardon, as one ought to be, that is the vicegerent of that God, who is slow to anger, and ready to forgive. He had no personal vices but of one sort. He was still wandering from one amour to another, yet he had a real sense of sin, and was ashamed of it. But priests know how to engage princes more entirely into their interests, by making them compound for their sins, by a great zeal for Holy Church, as they call it. In a word, if it had not been for his popery, he would have been, if not a great yet a good prince. By what I once knew of him, and by what I saw him afterwards carried to, I grew more confirmed in the very bad opinion, which I was always apt to have, of the intrigues of the popish clergy, and of the confessors of kings. He was undone by them, and was their martyr, so that they ought to bear the chief load of all the errors of his inglorious reign, and of its fatal catastrophe. He had the funeral which he himself had desired, private, and without any sort of ceremony. Notes. 1. The History of Great Britain, being the life and reign of King James I, relating to what passed from his first access to the crown, till his death. By Arthur Wilson, Esq. London, 1653. Pages 289-90. Arthur Wilson, 1595-1652, was a gentleman in waiting to Robert Devereux, 3rd Earl of Essex, during James's reign, and was afterwards in the service of Robert Rich, 2nd Earl of Essex. The history was written towards the end of his life, and published the year after his death. He was the author also of an autobiography, Observations of God's Providence in the Tract of My Life, first printed in Francis Peck's Desiderata Curiosa, 1735, lib 12, pages 6-34, and of 3 plays, The Swisser, performed at Blackfriars, 1633, first printed in 1904, edition Albert Fayret, from the MS. In the British Museum, The Corporal, performed, 1633, but not extant, and The Inconstant Lady, first printed in 1814, edition Philip Bliss, from the MS, in the Bodleian Library. The 3 plays were entered in the registers of the Stationers' Company, September 4, 1646, and September 9, 1653. But nothing he wrote appears to have been published during his life. Page 2 24. Peace begot plenty. An adaptation of the well-known saying which Puttenham in his Arte of English Poesy, edition Arbor, page 217, attributes to Jean de Meung. Puttenham gives it thus: peace makes plenty, plenty makes pride, pride breeds quarrel, and quarrel brings war, war brings spoil, and spoil poverty, poverty patience, and patience peace, so peace brings war, and war brings peace. It is found also in Italian and Latin. Allusions to it are frequent in the 17th century. Compare the beginning of Swift's Battle of the Books, and see the correspondence in the Times Literary Supplement, February 17 to March 30, 1916. 2. The Court and Character of King James. Written and taken by Sir A.W. Byng and I, and their witness. Connaissez dissimulaire, nescit regner. Published by authority. London, MDCL. The character of King James forms a section by itself at the conclusion of the volume, pages 177 to 89. The volume was reprinted in the following year, when there were added to it the Court of King Charles's and observations, instead of a character, upon this king, from his childhood. Both editions are carelessly printed. The second, which corrects some of the errors of the first but introduces others, has been used for the present text. Weldon was clerk of the kitchen to James I and afterwards clerk of the green cloth. He was knighted in 1617, and accompanied James to Scotland in that year, but was dismissed from his place at court for his satire on the Scots. He took the side of the Parliament in the Civil War. The dedication to Lady Elizabeth Sidley, first printed in the second edition, states that the work treads too near the heels of truth, and these times, to appear in public. According to Anthony A. Wood, she had suppressed the manuscript, which was stolen from her. Weldon had died before it was printed. The answer to it, called Aulicus Coconeri, describes it as pretended to be penned by Sir A.W. and published since his death, 1650. Other works of the same kind, though of inferior value, are Sir Edward Peyton's The Divine Catastrophe of the Kingly Family of the House of Stuarts, 1652, and Francis Osborne's Traditional Memoirs on the Reign of King James, 1658. They were printed together by Sir Walter Scott in 1811 under the title The Secret History of the Court of James I, a collection which contains the historical material employed in the fortunes of Nigel. Though carelessly written, and as carelessly printed, Weldon's character of James is in parts remarkably vivid. It was reprinted by itself in Morgan's Boenix Britannicus, 1732, pages 54 to 6, and it was incorporated in the edition of Defoe's Memoirs of a Cavalier published in 1792. See the Retrospective Review, 1821, Volume 3, pt. 2, pages 378 to 9. There is a valuable article on Weldon's book as a whole in the Retrospective Review, 1823, Volume 7, pti. Page 4 6. Before he was born, probably in allusion to the murder of Rizzio in Mary's presence. 11. The syntax is faulty, delete and. On James's capacity for strong drinks, compare Roger Coke's Detection of the Court and State of England, 1694, edition 1719, volume 1, page 78. 27. That foul poisoning Bucines, the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury, the great scandal of the reign. Robert Kerr, or Carr, created Viscount Rochester 1611 and Earl of Somerset 1613, had cast his eye on the Countess of Essex, and, after a decree of nullity of marriage with Essex had been procured, married her in December 1613. Overbury, who had been Somerset's friend, opposed the projected marriage. On a trumped-up charge of disobedience to the king, he was in April 1613 committed to the Tower, where he was slowly poisoned, and died in September. Somerset and the Countess were both found guilty in 1616, but ultimately pardoned. 4 of the accomplices were hanged. Weldon deals with the scandal at some length in the main part of his work, pages 61 ff. L. 30. Montgomery, Philip Herbert, created Earl of Montgomery 1605, succeeded his brother, William Herbert, as 4th Earl of Pembroke in 1630, see number 7. To this most noble and incomparable pair of brethren Hemingway and Condell dedicated the first folio of Shakespeare's plays, 1623. Montgomery's character is given by Clarendon, History, edition Macrae, Volume 1, pages 74-5, and, as 4th Earl of Pembroke, Volume 2, pages 539-41. Page 5 L. 22. Unfortunate in the marriage of his daughter. James's daughter Elizabeth married the Elector Palatine, Frederick V, in 1613. His election as King of Bohemia led to the 30 Years' War, 1618-48, in which James long hesitated to become involved and played at best an ineffectual part. The opinion here expressed is explained by an earlier passage in Weldon's book, pages 82-4. In this favourites, Somerset's flourishing time came over the Palsgrave to marry our King's daughter, which for the present gave much content, and with the general applause, yet it proved a most unfortunate match to him and his posterity, and all Christendom, for all his alliance with so many great princes, which put on him aspiring thoughts, and was so ambitious as not to content himself with his hereditary patrimony of one of the greatest princes in Germany, but must aspire to a kingdom, believing that his great alliance would carry him through any enterprise, or bring him off with honor, in both which he failed, being cast out of his own country with shame, and he and his, ever after, living upon the devotion of other princes. But had his father-in-law spent half the money in swords he did in words, for which he was but scorned, it had kept him in his own inheritance, and saved much Christian blood since shed, but whiles he, being wholly addicted to peace, spent much treasure in sending stately ambassadors to treat his enemies, which he esteemed friends, send armies with a less charge to conquer, so that it may be concluded that this then thought the most happy match in Christendom was the greatest unhappiness to Christendom, themselves, and posterity. L. 27. Sir Robert Mansell, 1573-1656, Vice Admiral of England under Charles I. Clarendon, writing of the year 1642, says that his courage and integrity were unquestionable. Edition Macrae, Volume 2, page 219. Argiers or Argier was the common old form of Algiers, cf. The Tempest I. 2. 261, 265. Page 6 L. 2. Coddington, Francis Coddington, 1578-1652, Baronet 1623, Baron Coddington, 1631. He was Chancellor of the Exchequer from 1629 to 1642. Page 7 L. 5. The first edition reads in sending ambassadors, which were the printer's substitution of his foreign and omission of which do not wholly mend the syntax. L. 10. Peace with honor. An early instance of the phrase made famous by Lord Beaconsfield in his speech of July 16, 1878, after the Congress of Berlin. Lord Salisbury and myself have brought you back peace, but a peace I hoped with honor. Cf. Notes and Queries, 1887, 7th Series, Volume 3, page 96. L. 14. Nullum tempus, and c. The law maxim nullum tempus occurrit regi, lapse of time does not bar the crown. The Parliament which met in February 1624 passed an act for the general quiet of the subject against all pretences of concealment. 21 degrees Jack. I. c. 2, which declared 60 years' possession of lands, and c. to be a good title against the crown. L. 18. His Tuesday's sermons, likewise explained by an earlier passage in Weldon's book, pages 8, 9, the chief of those secrets, was that of Gowrie's conspiracy, though that nation, the Scots, gave little credit to the story, but would speak slightly and despitefully of it, and those of the wisest of that nation, yet there was a weekly commemoration by the Tuesday's sermon, and an anniversary feast, as great as it was possible, for the king's preservation, ever on the 5th of August. James attempted to force the Tuesday sermon on the University of Oxford. It was to be preached by members of each college in rotation. See Broderick's Memorials of Merton College, 1885, page 70. Page 8L. 1. A very wise man. Compare the fortunes of Nigel, chapter 5, the character bestowed upon him by Sully, that he was the wisest fool in Christendom. 2 volumes of the Memoirs of Maximilien de Bethune, Duc de Sully, 1560 to 1641, appeared in 1638, the others after 1650. There is much about James in the second volume, but this description of him does not appear to be there. LL 10 to 12. 2 treasurers, see page 21, LL 15 to 22, 3 secretaries, Sir Thomas Lake, Sir Robert Naunton, Sir George Calvert, Baron Baltimore, Sir Edward Conway, Viscount Conway, 2 Lord Keepers, Sir Francis Bacon, John Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, see page 18, L. 5 2 Admirals, Charles Howard of Effingham, Earl of Nottingham, the Duke of Buckingham, 3 Lord Chief Justices, Sir Edward Coke, Henry Montague, Earl of Manchester, James Leigh, Earl of Marlborough. Weldon's statement is true of the year 1623. He might have said 3 treasurers and 4 secretaries. 3. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 7 to 9, 18 to 20. History, B.K.I., edition 1702, volume 1, pages 9 to 11, 26 to 9. Edition Macrae, volume 1, pages 10 to 13, 38 to 43. This is the first of the portraits in Clarendon's great gallery, and it is drawn with great care. Clarendon was only a youth of 20 when Buckingham was assassinated, and he had therefore not the personal knowledge and contact to which the later portraits owe so much of their value. But he had throughout all his life been interested in the remarkable career of this very extraordinary person. Sir Henry Wotton's observations by way of parallel on the Earl of Essex and Buckingham had suggested to him his first character study, the difference and disparity between them. It is printed after the Parallel and Reliquae Wattonianae, and described in the 3rd edition, 1672, as written by the Earl of Clarendon in his younger days. His 2 studies offer an interesting comparison. Many of the ideas are the same, but there is a marked difference in the precision of drawing and the ease of style. The character here reprinted was written when Clarendon had mastered his art. Page 11 L. 5, see page 4 L. 27. Page 13 L. 25. The passage here omitted deals with Buckingham's unsuccessful journey to Spain with Prince Charles, and with his assassination. Page 16 L. 28. Touched upon before, edition Macrae, volume 1, page 38, here omitted. 4. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 27, 28, History, B.K.I., edition 1702, volume 1, pages 36 to 8, edition Macrae, volume 1, pages 56 to 9. Page 18 L. 5. The Bishop of Lincoln, John Williams, 1582 to 1650, afterwards Archbishop of York. He succeeded Bacon as Lord Keeper. He is sketched in Wilson's History of Great Britain, pages 196 to 7, and Fuller's Church History of Britain, 1655, book 11, pages 225 to 8. His Life by John Hackett, Scrinia Reserata, 1693, is notorious for the embellishments of its style. A Shorter Life, based on Hackett's, was an early work of Ambrose Phillips. L. 22. The Earl of Portland, Sir Richard Weston, see number 5. L. 24. Hambleton, Clarendon's usual spelling of Hamilton. 5. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 28 to 32, History, B.K.I., edition 1702, volume 1, pages 31 to 43, edition Macrae, volume 1, pages 59 to 67. Another and more favorable character of Weston is the matter of an undated letter which Sir Henry Wotton sent to him as a strange New Year's gift about 1635. In short, it is only an image of yourself, drawn by memory from such discourse as I have taken up here and there of your lordship, among the most intelligent and unmalignant men, which to portrait before you I thought no servile office, but ingenuous and real. See Reliquae Wattonianae, edition 1672, pages 333 to 6. Page 21 L. 7. The White Staff. The third great officer of the Crown is the Lord High Treasurer of England, who receives this high office by delivery of a white staff to him by the King, and holds a durante bene placido regis. Edward Chamberlain, Anglia Notitia, 1674, page 152. Page 23 L. 4. L. D. Brooke, Sir Fulk Greville, 1554–1628, the friend and biographer of Sir Philip Sidney. He was Chancellor of the Exchequer from 1614 to 1621. Page 28 L. 18. Éclaircissement, introduced into English about this time, and in frequent use till the beginning of the 19th century. L. 28. A young, beautiful lady, Frances, daughter of Esme, 3rd Duke of Lennox, married to Jerome Weston, afterwards 2nd Earl of Portland, in 1632. 6. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 33, 34, History, BKI, edition 1702, volume 1, page 44, edition Macrae, volume 1, pages 69 to 71. This is one of Clarendon's most unfriendly portraits. It was seriously edited when first printed. The whole passage about the coldness and selfishness of Arundel's nature on page 31, ll 12 to 30, was omitted, as likewise the allusion to his ignorance on page 30, ll 25 to 7, whereas in truth he was only able to buy them, never to understand them. Minor alterations are the new reading thought no part of history so considerable, as what related to his own family page 30. ll 28, 29, and the omission of vulgar page 31, l. 11. The purpose of these changes is obvious. They are extreme examples of the methods of Clarendon's first editors. In no other character did they take so great liberties with his text. Arundel's great collection of ancient marbles is now in the Ashmolean Museum in the University of Oxford. The inscriptions were presented to the university in 1667 by Lord Henry Howard, Arundel's grandson, afterwards 6th Duke of Norfolk, and the statues were reunited to them in 1755 by the gift of Henrietta Countess of Pomfret. As Clarendon's history was an official publication of the university, it is probable that the prospect of receiving the statues induced the editors to remove or alter the passages that might be thought offensive. As a whole, this character does not show Clarendon's usual detachment. Arundel was Earl Marshal, and Clarendon in the short Parliament of 1640 and again at the beginning of the Long Parliament had attacked the jurisdiction of the Earl Marshal's court, which, as he says, never presumed to sit afterwards. The account given in Clarendon's Life, edition 1759, pages 37 to 9, explains much in this character. Clarendon there says that Arundel did him the honor to detest and hate him perfectly. There was resentment on both sides. The character was written in Clarendon's later years, but he still remembered with feeling the days when as Mr. Edward Hyde he was at cross purposes with this earl of ancient lineage. A different character of Arundel is given in the short view of his life written by Sir Edward Walker, 1612–77, Garter King of Arms and Secretary of War to Charles I. He was tall of stature, and of shape and proportion rather goodly than neat. His countenance was majestical and grave, his visage long, his eyes large, black and piercing. He had a hooked nose, and some warts or moles on his cheeks. His countenance was brown, his hair thin both on his head and beard. He was of a stately presence and gait, so that any man that saw him, though in never so ordinary habit, could not but conclude him to be a great person, his garb and fashion drawing more observation than did the rich apparel of others, so that it was a common saying of the late Earl of Carlisle, "Here comes the Earl of Arundel in his plain stuff and trunk hose, and his beard and his teeth, that looks more like a noble man than any of us." He was more learned in men and manners than in books, yet understood the Latin tongue very well, and was master of the Italian. Besides, he was a great favor of learned men, such as Sir Robert Cotton, Sir Henry Spelman, Mr. Camden, Mr. Selden, and the like. He was a great master of order and ceremony, and knew and kept greater distance towards his sovereign than any person I ever observed, and expected no less from his inferiors, often complaining that the too great affability of the king, and the French garb of the court would bring majesty into contempt. He was the greatest favor of arts, especially painting, sculpture, designs, carving, building and the like, that this age hath produced, his collection of designs being more than of any person living, and his statues equal in number, value, and antiquity to those in the houses of most princes, to gain which, he had persons many years employed both in Italy, Greece, and so generally in any part of Europe where rarities were to be had. His paintings likewise were numerous and of the most excellent masters, having more of that exquisite painter Hans Holbein than are in the world besides. He was a person of great and universal civility, but yet with that restriction as that it forbade any to be bold or saucy with him, though with those whom he affected, which were lovers of state, nobility, and curious arts, he was very free and conversable. But they being but few, the stream of the times being otherwise, he had not many confidants or dependents, neither did he much affect to have them, they being unto great persons both burthensome and dangerous. He was not popular at all, nor cared for it, as loving better by a just hand than flattery to let the common people to know their distance, and due observance. Neither was he of any faction in court or council, especially not of the French or Puritan. He was in religion no bigot or Puritan, and professed more to affect moral virtues than nice questions and controversies. If he were defective in anything, it was that he could not bring his mind to his fortune, which, though great, was far too little for the vastness of his noble designs. Walker's character was written before Clarendon's. It is dated Eiselstein the 7th of June, 1651. It was first published in 1705 in his Historical Discourses upon several occasions, pages 221-3. Page 30 L. 15. His wife, the Lady Alethea Talbot, third daughter and co-heir of Gilbert Talbot Earl of Shrewsbury, grandchild of George Talbot Earl of Shrewsbury and Earl Marshal of England, Walker, Historical Discourses, page 211. 7. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 34-35, History BKI, edition 1702, volume 1, pages 44-6, edition Macrae, volume 1, pages 71-3. This pleasing portrait of Pembroke, one of the great patrons of literature of James's reign, follows immediately after the unfriendly portrait of Arundel, the art collector. Clarendon knew the value of contrast in the arrangement of his gallery. Pembroke is sometimes supposed to have been the patron of Shakespeare. It cannot, however, be proved that there were any personal relations, though the first folio was dedicated to him and his brother, the Earl of Montgomery, afterwards 4th Earl of Pembroke. See note, page 4 L. 30. He was the patron of Ben Jonson, who dedicated to him his Catiline, his favorite play, and his epigrams, the ripest of my studies, also of Samuel Daniel, Chapman, and William Brown. See Shakespeare's England, Volume 2, pages 202-3. Clarendon has also given a character of the 4th Earl, the poor Earl of Pembroke, History, edition Macrae, Volume 2, pages 539-41. 8. Timber or Discoveries, Made upon Men and Matter. By Ben Ianson. London, printed m.dc.sly. Pages 101-2. This character is a remarkable testimony to the impression which Bacon's restrained eloquence made on his contemporaries. Yet it is little more than an exercise in free translation. Johnson has pieced together two passages in the controversies of Marcus Seneca, and placed the name of Dominus Variolanus in the margin. The two passages are these: Non est unus, quambis principius sit, imitandis, quia nunquam parfit imitator auctori. Haec natura est re. Semper citra veritatem est similitudo. Lib I, Prefacio, edition Paris, 1607, page 58. Oratio ius erat valens cultu, ingentibus plena sententius. Nemo minus passus est aliquid in action sua otiosi esse. Nulla pars erat, quae non sua virtut sterit. Nihil, in quo auditor sign damno aliud ageret. Omnia intenta aliquo potentia. Nemo magis in sua potestate habuit audientiam effectus. Verum est quat de illo dicit Gallio noster. Cum dies ret, rerum potibater, adeo omnes imperata facebant. Cum a volurat irascibanter. Nemo non illo dicenti time bat, any desineret, epit. Declamat. Lib 3, page 231. From the continuation of the first passage, Johnson took the words insolent Greece, insolenti Greci, in his verses to the memory of Shakespeare. Johnson has left a more vivid picture of Bacon as a speaker in a short sentence of his conversations with Drummond of Hawthornden. My Lord Chancellor of England ringeth his speeches from the strings of his band. 9. Reign of King James I, 1653, pages 158 to 60. Page 36, L. 18. Which the King hinted at, in the King's Speech to the Lords, 1621. But because the world at this time talks so much of bribes, I have just cause to fear the whole body of this house hath bribed him, Prince Charles, to be a good instrument for you upon all occasions. He doth so good offices in all his reports to me, both for the house in general, and every one of you in particular. The speech is given in full by Wilson before the passage on Bacon. Page 37, L. 25. The passage here omitted is the humble submission and supplication of the Lord Chancellor. Page 38, L. 10. A good passeover, a good passage back to Spain. Gondomar was Spanish ambassador. 10. The Church History of Britain, from the birth of Jesus Christ, until the year M.DC.48. Endeavored by Thomas Fuller. London, 1655. BKX, page 89. 11. Resuscitatio, or bringing into public light several pieces of the works, civil, historical, philosophical, and theological, hitherto sleeping, of the Right Honourable Francis Bacon, Baron of Verulam, Viscount St. Alban, according to the best corrected copies, together with his Lordship's Life, by William Raleigh, Doctor in Divinity, his Lordship's first and last chaplain, afterwards chaplain to his late Majesty. London, 1657. The life of the honourable author serves as introduction to this volume of Bacon's literary remains. It runs to 14 pages, unnumbered. The passage quoted from this life, C1v C2v, is of the nature of a character. Raleigh's work is disfigured by pedantically heavy punctuation. He carried to absurd excess the methods which his master adopted in the 1625 edition of his Essays. It has not been thought necessary to retain all his commas. Page 41 L. 4. Et quatentibam, and C. Ovid Tristia 4. X. 26. 12. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 48. Life, edition 1759, page 16. Page 42 L. 23. M.R. Cowley, an indication of Cowley's fame among his contemporaries. This was written in 1668, after the publication of Paradise Lost, but Clarendon ignores Milton. L. 25. To own much of his, to ascribe much of this life 1759. Page 43 L. 2. M.R. Hyde, Clarendon himself. 13. A new volume of familiar letters, partly philosophical, political, historical. The second edition, with additions. By James Howell, Esq. London, 1650. Letter 13, pages 25 to 6. This is the second volume of Epistolae Hoeliani, first published 1645, Volume 1, and 1647, Volume 2. The text is here printed from the copy of the second edition which Howell presented to Selden with an autograph dedication, ex dano authoris, opusculum hoc honoris ergo mittiter, arcuus sui repenendum. 3 degrees non, Mage 1652. The volume now reposes in the Selden collection in the Bodleian Library. The second edition of this letter differs from the first in the insertion of the bracketed words, LL 22, 23, and the date. The authenticity of the letters as a whole is discussed in Joseph Jacobs' edition, 1890, pages 71 ff. This was probably not a real letter written to his correspondent at the given date. But whenever, and in whatever circumstances, Howell wrote it, the value of the picture it gives us of Ben Jonson is not impaired. Page 43 L. 9. Sir Though. Hawke. Sir Thomas Hawkins, translator of Horace's Odes and Epodes, 1625. Hence your Horace, page 44 L. 4. L. 17. T. C. A. Thomas Carew, the poet, one of the tribe of Ben. Page 44 L. 6. I am K. Opus Ovid Metum. 15. 871. Cf. page 202 L. 13. L. 8. Exegi Monumentum, Horace, Od. 330. I. L. 10. O Fortunitam, preserved in Quintilian, Inst. Orit. 9. 4. 41 and 11. I. 24, and in Juvenal, Saturday X. 122. 14. This remarkable portrait of a country gentleman of the old school is from the fragment of autobiography, written by the first Earl of Shaftesbury, see numbers 68, 69, towards the end of his life. The manuscript is among the Shaftesbury papers in the Public Record Office, but at present, 1918, has been temporarily withdrawn for greater safety, and is not available for reference. The text is therefore taken from the modernized version in W. D. Christie's Memoirs of Shaftesbury, 1859, pages 22-5, and Life of Shaftesbury, 1871, Volume 1, Appendix I, pages 15-17. The character was published in Leonard Howard's collection of letters, from the original manuscripts, 1753, pages 152-5, and was reprinted in the Gentleman's Magazine for April 1754, pages 160-1, and again in the Connoisseur, number 81, August 14, 1755. The Gentleman's Magazine, 1754, page 215, is responsible for the error that it is to be found in Peck's Desiderata Curiosa. Hastings was Shaftesbury's neighbor in Dorsetshire. A full-length portrait of him in his old age, clad in green cloth and holding a pike-staff in his right hand, is at St. Giles, the seat of the Shaftesbury family. It is reproduced in Hutchins's History of Dorset, edition 1868, volume 3, page 152. Page 44, LL 24-26. He was the second son of George IV, Earl of Huntingdon. Shaftesbury is describing his early associates after his marriage in 1639. The eastern part of Dorsetshire had a bowling green at Hanley, where the gentleman went constantly once a week. Though either the green nor accommodation was inviting, yet it was well placed for to continue the correspondence of the gentry of those parts. Thither resorted Mr. Hastings of Woodland, and c. Page 47 L. 12. My part lies therein, as was pointed out by E. F. Rimbault in Notes and Queries, 1859, Second Series, Volume 7, page 323. This is part of an old catch printed with the music in Pamelia. Music's Miscellany, or mixed variety of pleasant roundelays, and delightful catches, 1609. There lies a pudding in the fire, and my part lies therein, whom should I call in, O thy good fellows and mine, Pamelia, the earliest collection of rounds, catches, and canons printed in England, was brought out by Thomas Ravenscroft. Another edition appeared in 1618. 15. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 383-4, History, Book 11, edition 1704, Volume 3, pages 197-9, edition Macrae, Volume 4, pages 488-92. The sense of fate overhangs the portrait in which Clarendon paints for posterity the private virtues of his unhappy master. The easy dignity of the style adapts itself to the grave subject. This is one of Clarendon's greatest passages. It was written 20 years after Charles's death, but time had not dulled his feelings. But there shall be only inserted the showroot character of his person, as it was found in the papers of that person whose life is here described, who was so nearly trusted by him, and who had the greatest love for his person, and the greatest reverence for his memory, that any faithful servant could express. So he wrote at first in the account of his own life. On transferring the passage to the history, he substituted the more impersonal sentence, page 48, L. 27, page 49, L. 5, which the general character of the history demanded. Page 48, L. 15. Our blessed Saviour. Compare the martyrdom of King Charles I, or his conformity with Christ in his sufferings. In a sermon preached at Breda, before His Sacred Majesty King Charles II, and the Princess of Orange, by the Bishop of Down. printed at The Hague 1649, and reprinted at London 1660 foot. Clarendon probably heard this sermon. L. 21. Have been a so much, substituted in MS. For fit to be more. Treatises. E.g. Elenchus Motuum Nuperorum in Anglia, Part 1, 1649, by George Bate or Bates, principal physician to Charles I and II, England's Black Tribunal. Set forth in the trial of K. Charles I, 1660, and the sermon mentioned above. Page 51 L. 20. Educated by that people. His tutor was Sir Peter Young, 1544 to 1628, the tutor of James. Patrick Young, 1584 to 1652, Sir Peter's son, was royal librarian. L. 26. Hambleton. Cf. page 18, L. 24. 16. Memoirs of the Reign of King Charles I, with a continuation to the happy restoration of King Charles II. By Sir Philip Warwick, Knight. Published from the original manuscript. With an alphabetical table. London, 1701. Pages 64 to 75. Warwick, 1609 to 83, was secretary to Charles in 1647 to 8. When I think of dying, he wrote, adapting a saying of Cicero, it is one of my comforts that when I part from the dunghill of this world I shall meet King Charles, and all those faithful spirits, that had virtue enough to be true to him, the Church, and the laws unto the last. Memoirs, page 331. Passages in the Memoirs show that they were begun after the summer of 1676, page 37, and completed shortly after May 18, 1677, page 403. Page 55, L. 13. Sir Henry Vane the Elder. L. 14. Diet, allowance for expenses of living. Page 56, L. 26. Greek, Icon Basiliki. The portraiture of His Sacred Majesty in his solitudes and sufferings was published in February 1649. Charles's authorship was at once doubted in Milton's Greek, Iconoclastes, and in Greek, Icon Alathini. The portraiture of True's Most Sacred Majesty truly suffering, though not solely, and supported in Greek, Iconoclastos, in Greek, Icon Episti, and in the Princely Pelican, all published in 1649. The weight of evidence is now strongly in favor of the authorship of John Gaudin, 1605 to 62, Bishop of Exeter at the Restoration. Gaudin said in 1661 that he had written it. An examination of his claims is generally admitted to have confirmed them. C. H. J. Todd's letter concerning the author, 1825, and Gaudin the author, further shown, 1829, and C. Doblay's 4 letters in the Academy, May 12 to June 30, 1883. Carlyle had no doubt that Charles was not the author. My reading progresses with or without fixed hope. I struggled through the Icon Basilike yesterday, one of the paltriest pieces of vapid, shovel-hatted, clear-starched, immaculate falsity and cant I have ever read. It is to me an amazement how any mortal could ever have taken that for a genuine book of King Charles's. Nothing but a surpliced Pharisee, sitting at his ease afar off, could have got up such a set of meditations. It got Parson Gaudin a bishopric. Letter of November 26, 1840, Froude's Thomas Carlyle, 1884, Volume 1, page 199. Page 57 L. 4. Thomas Herbert, 1606–82, made a baronet in 1660. Appointed by Parliament in 1647 to attend the king, he was latterly his sole attendant, and accompanied him with Juxon to the scaffold. His Threnodia Carolina, Reminiscences of Charles's Captivity, was published in 1702 under the title, Memoirs of the 2 last years of the reign of that unparalleled prince, of ever-blessed memory, King Charles I. It was printed for the first time from the original MS, now in private possession, but in modernized spelling, in Alan Fea's Memoirs of the Martyr King, 1905, pages 74 to 153. L. 10. Gilbert Burnet, 1643 to 1715, Bishop of Salisbury, 1689, the historian whose characters are given in the later part of this volume. His Memoirs of the Lives and Actions of James and William Dukes of Hamilton, 1677, his first historical work, appeared while Warwick was writing his Memoirs of Charles. It attracted great attention, as its account of recent events was furnished with authentic documents. It was the first political biography of the modern type, combining a narrative of a man's life with a selection from his letters. C.H. Firth, Introduction to Clark and Foxcroft's Life of Burnet, 1907, page 13. L. 15. Affliction gives understanding. Compare Proverbs 29. 15, and Ecclesiasticus 4. 17 and 34. 9. The exact words are not in the authorized version. L. 30. Robert Sanderson, 1587 to 1663, Regius Professor of Divinity at Oxford, 1642, Bishop of Lincoln, 1660. Isaac Walton wrote his life, 1678. Page 58 L. 20. Sir Dudley Carleton, 1573 to 1632, created Baron Carleton, 1626, and Viscount Dorchester, 1628, Secretary of State, 1628. L. 21. Lord Falkland, see pages 71 to 97, Secretary of State, 1642. Page 59, LL 11 to 13. Plutarch, Life of Alexander the Great, opening sentences, roughly paraphrased. Page 60 L. 20. Venient Romani, St. John, 11. 48. See the Archbishop of Canterbury's speech or his funeral sermon, preached by himself on the scaffold on Tower Hill, on Friday the 10th of January, 1644. London, 1644, page 10. But perhaps a great clamour there is, that I would have brought in popery. I shall answer that more fully by and by. In the meantime, you know what the Pharisees said against Christ himself, in the 11th of Ian, if we let him alone, all men will believe on him, et venient Romani, and the Romanes will come and take away both our place and the nation. Here was a causeless cry against Christ that the Romans would come, and see how just the judgment of God was. They crucified Christ for fear lest the Romans should come, and his death was that brought in the Romans upon them, God punishing them with that which they most feared. And I pray God this clamour of venient Romani, of which I have given to my knowledge no just cause, help not to bring him in. For the Pope never had such a harvest in England since the Reformation, as he hath now upon the sects and divisions that are amongst us. LL 22 to 30. Hugo Grotius, 1583 to 1645, brought out his De jure belli ac pacis libri trace at Paris in 1625. Towards the end of the dedication to Louis XIII, Grotius says, Partisos discordiarum animos excitat in hanc spem recens contracta inter te and sapientissimum pacisque ilias sancti amantissimum magni Britanniae regem amicitia and auspicatissimo sororis tui matrimonio faderata. 17. Clarendon, M.S. History, page 59. History, Book 3, edition 1702, Volume 1, pages 203 to 4. Edition Macrae, Volume 1, pages 340 to 2. Page 62 L. 23. Thomas Savile, 1590 to 1658, created Viscount Savile, 1628, Privy Councillor, 1640, Controller, and then Treasurer of the household. He was, says Clarendon, a man of an ambitious and restless nature, of parts and wit enough, but in his disposition and inclination so false that he could never be believed or depended upon. His particular malice to the Earl of Strafford, which he had sucked in with his milk, there having always been an immortal feud between the families, and the Earl had shrewdly overborne his father, had engaged him with all persons who were willing, and like to be able, to do him mischief. History, Book 6, edition Macrae, Volume 2, page 534. Page 63 L. 25. S.R. Harry Vane. See page 152, LL 9 FF. L. 26. Plutarch Records, Life of Sylla, Last Sentence. 18. Memoirs of the Reign of King Charles I, 1701, pages 109 to 13. Page 65, L. 21. Warwick was member for Radnor in the Long Parliament from 1640 to 1644. The Bill of Attainder passed the Commons on April 21, 1641, by 204 votes to 59. Clarendon, Edition Macrae, Volume 1, page 306. Rushworth, Historical Collections, 3rd Part, Volume 1, 1692, page 225. The names of the minority were posted up at Westminster, under the heading "These are Stratfordians, betrayers of their country." Rushworth, ID, pages 248 to 9. There are 56 names, and Mr. Warwick is one of them. 19. Clarendon, M.S. History, page 398. History, Book 6, edition 1703, Volume 2, pages 115 to 6. Edition Macrae, Volume 2, pages 477 to 8. Page 68 L. 5. Et vale quali. The source of this quotation is not yet found. L. 15. The standard was set up, at Nottingham, on August 22, 1642. L. 17. Robert Greville, 1608–43, 2nd Baron Brooke, cousin of Sir Fulk Greville, 1st Baron, page 23 L. 4. See Clarendon, Edition Macrae, Volume 2, pages 474–5. L. 27. All his children. Compare Warwick's account of that most noble and stout lord, the Earl of Northampton, Memoirs, pages 255–7. This may be said of him, that he faithfully served his master, living and dead, for he left 6 eminent sons, who were all heirs of his courage, loyalty, and virtue, whereof the eldest was not then 20. 20. Clarendon, M.S. History, pages 477–8. History, Book 7, edition 1703, Volume 2, pages 269–70. Edition Macrae, Volume 3, pages 177–8. Carnarvon's character has much in common with Northampton's. Though separated in the history, they are here placed together as companion portraits of 2 young royalist leaders who fell early in the Civil War. Page 70 L. 21. Dorchester and Weymouth surrendered to Carnarvon on August 2 and 5, 1643. They were granted fair conditions, but on the arrival of the army of Prince Maurice care was not taken to observe those articles which had been made upon the surrender of the towns, which the Earl of Carnarvon, who was full of honour and justice upon all contracts, took so ill that he quitted the command he had with those forces, and returned to the king before Gloucester. Clarendon, Volume 3, page 158. 21. Clarendon, M.S. History, pages 478–81. History, Book 7, edition 1703, Volume 2, pages 270–7. Edition Macrae, Volume 3, pages 178–90. Clarendon wrote 2 characters of Falkland, the one in 1647 in the History, and the other in 1668 in the Life. Both are long, and both are distinguished by sustained favor of affection and admiration as well as by wealth of detail. He was aware that the earlier character was out of scale in a history, but he would not condense it. He even thought of working it up into a book by itself, wherein he would follow the example of Tacitus, who wrote the Agricola before the Annals and Histories. He corresponded about it with John Earl, see number 50. From 2 of the letters the following extracts are taken. I would desire you, at your leisure, to send me that discourse of your own which you read to me at Dartmouth in the end of your contemplations upon the Proverbs, in memory of my Lord Falkland, of whom in its place I intend to speak largely, conceiving it to be so far from an indecorum, that the preservation of the fame and merit of persons, and deriving the same to posterity, is no less the business of history than the truth of things. And if you are not of another opinion, you cannot in justice deny me this assistance. March 16, 1646–7, State Papers, 1773, Volume 2, page 350. I told you long since, that when I came to speak of that unhappy battle of Newbury, I would enlarge upon the memory of our dear friend that perished there, to which I conceive myself obliged, not more by the rights of friendship, than of history, which ought to transmit the virtue of excellent persons to posterity, and therefore I am careful to do justice to every man who hath fallen in the quarrel, on which side soever. As you will find by what I have said of Mr. Hampden himself, I am now past that point, and being quickened your most elegant and political commemoration of him, and from hence there, thinking it necessary to say somewhat for his vindication in such particulars as may possibly have made impression in good men, it may be I have insisted longer upon the argument than may be agreeable to the rules to be observed in such a work, though it be not much longer than Livy is in recollecting the virtues of one of the Scipios after his death. I wish it were with you, that you might read it, for if you thought it unproportionable for the place where it is, I could be willingly diverted to make it a piece by itself, and enlarge it into the whole size of his life, and that way it would be sooner communicated to the world. And you know Tacitus published the life of Julius Agricola, before either of his annals or his history. I am contented you should laugh at me for a fop in talking of Livy or Tacitus, when all I can hope for is to side Hollingshead, and Stowe, or, because he is a poor knight too, and worse than either of them, Sir Richard Baker, December 14th, 1647, ID page 386. Page 71 L. 22. Turp Mori. Lucan 9. 108. L. 26. His mother's father, Sir Lawrence Tanfield, Chief Baron of the Exchequer. He died in May 1625. See page 87, LL 21 FF. Page 72 L. 3. His education. See page 87, LL 6-13. His father, Henry Carey, 1st Viscount, was Lord Deputy of Ireland from 1622 to 1629, when he was recalled. He died in 1633. L. 30. His own house, at Great 2, 16 miles N.W. of Oxford, inherited from Sir Lawrence Tanfield. The house was demolished in 1790, but the gardens remain. Page 74 L. 14. 2 large discourses. See page 94, LL 10-15. Falklands of the Infallibility of the Church of Rome, now first published from a copy of his own hand, had appeared at Oxford in 1645, 2 years before Clarendon wrote this passage. It is a short pamphlet of 18 quarto pages. It had been circulated in manuscript during his lifetime, and he had written a reply to an answer to it. The second large discourse may be this reply, or it may be his answer to a letter of Mr. Montague, justifying his change of religion, being dispersed in many copies. Both of these were first published, along with the Infallibility, in 1651, under the editorship of Dr. Thomas Triplett, tutor of the 3rd Viscount, to whom the volume is dedicated. The dedication is in effect a character of Falkland, and dwells in particular on his great virtue of friendship. A passage in it recalls Clarendon. And your blessed mother, says Triplett, were she now alive, would say, she had the best of friends before the best of husbands. This was it that made too so valued a mansion to us, for as when we went from Oxford thither, we found ourselves never out of the university, so we thought ourselves never absent from our own beloved home. L. 25. He was member for Newport in the Isle of Wight in the Short Parliament, and again in the Long Parliament. Page 75 L. 5. His father was Controller of the Household before his appointment as Lord Deputy of Ireland. Cf. page 91, LL 3-4. L. 18. L. D. Finch, Sir John Finch, 1584-1660, Speaker, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, and Lord Keeper, created Baron Finch, 1640. He was impeached in 1640, and fled to Holland. The Lord Falkland took notice of the business of ship money, and very sharply mentioned the Lord Finch as the principal promoter of it, and that, being then a sworn judge of the law, he had not only given his own judgment against law, but been the solicitor to corrupt all the other judges to concur with him in their opinion, and concluded that no man ought to be more severely prosecuted than he. Clarendon, Volume 1. Page 230. Page 77, L. 26. Haud Semper, Tacitus, Agricola, 9. Page 78 L. 17. In Republica Platonis Cicero, Epis. Ad Atticum 2. 1. L. 20. It, i.e. his avoiding them. L. 30. Sir Harry Vane the elder was dismissed from the Secretaryship of State in November 1641. In an earlier section of the History, Volume 1, page 458, Clarendon claims responsibility for Falkland's acceptance of the Secretaryship. It was a very difficult task to Mr. Hyde, who had most credit with him, to persuade him to submit to this purpose of the King cheerfully, and with a just sense of the obligation, by promising that in those parts of the office which required most drudgery he would help him the best he could, and would quickly inform him of all the necessary forms. But above all, he prevailed with him by enforcing the ill consequence of his refusal, and see page 80 L. 19. In tanto vero, Tacitus, Agricola, 9. L. 20. Some sharp expressions. See the quotation by Fuller, page 105, LL 14, 15. Clarendon refers to Falkland's speech concerning episcopacy in the debate on the bill for depriving the bishops of their votes, introduced on March 30, 1641. The truth is, Master Speaker, that as some ill ministers in our state first took away our money from us, and after endeavored to make our money not worth the taking, by turning it into brass by a kind of anti-philosopher's stone. So these men used us in the point of preaching, first depressing it to their power, and next laboring to make it such, as the harm had not been much if it had been depressed, the most frequent subjects even in the most sacred auditories, being the just divinum of bishops and tithes, the sacredness of the clergy, the sacrilege of impropriations, the demolishing of Puritanism and propriety, the building of the prerogative at Paul's, the introduction of such doctrines, as, admitting them true, the truth would not recompense the scandal, or of such as were so far false, that, as Sir Thomas More says of the casuists, their business was not to keep men from sinning, but to inform them quam prop ad peccatum sine peccato licet accedere. So it seemed their work was to try how much of a papist might be brought in without popery, and to destroy as much as they could of the gospel, without bringing themselves into danger of being destroyed by the law. Speeches and passages of this great and happy Parliament, from the 3rd of November, 1640 to this instant June, 1641, page 190. This speech is reprinted in Lady Teresa Lewis's Lives of the Friends of Clarendon, 1852, Volume 1, pages 53 to 62. Page 82, LL 23 to 6. See page 90, LL 6 to 13. Page 83 L. 2. Falkland's participation in the Northern Expedition against the Scots, 1639, was the subject of a eulogistic poem by Cowley. Great is thy charge, O North! Be wise and just. England commits her Falkland to thy trust. Return him safe. Learning would rather choose her Bodley, or her Vatican to loose. All things that are but writ or printed there, in his unbounded breast engraven are, and see. It was the occasion also of Waller's to my Lord of Falkland. L. 14. Et in luctu, Tacitus, Agricola, 29. L. 15. The furious resolution, passed on November 24, 1642, after the battle at Brentford, see Clarendon, Volume 2, pages 395 to 9. Page 84 L. 9. Adversus Malos, Tacitus, Agricola, 22. LL 11 to 28. The date of this incident is uncertain. Professor Firth believes it to have happened when the House resolved that Colonel Goring deserved very well of the Commonwealth, and of this House, for his discovery of the army plot, June 9, 1641, Journals of the House of Commons, Volume 2, page 172. Page 85, L. 18. The Leaguer before Gloucester. The siege of Gloucester was raised by the Earl of Essex on September 8, 1643. Clarendon had described it, Volume 3, pages 167 ff., just before he came to the account of Falkland. Page 86 L. 1. The Battle, i.e. of Newbury, September 20, 1643. How Falkland met his death is told in Byron's narrative of the fight. My Lord of Falkland did me the honor to ride in my troop this day, and I would needs go along with him. The enemy had beat our foot out of the close, and was drawn up near the hedge. I went to view, and as I was giving orders for making the gap wide enough, my horse was shot in the throat with a musket bullet, and his bit broken in his mouth, so that I was forced to call for another horse. In the meanwhile, my Lord Falkland, more gallantly than advisedly, spurred his horse through the gap, where both he and his horse were immediately killed. See Walter Money, The Battles of Newbury, 1884, page 52, also page 93. A passage in Whitelock's Memorials, edition 1682, page 70, shows that he had a presentiment of his death. The Lord Falkland, Secretary of State, in the morning of the fight, called for a clean shirt, and being asked the reason of it, answered, that if he were slain in the battle, they should not find his body in foul linen. Being dissuaded by his friends to go into the fight, as having no call to it, and being no military officer, he said he was weary of the times, and foresaw much misery to his own country, and did believe he should be out of it ere night, and could not be persuaded to the contrary, but would enter into the battle, and was there slain. 22. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 51-4, Life, edition 1759, pages 19-23. This is Falkland in his younger days, amid the hospitable pleasures of before he was overwhelmed in politics and war. Page 86, L. 20. He, i.e. Clarendon. Page 88, L. 2. The two most pleasant places, Great 2, see page 72, L. 30, and Burford, where Falkland was born. He sold Burford in 1634 to William Lenthall, the Speaker of the Long Parliament. See page 91, L. 5. Page 89, L. 2. He married Lettice, daughter of Sir Richard Morrison of Tuley Park, Leicestershire. His friendship with her brother Henry is celebrated in an ode by Ben Jonson, to the immortal memory and friendship of that noble pair, Sir Lucius Carey, and Sir H. Morrison, Underwoods, 1640, page 232. Page 91, LL 17-20. So in the MS. The syntax is confused, but the sense is clear. Page 92, LL 21-22. Gilbert Sheldon, 1598-1677, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1663, Chancellor of the University of Oxford, and builder of the Sheldonian Theatre there. George Morley, 1597-1684, Bishop of Worcester, 1660. Henry Hammond, 1605-60, Chaplain to Charles I. Clarendon has given short characters of Sheldon and Morley in his life. For his characters of Earl and Chillingworth, see numbers 50 and 52. Page 94 L. 11. See note page 74 L. 14. Page 95 L. 3. Cf. page 78 L. 17. L. 17. It is notable that Clarendon nowhere suggests that Falkland was also a poet. Cowley gives his verses the highest praise in his address to him on the Northern Expedition, see page 83 L. 2, note, and they won him a place in Suckling's Sessions of the Poets. He was of late so gone with divinity that he had almost forgot his poetry, though to say the truth, and Apollo did know it, he might have been both his priest and his poet. His poems were collected and edited by A.B. Grossart in 1871. 23. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 55, Life, edition 1759, page 24. This very pleasing portrait of Godolphin serves as a pendant to the longer and more elaborate description of his friend. Clarendon wrote also a shorter character of him in the History, Volume 2, pages 457-8. Page 96 L. 2. So very small a body. He is the little Sid, i.e. Sidney, of Suckling's Sessions of the Poets. Page 97 L. 1. He was member for Helston from 1628 to 1643. L. 6. In the character in the History, Clarendon says that he left the ignominy of his death upon a place which could never otherwise have had a mention to the world. The place was Chagford. 24. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 69-70, History, BKI, edition 1702, volume 1, pages 69-73, edition McRae, volume 1, pages 119-25. The three characters of Laud here given supplement each other. They convey the same idea of the man. Page 97 L. 20. George Abbot, 1562–1633, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1611. In the preceding paragraph, Clarendon had written an unfavorable character of him. He considered Christian religion no otherwise than as it abhorred and reviled popery, and valued those men most who did that most furiously. If men prudently forbore a public reviling and railing at the hierarchy in ecclesiastical government, let their opinions and private practice be what it would, they were not only secure from any inquisition of his, but acceptable to him, and at least equally preferred by him. His house was a sanctuary to the most eminent of that factious party. Cf. page 100, ll. 21–7. Page 101 L. 2. In the omitted portion, Clarendon dealt with Arminianism, as it was then understood in England. Most of the popular preachers, who had not looked into the ancient learning, took Calvin's word for it, and did all they could to propagate his opinions in those points. They who had studied more, and were better versed in the antiquities of the Church, the Fathers, the Councils, and the ecclesiastical histories, with the same heat and passion in preaching and writing, defended the contrary. But because in the late dispute in the Dutch churches, those opinions were supported by Jacobus Arminius, the divinity professor in the University of Leiden in Holland, the latter men we mentioned were called Arminians, though many of them had never read a word written by Arminius. Arminius, the name is the Latinized form of Harmens or Hermans, died in 1609. 25. The Church History of Britain, 1648, Book 11, pages 217–9. Page 104 L. 15. Canterbury College was founded at Oxford in 1363 by Simon Islip, Archbishop of Canterbury. It was incorporated in Christ Church, Wolsey's foundation, and so lost its name, but the name survives in the Canterbury Quadrangle. Page 105, L. 13. Lord F. I. Lord Falkland, see page 80, L. 20 note. 26. Memoirs of the Reign of King Charles I, 1701, pages 78–82, 89–93. Page 107, L. 27. Cleansed it by fire. Perhaps a reminiscence of Dryden's Annus Mirabilis, 1667, stanza 276. The daring flames peeped in, and saw from far the awful beauties of the sacred choir. But since it was profaned by civil war, he then thought it fit to have it purged by fire. L. 29. 2–2, so in the original, perhaps but not certainly a misprint. 27. Memoirs, 1701, pages 93–6. Page 112, L. 9. Lord Portland, Sir Richard Weston, see No. 5. L. 13. White Staff, see page 21, L. 7 note. 28. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 152–3, History, Book 4, edition 1702, Volume 1, pages 332–3, edition Macrae, Volume 1, pages 563–5. This is the first of 3 characters of Hertford in Clarendon's history. The others, in Book 6, M.S. Life, edition Macrae 2, 528, and Book 7, M.S. History 3, 128, are supplementary. Page 114, L. 10. Disobligations, on account of his secret marriage with James's cousin, Arabella Stuart, daughter of Charles Stuart, Earl of Lennox, brother of the Earl of Darnley. She died a prisoner in the Tower. He escaped to France, but after her death was allowed to return to England in 1616. He succeeded his grandfather as Earl of Hertford in 1621. He lived in retirement from the dissolution of Parliament in March 1629 to 1640, when he was made a Privy Councillor. Page 115, L. 5. He was appointed governor to the Prince of Wales in May 1641, in succession to the Earl of Newcastle. He was then in his 53rd year. In the following month he was made a Marquis. See his life and Lady Teresa Lewis's Lives of the Friends of Clarendon, Volume 2, pages 436–42. Page 116, L. 2. Attack, an unexpected form of attack at this time, and perhaps a slip, but attack and attach are ultimately the same word, cf. Italian attaccare. The New English Dictionary gives an instance in 1666 of attach in the sense of attack. 29. Clarendon, M.S. History, Transcript, Volume 4, pages 440-2, History, Book 8, Edition 1703, Volume 2, pages 391-3, Edition McRae, Volume 3, pages 380-3. The original manuscript of much of Book 8 is lost. The text is taken from the transcript that was made for the printers. This is the portrait of a great English nobleman whose tastes lay in music and poetry and the arts of peace, but was forced by circumstances into the leadership of the Royalist army in the north. He showed little military talent, though he was far from devoid of personal courage, and he escaped from the conflict, weary and despondent, when other men were content to carry on the unequal struggle. He modeled himself on the heroes of romance. The part he tried to play could not be adjusted to the rude events of the Civil War. His romantic cast of mind is shown in his challenge to Lord Fairfax to follow the examples of our heroic ancestors, who used not to spend their time in scratching one another out of holes, but in pitched fields determined their doubts. Fairfax replied by expressing his readiness to fight but refusing to follow the rules of Amadis de Gaul, or the Knight of the Sun, which the language of the Declaration seems to affect in appointing pitched battles. Rushworth, Historical Collections, 3rd Part, Volume 2, 1692, pages 138, 141. Warwick's short character of Newcastle resembles Clarendon's. He was a gentleman of grandeur, generosity, loyalty, and steady and forward courage, but his edge had too much of the razor in it, for he had a tincture of a romantic spirit, and had the misfortune to have somewhat of the poet in him, so as he chose Sir William Davenant, an eminent good poet and loyal gentleman, to be Lieutenant General of his ordnance. This inclination of his own and such kind of witty society, to be modest in the expressions of it, diverted many counsels, and lost many opportunities, which the nature of that affair, this great man had now entreed into, required. Memoirs, pages 235-6. His Life by the Duchess of Newcastle, the somewhat fantastical, and original-brained, generous Margaret Newcastle, as Charles Lamb calls her, was published in 1667. The edition by C.H. Firth, 1886, contains copious historical notes, and an introduction which points out Newcastle's place as a patron and author. Page 116, LL 15-22. Newcastle had been besieged at York. He was relieved by Prince Rupert, who, against Newcastle's advice, forced on the disastrous Battle of Marston Moor, July 2, 1644, without waiting for reinforcements. In this battle Newcastle was not in command but fought at the head of a company of volunteers. The next day he embarked at Scarborough for the Continent, where he remained till the Restoration. L. 24. He published 2 books on horsemanship, La Méthode et Invention Nouvelle de Dresser les Chevaux, written originally in English, but printed in French at Antwerp in 1658, and A New Method and Extraordinary Invention to Dress Horses, 1667. The former was dedicated to Prince Charles, whom, as governor, he had taught to ride. On his reputation as a horseman, see C.H. Firth, Op. Cit., pages XX22. Page 117, L. 20. He was governor of the prince from 1638 to 1641, cf. note on page 115, L. 5. L. 29. Newcastle upon Tyne, from which he took his title, was speedily and dexterously secured for the king at the end of June 1642 by his lordship's great interest in those parts, the ready compliance of the best of the gentry, and the general good inclinations of the place. Clarendon, Volume 2, page 227. Page 118, L. 17. Henry Clifford, 1591-1643, 5th Earl of Cumberland. He had commanded the Royalist forces in Yorkshire, but was in his nature inactive, and utterly inexperienced. He willingly gave up the command. Clarendon, Volume 2, pages 282, 464-5. He died shortly afterwards. L. 28. This last, Marston Moor? Page 119, L. 8. Unacquainted with war. Clarendon expressed himself privately on this point much more emphatically than the nature of his history would allow. You will find the Marquis of Newcastle a very lamentable man, and as fit to be a general as a bishop. Letter to Sir Edward Nicholas, dated Madrid, June 4, 1650, State Papers, 1786, Volume 3, page 20. L. 10. James King, 1589-1652, created Baron Eithon and Carey in the Scottish peerage in 1643. He had been a general in the army of the King of Sweden, and returned to this country in 1640. He left it with Newcastle after Marston Moor. He entirely disapproved of Rupert's plans for the battle. His comment, as reported by Clarendon, was, "By God, sir, it is very fine in the paper, but there is no such thing in the fields." Volume 3, page 376. 30. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 136. History, Book 4, edition 1702, Volume 1, pages 270-1. Edition Macrae, Volume 1, pages 461-3. The references to Digby in various parts of the history show the interest, sometimes an amused interest, that Clarendon took in his strange and erratic character. The temper and composition of his mind was so admirable that he was always more pleased and delighted that he had advanced so far, which he imputed to his virtue and conduct, than broken or dejected that his success was not answerable, which he still charged upon second causes, for which he could not be accountable. Volume 4, page 122. He was a person of so rare a composition by nature and by art, for nature alone could never have reached to it, that he was so far from being ever dismayed by any misfortune, and greater variety of misfortunes never befell any man, that he quickly recollected himself so vigorously, that he did really believe his condition to be improved by that ill accident, id. page 175. But the interest is shown above all by the long study of Digby that he wrote at Montpellier in 1669. It was first printed in his State Papers, 1786, Volume 3, Supplement, pages 74. The manuscript, a transcript revised by Clarendon, is in the Bodleian Library, Clarendon MS, 122, pages 1-48. Page 120 L. 8. The other three, Sir John Culpeper, or Culpeper, Lord Falkland, and Clarendon. Page 121 L. 2. Sharp reprehension. He was committed to the Fleet in June 1634, but released in July, for striking Mr. Crofts in Spring Garden, within the precincts of the court. Caldeoim State. Papers, 1634-5, 1864, pages 81, 129 foot, Macrae, Volume 1, page 461. Shaftesbury gives a brief sketch of him at this time in his fragmentary autobiography. The Earl of Bristol was retired from all business and lived privately to himself, but his son the Lord Digby, a very handsome young man of great courage and learning and of a quick wit, began to show himself to the world and gave great expectations of himself, he being justly admired by all, and only gave himself disadvantage with a pedantic stiffness and affectation he had contracted. L. 19. As Baron Digby, during the lifetime of his father, June 9, 1641. Page 123 L. 5. A very unhappy council, the impeachment and attempted arrest of the 5 members, January 3 and 4, 1642. Compare Clarendon, Volume 1, page 485, and all this was done without the least communication with anybody but the Lord Digby, who advised it. 31. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 389, and M.S. History, page 25, or 597, History, Book 11, edition 1704, Volume 3, pages 210-11, edition Macrae, Volume 4, pages 510-11. This admirable character was not all written at the same time. The first sentence is from Clarendon's life, and the remainder from the history, where the date, 21 Nov. 1671 foot, is appended. 123 L. 15. Cromwell's own character, in the debate in Parliament on carrying out the sentence of death, March 8, 1649. Clarendon had briefly described Cromwell's speech. Cromwell, who had known him very well, spake so much good of him, and professed to have so much kindness and respect for him, that all men thought he was now safe, when he concluded that his affection to the public so much weighed down his private friendship, that he could not but tell them that the question was now whether they would preserve the most bitter and the most implacable enemy they had. Volume 4, page 506. L. 22. He married in November 1626, Elizabeth, daughter of Sir Charles Morrison, of Cashbury, Hertfordshire, and granddaughter of the first Viscount Campden. Their daughter Theodosia was the wife of the second Earl of Clarendon. Page 124, L. 13. An indignity, probably a reference to Lord Hopton's command of the army in the West. See Volume 4, page 131. 32. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 273. History, Book 8, edition 1703, Volume 2, pages 427-8. Edition Macrae, Volume 3, pages 443-5. The four generals in this group are described on various occasions in the history. In this passage Clarendon sums up shortly what he says elsewhere, and presents a parallel somewhat in the manner of Plutarch. Page 125, L. 23. Clarendon has a great passage in Book 7, Volume 3, pages 224-6, on the value of counsels, even when the experience and wisdom of the counselors individually may not promise the right decisions. The passage is suggested by, and immediately follows, a short character of Prince Rupert. Page 126, LL 15, 16. Clarendon refers to the retreat of the parliamentary army at Lostwithiel, on August 31, 1644, when Essex embarked the foot at Fowey and escaped by sea, and Sir William Balfour broke away with the horse. In describing it, Clarendon says that the notice and orders came to Goring when he was in one of his jovial exercises, which he received with mirth, and citing those who sent them, as men who took alarms too warmly, and he continued his delights till all the enemy's horse were passed through his quarters, nor did then pursue them in any time. Volume 3, page 403, cf. page 391. But Goring's horse was not so posted as to be able to check Balfour's. See the article on Goring by C. H. Firth in the Dictionary of National Biography and S. R. Gardiner's Civil War, 1893, Volume 2, pages 13-17. Clarendon was misinformed, yet this error in detail does not impair the truth of the portrait. 33. Clarendon, M.S. History, pages 447-8. History, Book 7, edition 1704, Volume 2, pages 204-6. Edition Macrae, Volume 3, pages 61-4. The studied detachment that Clarendon tried to cultivate when writing about his political enemies is nowhere shown better than in the character of Hampden. I am careful to do justice, he claimed, to every man who hath fallen in the quarrel, on which side soever, as you will find by what I have said of Mr. Hampden himself, see number 21, note. The absence of all enthusiasm makes the description of Hampden's merits the more telling. But there is a tale with a sting in it. The last sentence, it must be admitted, is not of a piece with the rest of the character. There was some excuse for doubting its authenticity. But doubts gave place to definite statements that it had been interpolated by the Oxford editors when seeing the history through the press. Edmund Smith, the author of Phaedra and Hippolytus, started the story that while he was resident in Christ Church he was employed to interpolate and alter the original, and specially mentioned this sentence as having been foisted in, and the story was given a prominent place by Old Mixon in his History of England, during the reigns of the Royal House of Stuart. See Letters of Thomas Burnet to George Ducat, edition Nichol Smith. 1914, p. XX. A controversy ensued, the final contribution to which is John Burton's genuineness of L. D. Clarendon's History vindicated, 1744. Once the original manuscript was accessible, all doubt was removed. Every word of the sentence is there to be found in Clarendon's hand. But it is written along the margin, to take the place of a deleted sentence, and is evidently later than the rest of the character. This accounts for the difference in tone. Page 129, LL22FF. Compare Warwick, Memoirs, page 240. He was of a concise and significant language, and the mildest, yet subtlest, speaker of any man in the house, and had a dexterity, when a question was going to be put, which agreed not with his sense, to draw it over to it, by adding some equivocal or sly word, which would enervate the meaning of it, as first put. At the beginning of this short character of Hampden, Warwick says that his blood in its temper was acrimonious, as the scurf commonly on his face shewed. Page 131 L. 4. This that was at Oxford, i.e. the Overture, February and March 1643, Clarendon, Volume 2, pages 497 ff. LL 24-6. Erat ille and c. Cicero orat. In Catilinum 3. 7. Cinna should be Catalan. 34. Clarendon, M.S. History, pages 525-7. History, Book 7, edition 1703, Volume 2, pages 353-5. Edition McRae, Volume 3, pages 321-4. The character of Pym does not show the same detachment as the character of Hampden. Clarendon has not rejected unauthenticated royalist rumor. Page 132, LL 7-9. This rumor occasioned the publication of an official narrative of his disease and death, attested under the hands of his physicians, chirurgeons, and apothecary, from which it appears that he died of an intestinal abscess. See John Forster's John Pym, Lives of Eminent British Statesmen, Volume 3, pages 409-11. L. 19. He was member for Tavistock from 1624. Page 133, L. 26. Oliver St. John, 1603-42, Solicitor General, mortally wounded at Edgehill. LL 29-30. Cf. page 129, LL 15-18. Page 134, L. 3. Francis Russell, 1593-1641, 4th Earl of Bedford. This lord was the greatest person of interest in all the popular party, being of the best estate and best understanding of the whole pack, and therefore most like to govern the rest. He was besides of great civility, and of much more good nature than any of the others. And therefore the king, resolving to do his business with that party by him, resolved to make him Lord High Treasurer of England, in the place of the Bishop of London, who was as willing to lay down the office as anybody was to take it up, and to gratify him the more, at his desire intended to make Mr. Pym Chancellor of the Exchequer, as he had done Mr. St. John his Solicitor General, Clarendon. Volume 1, page 333. The plan was frustrated by Bedford's death in 1641. The Chancellorship of the Exchequer was bestowed on Culpeper, ID, page 457. LL 27FF. The authority for this story is the Mercurius Academicus for February 3, 1645-6, pages 74-5, a journal of the court party published at Oxford, hence the title, and the successor of the Mercurius Aulicus. The Irishman is there reported to have made this confession on the scaffold. Page 135, LL 25-8. The last summer, i.e. before Pym's death, 1643. See Clarendon, Volume 3, pages 116, 135, 141. Page 136, LL 7-10. He died on December 8, 1643, and was buried on December 13 in Westminster Abbey, whence his body was ejected at the Restoration. 35. Clarendon, M.S. History BKX, page 24, or 570. History, edition 1704, volume 3, pages 84-5. Edition McRae, volume 4, pages 305-7. The two characters of Cromwell by Clarendon were written about the same time. Though the first is from the manuscript of the history, it belongs to a section that was added in 1671, when the matter in the original history was combined with the matter in the life. It describes Cromwell as Clarendon remembered him before he had risen to his full power. He was then in Clarendon's eyes preeminently a dissembler, the greatest dissembler living. The other character views him in the light of his complete achievement. It represents him, with all his wickedness, as a man of great parts of courage and industry and judgment. He is a bad man, but a brave, bad man, to whose success, remarkable talents, and even some virtues, must have contributed. The recognition of his greatness was unwilling. It was all the more sincere. Cromwell is Clarendon's regular spelling. Page 136, L. 22. Hampden's mother, Elizabeth Cromwell, was the sister of Cromwell's father. Page 138, L. 18. The Model, i.e. the New Model Army, raised in the spring of 1645. CCH First Cromwell's Army, 1902, ch. 3. L. 21. Chong de General, the Earl of Essex. See number 40. 36. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 549-50. History, Book 15, edition 1704, Volume 3, pages 505-6, 509. Edition McRae, Volume 6, pages 91-2, 97. Page 139, LL3-4. Quos Vituperare Cicero, Pro Fontio, 17. 39 Isidor Vir, quem any inimicus cadem satis and appellando significar poterat, nisi anti laudasset. LL 19, 20. Awesome Vilius Paterculus 2. 24. Page 140, LL 9-12. Machiavelli, the Prince, ch. 7. LL 17-22. Editorial taste in 1704 transformed this sentence thus: in a word, as he was guilty of many crimes against which damnation is denounced, and for which hellfire is prepared, so he had some good qualities which have caused the memory of some men in all ages to be celebrated, and he will be looked upon by posterity as a brave wicked man. 37. Memoirs of the Reign of King Charles I, 1701, pages 247-8. Page 141, L. 17. A servant of Mr. Pryn's, John Lilburn, 1614-57. But it is doubtful if he was Prynne's servant. See the article in the Dictionary of National Biography. Lilburn's petition was presented by Cromwell on November 9, 1640, and referred to a committee, and on May 4, 1641, the House resolved that the sentence of the Star Chamber, given against John Lilburn, is illegal, and against the liberty of the subject, and also bloody, wicked, cruel, barbarous, and tyrannical. Journals of the House of Commons, Volume 2, pages 24. 134. LL 29-30. Warwick was imprisoned on suspicion of plotting against the Protector's government in 1655. 38. A collection of the State Papers of John Thurlow, Esq., edited by Thomas Birch, 1742, Volume 1, page 766. This passage is from a letter written to John Winthrop, Esq., Governor of the Colony of Connecticut in New England, and dated Westminster, March 24, 1659. Maidson was Cromwell's servant. 39. Reliqui Baxteriani, or Mr. Richard Baxter's narrative of the most memorable passages of his life and times. Faithfully published from his own original manuscript, by Matthew Sylvester. London, Mskvi. Libai, Part 1, pages 98-100. The interest of this character lies largely in its Presbyterian point of view. It is a carefully balanced estimate by one who had been a chaplain in the parliamentary army, but opposed Cromwell when, after the fall of Presbyterianism, he assumed the supreme power. Page 144, LL 19-24. See the article by C. H. Firth on the raising of the Ironsides in the Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, 1899, Volume 13. And its sequel, The Later History of the Ironsides, 1901, Volume 15, and the articles on John Desborough, who married Cromwell's sister, and James Barry in the Dictionary of National Biography. Who Captain Ayres was it is difficult to say. He left the regiment about June 1644, and his troop was given to James Barry, the captain-lieutenant of Cromwell's own troop. R. Trans, Volume 13, pages 29-30. Barry subsequently became one of Cromwell's major generals. His character is briefly sketched by Baxter, who calls him my old bosom friend, Reliquy, 1696, page 57. For Captain William Evanson, CRHS Trans, Volume 15, pages 22-3. Page 146, L. 12. A passage from Bacon's Essay of Faction, number 51, is quoted in the margin in the edition of 1696. Fraction in L. 12 is probably a misprint for faction. Page 148, LL 7-10. The concluding sentence of the Essay of Simulation and Dissimulation. Brackets were often used at this time to mark a quotation. 40. Reliquy Baxteriani, 1696, Lib I Part 1, page 48. Much the same opinion of Fairfax was held by Sir Philip Warwick and Clarendon. Warwick says he was a man of a military genius, undaunted courage and presence of mind in the field both in action and danger, but of a very common understanding in all other affairs, and of a worse elocution, and so a most fit tool for Mr. Cromwell to work with. Memoirs, page 246. Clarendon alludes to him as one who had no eyes, and so would be willing to be led, page 138, L. 24. But Milton saw him in a different light when he addressed to him the sonnet on his capture of Colchester in August 1648. Fairfax, whose name in arms through Europe rings, filling each mouth with envy, or with praise, thy firm unshaken virtue ever brings victory home. O yet a nobler task awaits thy hand, for what can war, but endless war still breed, till truth and right from violence be freed, and public faith cleared from the shameful brand of public fraud. In vain doth valor bleed while avarice and rapine share the land. Fairfax's military capacity is certain, and his private virtues are unquestioned. Writing in 1648, Milton credited him with the power to settle the affairs of the nation. But Fairfax was not a politician. He broke with Cromwell over the execution of the king, and in July 1650 retired into private life. Baxter, Warwick, and Clarendon all wrote of him at a distance of time that showed his merits and limitations in truer perspective. Milton addressed him again when singing the praises of Bradshaw and Cromwell and other parliamentary leaders in his Pro Populo Anglicano Defensio Secunda, 1654. As a specimen of a contemporary Latin character, and a character by Milton, the passage is now quoted in full. Sed nec te fas est praeterior, Fairfaxi, in quo cum summa fortitudine summum modestiam, summum vitae sanctitatem, and natura and divinus favor conjunxit, tu harum in partem laudum evocandis tuargere ac merito es, quamquam in illo nunc tua successu, quantus olim literni africanus al Scipio, abis te quod potes, nec hostem solum, sed ambitionem, and quae prestantissimum quemque mortalium vincit, gloriam quoque vicisti, tuisque virtutibus and preclare factus, jucundissimum and gloriosissimum per odium. Frueris, quod est laborum omnium and humanarum actionum vel maximarum finis, quilique otio cum antica heroes, post bella and decora tues haud majora, fruerenter, caeos laudar conati sunt poeti, disparabant esse passi alia ration id quali esset digni describer, nisi eos fabularenter, scylla receptos, deorum epula succumbera. Verum te civ valitudo, quod maxime creditorum, civ quid aliud retraxit, persuasissimum hoc habeo, nihil te a rationibus republici divalera patuis, nisi viduses quantum libertatis conservatorum, quam firmum at fidem Anglicani reculium ac munimentum in successor tuo relincers. Edition 1654, pages 147-8. Page 149 L. 9. The self-denying ordinance, discharging members of Parliament from all offices, civil and military, passed both houses on April 3, 1645. L. 18. He succeeded his father as Third Lord Fairfax in 1648. L. 21. See page 118, LL8FF. 41. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 103, History, Book 3, edition 1702, Volume 1, pages 148-9, edition Macrae, Volume 1, pages 247-9. Baxter has an account of Vane in his autobiography. He was the principal man that drove on the Parliament to go too high, and act too vehemently against the king, being of very ready parts, and very great subtlety, and unwearied industry, he laboured, and not without success, to win others in Parliament, city and country to his way. When the Earl of Strafford was accused, he got a paper out of his father's cabinet, who was Secretary of State, which was the chief means of his condemnation. To most of our changes he was that within the house, which Cromwell was without. His great zeal to drive all into war, and to the highest, and to cherish the sectaries, and especially in the army, made him above all men to be valued by that party, when Cromwell had served himself by him as his surest friend, as long as he could, and gone as far with him as their way lay together, Vane being for a fanatic democracy, and Cromwell for monarchy. At last there was no remedy but they must part. And when Cromwell cast out the rump, as disdainfully as men do excrements, he called Vane a juggler, Reliqui Baxteriani, Lib I Part 1, page 75. This account occurs in Baxter's description of the sectaries who were named after him Vanists. Clarendon and Baxter both lay stress on the element of the fanatic in Vane's nature, and in a later section of the history Clarendon speaks of it emphatically. Vane being a man not to be described by any character of religion, in which he had swallowed some of the fancies and extravagances of every sect or faction, and was become, which cannot be expressed by any other language than was peculiar to that time, a man above ordinances, unlimited and unrestrained by any rules or bounds prescribed to other men, by reason of his perfection. He was a perfect enthusiast, and without doubt did believe himself inspired. Volume 6, page 148. Milton's sonnet, to Vane young in years, but in sage counsel old, gives no suggestion of the fanatic. Besides to know both spiritual power and civil, what each means, what severs each, thou hast learnt, which few have done. The bounds of either sword to thee we owe. Therefore on thy firme hand religion leans in peace, and reckoneth thee her eldest son. There was much in Vane's views about church and state with which Milton sympathized, and the sonnet was written in 1652, before Cromwell broke with Vane. See also Pepys's diary, June 14, 1662, and Burnet's History of His Own Time, edition Osmond Airy, Volume 1, pages 284-6. Page 150, LL 13-14. Magdalen College, a mistake for Magdalen Hall, of which Vane was a gentleman commoner, but he did not matriculate. Seawood's Athenae Oxonienses, edition Bliss, Volume 3, Kernel 578. L. 17. He returned to England in 1632. He had been in the train of the English ambassador at Vienna. LL 25 FF. He transported himself into New England in 1635. He was chosen governor of Massachusetts in March 1636 and held the post for 1 year, being defeated at the next election. He retransported himself into England in August 1637. Page 151, LL 27-9. In New Hampshire and at Rhode Island. The grant by the Earl of Warwick as the governor of the King's plantations in America of a charter for Providence, N.C., Rhode Island, is dated March 14, 1643/4, Calendar of Colonial State Papers, 1574-1660, page 325. The Code of Laws adopted there in 1647 declares, "Sith our charter gives us power to govern ourselves, the form of government established in Providence plantations is democratical." Collections of the Massachusetts Hist. SOC, 2nd Series, Volume 7, page 79. Note by McRae. Page 152, LL 2-3. He married Frances, daughter of Sir Christopher Wray, of Ashby, Lincolnshire. LL 5-6. He was made Joint Treasurer of the Navy in January 1639, and was dismissed in December 1641. LL 10 FF. Strafford was created Baron of Raby in 1640. At the conclusion of Book 6, Clarendon says that the elder Vane's malice to the Earl of Strafford, who had unwisely provoked him, wantonly and out of contempt, transported him to all imaginable thoughts of revenge. Cf. page 63 L. 25. 42. Clarendon, M.S. History, page 486, first paragraph, and Life, page 249, second paragraph. History, Book 7, edition 1703, volume 2, page 292. Edition Macrae, volume 3, pages 216 to 17. Clarendon added the first paragraph in the margin of the manuscript of his earlier work when he dovetailed the two works to form the history in its final form. Page 152, L. 27. This covenant, the Solemn League and Covenant, which passed both houses on September 18, 1643, the Battle of Newbury being in that time likewise over, which cleared and removed more doubts than the Assembly had done, it stuck very few hours with both houses. But being at once judged convenient and lawful, the Lords and Commons and their assembly of divines met together at the church, with great solemnity, to take it. On the 25th day of September, Clarendon, Volume 3, page 205. 43. Memoirs of the Life of Colonel Hutchinson, Governor of Nottingham Castle and Town, written by his widow Lucy, daughter of Sir Alan Apsley, Lieutenant of the Tower, and now first published from the original manuscript by the Rev. Julius Hutchinson, London, 1806. Pages 4 to 6. The original manuscript has disappeared, and the edition of 1806 is the only authoritative text. It has been many times reprinted. It was edited with introduction, notes, and appendices by C. H. Firth in 1885, new edition, 1906. The memoirs as a whole are the best picture we possess of a Puritan soldier and household of the 17th century. They were written by his widow as a consolation to herself and for the instruction of her children. To such of you as have not seen him to remember his person, she leaves, by way of introduction, his description. It is this passage which is here reprinted. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 212 to 15. History, Book 6, edition 1703, volume 2, pages 158 to 62. Edition Macrae, volume 2, pages 541 to 8. These 5 characters of parliamentary peers follow one another at the conclusion of Clarendon's 6th book, and are part of his view of those persons who were of the King's Council, and had deserted his service, and stayed in the Parliament to support the rebellion. A short passage on the Earl of Holland, between the characters of Warwick and Manchester, is omitted. Taken as a group, they are yet another proof of Clarendon's skill in portraiture. Each character is clearly distinguished. Page 159, LL 7 to 10. His grandfather was William Cecil, 1520–98, Lord Burleigh, the great minister of Elizabeth. His father was Robert Cecil, 1563–1612, created Earl of Salisbury, 1605, Secretary of State at the accession of James. Page 160, L. 9. He was member for King's Lynn in 1649, and Hertfordshire in 1654 and 1656. LL 13–16. Hic egregies, and c. Seneca, de beneficiis for cap. 30. Page 161, LL 3–19. Clarendon's view that Warwick was a jovial hypocrite is scarcely borne out by other contemporary evidence. The jollity and good humor which he mentions are indeed confirmed. He was one of the most best-natured and cheerfulest persons I have in my time met with, writes his pious daughter-in-law, Autobiography of Lady Warwick, edition Croker, page 27. Edmund Calamy, however, in his sermon at Warwick's funeral, enlarges on his zeal for religion, and Warwick's public conduct during all the later part of his career is perfectly consistent with Calamy's account of his private life, a pattern for all, especially for noble persons, and c. 1658, 410, pages 34–9. C. H. Firth, in the Dictionary of National Biography. L. 13. Rendezvous, or vows, or vows, or vows, is a normal spelling of rendezvous in the 17th century. The words had been introduced into English by the reign of Elizabeth. LL 20–2. The proceedings are described at some length by Clarendon, Volume 2, pages 19–22, 216–23. Warwick was appointed admiral by the Parliament on July 1, 1642. L. 23. The expulsion of the Long Parliament on April 20, 1653. A thorough examination of all the authorities for the story of the expulsion will be found in 2 articles by C. H. Firth in History, October 1917 and January 1918. LL 24-5. Robert Rich, his grandson, married Frances, Cromwell's youngest daughter, in November 1657, but died in the following February, aged 23. See Thillow's State Papers, Volume 6, page 573. Page 162, L. 11. In Spain, on the occasion of the proposed Spanish match. LL 22-3. He resigned his generalship on April 2, 1645, the day before the self-denying ordinance was passed. LL 24FF. His first wife was Buckingham's cousin, their mothers being sisters. He married his second wife in 1626, before Buckingham's death. He was 5 times married. Page 163, L. 11. His father, Henry Montague, 1563-1642, created Baron Montague of Kimbolton and Viscount Mandeville, 1620, and Earl of Manchester, 1628. By the favour of Buckingham he had been made Lord Treasurer in 1620, but within a year was deprived of the office and reduced to the empty title of President of the Council. See The Character, on the Whole Favourable, by Clarendon, Volume 1, pages 67-9. L. 12. Manchester and Warwick are described by Clarendon as the 2 pillars of the Presbyterian party, Volume 4, page 245. Page 164, L. 16. He was accused with the 5 members of the House of Commons, January 3, 1642. Cf. page 123, L. 5. L. 26. Elsewhere Clarendon says that Manchester was known to have all the prejudice imaginable against Cromwell, Volume 4, page 245. He lived in retirement during the Commonwealth, but returned to public life at the Restoration, when he was made Lord Chamberlain. This character may be compared with Clarendon's other character of Manchester, Volume 1, pages 242-3, and with the character in Warwick's Memoirs, pages 246-7. Burnet, speaking of him in his later years, describes him as a man of a soft and obliging temper, of no great depth, but universally beloved, being both a virtuous and a generous man. Page 165, LL 6-9. See Clarendon, Volume 1, page 259. L. 2. That Unhappy Kingdom. This was written in France. LL 20-5. Anthony Alwood did not share Clarendon's skepticism about Say's descent, though he shared his dislike of Say himself. See Athene Oxonienses, Edition Bliss, Volume in, Kernel 546. Page 166, LL 25 FFC Clarendon, Edition McRae, Volume 1, pages 333-5. Cf. Note page 134 L. 3. After the king's execution he took little part in public affairs, but at the Restoration he managed to be made a Privy Councillor and Lord Privy Seal. Clarendon has another and shorter character of Say, which supplements the character here given, and deals mainly with his ecclesiastical politics, Volume 1, page 241. He was thought to be the only member of the Independent Party in the House of Peers, Volume 3, page 507. Arthur Wilson gives short characters of Essex, Warwick, and Say. Say and Seal was a seriously subtle piece, and always averse to the court ways, something out of pertinaciousness, his temper and constitution balancing him altogether on that side, which was contrary to the wind, so that he seldom tacked about or went upright, though he kept his course steady in his own way a long time, yet it appeared afterwards, when the harshness of the humour was a little allayed by the sweet refreshments of court favours, that those stern comportments supposed natural, might be mitigated, and that indomitable spirits by gentle usage may be tamed and brought to obedience. Reign of King James I, page 162. 49. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 48-9, Life, edition 1759, page 16. This and the 4 following characters of men of learning and letters are taken from the early section of the life where Clarendon proudly records his friendships and conversation with the most excellent men in their several kinds that lived in that age, by whose learning and information and instruction he formed his studies, and mended his understanding, and by whose gentleness and sweetness of behavior, and justice, and virtue, and example he formed his manners. The characters of Johnson, Falkland, and Godolphin, which belong to the same section, have already been given. Page 167, L. 27. His conversation, fortunately represented for us in his table talk, a collection of the excellent things that usually fell from him, made by his amanuensis Richard Millward, and published in 1689. Page 168, L. 3. M.R. Hyde, i.e. Clarendon himself. L. 5. Seldence, a phonetic spelling, showing Clarendon's haste in composition. L.10. Selden was member for Oxford during the Long Parliament. LL 15, 16. Compare Clarendon's History, Volume 2, page 114. He had for many years enjoyed his ease, which he loved, was rich, and would not have made a journey to York, or have lain out of his own bed, for any preferment, which he had never affected. Compare also Aubrey's Brief Lives, edition A. Clark, Volume 2, page 224. He was wont to say, "I'll keep myself warm and moist as long as I live, for I shall be cold and dry when I am dead." 50. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 57. Life, edition 1759, pages 26 to 7. Isaac Walton included a short character of Earl in his Life of Hooker, published in the year of Earl's death. Dr. Earl, now Lord Bishop of Salisbury, of whom I may justly say, and let it not offend him, because it is such a trifle as ought not to be concealed from posterity, or those that now live, and yet know him not, that since Mr. Hooker died, none have lived whom God hath blessed with more innocent wisdom, more sanctified learning, or a more pious, peaceable, primitive temper, so that this excellent person seems to be only like himself, and our venerable Richard Hooker. See also Athenae Oxonienses, edition Bliss, volume 3, COLS 716-9. Page 168, L. 25. Earl of Pembroke, the 4th Earl, Lord Chamberlain 1626-1641, see page 4, L. 30, note. Page 169, L. 3. Proctor, in 1631. The very witty and sharp discourses are his Microcosmography, first published anonymously in 1628. L. 23. Compare page 72, LL 29 FF, and page 90, LL 21 FF. L. 28. He was made chaplain and tutor to Prince Charles in 1641. His lodging in the court as chaplain to the Lord Chamberlain had made him known to the King. 51. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 57-8. Life, edition 1759, pages 27-8. The ever-memorable Mr. John Hales, of Eton College, as he is called on the title page of his Golden Remains, published in 1659, second impression, 1673, is probably best known now by his remark that there was no subject of which any poet ever writ, but he would produce it much better treated of in Shakespeare. This remark was first given in print in Dryden's Essay of Dramatic Poesy, 1668, and was repeated in varying forms in Nahum Tate's Dedication to the Loyal General, 1680, Charles Gildon's Reflections on Mr. Rymer's Short View of Tragedy, 1694, and Nicholas Rowe's Account of the Life of Shakespeare, 1709. But it had apparently been made somewhere between 1633 and 1637 in the company of Lord Falkland. It is the one gem that survives of this retired student's very open and pleasant conversation. Clarendon's portrait explains the honor and affection in which the ever-memorable but now little-known scholar was held by all his friends. The best companion to it is the Life by Wood, Athenae Oxonienses, edition Bliss, volume 4, COLS 409-15. See also John Pearson's preface to Golden Remains. Page 170. LL 10 FF Hales was elected Fellow of Merton College in 1605, and Regius Professor of Greek in 1615. His 32 letters to Sir Dudley Carleton, cf. page 58, l. 20, reporting the proceedings of the Synod of Dort, run from November 24, 1618, to February 7, 1619, and are included in his Golden Remains. On his return to England in 1619 he withdrew to his fellowship at Eton. Sir Henry Saville's monumental edition of the Greek text of St. Chrysostom, in 8 large folio volumes, was published at Eton, 1610-12. Saville was an imperious scholar, but when Clarendon says that Hales had borne all the labor of this great edition, he can only mean that Hales had given his assistance at all stages of its production. In Broderick's Memorials of Merton College, page 70, it is stated that Hales was voted an allowance for the help he had given. Saville was appointed Warden of Merton in 1585 and Provost of Eton in 1596, and continued to hold both posts at the same time till his death in 1622. Page 171, ll. 8-12. Compare the verse epistle in Suckling's Fragmenta Aurea, which was manifestly addressed to Hales, though his name is not given, edition 1648, pages 34-5. Whether these lines do find you out, putting or clearing of a doubt, know 'tis decreed you straight bestride the college steed, and come to town. 'Tis fit you show yourself abroad, that men may know, what eerie some learned men have guessed, that oracles are not yet seized, news in one day as much W have here as serves all Windsor for a year. In Suckling's Sessions of the Poets, Hales set by himself most gravely did smile. LL 14ff compare the story told by Wood, when he was bursar of his call, and had received bad money, he would lay it aside, and put good of his own in the room of it to pay to others. Insomuch that sometimes he has thrown into the river 20 and 30 _L_ at a time. All which he hath stood to the loss of himself, rather than others of the society should be undamaged. L. 19. Reduced to penury by the civil wars, Hales was forced to sell the best part of his most admirable library, which cost him 2500 _L_ to Cornelius B. of London, bookseller, for 700 _L_ only. But Wood also says that he might be styled a walking library. Another account of his penury and the sale of his library is found in John Walker's Sufferings of the Clergy, 1714, Part 2, page 94. L. 24. Side I stood by the side of, equaled, rivaled. Page 173, LL 1ff. His tract concerning schism and schismatics was published in 1642, and was frequently reissued. It was written apparently about 1636, and certainly before 1639. He was installed as Canon of Windsor on June 27, 1639. 52. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 58-9. Life, edition 1759, pages 28-30. Clarendon clearly enjoyed writing this character of Chillingworth. The shrewd observation is tempered by subdued humor. Looking back on his friendship at a distance of 20 years, he felt an amused pleasure in the disputatiousness which could be irritating, the intellectual vanity, the irresolution that came from too great subtlety. Chillingworth was always his own convert. His only unhappiness proceeded from his sleeping too little and thinking too much. But Clarendon knew the solid merits of the religion of Protestants, History, Volume 1, page 95, and he felt bitterly the cruel circumstances of his death. Page 174, LL 17-19. Compare the character of Godolphin, page 96, LL 1ff. Page 176, L. 14. The Adversary, Edward Knott, 1582-1656, Jesuit controversialist. L. 29. Lugar, John Lugar, 1602-1665. See Wood's Athenae Oxonienses, edition Bliss, volume 3, COLS 696-7. Page 177, L. 24. This engine is described in the narrative of the Siege of Gloucester in Rushworth's Historical Collections, edition 1692, Part 3, Volume 2, page 290. The King's forces, by the directions of Dr. Chillingworth, had provided certain engines, after the manner of the Roman Testudines Complutius, wherewith they intended to assault the city between the south and west gates, they ran upon cartwheels, with a blind of planks musket-proof, and holes for 4 musketeers to play out of, placed upon the axletree to defend the musketeers and those that thrust it forwards, and carrying a bridge before it. The wheels were to fall into the ditch, and the end of the bridge to rest upon the town's breastworks, so making several complete bridges to enter the city. To prevent which, the besieged intended to have made another ditch out of their works, so that the wheels falling therein, the bridge would have fallen too short of their breastworks into their wet moat, and so frustrated that design. LL 26 FF Hopton took Arundel Castle on December 9, 1643, and was forced to surrender on January 6. Clarendon, Volume 3, pages 330-5. Aubrey says that Chillingworth died of the morbus castrensis after the taking of Arundel Castle by the Parliament, wherein he was very much blamed by the king's soldiers for his advice in military affairs there, and they cursed that little priest and imputed the loss of the castle to his advice. Brief Lives, Edition A, Clark, Volume 1, page 172. The chief actor in the final persecution was Francis Chanel, 1608-65, afterwards intruded president of St. John's College and professor of divinity in the University of Oxford. See his Chillingworthy Novissima. Or The Sickness, Heresy, Death, and Burial of William Chillingworth, in his own phrase, Clerk of Oxford, and in the conceit of his fellow soldiers, the Queen's Arch-Engineer, and Grand Intelligencer, 1644. 53. Clarendon, M.S. Life, page 55, Life, edition 1759, pages 24, 25. Weakness of character disguised by ready wit, pleasant discourse, and charm of manner is Clarendon's judgment on Waller. They had been friends in their early days when Waller was little more than an opulent poet who could make a good speech in Parliament, but his behavior on the discovery of Waller's plot, the purpose of which was to hold the city for the king, his inefficiency in any action but what was directed to his own safety and advancement, and his subsequent relations with Cromwell, definitely estranged them. To Clarendon, Waller is the time-server whose pleasing arts are transparent. His company was acceptable, where his spirit was odious. The censure was the more severe because of the part which Waller had just played at Clarendon's fall. The portrait may be overdrawn, but there is ample evidence from other sources to confirm its essential truth. Burnet says that Waller was the delight of the house, and even at 80 he said the liveliest things of any among them. He was only concerned to say that which should make him be applauded. But he never laid the business of the house to heart, being a vain and empty, though a witty, man. History of his own time, edition 1724, volume 1, page 388. He is described by Aubrey, Brief Lives, edition A, Clark, volume 2, pages 276-7. Clarendon's character was included by Johnson in his Life of Waller, with a few comments. Page 179 L. 1. A very rich wife, and only daughter of John Banks, mercer, married 1631, died 1634. The fortune which Waller inherited from his father, which must have been largely increased during his long minority, has been variously estimated at from £2,000 to £3,500 a year, adding to this the amount which he received with Miss Banks, said to have been about £8,000, and allowing for the difference in the value of the money, it appears probable that, with the exception of Rogers, the history of English literature can show no richer poet. Poems of Waller, edition Thorne Drury, volume 1, p. XX. L. 4. Amar Crofts, William Crofts, 1611-77, created Baron Crofts of Saxham in 1658 at Brussels. He was captain of Queen Henrietta Maria's Guards. L. 6. Dr. Marley. See page 92 L. 21, note. LL 10-14. Waller's poems were first published in 1645, when Waller was abroad. But they had been known in manuscript. They appear to have first come to the notice of Clarendon when Waller was introduced to the brilliant society of which Falkland was the center if the introduction took place, as is probable, about 1635. This is the explanation of Clarendon's near 30 years of age. But some of his poems must have been written much earlier. What is presumably his earliest piece, on the escape of Prince Charles from shipwreck at Santander on his return from Spain in 1623, was probably written shortly after the event it describes, though like other of his early pieces it shows, as Johnson pointed out, traces of revision. L. 21. Nursed in Parliaments. He entered Parliament in 1621, at the age of 16, as member for Amersham. See Poems, Edition Drury, Volume 1, page 17. Page 180 L. 5. The great instance of his wit is his reply to Charles II, when asked why his congratulation to the King, upon His Majesty's happy return, was inferior to his panegyric upon the death of the Lord Protector. Poets, sir, succeed better in fiction than in truth, quoted from Menagiana in Fenton's Observations on Waller's Poems, and given by Johnson. See Lives of the Poets, Edition G. B. Hill, Volume 1, page 271. 54. Brief View and Survey of the Dangerous and Pernicious Errors to Church and State, in Mr. Hobbes's book, entitled Leviathan. By Edward Earl of Clarendon. Oxford, 1676. Pages 2 to 3. It is a misfortune that Clarendon did not write a character of Hobbes, and more than this, that there is no character of Hobbes by any one which corresponds in kind to the other characters in this collection. But in answering the Leviathan, Clarendon thought it well to state by way of introduction that he was on friendly terms with the author, and the passage here quoted from his account of their relations is in effect a character. He condemned Hobbes's political theories. Yet I do hope, he says, nothing hath fallen from my pen, which implies the least undervaluing of Mr. Hobbes his person, or his parts. Page 181 L. 21. Hawes, a common spelling at this time and earlier, on the false assumption that has was a contraction of has. 55. Bodleian Library, MS, Aubrey 9, full. 34-7, 41, 42, 46-7. The text of these notes on Hobbes is taken direct from Aubrey's manuscript, now in the Bodleian Library. The complete life is printed in Brief Lives by John Aubrey, edited by Andrew Clark, 1898, Volume 1, pages 321 to 403. Aubrey collected most of his biographical notes, to which he gave the title, Greek, Schediasmata, Brief Lives, in order to help Anthony A. Wood in the compilation of his Athene Oxonienses. I have, according to your desire, he wrote to Wood in 1680, put in writing these minutes of lives tumultuarily, as they occurred to my thoughts or as occasionally I had information of them. 'Tis a task that I never thought to have undertaken till you imposed it upon me. Independently of Wood, Aubrey had collected material for a life of Hobbes, in accordance with the promise he had made to Hobbes himself. All his manuscript notes were submitted to Wood, who made good use of them. On their return Aubrey deposited them in the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, the library of which is now merged in the Bodleian. The notes were written tumultuarily, jotted down hastily, and as hastily added to, altered, and transposed. They are a first draft for the fair copy which was never made. The difficulty of giving a true representation of them in print is increased by Aubrey's habit of inserting above the line alternatives to words or phrases without deleting the original words or even indicating his preference. In the present text the later form has, as a rule, been adopted, the other being given in a footnote. The Life of Mr. Thomas Hobbes, of Malmesbury, is by far the longest of Aubrey's Brief Lives, but it does not differ from the others in manner. The passages selected may be regarded as notes for a character. Page 183, LL1FF. Aubrey is a little more precise in his notes on Bacon. Mr. Thomas Hobbes told me that he was employed in translating part of the essays, viz. 3 of them, one whereof was that of the greatness of cities, the other 2 I have now forgot, edition A. Clark, Volume 1, page 83. On the evidence of style, Aldous Wright thought that the other 2 essays translated by Hobbes were of simulation and dissimulation and of innovation. See the preface to his edition of Bacon's Essays, 1862, pages 19, XX. The translation appeared in 1638 under the title Sermons Fideles, Civ Interiora Rerum. L. 4. Gorhambury was Bacon's residence in Hertfordshire, near St. Albans, inherited from his father. Aubrey described it in a long digression for the sake of the lovers of antiquity, edition Clark, Volume 1, pages 79 to 84, and page 19. L. 5. Thomas Bushell, 1594 to 1674, afterwards distinguished as a mining engineer and metallurgist. See his life in the Dictionary of National Biography. Page 185, L. 2. I, or I, a common form at this time for IE. L. 20. Henry Lawes, 1596 to 1662, who wrote the music for Comus, and to whom Milton addressed one of his sonnets. Harry, whose tuneful and well-measured song first taught our English music how to span words with just note and accent, to after age thou shalt be writ the man, that with smooth air couldst humour best our tongue. This sonnet was prefixed to Lawes's choice psalms in 1648. His airs and dialogues for 1, 2, and 3 voices appeared in 3 books from 1653 to 1658. 56. The Life of that Reverend Divine and Learned Historian, Dr. Thomas Fuller. London, 1661. Pages 66 to 77. This work was twice reissued with new title pages at Oxford in 1662, and was for the first time reprinted in 1845 by way of introduction to J.S. Brewer's edition of Fuller's Church History. It is the basis of all subsequent lives of Fuller. But the author is unknown. The passage here quoted from the concluding section of this life is the only contemporary sketch of Fuller's person and character that is now known. Aubrey's description is a mere note, and is considerably later. He was of a middle stature, strong set, curled hair, a very working head, insomuch that, walking and meditating before dinner, he would eat up a penny loaf, not knowing that he did it. His natural memory was very great, to which he had added the art of memory. He would repeat to you forwards and backwards all the signas from Ludgate to Charing Cross, edition A. Clark, Volume 1, page 257. Page 187, L. 20. A perfect walking library, compare page 171, L. 19, note. Page 191, LL3FF, compare Aubrey. But Fuller disclaimed the use of an art of memory. Artificial memory, he said, is rather a trick than an art. He condemned the artificial rules which at this day are delivered by memory mountebanks. His great rule was marshal thy notions into a handsome method. See his section of memory in his Holy State, 1642, Book 3, ch. 10, and compare J. E. Bailey, Life of Thomas Fuller, 1874, pages 413 to 15. 57. Bodleian Library, MS. Aubrey 8 full. 63, 63 v. 68. The text is taken direct from Aubrey's manuscript, such contractions as XTS call, and de, for daughter being expanded. For the complete life, see Brief Lives, edition A. Clark, Volume 2, pages 62 to 72. There is no character of Milton. We have again to be content with notes, for a character. Page 192, L. 7. Christ's College, Cambridge, which Milton entered in February 1625, age 16. LL 15 to 18. Milton had 3 daughters, by his first wife, Anne, Mary, and Deborah. Mary died unmarried. Deborah's husband, Abraham Clark, left Dublin for London during the troubles in Ireland under James II. See Masson's Life of Milton, Volume 6, page 751. He is described by Johnson as a weaver in Spitalfields. See Lives of the Poets, edition G. B. Hill, Volume 1, pages 158 to 60. Page 193, LL 2 to 4. Littera Canina. See Persius Sat. I. 109 Sonnet hic ner canina littera, and compare Ben Jonson, English Grammar, R is the dog's letter, and hurreth in the sound. LL 11 12. But the Comte de Cummings, French ambassador to England, 1662 to 5, in his report to Louis XIV on the state of literature in England, spoke of un nami Miltoniusque est rendu plus infame par ses dangereux écrits que les bureaux et les assassins de leur roi. This was written in 1663, and Cummings knew only Milton's Latin works. C. J. J. Jusserand, a French ambassador at the court of Charles II, 1892, page 58, and Shakespeare and France, 1898, page 107. L. 19. In toto nusquem. Ovid Amores I, 5. 18. Page 194 L. 4. Milton died November 8. See Masson, Life of Milton, Volume 6, page 731. 58. Letters of State, written by Mr. John Milton, to most of the sovereign princes and republics of Europe. From the year 1649 till the year 1659. To which is added an account of his life. London, printed in the year 1694. Page 36. The Life of Mr. John Milton, pages 1 to 44, serves as introduction to this little volume of state papers. It is the first life of Milton. Edward Phillips, 1630–96, was the son of Milton's sister, and was educated by him. Unfortunately, he failed to take proper advantage of his great opportunity. The life is valuable for some of its details, but as a whole it is disappointing, and it makes no attempt at characterization. The note on Milton in his Theatrum Poetarum, or a complete collection of the poets, 1675, is also disappointing. 59. Explanatory Notes and Remarks on Milton's Paradise Lost. By J. Richardson, Father and Son. With the Life of the Author, and a Discourse on the Poem. By J. R. Senator, London, M.DCC.34. Pages 3v. 94, c. Xiv. Jonathan Richardson, 1665–1745, was one of the chief portrait painters of his time. There are portraits by him of Polk, Steele, and Prior, all now in the National Portrait Gallery, and his writings on painting were standard works till the time of Reynolds. His book on Milton was an excursion late in life, with the assistance of his son, into another field of criticism. His introductory Life of Milton, pages Ixlii, is a substantial piece of work, and is valuable as containing several anecdotes that might otherwise have been lost. Those that bear on Milton's character are here reproduced. The typographical eccentricities have been preserved. Page 194, LL 28 FF. Edward Millington's place of business was at the Pelican in Duck Lane in 1670. From Michaelmas, 1671, it was at the Bible in Little Britain, see Arbor's Term Catalogues, Volume 1, pages 31, 93. It was about 1680 that he turned auctioneer of books, though he did not wholly abandon publishing. There was usually as much comedy in his once, twice, thrice, as can be met with in a modern play. See The Life and Errors of John Dunton, edition 1818, pages 235–6. He died at Cambridge in 1703. Page 196 L. 4. Dr. Tancred Robinson died in 1748, physician to George I, and knighted by him. L. 10. Henry Bendish died in 1740, son of Bridget Ireton or Bendish, Cromwell's granddaughter. See Letters of John Hughes, edition John Duncombe, Volume 2, 1773, pages X 42. L. 14. John Thurlow, 1616–68, Secretary of State under Cromwell. Compare number 38 note. L. 25. Easy My Unpremeditated Verse, Paradise Lost, 9. 24. 60. The Works of M. R. Abraham Cowley, consisting of those which were formerly printed, and those which he designed for the press, now published out of the author's original copies. London, 1668. Several discourses by way of essays, in verse and prose, no. 2. Pages 143–6. Cowley's essays were written towards the close of his life. They were left scarce finished, and many others were to have been added to them. They were first published posthumously in the collected edition of 1668, under the superintendence of Thomas Spratt, see number 61. This edition, which alone is authoritative, has been followed in the present reprint of the 11th and last essay, probably written at the beginning of 1667. Page 198 L. 1. At School, Westminster. LL 19 FF. The concluding stanzas of a vote, printed in Cowley's Silva, 1636. Cowley was then aged 18. The first stanza contains 3 new readings, the unknown 4th note, I would have for I would hug, and not on for not from. Page 199 L. 15. Out of Horace Odes 3. 29, 41-5. Page 200 L. 4. Immediately. The reading in the text of 1668 is irremediably, but immediately is given as the correct reading in the errata, printed on a slip that is pasted in at the conclusion of Cowley's first preface. The edition of 1669 substitutes immediately in the text. The alteration must be accepted on Sprat's authority, but it is questionable if it gives a better sense. LL 6-10. Cowley was admitted to Trinity College, Cambridge, as a Westminster Scholar on June 14, 1637. He was admitted Minor Fellow in 1640, and graduated M.A. in 1643. He was ejected in the following year as a result of the Earl of Manchester's commission to enforce the Solemn League and Covenant in Cambridge. See Cowley's Pure Works, edition J.R. Lumbey, pages 9-13, and Johnson's Lives of the Poets, edition G.B. Hill, volume 1, page 5. LL 9-10. Cedars, Hyssop. 1 Kings 4. 33. L. 12. One of the best persons, Henry Jermyn, created Baron Jermyn, 1643, and Earl of St. Albans, 1660, chief officer of Henrietta Maria's household in Paris. See Clarendon, volume 4, page 312. As secretary to Jermyn, Cowley CYPHCR'd and deciphered with his own hand the greatest part of all the letters that passed between their majesties, and managed a vast intelligence in many other parts, which for some years together took up all his days, and 2 or 3 nights every week. Sprat. He told Sprat that he intended to dedicate all his essays to St. Albans as a testimony of his entire respects to him. Page 201 L. 10. Well then, the opening lines of The Wish, included in The Mistress, 1647, edition 1668, pages 22-3. LL 14 FF. At the instance of Jermyn, Cowley had been promised by both Charles I and Charles II the mastership of the Savoy Hospital, but the post was given in 1660 to Sheldon, and in 1663, on Sheldon's promotion to the Archbishopric of Canterbury, to Henry Killigrew. C. W. J. Lofty, Memorials of the Savoy, 1878, pages 145 ff. And Wood, Fast Ioxonienses, edition Bliss, Part 1, Kernel 494. In the Calendar of State Papers, Domestic Series, 1661-2, page 210, there is the statement of the case of Abraham Cowley, showing that the place may be held by a person not a divine, and that Cowley, having seen all preferments given away, and his old university companions advance before him, is put to great shame by missing this place. He is called Savoy missing Cowley in the Restoration session of the Poets, printed in Poems on State Affairs. L. 21. Thou either. In the ode entitled Destiny, Pindarique Odes, 1656, edition 1668, page 31, that neglected. L. 28. A Cor Perdue, misprinted A Cor Purdy ed. 1668, 1669, A Corpus Purdy, 1672, 1674, and C. Perdue, errata, 1668. Page 202 L. 1. St. Luke 12. 16-21. LL 3-5. Out of haste to be gone away from the tumult and noise of the city, he had not prepared so healthful a situation in the country, as he might have done if he had made a more leisurable choice. Of this he soon began to find the inconvenience at Barnelms, where he was afflicted with a dangerous and lingering fever. Shortly after his removal to Chertsey, April 1665, he fell into another consuming disease. Having languished under this for some months, he seemed to be pretty well cured of its ill symptoms. But in the heat of the last summer, 1667, by staying too long amongst his laborers in the meadows, he was taken with a violent defluxion and stoppage in his breast and throat. This he at first neglected as an ordinary cold, and refused to send for his usual physicians, till it was past all remedies. And so in the end, after a fortnight's sickness, it proved mortal to him, Sprat. In the Latin life prefixed to Cowley's Poemata Latina, 1668, Sprat is more specific, initio superioris anni, insiderat in morbam, quem medici diabetem appellant. L. 6. Non ego. Horace, Odes 2. 17, 9, 10. LL 11 FF NEC Vas. These late Latin verses may be Cowley's own, but they are not in his collected Latin poems. Compare Virgil, Georgics 2. 485-6. Siluake equals Silvique, Q, was a regular contraction for K, cf. page 44, L. 6. 61. The works of Mr. Abraham Cowley, 1668. An account of the life and writings of Mr. Abraham Cowley. Pages 18-20. Thomas Sprat, 1635-1713, author of the History of the Royal Society, 1667, afterwards Bishop of Rochester, 1684, was entrusted by Cowley's will with the revising of all his works that were formerly printed, and the collecting of those papers which he had designed for the press. And as literary executor he brought out in 1668 a folio edition of the English works, and an octavo edition of the Latin works. To both he prefixed a life, one in English and the other in Latin. The more elaborate English life was written partly in the hope that a character of Mr. Cowley may be of good advantage to our nation. Unfortunately, the ethical bias has injured the biography. In Johnson's words, his zeal of friendship, or ambition of eloquence, has produced a funeral oration rather than a history. He has given the character, not the life of Cowley, for he writes with so little detail that scarcely anything is distinctly known, but all is shown confused and enlarged through the mist of panegyric. Similarly, Coleridge asks what literary man has not regretted the prudery of Sprat in refusing to let his friend Cowley appear in his slippers and dressing gown. Biographia Literaria, ch. 3. His method is the more to be regretted as no one knew Cowley better in his later years. His greatest error of judgment was to suppress his large collection of Cowley's letters. But with all its faults, Sprat's life of Cowley occupies an important place at the beginning of English biography of men of letters. It is the earliest substantial life of a poet whose reputation rested on his poetry. Fulke Greville's life of Sir Philip Sidney was the life of a soldier and a statesman of promise, and to Isaac Walton, Donne was not so much a poet as a great churchman. In the edition of 1668 the life of Cowley runs to 24 folio pages. The passage here selected deals directly with his character. Page 203, LL 25-7. It is evidently the impression of a stranger at first sight that Aubrey gives in his short note, AC discourse very ill and with hesitation, edition A. Clark, Volume 1, page 190. 62. A character of King Charles II, and political, moral and miscellaneous thoughts and reflections. By George Saville, Marquis of Halifax. London, MDCCL. Halifax's elaborate and searching account of Charles II was first published in 1750 from his original manuscripts, in the possession of his granddaughter Dorothy, Countess of Burlington. It consists of 7 parts, I. Of his religion, 2. His dissimulation, 3. His amours, mistresses, and c. 4. His conduct to his ministers, v. Of his wit and conversation, 6. His talents, temper, habits, and c. 7. Conclusion. Only the 2nd, 5th, and 6th are given here. The complete text is reprinted in Sir Walter Raleigh's Works of Halifax, 1912, pages 187-208. For other characters of Charles, in addition to the 2 by Burnet which follow, see Evelyn's Diary, February 4, 1685, Dryden's Dedication of King Arthur, 1691, a short character of King Charles II by John Sheffield, Earl of Mulgrave, Duke of Buckingham, printed from the original copy in Miscellaneous Works written by George, late Duke of Buckingham, edition though. Brown, Volume 2, 1705, pages 153-60, and with Pope's Emendations in Works, 1723, Volume 2, pages 57 to 65, and James Wellwood's Memoirs of the Most Material Transactions in England, for the last 100 years, preceding the Revolution, 1700, pages 148 to 53. For Halifax himself, see number 72. Page 208 L. 12. An allusion to the quarrel of the ancients and moderns, which assumed prominence in England with the publication in 1690 of Sir William Temple's essay upon the ancient and modern learning. Compare Burnet, page 223, L. 11 and note. Page 209 L. 29. Reuel. Under Louis XIV it was the custom for ladies of fashion to receive morning visitors in their bedrooms, hence Reuel, the passage by the side of a bed, came to mean a lady's chamber. Compare The Spectator, numbers 45 and 530. Page 211 L. 2. Tiendro cuidado, evidently an imperfect recollection of the phrase se tendrá cuidado, care will be taken, the matter will have attention. Compare Cortes de Madrid, 1573, petition 96. Se tendrá cuidado de proveer en ella lo que conveniere. Page 212, LL 7, 8. Compare Pepys's diary, May 4, 1663. Meeting the king, we followed him into the park, where Mr. Coventry and he talking of building a new yacht out of his private purse, he having some contrivance of his own. Also, Evelyn's diary, February 4, 1685, a lover of the sea, and skillful in shipping, not affecting other studies, yet he had a laboratory and knew of many empirical medicines, and the easier mechanical mathematics. Also, Buckingham, edition 1705, page 155. The great and almost only pleasure of mind he seemed addicted to was shipping and sea affairs, which seemed to be so much his talent for knowledge, as well as inclination, that a war of that kind was rather an entertainment than any disturbance to his thoughts. Also Wellwood, Memoirs, page 151. Also Burnet, Infra, page 219. Page 213, L. 10. According to Pepys, Diary, December 8, 1666, the distinction between Charles Stuart and the King was drawn by Tom Killigrew in his remonstrance to Charles on the very ill state that matters were coming to. There is a good, honest, able man, that I could name, that if your Majesty would employ, and command to see all things well executed, all things would soon be mended, and this is one Charles Stuart, who now spends his time in employing his lips about the court, and hath no other employment. But if you would give him this employment, he were the fittest man in the world to perform it. Page 217, LL 11 FF. Compare Wellwood's Memoirs, page 149. 63. Bishop Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1. From the Restoration of King Charles II to the settlement of King William and Queen Mary at the Revolution. London, 1724. Pages 93 to 4. Burnet began his history of his own time in 1683, after the publication of his History of the Reformation. In its original form it partook largely of the nature of memoirs. But on the appearance of Clarendon's History in 1702 he was prompted to recast his entire narrative on a method that confined the strictly autobiographical matter to a section by itself, and as a whole assured greater dignity. The part dealing with the reign of Charles II was rewritten by August 1703. The work was brought down to 1713 and completed in that year. 2 years later Burnet died, leaving instructions that it was not to be printed till 6 years after his death. The history was published in 2 folio volumes, dated 1724 and 1734. The first, which contains the reigns of Charles II and James II, came out at the end of 1723 and was edited by Burnet's second son, Gilbert Burnet, then rector of East Barnet. The second volume was edited by his third son, Thomas Burnet, afterwards a judge of the Court of Common Pleas. The complete autograph of the history, and the transcript which was prepared for the press under the author's directions, are now both in the Bodleian Library. The original form of the work survives in 2 transcripts, one of them with Burnet's autograph corrections, in the Harleian collection in the British Museum, and in a fragment of Burnet's original manuscript in the Bodleian. The portions of this original version that differ materially from the final printed version were published in 1902 by Miss H. C. Foxcroft under the title A Supplement to Burnet's History. Much of the interest of the earlier version lies in the characters, which are generally longer than they became on revision, and sometimes contain details that were suppressed. But in a volume of representative selections, where the art of a writer is as much our concern as his matter, the preference must be given to what Burnet himself intended to be final. The extracts are reprinted from the 2 volumes edited by his sons. There was not the same reason to go direct to his manuscript as to Clarendon's. See notes page 231, L. 26, page 252, L. 10, and page 255, L. 6. 64. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 611-3. Burnet's 2 characters of Charles II are in striking agreement with the more elaborate study by Halifax. Page 221, LL1 FF compare Halifax, page 216, LL10 FF. L14. His Chancellor, Clarendon. Page 222 L16. He became cruel. This statement was attacked by Roger North, Lives of the Norths, edition 1890, volume 1, page 330, whereas some of our barbarous writers call this awaking of the king's genius to a sedulity in his affairs, a growing cruel, because some suffered for notorious treasons, I must interpret their meaning, which is a distaste, because his majesty was not pleased to be undone as his father was, and accordingly, since they failed to wound his person and authority, they fell to wounding his honor. Buckingham says he was an illustrious exception to all the common rules of physiognomy, for with a most saturnine harsh sort of countenance, he was both of a merry and a merciful disposition, edition 1705, page 159, with which compare Wellwood, edition 1700, page 149. The judicial verdict had already been pronounced by Halifax, see page 216, LL23 FF. LL21-3. See Burnet, edition Osmond Airy, volume 1, page 539, for the particular reference. The scandal was widespread, but groundless. Page 223 L. 9. The War of Paris, the Fronde. See Clarendon, volume 5, pages 243-5. LL11 FF compare Buckingham, edition 1705, page 157, witty in all sorts of conversation, and telling a story so well, that, not out of flattery, but the pleasure of hearing it, we seemed ignorant of what he had repeated to us 10 times before, as a good comedy will bear the being often seen. Also Halifax, page 208, LL 7-14. L. 17. John Wilmot, 1647-80, 2nd Earl of Rochester, son of Henry Wilmot, 1st Earl, No. 32. Burnet knew him well and wrote his life, some passages of the life and death of the Right Honourable John Earl of Rochester, 1680, which, says Johnson, the critic ought to read for its elegance, the philosopher for its arguments, and the saint for its piety. Lives of the Poets, edition G. B. Hill, volume 1, page 222. LL 25 FF. The resemblance to Tiberius was first pointed out in print in Wellwood's Memoirs, page 152, which appeared 24 years before Burnet's history. But Wellwood was indebted to Burnet. He writes as if they had talked about it, or he might have seen Burnet's early manuscript. 65. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 94-5. The author of most of the characters in this volume himself deserves a fuller character. The main portions of Burnet's original sketch, 1683, are therefore given here, partly by way of supplement, and partly to illustrate the nature of Burnet's revision, 1703. The great man with the king was Chancellor Hyde, afterwards made Earl of Clarendon. He had been in the beginning of the Long Parliament very high against the judges upon the account of the ship money, and became then a considerable man. He spake well, his style had no flaw in it, but had a just mixture of wit and sense, only he spoke too copiously. He had a great pleasantness in his spirit, which carried him sometimes too far into raillery, in which he sometimes shewed more wit than discretion. He went over to the court party when the war was like to break out, and was much in the late king's counsels and confidence during the war, though he was always of the party that pressed the king to treat, and so was not in good terms with the queen. The late king recommended him to this king as the person on whose advices he wished him to rely most, and he was about the king all the while that he was beyond sea, except a little that he was ambassador in Spain. He managed all the king's correspondences in England, both in the little designs that the cavaliers were sometimes engaged in, and chiefly in procuring money for the king's subsistence, in which Dr. Sheldon was very active. He had nothing so much before his eyes as the king's service, and doted on him beyond expression. He had been a sort of governor to him, and had given him many lectures on the politics, and was thought to assume and dictate too much. But to pursue Clarendon's character, he was a man that knew England well, and was lawyer good enough to be an able chancellor, and was certainly a very incorrupt man. In all the king's foreign negotiations he meddled too much, for I have been told that he had not a right notion of foreign matters, but he could not be gained to serve the interests of other princes. Mr. Fouquet sent him over a present of £10,000 after the king's restoration, and assured him he would renew that every year. But though both the king and the duke advised him to take it, he very worthily refused it. He took too much upon him and meddled in everything, which was his greatest error. He fell under the hatred of most of the cavaliers upon two accounts. The one was the Act of Indemnity, which cut off all their hopes of repairing themselves of the estates of those that had been in the rebellion. But he said it was the offer of the indemnity that brought in the king, and it was the observing of it that must keep him in, so he would never let that be touched. And many that had been deeply engaged in the late times, having expiated it by their zeal of bringing home the king, were promoted by his means, such as Manchester, Anglesey, Orrery, Ashley, Hollis, and several others. The other thing was that, there being an infinite number of pretenders to employments and rewards for their services and sufferings, so that the king could only satisfy some few of them, he upon that, to stand between the king and the displeasure which those disappointments had given, spoke slightly of many of them, and took it upon him that their petitions were not granted. And some of them having procured several warrants from the secretaries for the same thing, the secretaries considering nothing but their fees, he who knew on whom the king intended that the grant should fall, took all upon him, so that those who were disappointed laid the blame chiefly if not wholly upon him. He was apt to talk very imperiously and unmercifully, so that his manner of dealing with people was as provoking as the hard things themselves were. But upon the whole matter he was a true Englishman and a sincere Protestant, and what has passed at court since his disgrace has sufficiently vindicated him from all ill designs. Supplement, edition Foxcroft, pages 53-6. There is a short character of Clarendon in Warwick's Memoirs, pages 196-8. Compare also Pepys's Diary, October 13, 1666, and Evelyn's Diary, August 27, 1667, and September 18, 1683. 66. Clarendon, M.S. Life, pages 638-9. Continuation of the Life of Edward Earl of Clarendon, edition 1759, pages 51-2. Page 226, L. 8. He was released from Windsor Castle in March 1660. Compare Burnet's character, page 228, LL 2-4. L. 19. The Chancellor, i.e. Clarendon himself. Page 227, LL 5 FF John Middleton, 1619-74, created Earl of Middleton, 1656. He was taken prisoner at Worcester, but escaped to France. As Lord High Commissioner for Scotland and Commander-in-Chief, he was mainly responsible for the unfortunate methods of forcing episcopacy on Scotland. William Cunningham, 1610-64, 9th Earl of Glencairn, Lord Chancellor of Scotland. John Leslie, 1630-81, 7th Earl and 1st Duke of Rothes, President of the Council in Scotland, Lord Chancellor, 1667. On the composition of the ministry in Scotland, compare Burnet, edition Osmond Airy, Volume 1, pages 199 ff. 67. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 101-2. We are fortunate in having companion characters of Lauderdale by Clarendon and Burnet. Their point of view is different. Clarendon describes the Lauderdale of the Restoration who is climbing to power and is officially his inferior. Burnet looks back on him at the height of power and remembers how it was made to be felt. But the two characters have a strong likeness. Burnet is here seen at his best. Page 228, LL 14-17. Compare Roger North's Lives of the Norths, edition 1890, volume 1, page 231. The Duke himself, being also learned, having a choice library, took great pleasure in hearing him talk of languages and criticism. Compare also Evelyn's Diary, August 27, 1678. His library was dispersed by auction, the French, Italian, and Spanish books on May 14, and the English books on May 27, 1690. Copies of the sale catalogues are in the Bodleian. The catalogue of his manuscripts, 1692, is printed in the Bannatyne Miscellany, Volume 2, 1836, page 149. L. 30. As professor of theology in the University of Glasgow, Burnet had enjoyed the favour of Lauderdale, and had dedicated to him, in fulsome terms, a vindication of the Church and State of Scotland. The break came suddenly, and with no apparent cause, in 1673, when Burnet was appointed royal chaplain and was winning the ears of the king. Henceforward Lauderdale continued a violent enemy. Their relations at this time are described in Clark and Foxcroft's Life of Gilbert Burnet, 1907, pages 109 ff, where Burnet's concluding letter of December 15, 1673, is printed in full. Page 229, LL 2-7. Richard Baxter delivered himself to Lauderdale in a long letter about his lapse from his former professions of piety, so fond from all that can be called serious religion, as that sensuality and compliance with sin is your ordinary course. The letter, undated, but before 1672, is printed in the Lauderdale Papers, edition Osmond Airy, Camden Society, Volume 3, 1885. Pages 235-9. LL 8-12. The broad and pungent wit, and the brutal bonhomie, probably went as far as anything else in securing Charles's favour. Osmond Airy, Burnet's History, Volume 1, page 185. 68. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 96-7. Page 230 L. 14. He was chosen for Tewkesbury in March 1640, but he did not sit in the Long Parliament. L. 18, a town, Weymouth, see page 70 L. 21 note. He had been appointed governor of it in August 1643 after some dispute, but was shortly afterwards removed. Clarendon, Volume 3, pages 163-5, 362. Page 231 L. 2. Shaftesbury writes about the prediction of Dr. Olivian, a German, a very learned physician, in his autobiographical fragment, see No. 14 note. LL 14, 15. Compare Burnet's first sketch of Shaftesbury, edition Foxcroft, page 59. He told some that Cromwell offered once to make him king, but he never offered to impose so gross a thing on me. LL 17, 18. See the newsletter of December 28, 1654, in the Clark Papers, edition C.H. Firth, Camden Society, 1899, page 16. A few days since, when the House was in a grand committee of the whole House upon the government, Mr. Garland moved to have my Lord protect our crown, which motion was seconded by Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, Mr. Hen, Cromwell, and others, but waived. L. 26. After party Burnet wrote, autograph, folios 49, he had no sort of virtue, for he was both a lewd and corrupt man, and had no regard either to truth or justice. But he struck out no sort, and had. The sentence thus read in the transcript, page 76, he had no regard either to truth or justice. This in turn was struck out, either by Burnet himself or by the editor. The following words are likewise struck out in the transcript, after manner, L. 28, and was not out of countenance in owning his unsteadiness and deceitfulness. 69. Absalom and Achitophel. A poem, the second edition, augmented and revised. London, 1681. LL 142-227. The first edition was published on November 17, 1681, a few days before Shaftesbury's trial for high treason. In the second, which appeared within a month, the character of Shaftesbury was augmented by 12 lines, page 233, ll. 17-28. Shaftesbury had been satirized by Butler in the third part of Hudibras, 1678, 3 years before the crisis in his remarkable career, and while his schemes still prospered. To Butler he is the unprincipled turncoat who thinks only of his own interests. So politic, as if one eye upon the other were a spy, H. had seen 3 governments run down, and had a hand in every one, was for M, and against them all. But Barbarouse when they came to fall, by giving aim from side to side, he never failed to save his tide, but got the start of every state, and at a change, NER came too late. Our state artificer foresaw which way the world began to draw, he therefore wisely cast about, all ways he could, to ensure his throat, and hither came to observe, and smoke what courses other riskers took, and to the utmost do his best to save himself, and hang the rest. Canto 2, ll. 351-420. Dryden's satire should be compared with Butler's. But a comparison with the prose character by Burnet, which had no immediate political purpose, will reveal even better Dryden's mastery in satirical portraiture. Another verse character is in the review by Richard Duke, written shortly after Dryden's poem. Absalom is Monmouth, David Charles II, Israel England, the Jews the English, and a Jebusite a Romanist. Page 232 L. 28. Compare Seneca, De Tranquillitate Animi, 17. 10. Nullum magnum ingenium sine mixtura dementi fut. Page 233 L. 7. The humorous definition of man ascribed to Plato in Diogenes Laertius, Lib 6. 40. Life of Diogenes, Greek, Plato nos horis amenu, anthropos esti zoon dipaun apteron. The son was a handsomer man than the father, though he did not inherit his ability. His son, the third Earl, was the critic and philosopher who wrote the Characteristics. L. 12. The triple bond, the alliance of England, Holland, and Sweden against France in 1667, broken by the war with France against Holland in 1672. But Shaftesbury then knew nothing of the secret Treaty of Dover, 1670. L. 16. Usurped, in addition one assumed. L. 25. Abethan the President of the Jewish Judicature, the father of the House of Judgment. Shaftesbury was Lord Chancellor, 1672-3. Page 234 L. 4. David would have sung his praises instead of writing a psalm, and so heaven would have had one psalm the less. LL 5-6. Macaulay pointed out in his essay on Sir William Temple that these lines are a reminiscence of a couplet under the portrait of Sultan Mustafa I in Knowles's History of the Turks, edition 1638, page 1370. Greatness, on goodness lose to slide, not stand, and lows for fortune's ice, virtue's firm land. L. 15. The alleged popish plot, invented by Titus Oates, to murder the king and put the government in the hands of the Jesuits. Shaftesbury had no share in the invention, but he believed it, and made political use of it. Page 235 L. 4. This line reappears in The Hind and the Panther, Part 1, L. 211. As W. D. Christie pointed out, it is a reminiscence of a couplet in Lachrymae Museum, 1649, the volume to which Dryden contributed his schoolboy verses upon the death of the Lord Hastings. It is decreed, we must be drained, I see, down to the dregs of a democracy. This is the opening couplet of the English poem preceding Dryden's, and signed MNIE Markham on Needham, page 81. 70. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, page 100. The portrait of this Duke has been drawn by 4 masterly hands. Burnet has hewn it out with his rough chisel, Count Hamilton touched it with that slight delicacy that finishes while it seems but to sketch. Dryden catch the living likeness, Pope complete the historical resemblance. Horace Walpole, Royal and Noble Authors, edition 1759, volume 2, page 78. There is also Butler's prose character of a Duke of Bucks, first printed in Thayer's edition of the Genuine Remains of Butler, 1759, Volume 2, pages 72-5, but written apparently about 1667-9. And there is a verse character in Duke's Review. Page 235, L. 11. A great liveliness of wit. In the first sketch Burnet wrote he has a flame in his wit that is inimitable. It lives in the rehearsal. His miscellaneous works were collected in 2 volumes by Tom Brown, 1704-5. Page 236, L. 12. Compare Butler, one that has studied the whole body of vice. L. 14. Sir Henry Percy, created Baron Percy of Alnwick in 1643. He was then General of the Ordnance of the King's Army. He joined the Queen's party in France in 1645. L. 15. Hobbes. For Burnet's view of Hobbes, see page 246, LL 21 FF. 71. Absalom and Achitophel. 2nd edition. 1681, LL 543-68. Dryden is his own best critic. The character of Zimri in my Absalom is, in my opinion, worth the whole poem. 'Tis not bloody, but 'tis ridiculous enough. And he for whom it was intended was too witty to resent it as an injury. If I had railed, I might have suffered for it justly, but I managed my own work more happily, perhaps more dexterously. I avoided the mention of great crimes and applied myself to the representing of blindsides and little extravagancies, to which, the wittier a man is, he is generally the more obnoxious. It succeeded as I wished. Discourse concerning satire prefixed to Dryden's Juvenal, 1693, page 42. Burnet's prose character again furnishes the best commentary. Page 236, LL 28 FF. Compare Butler. He is as inconstant as the moon, which he lives under. His mind entertains all things very freely, that come and go, but like guests and strangers they are not welcome, if they stay long. His ears are perpetually drilled with a fiddlestick. He endures pleasures with less patience than other men do their pains. 72. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 267-8. This is not one of Burnet's best characters. He did not see the political wisdom that lay behind the ready wit. Halifax was too subtle for Burnet's heavy-handed grasp. To recognize the inadequacy of this short-sighted estimate, it is sufficient to have read the character of King Charles II, number 62. Burnet suffered from Halifax's wit. In the House of Lords, says the first Earl of Dartmouth, he affected to conclude all his discourses with a jest, though the subject were never so serious, and if it did not meet with the applause he expected, would be extremely out of countenance and silent, till an opportunity offered to retrieve the approbation he thought he had lost. But was never better pleased than when he was turning Bishop Burnet and his politics into ridicule. Burnet, Edition Airy. Volume 1, page 485. Dryden understood Halifax, the Jotham of his Absalom and Achitophel. Jotham of piercing wit and pregnant thought, ended by nature, and by learning taught to move assemblies, who but only tried the worse a while, then chose the better side, nor chose alone, but turned the balance too, so much the weight of one brave man can do. See also Dryden's dedication to Halifax of his King Arthur. 73. The Life of the Right Honourable Francis North, Baron of Guildford, Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, under King Charles II. and King James II. By the Honourable Roger North, Esq., London, Mxley. Pages 223-6. Roger North's lives of his 3 brothers, Lord Keeper Guildford, Sir Dudley North, and Dr. John North, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, were begun about 1710 but were not published till 1742-4, 8 years after his death. The edition of the Lives of the Norths by Augustus Jessup, 3 volumes, 1890, contains also his autobiography. The life of Lord Keeper Guildford is invaluable as a picture of the bench and bar under Charles II and James II. Page 240, L. 6. Sir Francis Pemberton, 1625-97, Lord Chief Justice, 1681, removed from the King's Bench, 1683, near the time that the great cause of the Quo Warranto against the City of London was to be brought to judgment in that court. North had just described him as a judge. Page 241 L. 1. Compare Scott's Monastery, ch. 14. By my trogs, replied Christie, I would have thrust my lance down his throat. Trogs is an altered form of troth. It appears to be Scottish in origin. No southern instance is quoted in Wright's Dialect Dictionary. Saunders may have learned it from a London Scot. L. 22. Sir John Maynard, 1602–90, the King's eldest sergeant, but advanced no farther. Described by North, edition 1890, page 149, also page 26. Sergeant Maynard, the best old book lawyer of his time, used to say that the law was ars bablativa. L. 30. Sir Matthew Hale, 1609–76, Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench, described by North, pages 79. F. Burnet wrote the life and death of Sir Matthew Hale, 1682. Page 243 L. 5. The action taken by the Crown in 1682 contesting the charter of the City of London. Judgment was given for the Crown. See State Trials, edition 1810, volume 8, 1039 ff, and Burnet, edition Airy, volume 2, pages 343 ff, and compare Hallam, Constitutional History, ch. 12, edition 1863, pages 453–4. 74. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 186–91. This passage brings together 10 of the great divines of the century. It would be easy, as critics have shown, to name as many others, such as Jeremy Taylor, Sanderson, Sheldon, Cosin, Pearson, and South. But Burnet is mainly concerned with the men who, in his opinion, had the greatest influence during the time of which he is writing, and who were known to him personally. By way of introduction, he speaks of the Cambridge Platonists under whom his great contemporaries had been formed. Incidentally, he expresses his views on Hobbes's Leviathan, and he concludes with a valuable account of the reform in preaching. The passage as a whole is an excellent specimen of Burnet's method and style. Page 246, LL 6-7. John Owen, 1616–83, made Dean of Christ Church by Cromwell in 1651, Vice-Chancellor of the University, 1652–8, deprived of the deanery, 1659. Thomas Goodwin, 1600–80, President of Magdalen College, 1650–60, likewise one of the Commission of Visitors to the University appointed by the Parliament. Both were independents. C.H.L. Thompson, Christ Church, College Histories, 1900, pages 69, 70, and H.A. Wilson, Magdalen College, 1899, pages 172–4. Page 248 L. 5. Simon Episcopius, or Bisschop, 1583–1643, Dutch theologian and follower of Arminius. See page 101 L. 3, note. Page 249 L. 12. Irenicum. A weapon salve for the Church's wounds, published 1661. Page 252 L. 10. The following sentence is in the original manuscript, folio 98, before but I owed, and if I have arrived at any faculty of writing clear and correctly, I owe that entirely to them, for as they joined with Wilkins in that noble though despised attempt at an universal character, and a philosophical language, they took great pains to observe all the common errors of language in general, and of ours in particular. And in the drawing the tables for that work, which was Lloyd's province, he had looked further into a natural purity and simplicity of style than any man I ever knew, into all which he led me, and so helped me to any measure of exactness of writing, which may be thought to belong to me. The sentence is deleted in the transcript that was sent to the printer, but whether it was deleted by Burnet himself, or by the editor, is uncertain. There are other minor alterations in the same page of the transcript, page 140. The book referred to in the omitted passage is Wilkins's Essay Towards a Real Character and a Philosophical Language, presented to the Royal Society and published in 1668. Lloyd's continual assistance is acknowledged in the Epistle to the Reader. 75. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 1, pages 168 to 70. Page 253 L. 23. He served under Turenne in 4 campaigns, 1652 to 5, latterly as Lieutenant General. His own account of these campaigns has fortunately been preserved. It is a portion of the journal to which Burnet refers. See the Life of James II, King of England, etc., collected out of memoirs writ of his own hand. Published from the original Stuart manuscripts in Carlton House, edited by James Stanier Clark, 2 vols, 1816. Page 254 L. 20. After the surrender at Oxford on June 24, 1646, James was given into the charge of the Earl of Northumberland and confined at St. James's. See Life, edition J.S. Clark, Volume 1, pages 30 to 1, and Clarendon, Volume 4, pages 237 and 326 to 8. Page 255, L. 3. Richard Stuart, 1594 to 1651, the Dean of the King's Chapel, whom His Majesty had recommended to his son to instruct him in all matters relating to the Church. Clarendon, Volume 4, page 341. Seward's Athenae Oxonienses, edition Bliss, Volume 3, COLS 295 to 8, and John Walker's Sufferings of the Clergy, pt 2, page 48. LL 6 to 8. The autograph reads, Folios 87. He said that a nun had advised him to pray every day, that if he was not in the right way that God would set him right, did make a great impression on him. The transcript, page 127, agrees with the print. LL 27 to 9. James definitely joined the Roman Church at the beginning of 1669. See Life, edition J.S. Clark, Volume 1, page 440. Page 256, L. 3. As High Admiral he defeated the Dutch at Lowestoft, 1665, and Southwold Bay, 1672. Compare Dryden's Annus Mirabilis, LL 73 to 4. Victorious York did first, with famed success, to his known valor make the Dutch give place. Also his verses to the Duchess on the Duke's victory of June 3, 1665. He ceased to be High Admiral on the passing of the Test Act, 1673. Page 256, L. 6. Sir William Coventry, 1628–86, Secretary to James, 1660–7. He was the man of the finest parts and the best temper that belonged to the court. See his character by Burnet, edition Airy, Volume 1, pages 478–9. LL 13 FF. Compare Pepys's Diary, November 20, 1661, June 27 and July 2, 1662, June 2, 1663, July 21, 1666, and c. 76. Burnet's History of His Own Time. Volume 2. Pages 292 to 3.